Dangerous Billionaire. A Grumpy Protector Age Gap Romance Audiobook. By Michelle Love and Jessica Fox. Chapter 1. Jakob.
The phone buzzed against the bridge's stone railing like a death rattle. I stared at the screen, watching my life implode in real time. Breaking: Mallory Corp. CEO Jakob Mallory exposed, rehab cover-up, embezzlement allegations surface. 12 years. 12 years of building an empire while hiding the pills that kept me functional. Gone. Venice's dark water churned below, reflecting the city lights like broken glass. The Ponte dell'Accademia had witnessed centuries of stories. Tonight, it would witness an ending. My $5,000 Armani suit felt like a costume now. What was the point of Italian leather shoes when the man wearing them was worthless? The Patek Philippe on my wrist ticked away seconds I no longer wanted. Another notification lit up my phone. Gregor Fisk, my former business partner, had given an exclusive interview. I tried to help him, the lying creep told CNN. But Jakob's addiction made him reckless. The shareholders deserved the truth. The truth. That Gregor had manipulated my dependency for 2 years, feeding information to competitors while I fought to stay clean. That he'd stolen company secrets while pretending to be my friend. I gripped the railing harder. The metal bit into my palms. Mr. Mallory's current whereabouts are unknown, the article continued. Board members are calling for immediate resignation. Unknown. If only they knew their broken CEO stood on a Venice bridge, pills in his pocket, contemplating which would be faster, the water or the medication. Don't do it. The voice came from my left. Female. Young. Exhausted. You're too beautiful to look that broken. I turned. A woman stood 10 feet away, paint-stained fingers wrapped around a steaming paper cup. Auburn hair escaped from a messy bun, and her coat had seen better days. She looked like she'd stepped out of a different world than mine. You don't know me, I said. I know that look. She moved closer. I've worn it myself. Then you know it's none of your business. She shrugged. Maybe not. But here's the thing, whatever sent you to this bridge, it wins if you jump. And something tells me you're not the type who likes to lose. A laugh escaped me. Dark. Bitter. I've already lost everything. Everything? She tilted her head. Because from where I'm standing, you've got expensive shoes and a heartbeat. That's more than nothing. My expensive shoes won't matter when. When what? When you're gone? You're right. They won't. She took another step closer. But they matter now. You matter now. You don't understand. I'm broken. She smiled, and it transformed her tired face. Beauty in broken places is kind of my thing. I'm an artist. Of course she was. A struggling artist in Venice, probably living grant to grant, and here she was trying to save a billionaire who had everything except a reason to keep breathing. What's your name? She asked. Does it matter? Everything matters. That's the point. She held out her hand. I'm Kim. Kim West. I stared at her outstretched hand. When was the last time someone had introduced themselves to me, without knowing who I was? Without wanting something? Jakob, I said finally, not taking her hand. Well, Jakob, here's what's going to happen. You're going to step back from that railing. Then you're going to let me buy you a terrible cup of coffee from the place around the corner. And you're going to tell me why a man in a suit, worth more than my rent for a year, is standing on a bridge at midnight. And if I don't, then I'll stand here all night. She settled against the railing beside me. I've got nowhere else to be. You don't even know me. No, she agreed. But I know pain when I see it. And I know that sometimes the only thing that saves us is a stranger who gives a damn. My phone buzzed again. Marcus, my head of security, where the hell are you? The press is circling like vultures. I looked at the screen, then at Kim. She waited, patient as the old bridge beneath our feet. "Coffee," I said. "One coffee." She smiled again. "That's all I'm asking for." The cafe was cramped and smelled like burnt espresso. Kim ordered for both of us in broken Italian, while I sat in the corner, shoulders hunched, trying to become invisible. Impossible for a man my height, but I tried anyway. "So," she said, sliding a chipped cup across the scarred wooden table. "What's her name?" "What?" "The woman who broke you." "There's always a woman." "There's no woman." I wrapped my hands around the cup, feeling its warmth. "There's a business partner who betrayed me. A board that wants me gone. A reputation destroyed. And what? And what else? Because men like you don't end up on bridges over business deals." I looked at her. Really looked. Hazel eyes that seemed to see too much. Freckles across her nose. Paint under her fingernails, in a dozen different colors. "My mother," I heard myself say. "She died 12 years ago. Cancer." "I'm sorry." I started taking pills to sleep. Then to function. Then to feel nothing. The words poured out like water through a broken dam. I built an empire while high-functioning. Made billions while addicted. And tonight, it all came crashing down. Kim didn't flinch. Didn't look disgusted or pitying. She just listened. "The pills are in my pocket," I continued. "Enough to end it quietly." But then I saw the water, and I thought that might be better. Cleaner. Why? Why what? Why cleaner? Dead is dead. The blunt words made me flinch. "I don't know." "I think you do." She leaned forward. "I think you wanted someone to see you. The real you, not the CEO or the addict or the news story. Just you." My throat tightened. "And what do you see?" "A man in pain who's forgotten that pain ends. That tomorrow exists. That broken doesn't mean worthless." "You don't know." "My mom died 4 years ago," she interrupted. I held her hand in a charity ward, because we couldn't afford better. I know exactly how grief can hollow you out until pills or water or whatever seems like the only way to stop hurting. We sat in silence. The cafe owner wiped down tables, clearly wanting to close but too polite to rush us. "I have an apartment," Kim said suddenly. "It's tiny, and the heat barely works, but it's got a couch. You can crash there tonight." "I don't need." "Yes, you do. You need to not be alone. You need to wake up tomorrow and remember that you chose to stay." She stood. "Plus, I've got a commission due and could use a model. You've got an interesting face when you're not planning to waste it. You want to paint me? I want to paint your pain. Turn it into something beautiful. That's what I do." She pulled on her coat. "Coming?" I should have said no. Should have called Marcus, returned to my hotel, faced the music. Instead, I found myself following this strange woman through Venice's narrow streets, away from the bridge and the water and the ending I'd planned. Her apartment was above a bakery. 3 flights of stairs that creaked with every step. She unlocked a door that had been painted and repainted so many times the colors showed through in layers. "Home sweet home," she said, flicking on lights. The space was smaller than my hotel bathroom. Every surface held art supplies or canvases in various stages of completion. The walls were covered in paintings, landscapes and portraits, all sharing the same ethereal quality, finding light in unexpected places. "You're good," I said, studying a painting of a Venice canal at dawn. "I'm broke," she corrected. "But yeah, I'm good." She pulled off her coat, revealing paint-stained jeans and a sweater with holes in the elbows. "Bathroom's there if you need it. I'll get you some blankets." I stood in the middle of her tiny apartment, feeling too large, too dark, too everything. "Why are you doing this?" "Because someone did it for me once." She paused in the doorway. "And because you look at my paintings the way I hoped someone would. Like you understand what I'm trying to capture. Beauty in broken places." "Exactly." She disappeared, into what must have been her bedroom. I pulled out my phone. 47 missed calls. 100 texts. Headlines spreading like wildfire. My life detonating in real time while I stood in a stranger's apartment that smelled like oil paint and hope. The pills sat heavy in my pocket. I pulled out the bottle, stared at the label. My name. My shame. My crutch for over a decade. Those won't help. Kim had returned with an armload of blankets. Trust me. You don't understand. The withdrawal will suck, but you'll survive it. She dumped the blankets on the couch. I'll help. You don't even know me. I know you chose to step back from the railing. That's enough for tonight. She studied me with those artist's eyes. Can I ask you something? I nodded. What did you think about? Right before I interrupted? My mother. How disappointed she'd be. Or how proud she'd be that you're still fighting. Kim moved closer. Pain lies to us, Jakob. It tells us we're alone, that it will last forever, that we're better off gone. But pain lies. She was close enough that I could see the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. Smell the coffee on her breath, mixed with something like vanilla. This strange, beautiful woman who'd pulled me back from the edge with nothing but stubbornness and compassion. I don't know how to stop, I admitted. That's okay. I know how to help people start. She reached up, touched my face. Her fingers were warm against my skin. Starting is enough for tonight. Something shifted in the air between us. The careful distance collapsed. I didn't make the choice to kiss her. My body simply moved, drawn by a need deeper than pills or pain or the careful control I'd maintained for years. She tasted like coffee and possibility. Her hands tangled in my hair, pulling me down to her height. I pressed her against the wall, desperate for contact, for connection, for anything that wasn't the emptiness that had driven me to that bridge. Jakob, she whispered against my mouth. Please. I didn't know what I was begging for. Everything. Nothing. Her. She pulled back enough to look at me. You're using me to not feel. No. Yes. Maybe. I'm using you to feel something other than dead. I kissed her again, pouring 12 years of silence and numbness into that single moment. She made a sound, half protest, half surrender, and then she was kissing me back with a fierce urgency that matched my own. Her hands shook as they reached for me, while mine tangled in her hair, freeing the elastic. Auburn waves spilled over my fingers, carrying the scent of paint and turpentine, simple, raw, utterly real. Nothing like the polished perfection I had always known. Bedroom, she whispered against my mouth. I lifted her, she felt impossibly light, and she clung to me as if afraid I might vanish. Her forehead pressed into my neck, and the warmth of her skin sent a spark through me I hadn't felt in years. 3 steps to her bedroom door. 4 more to the bed. With each one, the emptiness I'd carried dissolved a little more. We collapsed onto the mattress, a tangle of arms and laughter. The bed creaked beneath us, too small for my frame, but I didn't care. I'd known companionship before, casual, convenient, surface deep. But this was different. This was being alive again. Too many layers, she murmured, tugging at my jacket with paint-stained fingers. Smudges bloomed across the fabric, small proofs of her world seeping into mine. I helped her shrug out of her sweater, and she flushed in the lamplight, pale skin dusted with freckles, faint traces of color where paint had brushed her. She was beautiful, not in a polished way, but in a way that made her real. You're beautiful, she whispered back, her hands brushing over old scars I had long since forgotten. Her touch was careful, almost reverent, as though she was reading the story of me with her fingertips. A little broken, but still beautiful. I caught her hand and pressed it to my chest where my heartbeat thundered. I don't know how to be gentle anymore. Then don't pretend, she said softly. I'm not fragile. The permission in her words broke something loose inside me. I kissed her again, deeper this time, pouring fear, longing, and hope into the contact. The world beyond the 4 walls vanished, and all that remained was the way she held me as though I mattered, as though she saw me whole. Every sound she made lit up parts of me I thought had gone dark forever. I was starving for connection, and she offered it freely. When at last we stilled, the silence wasn't empty. It was full of possibility, full of breath we shared, full of something I had forgotten how to name. She looked undone, hair wild, cheeks flushed, eyes shining. Perfect. I pressed a kiss to her temple, and laughter escaped me, rough, unsteady, but real. You saved my life, I whispered. She curled into me, fitting against me as if she'd always belonged there. Good. Because you've changed mine too. Her hand lingered over my chest, tracing the steady rhythm beneath. We're just getting started, Jakob, she murmured, voice heavy with promise. You'll see. I tipped her chin up, catching her gaze. But you will? Keep me here. Her smile was all the answer I needed. In the dim light, she looked like a painting come to life, messy hair, soft eyes, a glow that warmed the shadows. If you let me. I thought of the bridge, the water, the pills hidden in my jacket. And then I looked at this impossible woman who had seen my darkness and still offered her light, who held me as if I belonged. I'll let you. She smiled again, that transformative expression that seemed to remake the air itself. Good. Now sleep. You're going to need it. And Jakob? Yeah. Next time, I want to hold you until you forget everything else. I smiled, my heart stirring despite everything. Promises, promises. Oh baby, she said softly, brushing a strand of hair from my face. I always keep my promises. I pulled her closer, breathing in hope and warmth. Outside, Venice carried on with its eternal story, indifferent and timeless. But here, in this quiet room above the bakery, something new had begun for us. For the first time in 12 years, I wanted to see how it ended. Later, we lay on her narrow bed, my suit jacket thrown over a chair, her paint-stained clothes scattered on the floor. She traced patterns on my chest with those artist fingers. This doesn't fix anything, she said quietly. I know. Tomorrow will still come. The headlines will still exist. You'll still have to face it all. I know. She propped herself up on an elbow. But you'll face it. Promise me. I looked at her. This woman who'd saved me without knowing my name, who'd given herself to a stranger because she recognized his pain. Why does it matter to you? Because beauty in broken places, remember? You're broken, but there's something beautiful underneath. I want to see what you become when you heal. What if I don't heal? What if I'm too damaged? Then I'll paint you anyway. She smiled. My best work comes from the deepest pain. I pulled her close, breathing in paint and vanilla and hope. Outside, Venice continued its eternal dance of water and stone. My phone buzzed with new disasters. The pills waited in my jacket pocket. But for tonight, I had this. A stranger's bed. An artist's hands. A choice to see tomorrow. Kim. Yeah. Thank you. She pressed a kiss to my shoulder. Don't thank me yet. Tomorrow, the real work begins. Tomorrow. I'd forgotten that word existed. But as I held her in the dark, listening to Venice wake up below, I thought maybe, just maybe, I could remember how to want it. My phone lit up with another call from Marcus. This time, I let it ring. Whatever disaster waited, it could wait until morning. Tonight, I'd chosen to live. That had to be enough. For now.
Chapter 2. Kim.
I'd painted broken things before, but never while they slept in my bed. Jakob Mallory lay tangled in my sheets, one arm thrown over his face, blocking out the morning light. Even in sleep, tension held his jaw tight. Whatever demons chased him didn't rest. My fingers itched for a brush. The contrast of his expensive clothes against my thrift store bedding. The vulnerability in his face that he'd never show awake. The way shadows pooled in the hollows exhaustion had carved. Beauty in broken places. I set up my easel in the corner, working with the supplies I had. Rent was due in 3 days, and I'd spent some of my last euros on that coffee. But this was worth empty pockets. The canvas came alive under my brush. Raw umber for the shadows beneath his eyes. Titanium white where dawn caught his cheekbones. Payne's gray for the storm inside him that showed even in sleep. "What are you doing?" His voice made me jump. I turned to find him watching me, those blue eyes clearer than they'd been on the bridge but still holding too much pain.
"Working."
I turned back to the canvas. "Don't move." "You're painting me?" "I'm painting what I see." He sat up, the sheet falling to his waist. Last night's desperation had left marks, my nails on his shoulders, his grip bruised into my hips. Evidence of two people clinging to each other like life rafts. I should go. Probably. I added another stroke. But you won't. How do you know? Because men who are ready to leave don't announce it. They just go. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I need my jacket." I nodded toward the chair where I'd thrown it. He stood, unconscious of his nakedness, and retrieved it. The morning light showed every line of his body, powerful despite the exhaustion, marked by whatever battle he'd been fighting. He pulled something from the pocket. A prescription bottle. "Oxycodone," he said, staring at the label. I caught a glimpse of the name, Jacob Mallory, before he turned it away. So that's who he was. Started after a skiing accident. Never stopped. How long? 12 years. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. 12 years of lying to everyone, including myself. I set down my brush. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know." He turned the bottle over in his hands. "Take them. Flush them. Jump off another bridge. Those aren't your only options." "No." He looked at me then, and I saw how young he was under all that pain. Not young in years, he had at least 20 on me, but young in the way of people who'd never learned to save themselves. "No." I stood, paint still on my hands. "There's another option." "Which is?" "You let me help." "You don't even know me. You don't know what I've done, who I've hurt." "I know you didn't jump." I moved closer. "I know you came here instead of going back to whatever hotel you're staying in. I know you're still holding those pills instead of taking them. So? So you're fighting. You just don't know how to win yet." He stared at me like I'd spoken in tongues. "Why do you care?" Good question. Why did I care about this stranger who'd shown up on a bridge, wearing more money than I'd seen in a lifetime? Why had I brought him home like a stray cat? "My mom was an addict," I said. "Alcohol, not pills, but the result was the same. I watched her try to quit 100 times. Watched her fail 99. What happened the 100th time? She succeeded. For 4 years, she succeeded. Then the cancer came, and none of it mattered anymore." I touched the bottle in his hands. "But those 4 years? They were everything. They were worth the 99 failures." His hands shook. Just a tremor, but I saw it. "The withdrawal will be hell." I took the bottle from him, set it on my paint-covered table. "But hell ends. And I'll be here." "Why?" "Because someone should be. Because you look at my paintings like you understand them. Because," I stopped. "Because I recognized something in him, the same desperate need to create beauty from pain that drove my art." But that sounded insane. "I need to call my security. Let them know I'm alive." "Okay. And then I need to check out of my hotel. Deal with the press. Face the board." "No." He blinked. "No. First you need to survive the next few days. Everything else can wait. You don't understand. I'm the CEO of... I don't care if you're the Pope. Right now, you're just Jacob, and you're about to go through withdrawal." I picked up his phone from where it had fallen last night. The screen was cracked, notifications covering every inch. "Call your security guy. Tell him you're safe. Then turn it off. I can't just disappear. You were planning to disappear permanently 12 hours ago." I held out the phone. "This is better." He took it, stared at the screen. Then, to my surprise, he dialed. Marcus? His voice changed, became harder. More like the CEO he claimed to be. I'm safe. No, don't trace the call. I said I'm safe. 3 days. Give me 3 days. Handle the press however you think best. Marcus. Thank you. He hung up and powered off the phone. Happy? He asked. Getting there. I studied him. Already I could see the signs. Restlessness. Sweating despite the cool morning. When did you last use? Yesterday afternoon. Before my world exploded. So we had maybe another 12 hours before the worst hit. I'd watched my mother go through withdrawal enough times to know the timeline. Shower, I said. Then we'll get you some clothes that don't scream mug me for my watch. What's wrong with my clothes? I gestured at his Armani suit. Besides the fact that they cost more than this apartment? You're about to spend 3 days sweating and shaking. You want to do that in dry clean only? He looked down at himself like he'd forgotten what he was wearing. I don't have anything else. Lucky for you, I know a thrift shop. An hour later, I watched Jacob Mallory, billionaire, CEO, man who'd contemplated death in designer shoes, try on a €5 t-shirt with obvious confusion. It has holes, he said. It's distressed. That's fashion. It's poverty. Welcome to how the other half lives. I held up a pair of jeans. These should fit. He took them with the expression of someone handling toxic waste. But he tried them on, and when he emerged from the changing room, I had to catch my breath. Gone was the polished executive. In his place stood a man who looked real. Touchable. The worn clothes somehow made his beauty more obvious, the strong line of his jaw, the way his shoulders filled out the simple shirt. I look ridiculous, he said. You look human. Same thing. I paid for the clothes with the last of my cash, ignoring his protest. He followed me back through Venice's winding streets, quiet now. The morning crowds hadn't found our neighborhood yet. Are you hungry? I asked. No. You will be. Then you won't be. Then you'll throw up everything you've ever eaten. I unlocked my apartment door. Just so you know what's coming. You're really going to do this? Take care of a complete stranger? Unless you have a better offer. He was quiet as we climbed the stairs. Then my ex-girlfriend is in Paris. At a wellness retreat. Something twisted in my stomach. Jealousy? Ridiculous. Do you want to call her? No. We ended things 6 months ago. She said I was emotionally unavailable. Were you? I was high. It's hard to be emotionally available when you're numb. We reached my apartment. Inside, morning light transformed the space, showing every crack in the walls, every water stain on the ceiling. But it also lit up my paintings, made them glow. Jacob went straight to the canvas I'd started. His own face stared back at him, unfinished but already capturing something raw. Is this how you see me? It's how you are. Broken. Beautiful. I picked up my brush. Both things can be true. He turned away from the painting. What now? Now we wait. And when it gets bad, we get through it. That simple. That hard. I squeezed paint onto my palette. But first, you're going to sit for me. Might as well get some use out of you while you can still hold still. You want to paint me while I detox? I want to paint the truth. Recovery is the ultimate truth. I gestured to the chair by the window. Sit. He sat. The morning light caught him perfectly, highlighting the contrast between his expensive bone structure and cheap clothes. Between what he was and what he was becoming. Tell me about your mother, I said, starting to sketch. Why? Because talking helps. And because I want to understand what drove you to those pills. He was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, she was everything. Smart, funny, beautiful. She built the family company from nothing, made us who we are. And then she got sick. Pancreatic cancer. 6 months from diagnosis to, he stopped. I was 35. Old enough to handle it, everyone said. Old enough to take over the company, to be strong for my brothers. But I wasn't strong. I was terrified. The pills helped me sleep. Then they helped me work 20-hour days. Then they just helped me not feel how much I missed her. My brush moved across the canvas, capturing the grief that lined his face. What would she think? If she saw you now? She'd be disappointed. Or. He looked at me. There's no or. I failed. I took everything she built, and kept it going for 12 years while fighting a disease she couldn't have predicted. I mixed colors, searching for the right shade of pain. That's not failure. That's survival. Barely counts. I thought of my mother, those last good years. Barely is everything, when the alternative is nothing. His phone, powered off, sat on my table like a dead thing. We both looked at it. They'll be looking for me, he said. Let them look. The company will survive 3 days without you. You said you have brothers? Let them earn their keep. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. You don't know my brothers. Tell me. So he did. As I painted and the morning wore on, he told me about Kit, the charming middle brother who could sell ice to Eskimos. About Joel, the youngest, who saw numbers like other people saw colors. About Grady, who hid genius behind jokes. They're better than me, he said. All of them. Cleaner. Stronger. Different, I corrected. Not better. Different. The tremors were starting now. His hands shook as he pushed hair back from his forehead. Sweat beaded despite the cool air. It's starting, he said. I know. I put down my brush. We should move you to the bed. I'm fine. You won't be. As if to prove my point, his whole body shuddered. The strong, controlled man from last night was disappearing, leaving someone raw and desperate. The pills, he said. No. Just one. To take the edge off. No. You don't understand. I watched my mother do this 16 times. I took his face in my paint-stained hands. I understand exactly. And the answer is still no. He stared at me, pupils dilated, skin clammy. I could overpower you. Take them. You could. I didn't let go. But you won't. How do you know? Because you're stronger than you think. And because I'm stronger than I look. Something shifted in his expression. The desperation didn't leave, but something else joined it. Trust, maybe. Or just exhaustion. This is going to get ugly, he warned. I'm an artist. I can find beauty in ugly. What if you can't? What if I'm too much? I thought of my mother, shaking in my arms. Of holding her hair while she emptied herself of poison. Of loving her through it all. Then we'll find out together, I said. But I'm not going anywhere. He closed his eyes. Your bed. You shouldn't have to. It's fine. I've slept on the couch before. No. He opened his eyes. Stay with me. Please. I can't, I need. Okay. I helped him stand. Okay. We made it to the bed before the first real wave hit. His body convulsed and I held him through it, this stranger who'd become my responsibility. My choice. Why? He asked again, teeth chattering. This time, I had an answer. Because everyone deserves a chance to choose who they become. Even broken billionaires. Especially broken billionaires? Especially them. I pulled the blanket over us both. Now stop talking and let me save your life. Outside, Venice went about its day. Tourists took photos. Gondoliers sang. The world turned. Inside my tiny apartment above the bakery, A different kind of journey began. One measured in hours, in breaths, in the space between who we were and who we might become. His phone sat silent on the table, still powered off where he'd left it. Soon enough, Marcus Tang would be looking for him. But not today. Not yet. For now, he was right here. Right where he needed to be. Even if neither of us understood why yet.
Chapter 3. Jakob.
Hell had an address. It was 3 flights above a Venice bakery, and it smelled like oil paint and bread. Day 3 hit like a freight train. Every nerve in my body screamed for the pills, sitting 10 feet away on Kim's paint-covered table. My skin crawled with invisible insects. My bones ached like someone had filled them with ground glass. Breathe. Kim's voice came from somewhere far away. Just breathe. Can't. The word came out between clenched teeth. My jaw locked hours ago, muscles seizing in waves. She pressed a cool cloth to my forehead. I wanted to tell her to stop, that her kindness made it worse somehow. But words were beyond me now. The shaking started in my hands and spread like wildfire. My body convulsed, completely out of my control. The CEO of Mallory Corp., the man who commanded boardrooms and billion-dollar deals, reduced to a trembling mess in a stranger's bed. I've got you. She held me through it, her small body surprisingly strong. Let it happen. Don't fight it. Fighting was all I knew. Fighting competitors, fighting takeover attempts, fighting the grief that had driven me to those pills in the first place. But this was beyond fighting. Please. I didn't know what I was begging for. The pills. Death. Her to never let go. I know. She stroked my sweat-soaked hair. I know it hurts. But you're doing so well. Liar. 3 days clean. That's huge, Jakob. 3 days of hell. Yes. She didn't sugarcoat it. Didn't pretend this was anything other than torture. But still 3 days. My phone rang somewhere in the apartment. It had been ringing for hours. Marcus, probably. Or the board. Or any of the 100 people who needed answers I couldn't give. Should I? Kim asked. No. The thought of dealing with the outside world made the nausea worse. Let it ring. Your security guy might worry. Good. Let him worry. I turned into her shoulder, hiding from the light that felt like needles in my eyes. Everyone else gets to worry. Why not him? She was quiet for a moment. Then, who's Gregor? My body went rigid. What? You keep saying his name. When the shaking gets bad. Gregor. Of course, my subconscious would betray me too. Former partner. Current creep. The one who exposed you. The one who created me. The words tasted like bile. He introduced me to my dealer. Said it would help with the stress after Mom died. Said everyone in our circle used something. Damn. The profanity from her made me almost smile. Yeah. And he was your friend? I thought so. Turns out, he was documenting everything. Building a case. Waiting for the right moment to take over. Another wave of tremors hit. Guess he found it. Kim's arms tightened around me. He's a jerk. He's a strategist. And he won. My teeth chattered. Companies probably in free fall. Stock tanking. Everything Mom built. Stop. It's true. It's withdrawal talking. The guilt and shame are symptoms, just like the shaking. How do you know? 16 times, remember? Mom said the physical stuff was bad, but the emotional stuff was worse. Every failure, every disappointment, every moment of weakness screaming at once. She was right. My mind had become a torture chamber, replaying every mistake on loop. Every pill popped. Every lie told. Every person I'd let down. I can't do this. You are doing this. I know what you need. She pulled away, and I almost cried at the loss of contact. But she was back in seconds, pills in hand. My whole body oriented toward them, like a compass finding north. "Look at them," she said. "Really look. Kim. These little white circles controlled you for 12 years. Made your decisions. Ran your life. She set them on the nightstand, just out of reach. How does that make you feel? Like I'd sell my soul for just one?" "Exactly. And that's why you won't take them." She climbed back into bed, pulling me against her. "Because you're taking your soul back." Poetic. I'm an artist. Poetry comes with the territory. Day 4 was worse. The physical symptoms peaked. Vomiting until nothing came up but acid, sweating through sheets, muscles spasming so hard I thought they'd tear. Kim stayed through it all. Cleaning up when my body betrayed me. Forcing water between my cracked lips. Never once showing disgust. "Why?" I asked during a brief respite. "Why are you doing this? You keep asking that. You keep not really answering." She was painting again, had been working on the same canvas for hours. Even through the haze of withdrawal, I could see it was brilliant. Dark and light warring across the surface, finding balance in unexpected places. "My mom tried to get clean alone the first 15 times, she said, not looking up from her work. White-knuckling it in our apartment, me too young to really help. She always relapsed within days. What changed? The 16th time she met someone. Another artist, at a meeting. He offered to sit with her through the worst of it. No judgment. No agenda. Just presence. She added another stroke. She made it through because someone gave a damn without wanting anything in return. And you're paying it forward. I'm honoring her memory. She looked at me then. Plus, you have an interesting face. I'd hate to see it wasted. Interesting. Strong bones. Good shadows. Pain that shows. She turned back to the canvas. Very paintable. Is that what I am? A subject. Among other things. What things? She smiled. Ask me when you're not hallucinating. Was I hallucinating? The walls seemed to breathe sometimes. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision. But Kim stayed solid, real, the only fixed point in a world gone liquid. My phone rang again. This time she checked it. Someone named Marcus. He's called 37 times. He's persistent. Should I answer? Tell him you're alive. I thought about it. Marcus had been with me 8 years. Former military, hired to protect me from external threats. He'd never imagined the biggest threat would come from inside. Give it here. She handed me the phone. My hands shook so badly, I could barely hold it. Marcus. Finally. His voice was pure relief. Where are you? I've got half of Italy looking. I'm safe. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. I closed my eyes as another wave of nausea hit. How bad is it? Bad. Stocks down 30%. Boards calling emergency meetings. Press is having a field day. He paused. Where are you, Jakob? Let me help. I am getting help. From who? You need medical. From someone who gives a damn. I looked at Kim. She'd moved closer, concern on her paint-stained face. Tell the board I'll be back in 3 days. 3 days? Jakob, the company, has survived worse. Tell Kit to handle the press. Joel can manage the numbers. They wanted more responsibility. Now's their chance. And Gregor? The name made my jaw clench. What about him? He's making moves. Talking to shareholders. Positioning himself as the stable alternative. Let him talk. I had to pause as my stomach cramped. Marcus. Don't come looking. That's an order. Jakob. I hung up. Kim took the phone, powered it off again. Feel better? No. Good call though. Delegating. I'm not delegating. I'm hiding. Another spasm hit. There's a difference. Is there? She helped me lie back down. Sounds like you're trusting your brothers to step up. That's not hiding. That's smart. You don't understand. I've controlled everything for 12 years. Made every major decision. They don't know how to function without you. She shook her head. Maybe it's time they learned. Maybe it's time you learned you don't have to carry everything alone. The words hit deeper than they should have. I'd been carrying everything since Mom died. The company. The family. The grief. Even my addiction had been a solitary burden. I don't know how to let go. Sure you do. She gestured to the pills. You're doing it right now. Day 5 brought a text that changed everything. I was finally keeping water down, the worst of the physical symptoms starting to ease when Kim's expression changed. What? I asked. She showed me my phone. A message from an unknown number, but I recognized the writing style immediately. Gregor. Saw the photos from Venice. Your nurse is pretty. Would be a shame if the press found out where you're hiding. Attached was a picture. Kim helping me into her building 2 days ago. My face was hidden, but hers was clear. Damn. I tried to sit up, failed. Kim, I'm sorry. I'll call my lawyers. Stop. He knows where we are. He could send reporters, or worse. I said stop. She set the phone aside. You're 5 days clean. You just made it through the worst part. You think I'm going to let some corporate jerk scare me off now? You don't know what he's capable of. And you don't know what I'm capable of. She stood, hands on her hips. I've lived in Venice for 6 months. I know every back alley, every hidden door. Let him send whoever he wants. They won't find us. Kim. No. You don't get to protect me. Not yet. Right now, I'm protecting you. And I say we stay the course. She picked up her paintbrush. Besides, I'm not done with this painting. You're crazy. Artist, remember? Crazy comes with the territory. I watched her paint, this small, fierce woman who'd appointed herself my guardian. She attacked the canvas like she was fighting Gregor herself, turning threat into art. What are you painting? You'll see when it's done. It's of me, though. Everything's of you right now. She glanced over. You're consuming my world. Sorry. Don't be. You're excellent material. Day 6 was better. The shaking had eased to tremors. The nausea came in waves instead of constant assault. I could think in complete sentences again. Tell me about your mom, Kim said. We were sharing soup from the bakery below, my first real food in days. Why? Because you talk about the company she built, the legacy she left. But not about her. I stared into the soup. She was everything. Strong. Brilliant. Funny in this dry way that caught you off guard. The words came easier than expected. She'd work these 100-hour weeks, then spend Sunday teaching us to make her grandmother's ragu. Said success meant nothing if you forgot where you came from. She sounds amazing. She was. I set down the spoon. She'd hate what I became. Would she? I'm an addict who nearly destroyed everything she built. You're a man who lost his mother and used the only tool he had to keep going. Kim reached across the small table. That's not weakness. That's survival. Barely survival. We've covered this. Barely counts. Day 7. A week clean. The morning came quiet, my body finally done with its revolt. Week empty but clean. Kim was already painting when I woke. The canvas had transformed over the week, becoming something that took my breath away. It was me, but not the polished CEO version. This was raw, a man breaking apart and coming together simultaneously. Darkness and light not fighting but dancing. Pain transformed into something almost beautiful. Is that really how you see me? She didn't turn around. That's how you are. Broken but beautiful? Becoming. She added a final touch. Everything beautiful is in the process of becoming something else. I stood on shaky legs, moved behind her. She'd captured something I'd never seen in myself. Not just the addict or the CEO, but the possibility of something more. Thank you, I said. We're not done yet. I know. But still. Thank you. She leaned back against me. You're welcome. My phone buzzed. Another unknown number. This time, the message was just coordinates and a time. Tonight. Midnight. What is it? Kim asked. I showed her. Gregor. He wants to meet. Are you going to? The old Jakob would have charged in, trying to control everything. But that Jakob had nearly died on a bridge a week ago. No, I said. Let him wait. And then I go back. Face the board. Save my company. I touched the painting. But first, I need to do something. What? I picked up the pill bottle, walked to the small bathroom. Kim followed, watching as I opened it over the toilet. You sure? She asked. No. But I'm doing it anyway. The pills fell like snow, dissolving in the water. 12 years of crutches gone in a flush. When I turned around, Kim was smiling. Not the gentle smiles of the past week, but something brilliant and proud. Now you're ready, she said. For what? For whatever comes next. My phone rang. Marcus again. This time, I was ready to answer. Ready to stop hiding and start fighting. But first. Kim. Yeah. When this is over, when I fix things, can I come back? She kissed me, soft and sure. Where else would you go? Where else, indeed? The phone kept ringing. The world kept calling. But for one more moment, in a tiny apartment above a Venice bakery, none of it mattered. I was 7 days clean. And somehow, that was everything.
Chapter 4. Kim.
A different man woke in my bed on day 8. The tremors had faded. The fever broke. What remained was someone caught between who he'd been and who he might become. Jakob Mallory sat at my tiny kitchen table, staring at his hands like he'd never seen them before. They're steady, he said. That's good. It's strange. He flexed his fingers. 12 years of shaking. Hidden under conference tables disguised as gestures. Now they're still. I poured coffee from my ancient machine. How does it feel? Empty. Most people would have said good or relieved. But Jakob had never been most people. Even broken and detoxing in thrift store clothes, he carried himself like someone who mattered. Empty can be good, I said. Means there's room to fill it with something better. Or something worse. Optimist, aren't you? He almost smiled. Almost. Realist. I've been clean a week. That's nothing in the grand scheme of addiction. It's everything in the small scheme of today. His phone buzzed on the counter. He turned it back on this morning, and it hadn't stopped since. Messages scrolled past, board members, reporters, his brothers. A whole world demanding his attention. I should check these, he said, but didn't move. Should and want are different things. I haven't wanted anything in 12 years. Except the pills. He picked up the phone, set it down again. What do you want, Kim? The question caught me off guard. What? You've spent a week playing nurse to a stranger. What do you want? To paint. To pay rent. To see what you look like when you're not fighting demons. That's it. What else is there? He studied me with those intense blue eyes. A week ago, they'd been clouded with chemicals and despair. Now they were clear. Too clear. Like he could see through my casual words to something deeper. I need supplies, I said, changing the subject. Real canvas, better brushes. Want to come? Outside? That's where the art store is. Gregor knows where we are. Gregor knows where we were 5 days ago. I grabbed my coat. Besides, you can't hide forever. I'm not hiding. No? Then what do you call this? He gestured around my apartment. Recovery. Hiding, I repeated. But that's okay. Everyone needs to hide sometimes. Just not forever. The Venice streets were quiet in the morning. Tourist season was winding down, leaving the city to its residents. Jakob walked beside me, shoulders hunched, designer stubble becoming an actual beard. You look different, I said. Homeless? Human. Same thing, according to you. I never said that. You implied it. But there was no heat in his words. Just observation. The art supply store was tucked between a mask shop and a cafe. I'd been coming here since my first week in Venice, when Sophia had shown me where to find quality supplies at starving artist prices. Kim, the owner, an elderly man named Giuseppe, greeted me in rapid Italian. Then he saw Jakob and switched to English. And you bring a friend? This is Jakob, I said. He's visiting. Giuseppe's eyes sharpened. He'd been an artist once, before arthritis stole his steadiness. He still saw everything. American? He asked Jakob. Yes. Here for business or pleasure? Neither. Jacob's voice was flat. Both. Giuseppe nodded like that made perfect sense. Art is like that. Neither and both. He turned to me. What do you need, Kara? I handed him my list. Canvas, oils, new brushes. More than I could afford, but my grant payment was due soon. Hopefully. And for your friend? Giuseppe asked. He has the look of someone who needs to create. I'm not an artist, Jakob said. Everyone is an artist. Some just forget. Giuseppe pulled out a sketch pad and charcoals. Start simple. Remember. I don't. It's €10, I said. My treat. Jakob stared at the supplies like they might bite. I haven't drawn since high school. Perfect. No bad habits to break. Giuseppe rang up our purchases. The total made me wince, but I handed over my credit card. Declined. Try again. I asked, knowing it wouldn't help. Declined. I'll pay, Jakob said. No. Kim. I said no. I dug through my bag for cash. Found €30. Not enough. Jakob pulled out his wallet. Black leather, probably worth more than everything in the store. He extracted a credit card that looked like it was made of actual metal. Don't, I said. It's just money. It's your money. I don't want it. Why? Because then this becomes something else. You paying me back. You taking care of me. You being the billionaire, and me being the charity case. That's not? Isn't it? I turned to Giuseppe. I'll come back next week. Hold these for me? Of course, Kara. But perhaps. No, perhaps. I grabbed the sketch pad and charcoals, those I could afford. Come on, Jakob. I left the store, not waiting to see if he followed. Anger burned in my chest. Not at him. At the situation. At the reminder that he could solve my problems with pocket change while I counted euros. Kim, wait. He caught up at the corner. I didn't mean to offend you. You didn't. You're angry. I'm broke. There's a difference. Let me help. No. Why? I spun to face him. Because the minute you start paying for things, I become something I'm not. A kept woman. A project. Another person you're responsible for. That's not how I see it. How do you see it? He was quiet for a moment. Then, I see a woman who saved my life refusing to let me buy her paint. Exactly. I saved your life for free. Let's keep it that way. We walked in silence back to my apartment. The sketchpad felt heavy in my hands. €10 that could have bought food. But Giuseppe was right. Jakob had the look of someone who needed to create. Back home, I set up my easel while Jakob sat at the table with his new supplies. He held the charcoal like it might explode. Just draw, I said. Anything. Everything. Nothing. Doesn't matter. I don't know how. Sure you do. Everyone knows how to make marks on paper. He made a tentative line. Then another. Within minutes he was absorbed, that intense focus turned inward. I watched from behind my canvas, adding layers to the painting I'd started during his withdrawal. You're staring, he said without looking up. Occupational hazard. I stare at everything. What do you see? Someone remembering how to play. His hand stilled. I don't play. You do now. I mixed colors on my palette. That's what art is. Play with purpose. Everything I do has purpose. Everything. Yes. What's the purpose of those pills you flushed? Silence. Sorry, I said. That was... No, you're right. He went back to drawing. They had no purpose except to hide. Maybe that's why I needed them. My whole life has been purpose. Building. Acquiring. Protecting. The pills were the only thing that was just nothing. And now I have nothing without the nothing. He laughed, short and bitter. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. I studied my painting. It was almost done. A few more sessions and I'd have captured what I saw in him. That's what the art is for. New kind of nothing. Better kind. You really believe that? I really know that. He was quiet for a while, just the scratch of charcoal on paper. Then, I want to pay you back. Jakob. Not with money. With time. He looked up. Let me model for you. Properly. You said I have an interesting face. Use it. You want to sit still for hours while I paint you. I want to be useful. I need to be useful. His voice cracked slightly. Please. I considered it. Having a model who'd actually show up would help. And he was right, his face was endlessly paintable. Those sharp angles softened by exhaustion. The vulnerability beneath the control. Okay, I said. But I have rules. Of course you do. You show up when you say you will. You don't get to see the work until it's finished. And you don't pay for anything. Not supplies, not coffee, nothing. That's ridiculous. Those are my terms. He stared at me. I stared back. Finally, he nodded. Fine. When do we start? Now. I adjusted my easel. Take off your shirt. What? I want to paint skin, not fabric. And that thrift store t-shirt isn't doing you any favors. You've seen me naked. That was different. This is work. He pulled off the shirt in one smooth motion. Even thin from withdrawal, his body was impressive. Money bought good genetics and better maintenance. But it was the imperfections that interested me, the scar on his ribs, the way his shoulders carried invisible weight. Where do you want me? Chair by the window. 3/4 profile. Look out, not at me. He positioned himself carefully. Like this. Perfect. Now don't move. For how long? Until I say. The morning light hit him perfectly, creating shadows that told stories. I worked quickly, capturing the basic forms before the light changed. He sat still as stone, only his breathing showing he was alive. You can take a break, I said after an hour. He stretched, muscles rippling. I'm fine. You're in recovery. Don't push. Sitting isn't pushing. Everything is pushing when you're 8 days clean. He considered this, then stood. Walked to look out the window at the canal below. There's a man watching the building. My brush stilled. What? Across the canal. Suit earpiece. He's trying to look casual. Jakob stepped back from the window. Gregor's man probably. Or press. Maybe he lives there. In a €3,000 suit? I joined him at the window, careful to stay out of sight. The man was obvious once you looked. Too clean for the neighborhood. Too interested in our building. What do we do? I asked. We could leave. Find somewhere else. This is my home. It's compromised. It's what I can afford. I turned away from the window. I'm not running because some corporate spy wants to play games. This isn't a game. Gregor wants to scare you. Control you. Same as the pills did. I picked up my brush. Are you going to let him? Jacob's jaw tightened. You don't understand what he's capable of. So tell me. He sat back in the chair, found his pose without prompting. He destroyed my CFO last year. Found out the man was having an affair, leaked it to his wife and the board simultaneously. Cost him his marriage and his job. Charming. He's methodical. Patient. He documented my pill use for 2 years before making his move. Jacob's voice was emotionless, but his hands clenched. He likes to win completely. Not just defeat, but humiliate. And you were friends? I thought so. He was there after Mom died. Supportive. Understanding. A bitter laugh. Turns out he was taking notes. I painted in silence for a while, processing this. So what's his endgame? Take over your company? That's part of it. But it's personal too. He thinks I looked down on him. Treated him as less than equal. Did you? Probably. At least he was honest. I wasn't. I haven't been a good person, Kim. The pills made me functional, but not kind. Addiction does that. Does it? Or was I always cold and the pills just gave me an excuse? I stopped painting to really look at him. What do you think? I think I've been running so long, I forgot what I was running from. He met my eyes. Until you. I didn't do anything. You saw me. Not the CEO or the addict. Just me. There is no just you. You're all of it. CEO, addict, man on a bridge, man in recovery. That's what I'm painting. All of you. His phone buzzed. He ignored it. It buzzed again. And again. You should check that, I said. I should do a lot of things. But he reached for it anyway. His face changed as he read. It's Marcus. The board called an emergency meeting. They're voting on my removal tomorrow. Can they do that? If they have cause. And a CEO vanishing during a scandal is definitely cause. He set the phone down. I have to go back. When? Tonight. Tomorrow morning at the latest. Something twisted in my stomach. Oh. I can't lose the company. It's all I have left of her. I understand. Do you? He stood abruptly, pacing. A week ago, I wanted to die. Now, I have to go pretend to be alive enough to run a billion-dollar corporation. You're not pretending. You are alive. Am I? Or am I just between states? Not using but not healed. Not dead but not living. I put down my brush. Went to him. You're becoming. Remember? Everything beautiful is in the process of becoming something else. What if I relapse? What if I go back and the stress? Then you'll call me. And we'll handle it. We. Did you think this was just a week-long thing? You're stuck with me now, Jakob Mallory. At least until I finish this painting. He touched my face, fingers gentle. What are you painting? You'll see when it's done. When will that be? When you're ready to see it. He kissed me then. Not desperate like that first night. Not grateful like the morning after he'd flushed the pills. This was something else. A question, maybe. Or a promise. When we broke apart, the man across the canal was gone. But the threat remained. Out there, Gregor was planning. The board was voting. The world was demanding Jacob's return. I don't want to go, he admitted. I know. But I have to. I know that too. Come with me. The question hung between us. Venice to Seattle. Artist's garret to corporate towers. His world, not mine. I can't, I said. This is my life. My work. I can't just. I'll pay for everything. Studio space, supplies, whatever you need. And there it was. The money. Always the money. That's not the point. Then what is? How could I explain? That following him would change what we were. That I'd become an accessory, a phase, the girl who'd saved him once upon a time in Venice. Ask me again, I said finally. When you're really ready. When it's not about running from Gregor or the board or yourself. Ask me then. He nodded slowly. Okay. Okay. We spent the rest of the day pretending things were normal. He drew while I painted. We ate bread from the bakery below. Talked about art and nothing. Didn't mention the morning. Didn't mention goodbye. But that night, as he gathered his few belongings, the weight of it pressed down. This isn't ending, he said. Whatever this is. I know. I'll call every day. And as soon as I stabilize things. Jakob. I touched his lips. Just go save your company. We'll figure out the rest later. He kissed me one more time. Then he was gone, leaving only the smell of charcoal and possibility. I looked at the painting, almost finished now. A man breaking apart and reforming. Darkness and light not fighting but dancing. Beauty in broken places. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Your boyfriend left. Shame. I was hoping to meet him. Ye. Gregor. Watching. Waiting. I deleted the message and went back to painting. Whatever game he was playing, I wouldn't be a pawn. But as I added the final touches to Jacob's portrait, I wondered if I already was.
Chapter 5. Jakob.
3 weeks clean, and I could finally breathe without wanting to die. The morning light painted Kim's apartment gold. She stood at her easel, lost in work, unaware I was watching. Or maybe aware, and pretending not to be. With Kim, I could never tell. Stop staring and eat your breakfast, she said without turning around. How did you know? You breathe different when you're watching me. I breathe different? Everything about you is different when you think no one's looking. She added a stroke to the canvas. Less controlled. More real. I picked up the cornetto she'd brought from the bakery. 3 weeks ago, I couldn't keep water down. Now I was eating pastries and sketching terrible drawings and feeling almost human. Almost. The board meeting is in 6 days, I said. I know. I need to go back soon. I know that too. Kim. Eat your breakfast, Jakob. The world's not ending today. But it felt like it was. Every day in Venice was another day. My company slipped through my fingers. Another day, Gregor, consolidated power. Another day, the life I'd built crumbled. My phone buzzed. Kit this time. Baby brother surfaces at last. Where are you? Kit. Just hearing my brother's voice made my chest tight. I'm safe. Safe. That's all you've got. Dad's losing his mind. Joel's practically living at the office. And Grady? How is he? Grady was the youngest, the one who hid everything behind jokes. How do you think? His big brother vanished during the biggest scandal in company history. He's pretending it's fine, but... Kit paused. Where are you, Jake? I looked at Kim. She'd stopped painting, concern clear on her face. Venice, I said. Venice. What the hell are you doing in Venice? Getting clean. Silence. Then, you're using again. Was. Past tense. 21 days clean as of today. Geez, Jake. How bad is it really? Bad. Gregor's got 3 board members in his pocket. Maybe 4. Dad's trying to hold the line, but... Another pause. You need to come home. I know. Today. You need to come home today. I know. Kim had moved closer, not touching, but near enough that I could feel her warmth. Grounding me. There's more, Kit said. Victoria's been calling. Says she has information about Gregor that could help. Victoria. My ex. The woman who'd said I was emotionally unavailable while I was high. She wasn't wrong. Don't trust her, I said. I don't trust anyone right now. Except you. Despite everything, I still trust you. Kit's voice cracked slightly. Come home, Jake. We need you. I'll book a flight today. Good. And Jake. I'm proud of you. For getting clean. Mom would be too. The words hit harder than they should have. I ended the call before I could say something I'd regret. You okay? Kim asked. No. Want to talk about it? No. Okay. She went back to painting. This was what I'd miss most. The way she let me be. No pushing, no demanding, just presence. In 3 weeks, she'd given me more space to breathe than I'd had in 12 years. I need to book a flight, I said. There's an internet cafe 2 blocks over. You don't have Wi-Fi. I have paint and bread and a roof. Everything else is luxury. I stood, restless energy filling my limbs. 3 weeks clean meant 3 weeks of feeling everything I'd been numbing. It was exhausting. Come with me, I said. Not asking this time. Just saying. To the internet cafe. To Seattle. She turned then, paintbrush still in hand. Jakob. I know what you said. But I'm asking again. Come with me. Why? Because you make me remember who I am. Because when I look at you, I see possibility instead of failure. Because I stopped. Because I was falling for her. But that was too much, too fast, too impossible. Because, she prompted. Because I'm selfish. And I don't want to do this without you. She set down her brush. Came to stand in front of me. You survived 12 years without me. I didn't survive. I existed. There's a difference. Yes, she agreed. There is. We stood there, inches apart but not touching. The space between us felt charged, like the air before a storm. I can't come with you, she said. Not yet. Not like this. Then when? How? When you're ready to see me as more than your savior. When I'm ready to be more than that. She touched my face. We're both still becoming, remember? I caught her hand. Pressed it against my cheek. What if I relapse without you? Then you'll call me. And you'll get through it. That simple. That hard. She smiled. But you're strong enough now. 3 weeks clean, Jakob. That's not nothing. It's not enough either. It's a start. She pulled me down to her level. Everything starts somewhere. I kissed her. Soft at first, then deeper as she responded. 3 weeks of careful distance collapsed. She tasted like coffee and paint and hope. Jakob, she whispered against my mouth. I know. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. My hands tangled in her hair, her body pressed against mine. The painting, she protested weakly. Can wait. I lifted her onto the table, scattering art supplies. She wrapped her legs around me, pulling me closer. This was different from that first, desperate night. Less frantic, more intentional. We knew each other now. The broken pieces, and the beautiful ones. I need you, I breathed against her neck, tasting the paint and sweat on her skin. Not like before. Not desperate. Just need. I know. Her fingers worked at my shirt buttons, slower this time. Deliberate. I need you too. We undressed each other with careful hands. 3 weeks of platonic caretaking had built a tension that hummed between us now. Every revealed inch of skin felt like a gift, a choice, a promise. You're shaking, she whispered. Not from withdrawal. From what then? From wanting this to mean what I think it means. She pulled back to look at me, hazel eyes serious. What do you think it means? That I'm not just a project to you. That this is real. Jakob. She cupped my face with paint-stained hands. You were never a project. And this was always real. I kissed her then, deep and slow. Her mouth opened under mine, welcoming me home. My hands skimmed her sides, relearning the lines of her body I'd held in desperation 3 weeks ago. Everything was different now. I was different. Clear-headed enough to catalog every sigh, every shiver, every catch in her breath. Bedroom, she murmured against my lips. No. I lifted her higher on the table, stepping between her legs. Here. Where you create. Where you brought me back to life. The paint will wash off. I kissed down her throat, feeling her pulse race under my lips. I want to be part of your art, Kim. Want you to think of this every time you work. Unfair, she gasped as I found that spot where her neck met her shoulder. Nothing about us is fair. I held her closer. You saved me when you should have walked away. I'm leaving when I want to stay. Fair doesn't apply to us. She arched against me, her legs tightening around my waist. Then what does apply? This. I kissed her again, harder this time. Right now. Truth instead of fair. What truth? Her hands clung to my shirt like she couldn't let go. I leaned back enough to see her eyes. That I'm falling for you. That leaving is killing me. That I've never wanted anyone the way I want you. Jakob. Your turn, I said softly. Tell me a truth. She hesitated, then whispered, I'm terrified. Of what you make me feel. Of what happens when you leave. Of how empty this apartment will be, without your sketches everywhere. What else? I've never felt this much. Not just desire, everything. Like you woke up parts of me I didn't know were sleeping. I cradled her face in my hands. More truth. She shook her head, laughing through tears. I don't want you to go. I know I said I can't come with you, but I don't want this to end. It's not ending. My voice was rough, certain. This is a pause. A breath. Not an ending. Promise? Promise. She sagged into me, forehead pressed to mine, breathing me in like she could memorize the moment. I held her tighter, wishing I could freeze time. Paint smeared between us, marking us both, but neither of us cared. Your table, I said finally, trying for lightness. Will never be the same. She smiled faintly, exhausted but glowing. Good. I helped her down carefully, steadying her when her knees buckled. Shower? I suggested. Bed first. My legs don't work yet. I laughed, lifting her into my arms. 3 weeks of taking care of me. My turn. This is taking care of me? Part of it. I carried her to the narrow bed, laying her down gently. The other part comes later. Later. When I call you from Seattle. When I tell you how much I miss you. When I count the days until you're ready to be more than my savior. She pulled me down beside her, curling into my chest. What if I'm ready sooner than I think? Then you'll tell me. And I'll be on the next plane. That simple. That complicated. I kissed her forehead. But worth it. We lay there as afternoon became evening, paint drying on our skin, Venice singing outside the windows. In a few hours, I'd leave. Face the board. Fight for my company. Become the CEO again. But right now, I was just a man holding the woman who'd saved him. who'd shown him that broken could be beautiful, who'd made him believe in beginnings again. No regrets, she asked softly. Only one. What? That we don't have 3 more weeks. She lifted her head, kissed me soft and sweet. We have right now. Yes, I agreed, pulling her closer. We have right now. And for these last precious hours, that would have to be enough. After, we lay on her narrow bed, afternoon light painting patterns on the walls. Kim traced circles on my chest, quiet in that way she had. What are you thinking? I asked. That you're going to break my heart. The honesty stunned me. Kim. Not on purpose. Not because you're cruel. But because you're you and I'm me, and this, she gestured between us, this is impossible. Nothing's impossible. Says the billionaire. Says the man who was ready to die 3 weeks ago, and now wants to live. Because of you. She propped herself up on an elbow. That's what I mean. I can't be your reason to live, Jakob. That's too much pressure. You're not my only reason. Just my first reason. The one that reminded me other reasons exist. Sweet talker. Truth teller. I pulled her back down. At least right now. Tomorrow, I'll probably be the corporate jerk again. Probably. Definitely. It's who I know how to be. It's one version of who you are. Not the only version. We were quiet for a while. Outside, Venice lived its ancient life. Gondoliers sang. Tourists wandered. The city that had witnessed my lowest moment continued on, indifferent to personal dramas. I'll wait, I said finally. For what? For you to be ready. For us to make sense. For whatever needs to happen first. That could be a long time. I'm patient. Since when? Since now. I kissed her forehead. Since you. My phone rang. Marcus this time. I'd been ignoring his calls for days, but with the board meeting looming, I couldn't anymore. I need to take this, I said. Kim nodded. I'll make coffee. She slipped on my discarded shirt and padded to the kitchen area. I answered the phone. You better be on a plane, Marcus said without preamble. Hello to you too. Cut the nonsense, Jakob. I've been holding off a mutiny for 3 weeks. The board wants blood. They'll get it. Just not mine. You sure about that? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like Gregor's about to steal your company while you play house in Venice. I bristled. I'm not playing house. I'm getting clean. I know. Kit told me. His voice softened slightly. I'm glad. Your mother would be glad. But gladness doesn't save companies. I'll be on a plane tonight. Good. I'll have a car waiting. And Jakob? Whatever you found there, whoever she is, don't lose it when you come back. You're different. Better. How do you know there's a she? Because only a woman could get Jakob Mallory to turn off his phone for 3 weeks. He paused. Is she coming with you? I looked at Kim, making coffee in my shirt. No. Smart girl. Marcus. I mean it. This is going to get ugly. Gregor's not just after the company. He wants to destroy you personally. Anyone close to you becomes a target. I know. Do you? Because that photo he sent, the one of her, that was just the beginning. He's building a file. Her name, her history, her grant details. Everything. My blood chilled. How do you know? Because I've been building a counter-file. Know thy enemy, and all that. Another pause. She seems like a good person, Jakob. An artist trying to make it on her own. Don't let this world destroy that. I won't. You say that now. But when the pressure hits, when you need those pills again. I won't, I repeated, harder this time. Okay. Okay. He sighed. Flight leaves at 9 tonight. Don't miss it. He hung up. Kim returned with coffee, having changed into her own clothes. That sounded intense, she said. Marcus thinks you're smart not to come with me. Marcus sounds smart. He thinks Gregor will target you if you're close to me. I'm already on Gregor's radar. That ship has sailed. She handed me the coffee. But I'm not running to Seattle because of it. Stubborn. Practical. This is my life, Jakob. My work. I can't just abandon it because some corporate villain wants to play games. What if the games turn dangerous? Then I'll handle it. Like I've handled everything else. I wanted to argue. Wanted to wrap her in money and security and protection. But that was the old Jakob talking. The one who solved problems by controlling them. Okay, I said instead. Okay. Your life. Your choice. I'll respect that. She looked surprised. Really? I'm trying to be better. Part of that is accepting that not everything is mine to fix. Look at you, 3 weeks clean and already evolving. Don't get too excited. I'll probably backslide the moment I hit Seattle. Maybe. But maybe not. She sat beside me. Can I give you something? For the trip? What? She went to her supplies and pulled out a small canvas. Handed it to me without ceremony. It was a painting of the Venice Bridge. Our bridge. But in her version, it wasn't dark or desperate. Dawn was breaking over the water, turning everything gold. On the bridge stood 2 figures, barely outlined, facing the sunrise instead of the water below. Kim. It's not finished. Like you. Like us. But I thought, something to remember. That bridges can be beginnings, not just endings. I stared at the painting, throat tight. It's perfect. It's hopeful. Different thing. Better thing. I set it carefully aside. Thank you. You're welcome. She kissed me softly. Now go pack your 5 belongings. You have a plane to catch. The afternoon passed too quickly. I booked the flight, arranged for Marcus to handle the Seattle side. Sketched while Kim painted, both of us pretending this wasn't goodbye. As evening approached, I stood in her tiny apartment one last time. My designer clothes were long gone, replaced by thrift store finds. But I'd never felt more like myself. This isn't ending, I said. Again. Like repetition would make it true. I know. I'll call. Every day, if you want. Maybe not every day. You'll have a company to save. Forget the company. You don't mean that. I didn't. The company was all I had left of my mother. Her legacy, her dream. I couldn't let Gregor steal that. Be careful, I said. If Gregor contacts you, I'll ignore him. Like I've been doing. Kim. Go. She pushed me toward the door. Go be the CEO. Save your empire. Show them all that Jakob Mallory isn't broken. But I am broken. No. She smiled. You're becoming. Remember? One last kiss. One last moment. Then I was walking down 3 flights of stairs and out into the Venice evening. At the door, I turned back. Kim stood in her window, watching. She raised one paint-stained hand in farewell. I wanted to run back up. To choose her over the company, Venice over Seattle, art over empire. Instead, I raised my own hand. Made a choice that felt like strength and cowardice combined. Tomorrow, I'd be CEO again. Tonight, I was just a man leaving the only person who'd ever seen him clearly. The water taxi to the airport waited. I climbed in, not looking back. But I held the painting she'd given me like a lifeline. Proof that bridges could be beginnings. That broken could become beautiful. That 3 weeks in Venice might be enough to change a life. As the boat pulled away, my phone buzzed. Gregor. Leaving so soon. Give my regards to the artist. She paints beautiful fantasies. I deleted the message. Whatever game he was playing, whatever war was coming, it could wait. Tonight I had a painting and a promise, and the memory of Kim's hands turning poison into possibility. It would have to be enough.
Chapter 6. Kim.
The private jet smelled like leather and money, and everything I wasn't. "Can I get you anything, Ms. West?" The flight attendant smiled with practiced perfection. "Champagne? Pellegrino? We have a full bar. Water's fine. Still or sparkling? Even water came with choices here. Still." She glided away on heels that probably cost more than my rent. I sank deeper into the cream leather seat, trying not to think about how out of place I looked in my paint-stained jeans. 24 hours. That's how long I'd lasted after Jakob left before his call changed everything. 3 weeks since Venice. 3 weeks since I'd held him through withdrawal. 3 weeks of paintings and phone calls and pretending the distance didn't matter. "I need you," he'd said. No hello. No how are you. Just raw need in his voice. "The board meeting is tomorrow and I can't do this alone." "You're not alone. You have your brothers, Marcus. They don't understand. They look at me and see the old Jakob. The one who had all the answers. But I don't have answers anymore, Kim. I just have questions and cravings and you." The cravings. That's what got me. The admission that 3 weeks clean hadn't magically fixed everything. "I'll come," I'd said. "Let me figure out the details." Marcus had arranged everything after I'd called him directly. "Let it be a surprise," he'd suggested. "He needs something good right now." Now I was 30,000 feet above the Atlantic, flying toward a world I didn't understand. My worn passport sat on the table beside me, stamps from art residencies in Prague and Barcelona. Nothing that prepared me for Seattle. For him. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through the messages that had started the moment I'd agreed to come. "Marcus, ETA 6 hours. I'll meet you at the airport." A text from Marcus again. "Kit knows someone is coming to help Jakob. No details yet." An unknown number. "Welcome to the family business, Ms. West. Try not to get too comfortable. Ye." Gregor. Of course he knew. He probably knew what I'd eaten for breakfast. The plane hummed around me, all subtle luxury and impossibility. 3 weeks ago, I'd been counting euros for bread. Now I was flying private, to save a billionaire from himself. No. Not save. Support. There was a difference, even if Jakob couldn't see it yet. My phone rang. "Sophia. You left," she said without preamble. "Your residency has 2 weeks remaining and you left." Something came up. Something or someone? Both. The American? The broken one you were painting? He's not broken. He's rich, powerful, dangerous, human. Sophia sighed. "Kara, I've been an artist for 40 years. I've seen talented women throw away careers for men who promise the world. He hasn't promised anything." "No? Then why are you on his plane?" "Good question." "Because he asked. Men like that always ask. And women like us always say yes. Then we wake up in golden cages, our art forgotten." "It's not like that. It's always like that." "Sophia. Your grant review is next week. The committee will notice if you're absent." My stomach dropped. The grant. 3,000 euros, that meant the difference between creating art and serving tourists. "I'll be back." "Will you? Or will you be too busy being Miss Billionaire?" "That's not fair." "Life isn't fair, Kara. That's why we make art. To pretend otherwise." She paused. "Be careful. Men who need saving often drag their saviors down with them." She hung up before I could argue. Before I could explain that Jakob wasn't drowning anymore. That maybe we were both learning to swim. The flight attendant returned with water in crystal. "We'll be landing in 2 hours. Can I prepare the bedroom if you'd like to rest? The bedroom? Of course. Mr. Mallory insisted you have full access to all amenities. I followed her to the back of the plane, where a door opened to an actual bedroom. King bed, Egyptian cotton, a bathroom bigger than my Venice kitchen. This is ridiculous, I said. Yes, ma'am. But she smiled like she understood. The shower has excellent pressure, if you'd like to freshen up before landing. Freshen up. Like I could wash off Venice and emerge suitable for Seattle. But I did shower. Let the hot water ease muscles cramped from my economy lifestyle. Used shampoo that smelled like herbs I couldn't name. Wrapped myself in a robe that felt like wearing a cloud. On the bed, someone had laid out clothes. Designer jeans that actually fit. A cashmere sweater in deep green. Boots that looked sturdy but probably cost a fortune. A note sat on top, for Ms. West. Thought you might want options. M. I stared at the clothes. Accepting them felt like crossing a line. But arriving in my paint-stained thrift store finds felt like handicapping myself before the battle even began. I put them on. They fit perfectly, of course. When we landed, Marcus was waiting on the tarmac. I recognized him from Jacob's descriptions: military bearing, alert eyes, expensive suit that he wore like armor. Ms. West. He opened the car door. Welcome to Seattle. Kim is fine. Kim then. I'm Marcus. He waited until I was settled before sliding in beside me. Jakob doesn't know you're coming. Thought the surprise might help. How is he? Holding on. Barely. The board meeting is in 3 hours. And Gregor? Marcus's jaw tightened. Playing dirty. He released more photos this morning. Jakob at a pharmacy 2 months ago. Speculation about what he was buying. Creep. Yes. He studied me. You know this isn't going to be easy. Jacob's world, it's not kind to outsiders. Good thing I'm not trying to be an insider. Then what are you trying to be? His friend. His anchor. Whatever he needs that isn't about money or power or proving himself. That's a short list in his world. Then maybe he needs a bigger world. Marcus almost smiled. You did a number on him in Venice. He did a number on himself. I just held the ladder while he climbed out. The city blurred past outside. Glass and steel and money. So different from Venice's ancient stones. Everything here felt aggressive, pushing skyward like it had something to prove. The family will be at the office, Marcus said. They don't know about you. Not really. Kit knows Jakob met someone in Venice and that you're coming to help, but not the full story. What should I expect? Suspicion. Protectiveness. Maybe gratitude if you're lucky. He paused. Randall Mallory built an empire on paranoia. He'll assume you want something. I do want something. What? For Jakob to stop looking like he's drowning on dry land. This time Marcus did smile. Good luck with that. The Mallory building pierced the sky like a glass sword. 47 floors of ambition and architecture. My neck hurt from looking up. Top floor, Marcus said, leading me through security that involved more technology than my apartment had electricity. Executive conference room. War zone. The elevator rose smooth and silent. My stomach stayed on the ground floor. Each number that ticked by took me further from my world. Breathe, Marcus said quietly. He needs you steady. I'm steady. Your hands are shaking. I looked down. He was right. Different kind of steady. The doors opened to chaos. Assistants running with files. Lawyers huddled in corners. The smell of expensive coffee and desperation. Through glass walls I saw them. The Mallory family in full corporate armor. An older man who must be Randall, silver-haired and sharp-eyed. 3 younger men who shared Jacob's bone structure but not his exhaustion. And Jakob. Standing at the head of the table, commanding the room even as he fell apart. His suit was perfect, his posture straight. But I could see the tremor in his hands, the tightness around his eyes. 3 weeks clean. Still fighting. Wait here, Marcus said. But I was already moving. Crossing the marble floor like I belonged there. Like my thrift store soul wrapped in designer clothes could fit in this palace of power. I knocked once and entered. The room fell silent. 5 sets of Mallory eyes turned to me. Jacob's widened, then closed briefly. When they opened, something had shifted. Gentlemen, he said, voice steady. This is Kim West. She's with me. With you? Randall's voice could have cut glass. In what capacity? The only capacity that matters right now. Jakob moved toward me. Not touching, but close enough that I could feel his relief. She's the reason I'm standing here clean instead of dead in Venice. Silence. Then the youngest brother, Grady, I thought, whistled low. Well, damn. Welcome to the circus, Kim West. Grady, Randall snapped. Then to me, Ms. West. While we appreciate your assistance, this is a family meeting. She stays, Jakob said. Son? She stays or I walk. Your choice. I touched his arm lightly.
Jakob, if it would be easier.
Nothing about this is easy. Stay. So I stayed. Sat in a chair worth more than my annual income, while the Mallory men dissected their empire. Watched Jakob fight for his company, with 3 weeks of sobriety as his only armor. The numbers don't lie, Joel was saying. Stock is down 40%. Institutional investors are spooked. If Gregor calls for a vote. He already has, Kit interrupted. 2 hours from now. Emergency session. Do we have the votes? Jakob asked. Maybe. If Peterson and Chen hold firm. If Dad can swing Morrison. Morrison's in Gregor's pocket, Randall said. Has been for months. Then we need another strategy. They talked numbers and names, alliances and betrayals. I understood maybe half of it. But I understood Jacob's body language. The way his shoulders tightened with each bad news. The way his fingers drummed patterns that looked like pill counting. I need 5 minutes, he said suddenly. Jakob, Randall started. 5 minutes. He walked out. I followed, ignoring Randall's glare. I found him in a bathroom that was nicer than most homes. Hands braced on marble sink, breathing hard. Hey, I said softly. You came. You asked. I didn't think, after I left, I thought. He turned to face me. Why? Because you needed me. Because I finished the painting and wanted to show you. Because Gregor's a jerk and I don't like bullies. He laughed, short and sharp. You flew 6,000 miles because you don't like bullies? Among other reasons. What other reasons? Ask me when you're not about to hyperventilate. I'm not, he stopped. Took a breath. Okay, maybe I am. The cravings? Like fire under my skin. Worse than week 2. It's like my body knows there are pills in this building. Prescription pads just waiting. But you're not using. Not yet. Not ever. You don't know that. I know you. I stepped closer. I know you're stronger than you think. I know you've made it 3 weeks. I know you're about to walk into that boardroom and fight for your mother's legacy, stone cold sober. What if I lose? Then you'll build something else. But you won't lose. How do you know? Because you're Jakob Mallory. And men like you don't lose. They just learn expensive lessons. He pulled me against him. Not kissing, just holding. I felt his heart race against my chest. Thank you, he whispered. For what? For seeing me. Not the CEO or the addict or the son. Just me. That's all I've ever seen. A knock on the door. Marcus. 2 minutes. Jakob stepped back. Fixed his tie. Transformed back into the corporate warrior. But his eyes stayed soft when they looked at me. After, he said, "When this is over, we need to talk." "Okay. About us. About what this is. About what you want." "I know what I want." "What?" "You. Alive. Sober. Fighting." I straightened his already perfect tie. "Everything else is negotiable." He kissed me then. Quick and fierce. A promise or a goodbye, I couldn't tell. Then he was gone, striding back to the conference room. Back to his war. I stayed in the bathroom for a moment, staring at my reflection. Designer clothes couldn't hide what I was. An artist playing dress up in a world that ate people like me for breakfast. But Jakob needed me. And maybe that was enough. For now. My phone buzzed. Gregor again. "Nice outfit. Did he buy that too?" "Careful, Ms. West. His gifts always come with strings." I deleted it without responding. Whatever game Gregor was playing, I wouldn't be a piece on his board. But as I walked back to watch Jakob fight for his life's work, I wondered if I already was.
Chapter 7. Jakob.
The board voted to keep me. Barely. Day 25 in Seattle. 3 days since Venice. Everything moving too fast. 6-5, with Peterson casting the deciding vote after 3 hours of corporate bloodshed. Gregor had walked out without a word, but his eyes promised war. Now, I faced a different kind of battle. Family dinner at the Mallory estate. "You sure about this?" Kim asked from beside me in the car. "No. We could skip it. Get room service. Hide." Hiding's what got me into this mess. I watched Seattle blur past the window. Besides, they need to meet you properly. Not in the middle of a crisis. That was improper. That was survival mode. This is. I paused. This is politics. Great. My favorite. I took her hand. Paint still clung to her cuticles despite the designer clothes. That small imperfection grounded me more than any therapy session. "My father will try to buy you off," I said. "You mentioned. My brothers will test you. Expected. And there's a chance Victoria will be there." Kim's hand tensed. "Your ex?" Kit mentioned she's been helping with information about Gregor. Dad probably invited her. I turned to face her. "We dated for 2 years. And?" She threw a Waterford vase at my head when it ended. "Did she miss?" "No." I touched the small scar above my eyebrow. "Good aim." "Did she miss?" "No." I touched the small scar above my eyebrow. "Good aim." "Fantastic. So I'm meeting the family, and the ex who knows how to draw blood. You can still run." "Can I?" She squeezed my hand. "Because from where I'm sitting, you need backup." "I need a lot of things. Like you. A drink. A pill." Not in that order. The craving had been building since the board meeting. Success apparently triggered it, as much as failure. 2 out of 3 isn't bad, Kim said. Unless the one you can't have is the one that screams loudest. Is it? Screaming? Whispering. Constantly. Like background music I can't turn off. Marcus pulled through the estate gates. The house rose before us, all old Seattle money and architectural intimidation. I'd grown up here, but never felt at home. Damn, Kim breathed. "Welcome to the family pile." Pile? Jakob, this is a mansion. It's a museum. We just happen to live in it. Staff opened the car doors. Kim emerged, chin high despite the obvious culture shock. She changed clothes twice at the hotel, finally settling on a simple black dress that managed to be both appropriate and entirely her. "Mr. Jakob," the housekeeper greeted. "Your father is in the study. The others are in the blue salon." "Thank you, Margaret." I guided Kim through marble halls lined with corporate portraits. Mallory men going back generations, all with the same sharp jawline and sharper ambition. Mom's portrait hung at the end, the only one smiling. She was beautiful, Kim said. She was everything. You have her eyes. I have her addiction too. Different substance, same weakness. Strength, Kim corrected. It takes strength to feel too much in a world that rewards feeling nothing. Before I could respond, Kit appeared in the doorway. Baby brother. He pulled me into a hug, then stepped back to study Kim. And this must be the Venice miracle worker. Kim, she said, offering her hand. Kit kissed it instead of shaking, because of course he did. Christopher Mallory. Kit, to everyone but the IRS. Thank you for sending him home in one piece. He did that himself. Garbage. Jake doesn't do anything himself. He's pathologically incapable of accepting help. Kit grinned. Until you, apparently. Kit, I warned. What? I'm complimenting your girlfriend. She's not, I stopped. What was she? Not girlfriend. More than friend. The woman who'd saved my life seemed inadequate. I'm his artist, Kim said simply. I paint him. He poses. Sometimes we talk about not jumping off bridges. Kit's eyebrows rose. Artist. Interesting. Dad's going to love that. Kit, I said again. Fine, fine. Come meet the others before Dad emerges from his lair. The blue salon lived up to its name. Navy walls, sapphire drapes, furniture that cost more than most people's houses. Joel stood by the fireplace, analyzing something on his tablet. Grady sprawled on a couch, already halfway through a whiskey. Gentlemen, Kit announced. May I present Kim West, the woman who accomplished the impossible. Making Jakob human? Grady raised his glass. That deserves a toast. Getting him through detox, Joel said, not looking up from his numbers. Statistically improbable, without medical intervention. Nice to meet you too, Kim said dryly. That made Joel look up. He studied her with accountant's eyes, calculating value and risk. You're the artist. I am. Broke. Joel, I snapped. Usually, Kim answered calmly. Though your brother's plane had excellent water pressure, so I'm feeling pretty rich right now. Grady laughed. Oh, I like her. Please tell me you're sticking around to torment Dad. That's not, I started. Ms. West. Randall Mallory entered like winter, sucking warmth from the room. At 70, he remained formidable. Silver hair, silver cold eyes that missed nothing. Mr. Mallory, Kim replied, not flinching under his assessment. I understand we owe you a debt. You owe me nothing. No. You pulled my son out of a spiral that could have destroyed everything I've built. Everything you've built. I couldn't help the edge in my voice. I thought it was Mom's company. Your mother is dead. Randall's voice could have frozen fire. I'm the one who kept it alive. Who kept you boys from squandering her legacy on your various weaknesses. The room went silent. Kit's charm addiction. Joel's emotional constipation. Grady's refusal to take anything seriously. We all had our coping mechanisms. Mine just happened to be illegal. Well, Kim said into the silence. This is fun. Do you do this every Sunday, or is tonight special? Grady choked on his whiskey. Kit tried to hide a grin. Even Joel looked almost amused. Randall turned his frost on Kim. You're quite comfortable, aren't you? For someone so far from home. I'm an artist, Mr. Mallory. I'm comfortable with discomfort. Artist. He said it like a disease. And what exactly do you paint? Beauty in broken places. How poetic. And profitable? Dad, I warned. It's a reasonable question. If she's going to be involved with the family. I'm not involved with the family, Kim interrupted. I'm involved with Jakob. There's a difference. Is there? Because from where I stand, anyone close to my son affects the family. The company. Our reputation. Your reputation seems to be handling itself just fine without my help. The temperature dropped another degree. But before Randall could respond, heels clicked on marble. Victoria Sterling entered like she owned the place, which once upon a time she'd assumed she would. "Sorry I'm late," she purred. The gallery ran over. Her eyes found me, dismissed me, landed on Kim. "You must be the Venice story." "You must be the vase thrower," Kim replied. Victoria's perfect smile faltered for just a second. "He told you about that. He mentioned you have good aim, among other talents." Victoria glided to the bar, poured herself wine with familiar ease. "How's the recovery going, darling? You look thin." "He looks healthy," Kim said. "Does he? I suppose you'd know. You've been watching him so closely." Victoria sipped her wine. "It's quite a story. Starving artist saves broken billionaire. Very romantic." "Very real," I said. "Real?" Victoria laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Nothing about this is real. You're playing house with someone you've known for 3 weeks. The board kept you out of pity, not confidence. And Gregor?" "Gregor's not your concern," Randall cut in. "Isn't he? He came to the gallery yesterday. Asked about Jacob's habits. His patterns. I had to tell him something." "What did you tell him?" My voice came out harder than intended. "The truth. That you're an addict who can't handle pressure without chemical help. That this sobriety act is just that, an act. That she," Victoria pointed at Kim with her wine glass, "is a band-aid on a bullet wound." "That's enough," Kit said. "Is it?" "Because I'm trying to help. Jakob needs rehab. Real rehab. Not some artist playing nursemaid in Venice." "I'm 3 weeks clean," I said. 3 weeks. Victoria's smile was all pity. "Do you know what the relapse rate is for opioid addiction? 90% in the first year. Higher for people in high-stress positions." "Stop," Kim said quietly. "Why?" "Because the truth hurts. You think you saved him, but all you did was delay the inevitable. He'll use again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. And when he does..." The sound of glass breaking cut her off. I looked down. The water glass in my hand had shattered, blood welling from my palm. "Jakob." Kim was there instantly, wrapping my hand in her napkin. "I'm fine." "You're bleeding." "I'm fine." But I wasn't. The craving roared through me, triggered by pain and conflict and Victoria's surgical strikes. My body remembered that pills made this better. Made everything better. "Margaret," Randall called. "First aid kit." "I've got it." Marcus appeared with medical supplies. Always watching, always ready. Kim cleaned the cut with gentle efficiency. Not deep, wouldn't need stitches. But my hand shook as she worked. "Breathe," she whispered. "Just breathe. See." Victoria's voice dripped satisfaction. "He can't even handle dinner conversation without breaking. Get out." Everyone turned to stare at Grady. My youngest brother, the Joker, the one who never took anything seriously, stood with cold fury on his face. "Excuse me?" Victoria said. "Get out." Grady moved toward her. "You don't get to come here and tear him down. Not after what you did." "What I did?" "I tried to love him. You tried to fix him. Control him. Make him into your perfect accessory." Grady's voice stayed deadly calm. "And when that didn't work, you fed his addiction. Don't think we didn't know about the prescriptions you got him. The doctors you recommended." "Grady," Randall warned. "No. She doesn't get to play victim." He faced Victoria. "You knew he was struggling after Mom died. And you used it. Built him up just enough to tear him down. Over and over." "That's not." Kit saw the bills. Joel tracked the payments. "I watched my brother disappear into pills you helped provide." Grady stepped closer. "So get out. And if you come near him again, I'll make sure every gallery in the city knows exactly what kind of person you are." Victoria looked around for support. Found none. Even Randall remained silent. "Fine," she said finally. "But when he relapses, and he will, remember you chose the fantasy over the truth." She left, heels clicking like gunshots. The room stayed silent. Kim finished bandaging my hand. My brothers stood in rare unity. And Randall studied me with something that might have been concern. "Perhaps," he said finally, "we should eat." Dinner was surreal. We sat around the formal table, making small talk while my hand throbbed and my body screamed for relief. Kim stayed close, her presence the only thing keeping me anchored. "Tell us about your work," Joel said suddenly. "Your art." Kim looked surprised. "What do you want to know?" "The financials. Gallery representation. Commission structure." "Joel, she's not a spreadsheet," Kit said. "Everything's a spreadsheet. Art's a business like any other." "Actually, he's not wrong," Kim said. "The business side matters. I've got work in a few galleries, mostly Europe. Commissions when I can get them. Grants to fill the gaps. Profit margins. Enough to eat. Usually. That's not a business plan. It's a life plan. Not everything needs to scale." Joel frowned like she'd spoken in tongues. "But if you're not growing, I'm creating. That's growth of a different kind." "She's got a point," Grady said. "Not everything's about money." "Says the trust fund baby," Joel shot back. "Says the human being who remembers there's more to life than stock prices." They bickered, familiar as breathing. Kit tried to mediate. Randall watched it all like a king, surveying his fractured kingdom. And through it all, the craving built. Victoria's words echoed. 90% relapse rate. Higher for people like me. "I need some air," I said. "Jakob," Kim started. "Just for a minute." I escaped to the terrace. Seattle spread below, lights like scattered pills across black velvet. My hand throbbed. My body shook. 3 weeks clean felt like nothing against the weight of need. "She's wrong, you know." I turned. Grady stood in the doorway, hands in his pockets. "About the inevitable relapse. The Band-Aid." He joined me at the railing. "Kim's not trying to fix you. That's why it might actually work." "Might. Better odds than with Victoria. Or the pills. Or any of the other thing we've tried." He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered me one. I shook my head. "Good. These things will kill you. Unlike the opioids. Slower death. Less dramatic." He lit up, exhaled smoke into the night. "You know what Mom said to me? Near the end?" I waited. Grady never talked about her last days. "She said the boys would be fine. Kit had his charm, Joel his numbers, you your drive. But she worried about me. Said I felt too much and showed too little." Sounds like her. Then she said something else. Said feeling too much was a gift, not a curse. Just had to find the right way to channel it. He looked at me. "You found your channel in pills. I found mine in jokes. Neither worked great." "Your point. Maybe Kim's your better channel. Maybe she's what Mom would have wanted. Someone who sees the feeling and doesn't try to fix it. Or maybe Victoria's right. Maybe this is just another form of using. Maybe." Grady flicked ash into the night. "But at least this drug makes you want to live." The door opened. Kim appeared, my coat in her hands. "Thought you might be cold," she said. Grady stubbed out his cigarette. "I'll leave you to it. But Kim? Take care of him. He's the only big brother I've got who actually gave a damn when Mom died." He left us alone. Kim helped me into the coat, careful of my bandaged hand. "You okay?" she asked. "No." "Want to leave?" "Yes." "Then let's go." "What about?" "Your family will survive one dinner without you." You need to take care of yourself first. We found Marcus, made our excuses. Randall's disapproval followed us out, but he didn't argue. Maybe even he could see I was hanging by a thread. In the car, Kim held my good hand while Seattle blurred past. Your brother Grady, she said. He's not what I expected. He hides it well. The depth. Says it's easier to be the clown than the one who cares too much. Sounds familiar. We're all broken in our own ways. Just some of us chose more obvious methods. Or more honest ones. I looked at her. You think addiction is honest? I think it's visible. Your brothers hide their pain better, but it's still there. At least you wear yours on the surface. Is that supposed to be comforting? It's supposed to be true. We rode in silence until Marcus pulled up to the hotel. Kim had refused my offer of the penthouse, insisting on neutral ground. I'd booked her a suite at the Four Seasons. Still too much, but she'd accepted it as compromise. Come up, she asked. I shouldn't. You need sleep. Real sleep, not me fighting demons all night. What if I want to fight them with you? Kim. I didn't fly 6,000 miles to sleep alone while you suffer. She touched my face. Come up. Let me take care of you. Just for tonight. I wanted to be strong. To handle this alone. But the craving sang in my blood, and Victoria's voice echoed in my head, and my hand hurt, and I was so tired of being strong. Okay, I said. Okay. In her suite, she ran a bath. Made tea. Rebandaged my hand with supplies from the hotel. All simple acts that felt like salvation. Your ex is a piece of work, she said, settling beside me on the couch. She wasn't always. Or maybe she was, and I couldn't see it through the haze. She wanted to hurt you. She wanted to prove she was right. That I'm unfixable. You're not broken, Jakob. You're human. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. She curled into my side. Broken things stay broken. Humans heal. Slowly, imperfectly, but they heal. What if I relapse? Then you start over. Day one again. That simple. That complex. She yawned. But not tonight. Tonight you're still 3 weeks clean. Tonight you survived your family and your ex and your father. That's enough victory for one day. I held her as she drifted off, this woman who'd appointed herself my guardian. Outside, Seattle glittered with promises and threats. Tomorrow would bring new battles. The board might reconsider. Gregor would attack again. The cravings would whisper and roar. But tonight, I was sober. Tonight, I was alive. Tonight, I had someone who saw me clearly and stayed anyway. My phone buzzed. Randall. She's not what I expected. Don't lose her. I deleted the message. Whatever approval that was, it could wait. Kim shifted in her sleep, murmuring something about paint and light. I kissed her forehead, then closed my eyes. 3 weeks clean. A lifetime to go. But for tonight, in this neutral ground between worlds, it was enough.
Chapter 8. Kim.
The check was for $1 million. I found it slipped under my hotel room door like a room service menu. Randall Mallory's precise signature at the bottom. The memo line read, consultation fee. Consultation for what? I asked the piece of paper. Saving your son? Surviving your family dinner? Not stabbing your ex with a butter knife? The paper didn't answer. I made coffee with the in-room machine that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Outside, Seattle woke up gray and drizzling. Even the weather here felt expensive. My phone rang. Jakob. Did you sleep? I asked instead of hello. You. Your father tried to buy me off. Silence. Then how much? $1 million. That's insulting. You're worth at least 5. Jakob. I'll handle it. I already did. I sent him a photo of the check, torn in half. Returned to sender. Kim, you could have? What? Kept it. Deposited it and run? I poured coffee into a cup worth more than my entire dish set. That's what he expects. What they all expect. The broke artist taking the payoff. That's not what I meant. Isn't it? I set down the cup, harder than necessary. Everyone in your world thinks I'm either a gold digger or a phase. Your ex, your father, probably half the board. I don't think that. No. You think I'm your savior. Which is almost worse. Silence stretched between us. I could hear him breathing, could picture him in his penthouse across the city, fighting demons I couldn't see. I'm sorry, he said finally. For what? For my father. For Victoria. For dragging you into this world. You didn't drag me. I bought my own ticket, remember? Why? His voice cracked slightly. Why did you come? Ask me when you're not doubting everything. I'm always doubting everything. Then ask me when you're doubting less. He laughed short and rough. Deal. Can I see you today? Don't you have a company to save? Marcus is handling the morning meetings. Apparently, I need to ease back in, instead of diving into the deep end. Smart man. Annoying man. I've been running this company for? While addicted, I interrupted. Maybe running it sober requires different strategies. Another pause. You're right. I know. So? Can I see you? I looked at the torn check, the expensive coffee, the rain painting patterns on windows that probably cost more than my annual income. I have a better idea, I said. Pack a bag. What? You heard me. Pack a bag. Something that won't scream mug me in economy class. Where are we going? Paris. Paris? Kim, I can't just. There's an art auction tomorrow. 19th century pieces. I was supposed to go for my Venice gallery before I became your personal chaos manager. I finished my overpriced coffee. Come with me. To Paris. To Paris. On a real plane with real people. We'll eat overpriced airport food and fight over the armrest. I have a jet. Which is exactly why we're flying commercial. I stood, already planning. You need to remember what normal feels like. And I need to remember what my life looks like. Before we figure out if those two things can coexist. Kim. 8 a.m. tomorrow. SeaTac Airport. If you're not there, I'll assume the CEO won again. I hung up before he could argue. Before I could second guess myself. Before the reality of what I was suggesting hit. Taking Jakob to Paris. To my world. Away from boardrooms and family drama and checks with too many zeros. It was probably a terrible idea. But then again, so was falling for a broken billionaire in the first place. The next morning, Jakob stood at the departure gate looking like a man facing execution. When's the last time you flew commercial? I asked. College. Maybe. It's just a plane. It's a metal tube packed with humans and germs and he stopped. Took a breath. Sorry. Control issues. I noticed. I handed him coffee from the airport kiosk. Drink this. Pretend it's from your penthouse machine. He sipped, grimaced. This is terrible. This is normal. Normal tastes like burnt rubber. Welcome to How the Other 99% Live. He looked good in his normal clothes, jeans that probably still cost a fortune but at least didn't scream it, a simple black sweater, beat-up leather jacket that looked suspiciously authentic. Stop staring, he said. Can't help it. You look almost human. Almost? The watch gives you away. He glanced at his wrist. The Patek Philippe gleamed like a beacon of wealth. It was my grandfather's, he said. And now it's a target. Take it off. Kim. Trust me. He removed the watch, handed it over. I slipped it into my carry-on, zipped it safe. There, I said. Now you're just another guy flying to Paris with his girlfriend. The word hung between us. Girlfriend. Too small for what we were, too big for what we defined. Is that what you are? He asked quietly. My girlfriend? I'm your friend. Who happens to be a girl. Who happened to save your life. Who happens to be flying you to Paris to buy art neither of us can afford. I shouldered my bag. Labels are for other people. What are we for us? Complicated. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have right now. The flight was 10 hours of forced proximity. Jakob, used to private jets and first-class everything, struggled with the middle seat, the crying baby 2 rows back, the passenger in front who reclined immediately. This is horrible, he muttered around hour 3. This is normal. Your normal sucks. My normal doesn't require a board of directors' approval. He looked at me then, really looked. Is that what you think? That my life is better because there's money involved? I think your life is different. Not better, not worse. Different. I'd trade it all for simple. No, you wouldn't. I met his gaze. You'd miss the power. The ability to make things happen. The thrill of the deal. You don't know that. I know you. You're not built for simple, Jakob. You're built for complex. The trick is finding complex that doesn't require chemical assistance. He was quiet for a while. The plane hummed around us, carrying us away from Seattle and its complications. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft. What am I without the company? You're an artist who hasn't picked up a brush yet. You're a son trying to honor his mother without losing himself. You're a man learning to feel without numbing. I took his hand. You're Jakob. That's enough. Is it? It is for me. Paris greeted us with rain and attitude. My terrible French got us a taxi barely. Jakob watched me navigate with something like awe. What? I asked as we pulled up to our hotel. You're different here. I'm always me. No. In Seattle, you're careful. Watching. Here you're. He searched for words. Free. Here, I know the rules. Your world has different ones. Teach me yours. The hotel was small, artistic, nothing like the Four Seasons. I'd booked it with my own credit card, my own money. A point of pride that probably made no sense. 1 room or 2, the desk clerk asked in accented English. I looked at Jakob. Let him decide. 1, he said. Then to me, if that's okay. It's okay. Our room was tiny by his standards, perfect by mine. Wrought iron bed, view of a courtyard, bathroom that required choreography for 2 people. This is, Jakob started. Don't say small. Intimate. Better. He sat on the bed, testing it. Why Paris? Because the auction house has a piece I've been tracking for months. Because I speak enough French to get by. Because you need to see me in my element, before you decide what this is. I know what this is. Do you? You're the woman who saved my life. Who makes me want to stay sober. Who doesn't care about my money or my name or my reputation. I care about those things. He blinked. What? I care because they're part of you. They shape who you are, how you move through the world. I sat beside him. I just don't care about them more than I care about you painting terrible sketches, and surviving withdrawal and choosing life every morning. Every morning? Every morning. Recovery isn't a one-time choice, Jakob. It's a daily decision. Sometimes hourly. How do you know so much? 16 times, remember? I watched my mother choose every day for 4 years. Some days were easier than others. But she chose. Until she couldn't. Until cancer chose for her. But those 4 years of choosing? They mattered. He pulled me close. I want to matter. You do. To you. To yourself first. Everything else follows. We spent the afternoon wandering Paris like tourists. I showed him my favorite spots from a residency 2 years ago. Small galleries, cafes where artists still argued over wine, the places money hadn't sanitized yet. This is what you gave up, he said as we stood on a bridge over the Seine. To come to Seattle. To help me. I gave up nothing. I made a choice. A expensive one. All the best choices are. As evening fell, we dressed for the auction preview. Jakob in his good suit, me in the one nice dress I owned. He looked like money. I looked like someone trying. You're beautiful, he said. I'm underdressed. You're perfect. You're biased. Completely. He straightened my necklace, a piece my mother had left me. Ready? Are you? To watch rich people buy things they don't need. I was born ready. The auction house gleamed with old money confidence. Champagne flowed, conversation sparkled with price tags. I felt every thread of my dress, every chip in my nail polish. Breathe, Jakob murmured. You belong here. Do I? You understand art. That's all that matters. That's not how this world works. Then let's change how it works. The piece I'd come for was Lot 47. A small Kyle-bought study, nothing famous, but the light in it spoke to me. The estimate was already more than my grant would cover, but I had to try. It's beautiful, Jakob said, studying the painting. It's perfect. Look how he captures the water. That's not just technique, that's understanding. That's seeing. Like you see. I wish. Show me. Show me what you see. So I did. Pointed out the brushwork, the way light became emotion, how the simple scene held entire worlds. Jakob listened with that intense focus he brought to everything, asking questions that showed he understood. You should buy it, he said. I'm going to try. But the estimate? I could. No. I turned to face him. This is mine to win or lose. My choice. My money. My career. I just want to help. I know. And someday, maybe I'll let you. But not today. Not for this. He nodded slowly. Okay. Okay. Your life. Your rules. I'm just along for the ride. Some ride. Economy flights and cheap hotels and watching me lose auctions. Best ride I've been on in years. The auction started at 7. We found seats in the back, me clutching my paddle with sweaty palms. The lots flew by, prices soaring past estimates. My piece crept closer. Lot 47, the auctioneer announced. Gustav Keilbot, study for the floor scrapers. Will open at 15,000 euros. Already above my limit. But I raised my paddle anyway. 16,000. 17. 18. I kept going, past cents, past budget, chasing something I couldn't name. 25,000. My voice shook. 30,000. I lowered my paddle. Watched my perfect painting go to someone who wouldn't see what I saw. Just another acquisition for a portfolio. I'm sorry, Jakob said quietly. It's fine. It's not. It is. This is the reality. Art goes to who can afford it, not who understands it. That's wrong. That's capitalism. We left before the final lots. Walking Paris streets in evening clothes, looking like we belonged and knowing we didn't. At least I didn't. You okay? Jakob asked. I'm used to losing. That doesn't make it easier. No. It doesn't. What would you have done with it? If you'd won? Studied it. Learned from it. Then donated it to a museum, where people could see it. Art shouldn't live in vaults. You'd give away something you love. Keeping beautiful things for yourself is how men like Gregor think. Beauty shared doubles. Beauty hoarded divides. He stopped walking. You really believe that? I really know that. Then why? He stopped. Started again. Why keep me to yourself? Why not let me help? Let me share what I have. Because you're not a possession, Jakob. You're a person. And people need to choose their own ways of sharing. Back at the hotel, we lay in the too small bed, still in our auction clothes. The loss stung, but not as much as the realization that this was my life. Always reaching for beauty I couldn't quite afford. I could set up a foundation, Jakob said into the darkness. For artists. To help them acquire pieces for study.
Jakob.
Not for you. Well, not just for you. But for the principal. Art going to who understands it. That's a nice dream. I'm good at making dreams reality. When I'm sober. 27 days, I reminded him. 27 days. He pulled me closer. Forever to go. One day at a time. One day at a time. I fell asleep to the sound of Paris rain and Jacob's breathing. Tomorrow, we'd fly back to Seattle. Back to his world of boards and battles. But tonight we existed in the space between, not quite his, not quite mine, but ours. My phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. Enjoy Paris while you can. Seattle is less forgiving of ambitious artists. Ye. I deleted it without reading it to Jakob. Whatever Gregor was planning could wait. Tonight was for choosing us.
Chapter 9. Jakob.
Victoria Sterling sat in my office like she owned it. Hello, darling. She uncrossed her legs, a calculated move in a designer dress. Miss me? I stopped in the doorway. Behind me, Kim tensed. We just returned from Paris an hour ago, still finding our rhythm back in Seattle. The last thing I needed was my ex playing power games. How did you get in here? Security still remembers me. As does half your staff. Victoria stood, smoothing her dress. The benefits of almost being Miss Mallory. You were never almost that. No. 2 years together. Your mother's ring in your safe. That felt pretty almost to me. Kim stepped around me, extending her hand. We met at dinner. I'm Kim. Victoria ignored the hand. I know who you are. The artist. The savior. The project. Just the artist, actually. How modest. Victoria's smile could have cut glass. Tell me, do you have any idea what you've gotten yourself into? Or are you still in the honeymoon phase where he seems fixable? Victoria. My voice carried enough warning to stop most people. But Victoria had never been most people. What? I'm trying to help. Girl to girl. She moved closer to Kim. He'll consume you. That's what he does. Takes all your light and leaves you empty. That's enough, I said. Is it? Because from what I hear, you're already doing it. Flying her around on private jets. Buying her clothes. How long before she's just another acquisition? I'm standing right here, Kim said calmly. And I can speak for myself. Can you? Or does he do that for you too? The office suddenly felt too small. 4 weeks clean, and my body still remembered that pills made confrontation easier. The craving whispered promises of numbness. Why are you here? I asked. Board meeting in 20 minutes. Didn't Marcus tell you? Victoria checked her phone with practiced elegance. Emergency session. Gregor's making another play. What kind of play? The kind that requires all hands on deck, including ex-girlfriends with valuable intel. She glanced at Kim. You might want to sit this one out, sweetie. It's about to get ugly. Kim stays, I said. Of course she does. You always did like an audience for your disasters. Get out. Make me. Victoria's mask slipped, showing real anger underneath. You don't get to dismiss me anymore, Jakob. Not when I'm the only thing standing between you and complete destruction. What are you talking about? She pulled out her phone, showed me an email. Gregor's been approaching my clients, offering them deals if they'll testify about your habits. Parties where you were clearly high. Meetings you don't remember. Art openings where you bought everything in sight because the pills made you feel invincible. My stomach dropped. And I've been deflecting. Protecting you, despite everything. She put the phone away. But my goodwill has a price. Of course it does. I want in. The foundation you're planning. For emerging artists. I want to run it. I stared at her. How did you? Paris auction houses have ears. You discussed it rather publicly. She smiled. It's a good idea. But you need someone who understands both art and business. Someone with connections. Someone like you. Exactly like me. No. Just like that. Just like that. Victoria's perfect composure cracked. You'd rather fail than work with me? I'd rather build something clean than compromise from the start. Clean? You're an addict, Jakob. Nothing you touch will ever be clean. The words hit like physical blows. 4 weeks of recovery, and she could still find the soft spots. You're right, Kim said suddenly. Both Victoria and I turned to stare. He is an addict. He'll always be an addict. That's not news or an insult. It's just fact. Excuse me? Victoria's voice went arctic. But here's what you're missing. Kim moved closer to me, not touching but present. Addiction doesn't define worth. It's not a moral failing or a character flaw. It's a disease. And diseases can be managed. How refreshingly naive. How refreshingly honest. Something you might try sometime. Victoria laughed. Oh, you really are perfect for him. All that blind faith and artistic optimism. Let me know how that works out when he's choosing pills over you. If he does, that'll be his choice. And my choice how to respond. Kim tilted her head. But at least our relationship is based on who we actually are, not who we're pretending to be. Meaning you spent 2 years trying to fix him into your perfect accessory. I'm spending my time accepting him as is. As is. Broken and barely functional? Human and healing. There's a difference. The intercom buzzed. Marcus's voice, board meeting in 15. Conference room A. That's my cue. Victoria gathered her purse. Think about my offer, Jakob. I can help you or hurt you. Your choice. She left, heels clicking like a countdown. I sank into my desk chair. The leather creaked under sudden weight. You okay? Kim asked. No. Want to talk about it? No. Okay. She perched on my desk, feet swinging. Nice office. Very intimidating. It's supposed to be. Is that what you want? To intimidate. It's what works. For CEO Jakob. What about just Jakob? I looked up at her. Paint under her nails despite the shower. Hair still mussed from the flight. Absolutely out of place in my corporate tower, and absolutely perfect. Just Jakob wants to lock the door and hide. From Victoria. Gregor. The board. The pills that are 3 floors down in medical. Take your pick. Or what? Or you could go to that meeting and show them recovery doesn't mean weakness. Doesn't it? I'm sitting here shaking because my ex threatened me. That feels pretty weak. You're sitting here not using despite massive triggers. That feels pretty strong. I stood, paced to the window. Seattle spread below, gray and unforgiving. What if she's right? What if I'm just delaying the inevitable? Then at least you're delaying it. That's something. Is it enough? It is today. A knock on the door. Marcus entered without waiting. "We have a problem," he said. "Besides Victoria?" "Bigger. Gregor's called in his loans. 3 board members owe him money. Personal debts off the books. He's leveraging them for votes. That's illegal. That's business." Marcus glanced at Kim. "You might want to." "She stays," I said. "Jakob." "She stays, or I don't go to the meeting. Pick." Marcus studied me for a long moment. Then nodded. "Fine. But we need a strategy. Fast." "What about Victoria's offer?" Kim asked. Both Marcus and I stared at her. "What?" she continued. "She has dirt on Gregor. He has dirt on board members. Maybe they cancel out." "You want me to trust Victoria?" I asked. "I want you to use her. There's a difference." "That's actually not terrible," Marcus admitted. "Fight fire with fire." "Fight manipulation with manipulation," I corrected. "Become exactly what I'm trying not to be." "Or stay clean and lose everything," Kim said gently. "Your mother's company. Your family's legacy. Your brother's futures." She was right. I hated that she was right. "Fine. Get Victoria back here." Marcus made the call. 5 minutes later, Victoria returned, smirking. Change of heart. Change of strategy. I stayed behind my desk, needed the barrier. "You want in?" "Fine. But my terms." "I'm listening." "You handle Gregor. Quietly. In exchange, you get a seat on the foundation board. Advisory only. No operational control. Half measures. That's not like you. Take it or leave it." She considered. "I want my name on the letterhead." "Fine. And an office in this building. Different floor." "Deal." She extended her hand. I shook it, skin crawling at the contact. "Business. Just business." "I'll need an hour," she said. "Make some calls. Rattle some cages. Gregor won't know what hit him." She left again. The office fell silent. "You did the right thing," Kim said. "Did I? Or did I just make a deal with a different devil?" "You protected what matters. Sometimes that requires compromise." "My mother never compromised." "Your mother never battled addiction while running a company. Different wars require different weapons." The board meeting was a massacre. But our massacre, not Gregor's. Victoria had worked her magic, or her blackmail. The 3 compromised board members abstained from voting. Gregor's takeover attempt failed by 2 votes. He left without a word, but his eyes promised retribution. "Well," Kit said after, "that was fun. Nothing like a little corporate bloodshed to start the week." "It's not over," Joel added. "He'll regroup. Come back harder." "Let him," Grady said. "We've got Jakob back. That's all that matters." But I could see their doubt. 4 weeks clean wasn't enough to erase 12 years of deterioration. They supported me, but didn't trust me. Fair enough. I didn't trust myself either. "I need air," I said. Kim followed me to my office. The others let us go, probably grateful for the reprieve. "You did it," she said, closing the door behind us. "Victoria did it. You made the call. Chose the company over your pride. Chose corruption over integrity. Chose survival over suicide. There's honor in that too." I laughed, dark and bitter. "Honor. Right. Stop." "Stop what?" "The self-pity spiral. You won. Accept it." "I compromised everything She kissed me. Hard. Shutting down my words and my doubts, and everything except the taste of her. "Stop," she repeated against my mouth. "You're 4 weeks clean. You saved your company. You're standing here, vertical and sober. That's victory." It doesn't feel like victory. What does it feel like? Like I need you. Something shifted in her eyes. Jakob. Not like that. Not as a crutch or escape. Just need. The way normal people need things. Water. Air. Connection. I'm not sure I know how to be needed. I'm not sure I know how to need. Guess we'll figure it out together. She kissed me again, softer this time. I pulled her closer, backing her against the desk. 4 weeks of careful distance collapsed. This wasn't Venice desperation or Paris tenderness. This was something hungrier, needier. The door, she breathed. I reached behind her, hit the lock. Marcus has a key. He wouldn't. He would if the building was on fire. Then we better be quick. My hands found her thighs, sliding up under her dress. The silk was expensive, something she'd bought herself with her commission money, not my credit card. That knowledge made me even harder. Tell me to stop, I growled against her throat. Never. She nipped at my jaw, teeth sharp enough to mark. I want this. Want you. Want everyone in this building to know exactly who you belong to. Here. Where she sat. Where everyone will know. Especially here. She pressed closer, her eyes daring. Let them all know. Let her know. I'm not hiding. Not ashamed. Not apologizing for wanting you. The possessive edge in her voice destroyed my control. I spun her around, pressing her against the desk. She gasped, arching back against me, the energy between us crackling. Is this what you want? I asked, slowly brushing a strand of hair from her face. To be claimed where everyone can see. Where the whole 47th floor will feel the intensity between us? Yes. She held my gaze, confident and defiant. Show me I'm not just another acquisition. Not another thing you bought. Show me I matter. You matter more than all of it. I brushed my fingers over her hands, letting them rest between us. The company. The money. The reputation. You're worth more than everything. Prove it. I leaned closer, pressing my forehead to hers. The tension between us made the room feel smaller, hotter. We moved together like we'd been practicing this dance in silence for weeks, eyes locked, breaths mingling, hearts racing. Quiet, I murmured. Or Marcus will hear. Don't care, she said, smiling. Let him know you're mine. I held her close, the world outside forgotten. Every brush of her hand, every look she gave me, set my pulse racing. There was no rush, no urgency beyond the need to connect. The desk, the office, the whole building, it didn't matter. Only her. Mine, I whispered, feeling her fingers curl around mine. Say it. Yours, she breathed. All yours. Always yours. Only yours. And I'm yours, I said, holding her tight. Broken, flawed, messy, but yours. Forever yours. She smiled, pressing her forehead to mine. I don't want perfect. I want real. I want us. Then we'll take it, all of it, I said. Every messy, impossible, breathtaking moment. We stood there, holding each other, letting the rush of connection settle. The office was a mess, our clothes rumpled, but neither of us cared. For the record, she said with a grin, surveying the chaos, I prefer this to Paris. Yeah. I asked. Yeah. This was us choosing each other in the real world. No romantic cities or desperate nights. Just us being us. Messy and real. Messy. Okay, wildly inappropriate. But still perfect. Marcus stood outside, arms crossed, trying not to smirk. Conference call in 10 minutes. Reschedule it. Already did. 20 minutes. Also, facilities is bringing up a new lamp. And possibly a new desk, judging by the sounds. Kim buried her face in my shoulder, mortified. I just laughed. Also, Marcus added, his professional mask cracking slightly, half the floor is taking lunch early. Something about giving you privacy. Subtle. As a sledgehammer. Sir. He walked away, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. 4 weeks clean, and I was learning to need again. Learning to want. Learning to claim and be claimed without losing myself. It wasn't Venice Salvation or Paris Romance. It was better. It was real. And it was ours. After, we tried to look professional. Failed completely. Kim's hair was wrecked. My shirt was missing buttons. We looked like exactly what we were, two people who just christened a desk. "This is probably inappropriate," she said, fixing her dress. "Definitely inappropriate. HR would have a field day." I am our. Benefits of being CEO. Abuse of power. Absolutely. She laughed, the sound filling my sterile office with warmth. "We should probably talk about this." This. Us. What we're doing. Where it's going. Do we have to? Jakob. I sighed. Fine. You start. I don't want to be your Victoria. You're nothing like her. I could be. If I'm not careful. If I let you buy me things and fix my problems and make me into what you need. I don't want to fix you. No. You want to save me. Different problem, same result. She was right. The urge to protect, provide, control, it ran deep. Deeper than addiction. Maybe it was its own addiction. "So what do we do?" I asked. "We go slow. We maintain boundaries. I keep my hotel room. You keep your penthouse. We date like normal people." I don't know how to date like normal people. Then we'll make it up as we go. What about Venice? What about everything that happened? Venice was beautiful, but it wasn't real life. This, she gestured at the office, the city beyond, this is real life. We need to figure out if we work here too. And if we don't, then at least we tried. The thought of losing her made my chest tight. But the thought of consuming her, of turning her into another casualty of my needs, was worse. "Okay," I said. "Okay. Normal dating. Boundaries. No saving each other. Supporting each other. Right. That." She smiled. "Look at us. Having adult conversations and everything. Must be the sobriety talking. Must be." My phone buzzed. Message from an unknown number. But I recognized the tone. "Your girlfriend has a beautiful gallery showing, scheduled in New York next month. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Or to her grant status. You know how temperamental arts organizations can be about their recipients' behavior. G." Kim read over my shoulder. "He's escalating. He's threatening you. That's different than threatening me. Same thing to him, apparently." Kim. No. Her voice went steel. I knew what I was signing up for. "Don't you dare try to protect me by pushing me away. That's not. Isn't it? First instinct when threatened, isolate. Classic addict behavior." She was right. Again. It was getting annoying how often she was right. So what do? We let him make his threats. We document everything. And we don't let him control us through fear. Easy for you to say. Nothing about this is easy. But backing down now means he wins. Maybe he should win. Maybe everyone would be safer if you relapsed. If you gave up. If you let him have the company. She shook her head. That's not winning. That's everybody losing. My desk phone rang. Marcus. Victoria held up her end. 3 board members just filed ethics complaints against Gregor. He's officially under investigation. Good. Maybe. He's also on a plane to New York. Charlotte Brennan from the Times just called. He's giving an exclusive interview tomorrow. Full disclosure about your addiction and recovery. My blood chilled. He wouldn't. He would. And Jakob? He has photos. Recent ones. You and Kim in Paris. I hung up. Turned to Kim. Pack a bag, I said. What? We're going to New York. If he wants to play in public, fine. But I'm controlling the narrative. Jakob. You were right. About not backing down. About fighting. I pulled her close. But we fight together, or not at all. Together sounds good. Even if it gets ugly. Especially then. I kissed her forehead. We should probably put our clothes back on, properly first. Probably. But neither of us moved. Standing in my office, clothes askew, enemies circling, future uncertain. 4 weeks and 3 days clean. Whole lifetimes to go. But right now, in this moment, we were winning. That had to count for something.
Chapter 10. Kim.
Day 42, Week 6, in Seattle. The email arrived while I was mixing cerulean with titanium white, trying to capture the exact shade of Jacob's eyes when he looked at me in his office yesterday. My phone buzzed against the paint-stained workbench in my new studio, the one Jakob had set up without asking, though I'd forgiven him for that particular overstep. Dear Ms. West, after careful consideration, Cascade Gallery has decided to terminate our upcoming exhibition agreement. The brush slipped from my fingers. No. The word came out as a whisper. Cascade Gallery was my first Seattle booking, arranged before I'd even met Jakob. Before Venice. Before everything changed. I read the email twice, searching for a real reason between the corporate doublespeak. Strategic realignment of our exhibition schedule. What the hell did that even mean? I thought about calling Marley, my one Seattle friend outside Jacob's world, but didn't want to explain this mess yet. My hands shook as I dialed the gallery number. The assistant who'd gushed about my Venice series last week now spoke in clipped, nervous tones. I'm sorry, Ms. West. The decision came from above. There's nothing I can do. Above. I pressed the phone harder against my ear. You mean Dana? I just spoke with her on Monday. She said. I really can't discuss it further. Good luck with your future endeavors. The line went dead. I stared at my half-finished painting. Jakob emerged from the canvas in stages, first the sharp angles of his jaw, then the vulnerability hidden in the set of his shoulders. This was the third portrait I'd started since arriving in Seattle. Each one revealed a different facet of the man I'd saved on that bridge. The man who'd claimed me, against his office window yesterday, while Seattle spread out below us like a kingdom at our feet. My phone rang. Unknown number, but local area code. Kim West. Ms. West? This is Robert Chen, from Pacific Contemporary. I'm afraid I have some unfortunate news about your scheduled consultation next week. 20 minutes later, I sat on the studio floor, back against the wall, staring at my phone like it might bite me. 3 galleries. 3 rejections. All within the span of an hour. This wasn't coincidence. This was coordination. The studio door opened without a knock. Only one person had that privilege. You missed lunch. Jacob's voice carried that particular note of concern he'd developed since Venice. Maria said you've been locked in here since. What's wrong? He crossed the space in 3 strides, expensive shoes clicking against concrete. Even in jeans and a black Henley, his Saturday casual that still cost more than my old monthly rent, he moved like he owned the air around him. 3 galleries just dropped me. I held up my phone. All within the last hour. Including Cascade, which had nothing to do with you or your name or your world. His expression darkened, jaw tightening in that way that meant someone was about to face the full force of Jakob Mallory's wrath. Don't. I pushed myself to my feet. Don't go into protection mode. Not yet. I need to think. Kim. They didn't even give real reasons. Just corporate speak and nervous apologies. I paced to the window, needing distance from the magnetic pull of his presence. Cascade loved my work. Dana practically begged me to show there. This is Gregor. His voice went lethal quiet. Or Victoria. Or both. You don't know that. Don't I? He moved behind me, not touching but close enough that I felt his heat. 3 galleries dropping you simultaneously? After what Gregor said about making you collateral damage? I turned to face him, my back against the cool glass. Maybe they just realized dating Jakob Mallory comes with complications they don't want. No. His hand cupped my jaw, thumb brushing my cheekbone with surprising gentleness. They realized someone with power wants you destroyed. There's a difference. Is there? Either way, my career is, my voice cracked. Your career is not over. His other hand framed my face, forcing me to meet those intense blue eyes. We'll fix this. We. I pulled back slightly.
Jakob, this is my...
I know. Your career. Your battle. He let his hands drop but didn't step away. But you're mine now, Kim. That means your battles become mine. The possessiveness in his voice should have rankled. Should have sent me running like I'd threatened to do, when his protection started feeling like control. Instead, it sent heat spiraling through my chest. I can't build a career on your name. You won't have to. He pulled out his phone, already scrolling through contacts. But I can find out who's behind this. Give you the information you need to fight back your way. How very diplomatic of you. I couldn't help the small smile. What happened to the man who wanted to buy me new galleries? He met a stubborn artist who made it clear she'd walk if he didn't learn the difference between partnership and ownership. His thumb hovered over a contact. May I make one call? Just to gather information? The fact that he actually asked, made my chest tight. 4 weeks ago, he would have been on his 3rd call by now, moving pieces on his corporate chessboard without consulting me. One call. I moved back to my painting, needing the comfort of a brush in my hand. But I handle whatever comes next. He nodded, already lifting the phone to his ear. I tried to focus on the canvas, on capturing the exact way morning light had caught his profile in bed this morning. But his voice, low, controlled, increasingly dangerous, kept pulling my attention. Want to know who's pressuring Seattle galleries to blacklist Kim West? I don't care what favors it takes. By end of day, Marcus. He ended the call and crossed to where I stood, studying my work with that intense focus he usually reserved for contracts.
You see me, he said quietly.
In every painting you see parts of me I've spent years hiding. That's what I do. I added a highlight to his painted cheekbone. Find beauty in broken places, remember? I'm not broken anymore. No. I set down my brush and turned to him. Now you're healing. There's a difference. His kiss was soft, almost reverent. Such a contrast to the desperate claiming of yesterday. When he pulled back, his eyes held something that looked dangerously like peace. We have therapy in an hour, he said. Right. Our first couples session. Because apparently when you fell in love with a recovering addict on a Venice bridge, therapy became part of your Saturday routine. I should change. I gestured at my paint-covered jeans. Don't. His fingers traced a streak of blue paint on my wrist. Dr. Martinez should see you exactly as you are. Beautiful and real and covered in art. Dr. Elena Martinez had an office designed to soothe nervous millionaires. All soft grays and water features and chairs that probably cost more than my old car. But her eyes were sharp behind designer glasses, taking in everything from Jacob's protective positioning to the paint under my fingernails. Thank you both for coming, she said after introductions. Jacob's mentioned you in our individual sessions, Kim. It's good to finally meet you. I felt Jakob tense beside me. We'd agreed to be honest in therapy, but knowing he'd talked about me, about us, made this suddenly real in a way that squeezed my chest. Before we begin, Dr. Martinez continued, I want to be clear about what couples therapy is and isn't. This isn't about fixing either of you. It's about understanding your patterns, improving communication, and building tools for a healthy relationship. Our communication is fine, Jakob said. I almost laughed. You tried to hire a security detail for me without asking. That was before. And bought me designer clothes without discussing it first. You needed something for the family dinner. And had your lawyer threaten the gallery that dropped my Venice show. I didn't threaten. Marcus simply clarified potential legal ramifications of breach of contract. Dr. Martinez made a note. Jakob, what do you hear Kim saying? He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried that vulnerable edge I'd first heard in Venice. That I try to solve her problems without asking what she needs. And Kim, what do you think drives that behavior? I studied the man beside me. All that controlled power barely leashed, the way his hands clenched when he couldn't fix something immediately. Fear, I said softly. He's terrified of losing people he loves. So he tries to control everything around them. Dr. Martinez nodded. Jakob, would you say that's accurate? My mother died of cancer. His words came out clipped, factual. I couldn't control that. Couldn't fix it. Couldn't even be there at the end because I was too high to function. My hand found his. He gripped it like a lifeline. And now? Dr. Martinez prompted gently. Now I have Kim. His thumb traced circles on my palm. Who saves broken billionaires from bridges and isn't impressed by my money and makes me want to be better than I am. And I can't, his voice roughened. I can't lose her too. So you try to eliminate all threats, Dr. Martinez said. Control all variables. But Kim, how does that make you feel? Suffocated. The word hung between us. Sometimes I feel like I'm disappearing. Like I'm becoming this kept thing instead of a person. Jacob's grip on my hand loosened but didn't let go. But also, I forced myself to continue. Cherished. Protected. Loved in a way I've never experienced before. Those feelings can coexist, Dr. Martinez said. Jakob, what's helped you manage these protective instincts? Kim's boundaries. No hesitation. When she tells me clearly what she needs, I can work with that. It's the unknown that makes me. He paused. That triggers the need to control. And Kim, what helps you maintain your independence while being in this relationship? Having my own space. My studio. My own friends. I glanced at Jakob. And him learning to ask instead of assuming. He's getting better at it. But you didn't use when things got difficult? No. Jakob straightened slightly. I went to meetings. Called Marcus. Worked the program. I didn't use. That's significant. Dr. Martinez made another note. Kim, what keeps you here despite the challenges? He's trying. I looked at our joined hands. Really trying. Setting up my studio as a separate space. Working on being a partner, not just a protector. And when I see him fight his instincts to control everything, when he actually asks what I need, I know this is real. These are excellent observations. Dr. Martinez checked her watch. I'd like to see you both weekly for now. Jakob will continue your individual sessions as well. Recovery and relationships both require ongoing work. As we left her office, Jacob's hand found the small of my back, guiding but not controlling. That was harder than I expected, he admitted in the elevator. But good. But good. He pressed a kiss to my temple. Thank you for being honest. About feeling suffocated sometimes. Thank you for hearing it without shutting down. The elevator opened to the parking garage. Marcus waited by the town car, his expression grim. We have a problem, he said without preamble. I found out who's behind the gallery situation. You're not going to like it. Victoria? Jacob's voice went cold. And Gregor. Working together. Marcus handed Jakob a tablet. They're systematically targeting every gallery in the Pacific Northwest, threatening to expose any financial irregularities, past scandals, anything they can leverage. That's extortion, I said. That's business. Jakob scrolled through whatever Marcus had found, his expression darkening with each swipe. They're being careful. Nothing directly traceable. Just enough pressure to make galleries decide Kim isn't worth the risk. So what do we do? Jakob looked at me, and I saw him physically hold back whatever his first instinct was. Instead, he asked, "What do you want to do?" The question, the effort it took him to ask it, made my heart squeeze. "I want to paint." The answer came without thought. They can block galleries, but they can't stop me from creating. Maybe I do something different. Something they can't touch. Like what? I don't know yet. I slid into the car, mind already spinning. But I'll figure it out. My way. Jakob followed me in, pulling me against his side. Your way, he agreed. But you'll let me help? Within whatever boundaries you set. Within boundaries. Marcus closed the door and moved to the driver's seat. As we pulled into Seattle traffic, my phone buzzed. Another unknown number. Don't answer it, Jakob said quietly. Not today. Whatever new crisis they're manufacturing can wait. But I was already sliding my thumb across the screen. Kim West. You think you're special? The voice was female, harsh, unfamiliar. You're just his latest project. Another broken thing for him to fix. When he gets bored. The phone was plucked from my hand. Jakob ended the call and powered it off in one smooth motion. Boundaries, I reminded him. That wasn't business. That was intimidation. He pulled me closer. There's a difference between letting you fight your battles and letting people abuse you. He had a point. Still. I need my phone back. He handed it over without argument. Progress. Marcus, Jakob called to the front. Add tracing intimidation calls to your list. I want to know who's. The windshield exploded. No, not exploded. Cracked. Spider-webbed from a single point of impact. Marcus was already swerving, tires screaming against pavement. Jakob threw himself over me, pressing me down into the leather seat as something else hit the car with a sharp crack. Stay down, he ordered, all that protective instinct flooding back in an instant. But I could see what he couldn't from my position. Could see the brick lying on the dashboard, red dust scattering across the leather. Could see the paper tied to it with precise white string. Marcus pulled into a secured parking garage, already on his phone, barking orders about security sweeps and police reports. Jacob's hands ran over me, checking for injuries that didn't exist. I'm fine, I told him. Jakob, I'm fine. He pulled back enough to meet my eyes, and I saw naked fear there. Not for himself. For me. The brick, I said quietly. There's something attached to it. Marcus was already photographing it with gloved hands, preserving evidence. He carefully untied the note and held it where we could read. Gold diggers don't last long in Seattle. Neither do the men who keep them. Jacob's entire body went rigid. When he spoke, his voice was barely human. They're threatening you. Actually threatening you. They're threatening both of us, I corrected, but my hands shook as I said it. This wasn't corporate warfare anymore. This was personal. This was war.
Chapter 11. Jakob.
The brick sat on my desk like a declaration of war. Day 43, the morning after the attack. Marcus had bagged it for evidence, but not before I'd memorized every word of that note. Gold diggers don't last long in Seattle. Neither do the men who keep them. My hands clenched into fists. Someone had threatened Kim. Had thrown a brick through my car window while she was inside. Could have hurt her. Could have. Sir. Marcus stood in my office doorway. The police just left. They'll increase patrols around both buildings, but without more concrete evidence. They can't do anything. I forced my hands to relax. I know. I've assigned a security detail to Ms. West. The words should have brought relief. Instead, they sent ice through my veins. Tell me you didn't do that without informing her first. Marcus's expression didn't change. The detail is ready to deploy pending your approval and her consent. Good. I turned to the window, Seattle spreading out 30 floors below. Somewhere in that city, Gregor Fisk was planning his next move. Double it. Sir. The detail. I want 2 teams. 1 visible, 1 shadow. Full surveillance. Anyone who comes within 50 feet of her gets vetted. Anyone who. Jakob. I spun around. Kim stood in my office doorway, paint still under her fingernails from this morning, chin raised in that way that meant trouble. How did you get up here? Your assistant likes me. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Marcus, could you give us a minute? My head of security looked to me for confirmation. The fact that I had to give it, that my people wouldn't follow Kim's orders without my approval, sat wrong in my chest. Go, I told him. But stay close. Kim waited until the door clicked shut before speaking. I went to the police station. You what? Filed my own report. Gave my statement about the galleries, the phone calls, the brick. She moved to the window, standing where I'd stood moments before. The detective said they've opened a file on systematic intimidation. You should have waited for me. Why? She turned to face me, hazel eyes steady. So you could manage the situation? Control the narrative? Have your lawyers handle everything? So I could protect you. I don't need protection, Jakob. I need support. Someone threw a brick at your head. At the car. There's a difference. Is there? I closed the distance between us, needing her to understand. They're escalating. First the galleries, then the calls, now physical threats. What's next? Following you home. Cornering you in an alley. I can't, my voice cracked. I can't let anything happen to you. Her hand touched my cheek, grounding me. Nothing's going to happen to me. You don't know that. Neither do you. Her thumb traced my cheekbone. But you can't wrap me in bubble wrap and hide me in a tower. That's not living. It's better than the alternative. Is it? She dropped her hand. Because from where I'm standing, giving in to fear is just another kind of death. The words hit like a physical blow. She was right. I knew she was right. But the image of that spider-webbed windshield kept replaying in my mind. Marcus mentioned a security detail, she said. I tensed. I told him to wait for your consent. I know. He said. She studied me with those artist's eyes that saw too much. That must have been hard for you. Not just assigning protection without asking. Dr. Martinez says I'm making progress. You are. She moved closer, her lavender scent cutting through the sterile office air. But this is testing every protective instinct you have, isn't it? I couldn't lie to her. Yes. What do you need? The question, the same one Dr. Martinez had been teaching me to ask, made my chest tight. I need to know you're safe. Okay. What would that look like? Security. Professional protection. Someone watching when I can't. And what would that look like for me? She pressed. Being followed everywhere. Having my privacy invaded. Feeling like a prisoner in this city. It wouldn't be like that. Wouldn't it? She moved to my desk, fingers tracing the edge where the brick had sat. Remember how suffocated I felt, with you controlling everything? This is different. There's actual danger now. There was danger then too. But you didn't trust me to handle any of it. She looked up at me. Do you trust me now? The question hung between us like a challenge. Did I trust her? I trusted her with my heart, my recovery, my secrets. But trust her to navigate danger? Trust her to make the right choices when Gregor was out there plotting. I'm trying, I said finally. That's honest, at least. She came around the desk to where I stood. Here's what I propose. 1 bodyguard. Discreet. Someone who stays back unless there's actual threat. I get to approve who it is, and they answer to both of us. Not just you. 1 isn't enough. It's what I'm comfortable with. Kim. This is me setting a boundary. Her voice stayed calm, but I heard the steel underneath. Respect it, or I walk out that door and handle this completely alone. The ultimatum shouldn't have surprised me. This was who she was, the woman who'd stood up to my father, who'd torn up $1 million check, who'd left me in Napa rather than lose herself. Fine, I ground out. 1 guard. Your approval. But I get to vet the candidates. Deal. She rose on her toes and kissed me, soft and sweet. See. We're getting better at this. At what? Compromise. Partnership. Not going full alpha protective billionaire every time something threatens me. I am not, I stopped. Okay, maybe I am. It's kind of hot, she admitted. In small doses. When you're not actively trying to lock me in a tower. No towers. Got it. I pulled her closer, needing the reassurance of her body against mine. But if anything else happens, we'll reassess. Together. She rested her head against my chest. Have you eaten today? I tried to remember. The morning was a blur of police reports and security meetings and barely controlled rage. I'll take that as a no. She pulled back. Come on. Let's get lunch. Somewhere public and normal where you can practice, not surrounding me with armed guards. 1 guard, I reminded her. We agreed on 1. Starting tomorrow. Today it's just us. The thought sent anxiety spiraling through my chest. Kim. Unless you don't think you can handle it? It was a challenge, plain and simple. The same kind she'd issued in Venice when she'd made me wait 3 days before touching her again. Testing my control. Pushing my boundaries. I can handle it, I said. Good. She linked her fingers with mine. There's a food truck festival in Pioneer Square. Very public. Lots of witnesses. Absolutely no way for anyone to corner me in an alley. She was managing me. I realized it, even as I let her lead me toward the door. Giving me the illusion of safety, while pushing me to loosen my grip. I should have been annoyed. Instead, I was impressed. Marcus is coming, I said as we reached the elevator. Of course he is. She squeezed my hand. He can eat too. Maybe even smile. Has anyone ever seen Marcus smile? Once. 3 years ago. I think it was gas. She laughed, the sound easing something in my chest. This was why I needed her. Not just the woman who'd saved me on that bridge, but this, the lightness she brought to my controlled world. The elevator descended, in silence. I watched the numbers count down, each floor increasing my anxiety. In my office, I could control the environment. Out there. Breathe, Kim murmured. I can feel you panicking from here. I'm not panicking. Your hand is crushing mine. I immediately loosened my grip. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just breathe. The elevator opened to the lobby. Look, normal people doing normal things. No threats. No danger. Just Tuesday afternoon in Seattle. She was right. The lobby bustled with typical lunch hour traffic. Business people in suits, tourists with cameras, a delivery guy balancing coffee orders. Normal. Except for Marcus materializing at my shoulder like a well-dressed shadow. Sir. Ms. West. He nodded to Kim. I've brought the car around. We're walking, Kim announced. It's 6 blocks. We can handle 6 blocks. Marcus looked at me. I wanted to agree with him, to insist on the car, on safety, on control. But Kim's hand in mine was steady, patient. Trusting me to make the right choice. We're walking, I confirmed. If Marcus was surprised, he didn't show it. I'll maintain a discreet distance. You do that, Kim said cheerfully. Try to look less like security and more like a tourist. Maybe buy a hot dog. I don't eat hot dogs. Today you do. She tugged me toward the door. Come on. Let's see if Seattle's most dangerous billionaire can handle a food truck. The October air hit cold and damp, typical Seattle autumn. Kim buttoned her jacket, a vintage thing she'd found at Pike Place Market, refusing my offer of something designer. I watched her navigate the crowded sidewalk with easy confidence, completely unaware of how many eyes tracked her movement. Or maybe not unaware. Maybe just unafraid. Stop scanning for threats, she said without looking at me. I'm not. You've checked every doorway, every alley, every person we've passed. She pulled me closer as we waited for a light. That's not living, Jakob. That's just existing in fear. There's a difference between fear and caution. Is there? She echoed my earlier words back at me. Because from here, they look the same. The light changed. We crossed with the crowd, anonymous among the lunch rush. Normal. Safe. My chest began to unclench. Then I saw him. Dark coat. Baseball cap pulled low. Following too close, too steady. Every instinct screamed danger. Kim. I started to pull her behind me. The guy in the Yankees cap. She didn't even turn around. He's been there since we left your building. Marcus already has eyes on him. I glanced back. Sure enough, Marcus had positioned himself between us and the potential threat, looking for all the world like he was checking his phone. You knew. I'm not oblivious, Jakob. Just not paranoid. She steered me around a cluster of tourists. Besides, he's probably just some guy going the same direction. Seattle's not that big. As if to prove her point, Yankees cap turned into a Starbucks, disappearing from view. See. Kim squeezed my hand. Not everything is a threat. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The hypervigilance. The need to catalog every face, every movement, every possible danger. This is exhausting, I admitted. What? Being this afraid. Seeing danger everywhere. I pulled her closer as we entered Pioneer Square. How do you do it? Stay so calm when people are actively trying to destroy you. Because they're not trying to destroy me. She stopped at the edge of the food truck gathering, turning to face me. They're trying to destroy the idea of me. The nobody artist who dared to love above her station. But they can't touch who I actually am unless I let them. That's very zen of you. That's very practical of me. She grinned. Also, I grew up broke in North Carolina. I've been through worse than mean phone calls and canceled galleries. At least no one's threatening to repo my car this time. You had your car repossessed. Twice. Junior year of college. Lived on ramen for a month to get it back. She studied the food truck options with serious consideration. Which is why I now have very strong opinions about Thai fusion. Come on, you're buying. I let her lead me through the maze of trucks and picnic tables, trying to see it through her eyes. Not a security nightmare, but a slice of city life. Not potential threats, but people enjoying lunch. It almost worked. Jakob Mallory? I turned, already pushing Kim behind me. A woman stood there, 50-ish, wearing hospital scrubs under a rain jacket. Yes. I just wanted to say thank you. She twisted her hands nervously. The addiction center, your foundation funded. It saved my son's life. He's been clean 2 years now. The words hit unexpectedly hard. My foundation. The one I'd started after getting clean the first time, before the relapse, before Venice. I'd forgotten about the real good it did, lost in my own drama. I'm glad, I managed. That's wonderful. Is this your girlfriend? The artist? The woman smiled at Kim. I saw the article about your gallery opening. Your paintings are beautiful. Thank you, Kim said, stepping out from behind me. That's very kind. Would you mind? The woman held up her phone. My son would love to know I met you both. He credits your foundation with giving him a second chance. I wanted to say no. Every instinct screamed against photos, publicity, exposure. But Kim's hand found mine. Of course, she said warmly. Jakob, come here. I let her position us, her warmth bleeding into my rigid stance. The woman snapped a quick selfie, thanked us again, and disappeared into the crowd. See. Kim bumped my shoulder. Not everyone is out to get us. Some people are just living their lives, grateful for the good you've done. I haven't done that much good. Haven't you? She ordered pad thai from a truck, insisting on paying with her own credit card. How many treatment centers has your foundation funded? 12. How many people has that helped? I don't know. Thousands maybe. And you don't think that matters? She handed me a container, leading us to an empty table. You don't think that balances out whatever Gregor and Victoria are planning? I watched her eat noodles with plastic chopsticks, completely at ease in this chaos. How are you so optimistic? Because someone has to be. She stole a bite of my green curry. You've got the doom and gloom covered. The paranoia. The constant threat assessment. Someone needs to remember that there's still good in the world. Even after this morning. The galleries. The brick. They want us scared. Want us hiding. Want me to run back to North Carolina with my tail between my legs. I refuse to give them that satisfaction. What if they escalate further? Then we deal with it. Together. With appropriate security measures that we both agree on. She reached across the table, taking my hand. But we don't let them steal our life. We don't let fear win. A raindrop hit the table between us. Then another. Within seconds, the Seattle drizzle had become a downpour. People scrambled for cover, abandoning half-eaten lunches. Kim laughed, tilting her face up to the rain. Come on. She pulled me up, spinning in the sudden storm. When's the last time you just stood in the rain? I have meetings. Cancel them. She pressed against me, water streaming down her face. Be spontaneous. Be present. Be alive. I should have protested. Should have insisted on finding shelter, maintaining dignity, staying in control. Instead, I kissed her there in the pouring rain, surrounded by fleeing food truck patrons, and Marcus looking deeply uncomfortable under a tiny umbrella. She tasted like Thai spices and possibility. Like hope despite the threats. Like life insisting on being lived. Sir. Marcus appeared at my elbow, water dripping off his usually perfect suit. Perhaps we should. Get the car, I conceded. We're soaked. But I was smiling as I said it. Actually smiling, despite the morning's threats, despite the danger still lurking. Kim had that effect, making me feel human even when the world insisted I be stone. The drive back was quiet, Kim curled against my side despite our wet clothes. I thought about the woman at the food trucks, about the thousands of people my foundation had helped, about the good that existed alongside the threats. Thank you, I said as we pulled up to my building. For what? For pushing me. For making me walk those 6 blocks. For reminding me there's a world beyond my fear. She kissed my jaw, soft and sweet. That's what partners do. Partners. The word settled warm in my chest. I need to change before my 2 o'clock, I said as we entered the lobby. Want to come up? Can't. I have my own meeting. She grinned at my surprise. What? You thought I'd spend all day waiting around for you to finish being a corporate titan. I have a career to salvage, remember? What meeting? That's my business. She softened the words with another kiss. But I'll tell you about it at dinner. Your place. 7. I wanted to demand details. Wanted to know who she was meeting, where, whether Marcus had vetted them. Instead, I nodded. 7. And Jakob? She paused at the door. Hire the bodyguard. Someone subtle. Have 3 candidates ready for me to interview tomorrow. Before I could respond, she was gone, leaving me standing in my marble lobby with damp clothes and the strangest feeling that maybe, just maybe, we were going to be okay. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Almost let it go to voicemail like Kim had taught me. But old habits died hard. Mallory. Enjoying the rain? Gregor's voice slithered through the line. She looked beautiful. Carefree. Unprotected. Ice flooded my veins. If you touch her. I don't need to touch her. I just need to apply the right pressure to the right people. Speaking of which, you might want to check with the Times. I believe they're running a fascinating exposé tomorrow. Something about addiction, lies, and the women who enable weak men. The line went dead. I stood there, phone clenched in my hand, rain still dripping from my suit. So much for being okay.
Chapter 12. Kim.
The canvas stared back at me, half-finished and accusing. Day 44, 2 days after the brick. I'd been trying to paint for 2 hours, but every brushstroke felt forced. The Seattle skyline I'd started last week had morphed into something darker, all sharp edges and shadows that looked too much like threats. My phone buzzed. Another unknown number. The 6th today. I let it go to voicemail, already knowing what I'd hear. Variations on the same theme: gold digger, opportunist. Creative insults from people who'd never met me, but felt entitled to judge my relationship. The studio door opened. Only 2 people had the code. You missed dinner, Marley said, holding up takeout bags. Jakob called. Said you hadn't answered his texts. My phone's been busy. I gestured at the device like it might bite. How did you even get here? I thought you had that conference in Portland. Drove back when Jakob called. She set the food on my workbench, shoving aside tubes of paint. He sounded worried. Said something about a newspaper article? Right. The Times exposed Gregor had threatened. Jakob had killed it, lawyers, threats, whatever billionaires did to make problems disappear. But not before I'd seen the draft online. Photos from Venice, from the galleries I'd lost, from that brick through the windshield. All spun to make me look like a manipulative climber who'd latched onto a vulnerable man. I'm fine, I said. Liar. Marley unpacked Thai food, from the same place we'd eaten at during the rain yesterday. You're stress painting. Look at this. She gestured at my canvas. This isn't your style. This is anger pretending to be art. She was right. My whole brand was finding beauty in broken places, light in darkness. This was just darkness. They're winning, I admitted, setting down my brush. Gregor, Victoria, whoever's behind this. They wanted me scared and isolated, and look at me. Hiding in my studio, afraid to answer my phone. So stop hiding. Easy for you to say. You're not getting death threats. Death threats? Marley's eyes widened. Kim, what the hell? Why didn't you? Not literal death threats. Just aggressive suggestions that I'd be better off elsewhere. I slumped onto my paint-stained stool. Jakob wants to wrap me in bubble wrap. Has 3 bodyguards lined up for me to interview tomorrow. Good. Good. I stared at her. You're supposed to be the voice of independence. The one who tells me not to let some man control my life. There's a difference between control and protection. Marley handed me pad thai. Someone threw a brick at your head. At the car. Kim. Her scientist voice came out, the one that brooked no argument. You're in actual danger. Taking precautions isn't giving up your independence. It's being smart. But where does it end? I stabbed at noodles with more force than necessary. Today it's 1 bodyguard. Tomorrow it's 2. Next week I'm living in a panic room while Jakob handles everything, because it's safer that way. Has he actually said that? No, I admitted. He's been trying. Really trying. Asked my permission before hiring security. Backed off when I set boundaries. But I can see how much it costs him. Every time he has to step back and let me handle something, it's like watching him swallow glass. Maybe that's the point. Marley stole a spring roll. Maybe learning to step back even when it hurts is exactly what he needs. My phone buzzed again. This time I looked. Jakob, please answer. I know you're upset about the article. I'm not trying to control, just worried. The text was so carefully worded. I could practically see him typing and deleting, trying to find the balance between concern and smothering. I typed back, at studio with Marley. I'm okay. See you tomorrow. 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared. Started again. Stopped. Finally. Jakob, I love you. No demands. No questions about where exactly, with whom exactly, for how long exactly. Just love. He's trying so hard, I said, showing Marley the texts. And you're making it harder by shutting him out. I'm not, I stopped. Was I? I just need space to think. About what? About whether I can do this. Live this life. Be with someone whose world includes corporate espionage, and media attacks and actual physical threats. As opposed to your previous life of constant financial stability and zero drama? Marley's tone was dry. Come on, Kim. You've been fighting uphill your whole life. The only difference now is you have someone fighting beside you. Someone whose presence is causing the fight in the first place. Is it? She pulled out her tablet, swiping to a bookmarked page. Look at this. It was a gallery website. Not one of the ones that had dropped me, a new place in Capitol Hill. The owner had written a blog post about artistic integrity, about not bowing to pressure, about wanting to showcase my Beauty in Broken Places series. When did this happen? This afternoon. While you were hiding in here, painting angry skylines. She swiped again. And this. An email from a collector in California, wanting to commission a piece. Then another from a museum in Portland, interested in acquiring one of my Venice paintings. How did you? Jakob sent them to me. Said you weren't answering your phone, but you needed to see that not everyone was running scared. Marley set the tablet down. He's not trying to control your career, Kim. He's trying to support it. By going behind my back? By making sure your best friend could be here when you needed her. By finding the people who still believe in your art. By respecting your need for space while making sure you're not completely alone. I stared at the tablet, at the evidence of support I'd been too scared to see. When did you become Team Jakob? When I realized he's just as terrified as you are. She squeezed my hand. He's learning how to love without controlling. You're learning how to accept help without losing yourself. Neither of you is going to get it perfect right away. So what do I do? You stop hiding. You go see those bodyguards tomorrow. You work with Jakob instead of around him. She grinned. And you paint something that doesn't look like Gotham City having a bad day. I laughed to spite myself. This is pretty dark, isn't it? It's depressing as hell. Where's the Kim who finds light in everything? I studied the canvas, seeing what she saw. This wasn't me processing trauma through art. This was me wallowing in it. Pass me the titanium white, I said. For the next hour, Marley sat with me while I transformed the painting. Not erasing the darkness, that was part of the story too. But finding the spaces where light could creep in. A window here. A reflection there. The suggestion of dawn behind the skyline. Better, Marley said when I finally stepped back. Still edgy but hopeful. Like me. Like you. She checked her watch. I should go. Early meeting tomorrow. You good? Yeah. Thanks for coming back from Portland. Thanks for having a boyfriend who knows when to call in the cavalry. She hugged me tight. Stop shutting him out, Kim. The man's trying to learn a whole new language for you. Maybe help him practice? After she left, I stood in my studio, really looking at the space Jakob had created for me. Not just any studio, one with perfect natural light, climate control for my paintings, a sink designed for cleaning brushes. He paid attention to every detail, down to the vintage workbench he'd found, because he knew I preferred things with history. My phone rang. Jacob's name lit up the screen. "Hi," I answered. "You're okay." Not a question. A relieved statement. "Marley said you were painting?" "Angry painting. Then regular painting. Now." I looked at the transformed canvas. "Now something in between." "Can I see?" "Tomorrow. It's not finished yet." I paused. "Thank you for sending Marley. You needed a friend. Not a boyfriend trying to fix things." Jakob Mallory, learning restraint. Will wonders never cease? Don't get used to it. His voice carried warmth. I wanted to hire a SWAT team when you didn't answer my texts. But you didn't. But I didn't. He sighed. Though I may have had Marcus do an extra drive-by of your studio. Just to check. Jakob. I know. I'm working on it. Another pause. Have you eaten? Marley said she brought Thai, but I ate. I'm fine. I took a breath. I'm sorry for shutting you out today. You needed space. I understand that. Do you?
No, he admitted.
Every instinct I have says to keep you close, preferably in a locked room where nothing can touch you. But I understand that you need it, even if I don't understand why. I was scared, I said quietly. Not of Gregor or the threats. Of losing myself in your protection. Of becoming someone who can't handle her own problems. Kim. His voice went serious. You handled a brick through a windshield better than most people handle a parking ticket. You walked into my family dinner like you belonged there. You faced down galleries, reporters, my ex-girlfriend and my considerable emotional baggage without flinching. You're the strongest person I know. Then why do you want to wrap me in armor? Because strong doesn't mean invincible. And I can't, his voice caught. I can't lose you. Not to Gregor, not to threats, not to your own stubbornness about accepting help. I'm interviewing bodyguards tomorrow, I said. 1. Discreet. My choice from your candidates. Thank you. And I want to see the partnership contract I mentioned. The what? In therapy. I said I wanted a partnership contract. I was half joking, but I traced a finger through spilled paint on my workbench. Maybe we need actual terms. Written down. So we both know where the boundaries are. You want to contract our relationship? I want to define it. What decisions we make together, what we handle separately. When you get to go full protective alpha, and when you need to step back. I smiled. Think of it as a business agreement. You like those? I love those, he corrected. Okay. We'll draft terms. Together. Tomorrow night? After the bodyguard interviews? It's a date. He paused. Kim. I know this is hard. The threats, the pressure, my everything. If you need to walk away. I'm not walking away, I interrupted. I left you once to figure out who I was without you. I know now. I'm still me, just me with you. If that makes sense. Perfect sense. His voice warmed. Sleep well, beautiful. Dream of partnership contracts and discreet security. The romance never dies with you, does it? Says the woman who made us dance in the rain. That was art. That was pneumonia waiting to happen.
Worth it, I said, remembering his smile in that moment.
Completely worth it. After we hung up, I cleaned my brushes, covered the painting, and locked the studio. The drive home was quiet, no sign of Marcus's extra surveillance. But I felt safer knowing it was there. Maybe that was growth too, accepting protection without seeing it as weakness. My apartment building loomed dark against the Seattle skyline. I'd refused Jacob's offers to move into the penthouse, needing my own space. But tonight, the empty rooms felt more lonely than independent. I was digging for keys when I saw it. A white envelope tucked under my door, my name written in elegant script. Every horror movie I'd ever seen screamed at me not to touch it. But this was my home. My space. I wouldn't let fear make me a prisoner here too. I picked up the envelope, noting the expensive paper, the weight of it. Inside, a single sheet of matching stationery. Ms. West, you've shown remarkable resilience. I admire that. But resilience without resources only goes so far. Jacob Mallory will tire of playing savior. They always do. When that happens, and it will, remember that you had chances to leave with dignity intact. Some storms are worth weathering. This one will drown you. A concerned friend. No signature, but I recognized the handwriting. Victoria Sterling had distinctive penmanship, all sharp angles and perfect loops. She'd signed the guest book at my failed gallery opening the same way. I should have been scared. Should have called Jacob or Marcus or the police. Instead, I was furious. These people, Gregor, Victoria, whoever else was circling like vultures, they thought I was weak. Some small-town girl who'd stumbled into their world and could be frightened back out of it. They were wrong. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of the letter, and sent it to Jacob with a message. Victoria left a love note. Adding it to the police file tomorrow. Still interviewing bodyguards at 10 a.m.? His response was immediate. Are you safe? Me, yes. Angry but safe. Jacob, I'm sending Marcus. Me, I'm handling it. Jacob, please. For my sanity. Me, fine. But I'm still angry. Jacob, good. Use it. Paint something that will make Victoria weep. I smiled despite myself. He was learning, supporting my strength instead of trying to replace it with his protection. Me, I love you. Jacob, I love you too. Marcus is 12 minutes out. Me, of course you know exactly how long. Jacob, I know everything about keeping you safe. Still learning everything else. Me, we'll practice tomorrow. With our contract. Jacob, looking forward to negotiating terms, Ms. West. Me, bring your best offer, Mr. Mallory. I locked my door, both deadbolts plus the chain, and waited for Marcus. Victoria thought she could scare me with veiled threats and expensive stationery. She had no idea what she'd just done. She'd made me mad. And I painted my best work when I was mad. Tomorrow, I'd interview bodyguards and draft partnership terms, and continue building a life that no amount of threatening letters could tear down. Tonight I'd wait for Marcus, and plan exactly how to show Victoria Sterling that some storms didn't drown you. They taught you how to swim.
Chapter 13. Jacob.
Day 50, Week 8, in Seattle. The 3 bodyguard candidates sat in my conference room, like a casting call for an action movie. Kim walked between them, studying each with those artist's eyes that missed nothing. She dressed carefully for this, jeans and a blazer, professional but still herself. The bruise on her confidence from yesterday's threats didn't show, but I knew it was there. Tell me, she said to the first candidate, a woman who looked like she could bench press a car, how would you handle a situation where Mr. Mallory asks you to do something I've specifically said no to? Smart question. Testing loyalty, boundaries, communication all at once. I would remind Mr. Mallory of your stated preferences, the woman replied. My job is to protect you, not manage your choices. Kim nodded, moving to the second candidate. Male, early 40s, forgettable face, perfect for blending in. Same question. I work for whoever pays me, he said simply. That would be Mr. Mallory. Wrong answer. Kim's expression didn't change, but I saw her mentally cross him off the list. The third candidate, Marcus's recommendation, barely looked old enough to drink. Asian features, compact build, wearing designer clothes that suggested family money. I don't take orders that contradict my principles' safety or autonomy, he said before Kim could ask. If Mr. Mallory wanted something you opposed, I'd suggest he discuss it with you directly. And if there was immediate danger, Kim pressed, then I'd act to protect you and explain later. But only for genuine threats, not perceived ones. He met my gaze steadily. I understand Mr. Mallory's protective instincts. I also understand that undermining your agency makes my job harder, not easier. You're hired, Kim said. Wait. I stood from where I'd been silently observing. We haven't discussed. David Chen, 26. Former Marine Corps, specializing in diplomatic protection. Black belt in 3 martial arts. Speaks 4 languages. Left the military to care for his sick mother, who recovered. Marcus personally vouched for him. She'd done her homework. Of course she had. When can you start? She asked David. Immediately. He stood smoothly. Though I'll need to review your typical schedule, preferred boundaries, and any specific concerns. We can do that over coffee, Kim decided. Jakob, I assume you have contracts ready. I did. Of course I did. But watching her take charge of her own security, turning my protective instinct into something collaborative, it was both frustrating and oddly arousing. Marcus has them, I admitted. Good. She turned back to David. One more thing. I paint. Sometimes for hours. Can you handle being bored? I find vigilance is never boring, Ms. West. Kim, she corrected. If you're going to shadow me everywhere, we might as well use first names. 20 minutes later, contract signed, David stationed discreetly in the lobby while Kim and I retreated to my office. That was. I searched for words. Me, handling my own security. She perched on my desk, something she'd started doing just to prove she could. I told you I would. You researched them yourself. Marcus sent me the files. I may have asked Marley's FBI friend to run additional checks. She grinned at my surprise. What? You think you're the only one with connections? You have FBI connections? Marley does. Her college roommate works cybercrimes. She swung her legs, heels catching the light. Speaking of which, they're very interested in the harassment campaign. Apparently, crossing state lines with threats upgrades it to federal territory. You've been busy. I told you. I'm handling it my way. She pulled out a folded paper. Which brings us to this. I recognized her handwriting, neat and artistic even on legal pad paper. The partnership contract. Draft 1. She handed it over. Fair warning, I may have gotten carried away. I read, eyebrows rising with each line. She'd detailed everything. Decision-making processes, boundaries, communication requirements, even clauses about therapy continuation and recovery support. This is thorough, I said. Too much? No. It's. I looked up at her. It's exactly what we need. Clear boundaries. Defined expectations. No room for misunderstandings. You're not offended that I want our relationship in writing? Kim. I set the paper aside, moving between her legs where she sat on the desk. I've built an empire on contracts. Having clear terms for the most important relationship in my life. That's not offensive. That's brilliant. Even this part. She pointed to a section about maintaining separate residences. I'd been pushing for her to move in, especially after the threats. But reading her reasoning, maintaining independence, having space to create, not losing herself in my world, I understood. Even that part, I agreed. Though I want to add a clause about sleepovers. Negotiable. She linked her arms around my neck. What else? We spent an hour refining terms, negotiating points like the business partners we were becoming. It should have been unromantic. Instead, it was intimate, laying out our needs, our fears, our expectations with complete honesty. One more addition, I said, writing carefully. In times of credible, immediate threat, temporary relocation to a secure location is acceptable, provided both parties agree on duration and terms. Define credible threat. Physical violence, escalating harassment, or situations where law enforcement recommends protective measures. She considered this. Agreed, with one modification. I get equal say in choosing the location. Done. I initialed the change. Though I should mention Marcus called while you were interviewing David. He thinks we should consider leaving the city for a few days. Why? I pulled up my phone, showing her the latest intelligence. Gregor's been spotted near your apartment building. Victoria's scheduled some kind of press announcement for tomorrow. And there's chatter about a major revelation regarding my personal life. So they're coordinating something big. Marcus thinks so. He suggested the Napa house. Completely secure, private, easy to monitor. Kim stiffened. Napa. That seems so far from everything. I know. I caught her hands. But it's strategic withdrawal, not hiding. Your choice, your terms. How is running away strategic? Because it forces them to show their hand while we're out of range. I pulled up a map on my tablet. Look. Napa's only 2 hours away. We could monitor everything remotely. Let them exhaust their ammunition on empty air. Plus. The main bedroom's finished now. The guest room's still full of Marcus's fishing gear, but only one bed. Her eyes narrowed. Did you plan that? I planned nothing. Marcus legitimately uses it for fishing trips. Ask him yourself. She studied me, then the map, then the contract we'd been drafting. If I need to bring work. Canvases, supplies, everything. The garage converts to studio space. Light's not perfect, but workable. And David has his own quarters on property. Close enough to respond, far enough to give us privacy. How long? Few days. Maybe a week. Until we know what they're planning and can counter properly. She was quiet for a long moment. I watched her process, knowing better than to push. This had to be her choice. I want to add it to the contract, she said finally. The safe house protocol. With specific terms about duration, communication with the outside world, and exit strategies if I need to leave. Whatever you need. We drafted the additional terms together. By the time we finished, Marcus had appeared with his usual terrible timing. The car's ready, he announced. David's already loaded Ms. West's art supplies from a list she provided. Your overnight bags are in the trunk. Presumptuous, Kim said, but she was fighting a smile. Efficient, Marcus corrected. The drive will take 2 hours. Longer, if we need evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers? Kim looked at me. Is that really necessary? Probably not, I admitted. But Marcus likes to be thorough. I like keeping people alive, Marcus said dryly. If that's thorough, so be it. Kim gathered her things, including our newly drafted contract. Fine. But I'm choosing the music for the drive. Agreed, I said. And we stop for coffee. Of course. Real coffee. Not whatever that thing is you drink. Hey. My coffee is terrible, she and Marcus said in unison. I looked between them, surprised. When did you two become allies? When we realized someone needs to save you from your tragic taste in coffee, Kim said. Come on, billionaire. Let's go see this fortress of solitude you're not hiding me in. The drive was surprisingly pleasant. Kim did indeed control the music, an eclectic mix that had Marcus actually nodding along at one point. We stopped for coffee at a place she found on her phone, where the barista recognized her from a gallery showing and gushed about her work. See, she said as we got back in the car. Not everyone's running scared. Some people still appreciate art over drama. Your phone's been quiet, I noticed. I blocked the unknown numbers. David suggested it. Said harassment works by exhausting you, and refusing to engage takes away their power. Smart kid. He's only 5 years younger than me, she pointed out. Hardly a kid. Everyone's a kid from where I'm sitting. Ancient, at 47. She traced her finger along my jaw. I don't know. You seemed pretty young in your office yesterday. All that energy. We have a 2-hour drive, I reminded her. With Marcus and David, listening to every word. Spoil sport. But she settled against my side, content to watch the landscape change from city to wine country. The safe house sat on 20 acres of private land, hidden from the main road by hills and strategic landscaping. I watched Kim take it in, the stone and wood architecture, the way it nestled into the landscape rather than dominating it. It's beautiful, she admitted. Not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Something cold. Fortress-like. This is a home, I finished. Or it could be. Marcus uses it for fishing. I've considered selling it a dozen times, but never could. Why not? My mother loved Napa. We came here when I was young, before the business consumed everything. She talked about retiring here someday. Kim squeezed my hand. She understood how grief could attach to places, making them both painful and precious. Inside the house was warm wood and clean lines. The renovation I'd mentioned was evident in the main areas, though the infamous guest room remained closed. I wasn't lying, I said as she peered down the hallway. Marcus really does keep his fishing gear in there. Go look if you don't believe me. She did, laughing when she found rods, reels, and what looked like an entire tackle shop crammed into the space. One bed it is, she said. Though this feels very convenient for you. I'll sleep on the couch if you prefer. Like hell. She pulled me toward the master bedroom. We're partners now. Written and signed. Partners share beds. Is that in the contract? Subsection 3b. Sleeping arrangements shall be mutually agreeable, and clothing optional. I don't remember that clause. I was going to add it in the final draft. She turned in my arms. Thank you. For making this feel like a choice instead of hiding. That's what I'm trying to learn. The difference between protecting and controlling. You're getting better at it. She rose on her toes to kiss me. Show me where this garage studio is. I want to paint while we still have light. I led her to the converted space, watched her assess the lighting, the ventilation, the work surfaces Marcus had apparently set up while we traveled. Her supplies were already unpacked, arranged with military precision. This works, she decided. Not perfect, but workable. What will you paint? Not sure yet. Maybe something about temporary sanctuaries. Or the way safety can feel like freedom when it's chosen. She was already pulling on her painting apron. Give me a few hours? I knew that look. She was about to disappear into her art, and nothing short of actual danger would pull her out. I'll be in the main house. David's doing a security sweep. Marcus is actually going fishing, if you can believe it. Marcus has hobbies. Apparently. He ties his own flies and everything. There are layers to everyone, she mused, already selecting brushes. Even stone-faced security chiefs. I left her to create, returning to the house to find David had set up a discreet command center in what used to be a dining room. Secure? I asked. Completely. I've also established communication protocols with local law enforcement and private security in the area. He handed me a tablet. Ms. West asked me to keep her informed of any developments regarding the threats. I scanned the updates. Social media chatter about tomorrow's announcement. Speculation about my fall from grace and the gold digger girlfriend. Nothing concrete yet, but the storm was building. She doesn't need to see this garbage, I said. David's expression didn't change. With respect, sir, that's not your call. We work for her protection, not her ignorance. The kid had spine. I could see why Marcus recommended him. Fine. But filter the worst of it. She doesn't need to read every toxic comment. Agreed. I'll provide summaries of credible concerns. He paused. She's stronger than you think. I know exactly how strong she is. That doesn't mean she should have to be. Maybe not. But sheltering her from reality won't help either of you. I wanted to argue, to assert my authority, to demand he follow my lead. Instead, I heard Kim's voice in my head, talking about partnership and trust. You're right, I said instead. Keep her informed. Her way. Outside, the October sun was starting to set, painting the valley in shades of gold and amber. Through the garage window, I could see Kim working, completely absorbed. She twisted her hair up, exposing the elegant line of her neck. Paint already streaked her arms. This was temporary. A strategic retreat, while we figured out how to neutralize Gregor and Victoria permanently. But watching her create in the space I'd provided, knowing she'd chosen to be here with me, it felt like something more. Like maybe we were building something even contracts couldn't fully define. My phone buzzed. Marcus, from whatever fishing spot he'd found, movement at the main road. Photographers. They're not approaching, but they know we're here. So it had started. Whatever Gregor and Victoria had planned, they wanted documentation of our reaction. They'd be disappointed. Kim would paint, I would work, and we would wait them out in our chosen sanctuary. Together. Later, after dinner and wine and watching Kim work until the light faded, we stood in the master bedroom facing the reality of one bed. I can still take the couch, I offered. Jakob. She turned from where she'd been washing paint from her hands. Stop being noble. We both know where this is heading. She pulled her shirt over her head, revealing simple black cotton. No lace. No games. Just Kim. I'm scared, she admitted. Not of you. Of them. Of tomorrow. Make me forget, Jakob. Make me remember why you're worth the risk. Kim. Please. She stepped closer, her eyes locked on mine. I need to feel something other than afraid. I need to feel you. I crossed to her in 2 strides, holding her close. She tasted of the wine we'd shared, of determination and desire. Bed, she whispered. Now. We sank onto the mattress, hands intertwined, hearts racing. 8 weeks since Venice, and I still couldn't get enough of her presence, her warmth. She curled into me, and I pressed soft kisses along her shoulder, down her arm, taking my time. More, she whispered, nuzzling my neck. I held her, letting the moments stretch. We explored each other gently, sharing whispers, touches, and quiet laughter. The intensity was there, not in actions, but in the connection, in the way our bodies fit together, in the way we trusted one another completely. Jakob, she murmured, resting her head on my chest. I feel safe. Wanted. Known. You are, I said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. More than you know. She shifted, turning to face me, and our foreheads touched. Inside me, Jakob. I need to know you. Not just your body. I need all of you. And you have it, I promised. All of me. Every part, no holding back. She smiled, a quiet, satisfied smile, and curled against me. Better. Much better, I murmured, holding her close as she relaxed. Less scared. More certain. We're worth fighting for, she whispered. We are, I agreed. Because of everything, she added sleepily. Broken parts included. I held her as she drifted off, our bodies entwined, tomorrow's storm temporarily forgotten. In our one bed, in our chosen sanctuary, we were exactly where we needed to be. Together.
Chapter 14. Kim. Day 57, Week 9 at the Napa Safe House.
The canvas wasn't cooperating. I'd been painting for 3 days straight, trying to capture something, anything, that felt authentic. But everything came out forced. Controlled. Like I was painting through protective glass. Which, I realized, wiping cerulean from my hands, was exactly what I was doing. The Napa house was beautiful. The converted garage studio worked perfectly. David maintained professional distance. Marcus caught fish and actually cooked them for dinner. Jakob gave me space to create while working on his laptop, fighting corporate battles remotely. It was all very civilized. Very safe. Very suffocating. "You're stress painting again." I didn't turn at Jacob's voice. He'd learned to read my moods through my brushstrokes, tight controlled marks when I was anxious, loose flowing ones when I was happy. These were practically stabbing the canvas. "I'm fine," I said. "Liar." He moved behind me, not touching but close enough that I felt his warmth. "What's wrong?" "Everything." Nothing. How could I explain that his perfect protection was slowly erasing me? "The light's different here," I said instead. "It's affecting the colors." "That's not what's affecting you." I set down my brush, finally meeting his eyes. He looked good, relaxed in jeans and a Henley, the Napa air clearly agreeing with him. His recovery was going well. Our partnership contract lay on the kitchen counter, signed and witnessed. Every night in that king-sized bed had been a reminder of what we were building together, tender, steady, and real. So why did I feel like screaming? "Show me your phone," I said. "Kim. You've been hiding something. You and David, with your careful expressions every time you check the news." I crossed my arms. "What aren't you telling me?" He pulled out his phone slowly, like it might explode. "I was trying to protect you from the worst of it. We have a contract. Subsection 2A. Full transparency in all matters affecting both parties." "You memorized the subsections?" "Jakob." He handed over the phone. I scrolled through the headlines he'd been hiding, each one worse than the last. "Mallory's Muse or Master Manipulator? From Venice Streets to Penthouse Sheets, a Gold Digger's Guide." "Anonymous source reveals shocking truth about Mallory's new girlfriend." The articles were pure poison, twisting every part of our story. The Venice meeting became calculated entrapment. My art became a convenient cover for social climbing. They'd even found my mother's obituary, spinning our shared grief into emotional manipulation. "There are photos too," Jakob said quietly. "From Venice. From the food trucks. Some personal ones from the safe house windows." I kept scrolling, finding the images. Me painting him in Venice, but cropped to look predatory. Us in the rain, captioned with speculation about public displays for sympathy. Even a long lens shot through the Napa bedroom window, curtains not quite closed enough. "They're watching us here," I said. "David's handled it. Increased perimeter security, privacy screens." "That's not the point." I shoved the phone back at him. "You kept this from me. Made decisions about what I could handle. I was trying to spare you." "I don't need to be spared." The words came out louder than intended. "I need to be trusted. There's a difference." "I do trust you." "Do you?" "Because from where I'm standing, you and David have been managing my reality for 3 days. Filtering what I see, controlling what I know. That's not trust. That's handling." He was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. "You're right. I fell back into old patterns. I'm sorry." The apology should have helped. It didn't. "I can't do this," I said. "Can't do what?" "This." I gestured at the studio, the house, the beautiful cage we'd built. "Hide here while they destroy me out there. Paint pretty pictures while my reputation burns. It's temporary. Until the heat dies down." "When? When Victoria gets bored? When Gregor finds a new target? When the media moves on to the next scandal?" I shook my head. "This isn't temporary, Jakob. This is what being with you means. Constant threats, constant hiding, constant protection. We're working on a permanent solution. Are we? Or are we just reacting to whatever they throw next?" I moved to the window, looking out at the manicured landscape that might as well have been Mars. I'm 26 years old. Am I supposed to spend the rest of my life in safe houses? Of course not. Once we neutralize the immediate threats, there will always be threats. I turned to face him. You're Jacob Mallory. You have enemies, ex-girlfriends, business rivals. If it's not Gregor, it'll be someone else. If it's not Victoria, it'll be the next woman who thinks she deserved your ring. So what are you saying? The words stuck in my throat. But I'd been thinking them for 3 days, feeling them grow like shadows in this beautiful prison. I'm saying I need to go home. This is temporary. No. Home. My apartment. My studio. My life. I took a breath. I can't lose myself in your protection again, Jacob. I can't become this kept thing who needs permission to see bad press. That's not what you are. Isn't it? Look at me. Hiding in Napa while strangers dissect my mother's death. Painting in a garage while they call me a tramp with a brush. My voice cracked. This isn't who I am. Kim. I need to face this. On my terms. In my own space. I met his eyes, seeing the fear there. I'm not leaving you. I'm leaving this situation. There's no difference. If you go back to Seattle, then I deal with whatever comes. With David, with security, with whatever measures we agree on. But as myself. Not as some princess in a tower. Princesses in towers stay alive, he said quietly. Do they? Or do they just exist until someone decides they can come down? I pulled off my painting apron. I'm going back to Seattle. Today. Kim, please. Let's discuss this. Make a plan. We can plan when I'm home. In my apartment. Living my actual life. I walked past him toward the house. He followed, of course. I could feel his control fraying, the careful restraint of the past days cracking. This is exactly what they want, he said. You exposed, vulnerable? Human, I corrected. They want me scared and hiding. Letting them control my movements, my choices. Well, guess what? I'm done being controlled. By them or by you. I'm not trying to control you. No? Then why didn't you show me those articles? Why make decisions about what I could handle? I pulled my suitcase from the closet, throwing clothes in haphazardly. You're doing it with good intentions, but it's still control. There's a difference between control and protection. Is there? Because from here, they look the same. I paused in my packing. I know you're scared. I know your instincts are screaming to lock me away somewhere safe. But I can't live like that. And deep down, you don't want me to. Don't tell me what I want. You fell in love with a woman who saved you on a bridge. Who stood up to your family. Who refused your money. I zipped the suitcase. Do you really want me to become someone who hides at the first sign of trouble? He didn't answer. Couldn't, maybe. I'm going, I said. You can come with me or stay here. But I'm done hiding. I made it to the door before he spoke. I'll have David bring the car around. I turned surprised. You're not going to fight me on this? Would it matter if I did? His smile was sad. You've made up your mind. You're right, trying to force you to stay would be control, not protection. So I'll come with you. Face whatever's waiting in Seattle together. Jacob. But I need you to promise something. He crossed to me, framing my face with his hands. If it gets worse, if there's real danger, not just ugly words, you'll let me protect you. Not control. Protect. I promise. He kissed me then, soft and desperate. When he pulled back, his eyes held something that looked like grief. I'll pack, he said. Give me 10 minutes. While he gathered his things, I found David in the kitchen, going over security reports on his tablet. We're returning to Seattle, I said. He nodded like he'd expected this. I'll coordinate with the team. Do you want to arrive at your apartment, or Mr. Mallory's penthouse? My apartment. I'll need 2 hours to ensure it's secure. We can. David. I interrupted gently. I appreciate everything you're doing. But I need to go home. To my actual home. Not in 2 hours. Now. He studied me for a moment. Understood. I'll do my best to minimize risk during transit. That's all I ask. Marcus appeared from wherever he'd been lurking. The man had supernatural timing. This is a mistake, he said bluntly. Probably, I agreed. But it's my mistake to make. They're escalating. The photos, the articles, this is psychological warfare designed to break you down. Then they've already won if I stay hidden. I shouldered my bag. I'm not breakable, Marcus. Neither is Jakob, though he forgets sometimes. Marcus's expression shifted slightly, what passed for surprise on his stone face. You're protecting him too. Someone has to remind him he survived before he met me. That he's stronger than his fear. I glanced toward the bedroom, where I could hear Jakob moving around. We both are. The drive back felt different from the journey out. Heavier. Jakob held my hand but didn't speak, tension radiating from every line of his body. David drove while Marcus followed in a second car, professional paranoia in full effect. As Seattle's skyline came into view, my phone started buzzing. I turned it back on, ready to face whatever was waiting. The messages poured in, Marley worried. Sophia from Venice, offering support. Gallery owners who'd stood by me, encouraging me to stay strong. Not everything was poison. Some people still saw me as more than scandal fodder. There are photographers at your building, David reported. 3 that I can see. Likely more. Let them photograph, I said. I'm not sneaking into my own home. Jacob's hand tightened on mine. Kim. I know what I'm doing. I squeezed back. Trust me. The cameras started clicking the moment our car pulled up. David moved efficiently, creating space without seeming aggressive. I stepped out with my head high, not hiding, not rushing. Kim. How do you respond to allegations that you targeted Mr. Mallory in Venice? Is it true you were paid to seduce him? What do you say to people calling you a gold digger? I paused at my building's entrance, turning to face them. Jakob tensed beside me, but I touched his arm gently. Trust me. I say that love isn't a transaction, I said clearly. It's a choice. And I choose him every day, despite people like you trying to cheapen what we have. But the timeline shows 2 people finding each other when they needed it most. If that threatens you, maybe examine why. I linked my arm with Jacob's. Now, if you'll excuse us, I have art to create and a life to live. Inside the lobby, Jakob pulled me against him. That was necessary, I finished. They wanted me scared and silent. They got neither. My apartment felt strange after days away. Smaller. But mine in a way the Napa house had never been. I'll do a sweep, David said, already moving through the rooms. I dropped my bags, moving to the windows that overlooked the city. Seattle spread out before me, gray and beautiful and complicated. Somewhere out there, Victoria was planning her next attack. Gregor was orchestrating new threats. But I was here. In my space. On my terms. I understand, Jakob said quietly behind me. Why you had to come back. This is who you are. You face things. We face things, I corrected, turning in his arms. Together. Just not from hiding. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I know. They'll keep pushing until something breaks. Then we better make sure we're not what breaks. I rose on my toes to kiss him. We're stronger than they think, Jakob. Both of us. His phone rang before he could respond. Marcus. What? Jacob's face darkened as he listened. When? How did they? He paused. We'll be right down. What's wrong? Building security caught someone trying to access your storage unit in the basement. They ran but left something behind. My stomach clenched. What kind of something? Marcus isn't sure. But Kim. His voice was carefully controlled. It's addressed to your mother. The room tilted. My mother had been dead for 4 years. Whatever game Gregor and Victoria were playing, they'd just crossed a line I hadn't known existed. And I was done playing defense.
Chapter 15. Jakob. Day 64. Kim has been gone for a week.
The basement storage unit smelled like dust and old memories. Kim stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the box on the concrete floor. Her mother's name, Rebecca West, was written in careful block letters across brown paper packaging. "Don't touch it," I said, catching her arm as she moved forward. "Let David check it first." "It's addressed to my mother." Her voice was hollow. "She's been dead for 4 years. Which is why we're being careful." David was already pulling on gloves, examining the package with professional detachment. Marcus flanked the doorway, hand resting on his concealed weapon. "No wires visible," David reported. "No chemical odors. Weight suggests documents rather than devices." "Open it," Kim said. "Kim. Open it." Steel in her voice now. "Whatever sick game they're playing, I want to know." David used a knife to carefully slice the tape. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper like a gift, was a manila folder. He lifted it out, checking for secondary threats before opening it. His expression went carefully blank. "Ms. West, perhaps you should show me." He looked to me. I wanted to say no, to protect her from whatever fresh hell Gregor and Victoria had concocted. But Kim was already pushing past me, taking the folder from David's hands. The first photo made her gasp. It was her mother, younger, standing outside what looked like a medical clinic. The timestamp showed 15 years ago. Kim would have been 11. "I don't understand," she whispered, flipping to the next image. More clinic photos. Then medical records with portions highlighted. Insurance documents. Legal papers. "What is this?" She looked up at me, then Marcus. "What are they trying to?" She stopped mid-sentence, staring at one particular document. Her face went white. "Kim." She handed me the paper with trembling fingers. It was a treatment record from a private psychiatric facility. The patient name was Rebecca West. The admission date was 3 months before she died. The diagnosis was bipolar disorder with psychotic features. "This is a lie," Kim said. "My mother had cancer. She died of cancer." But there were more documents. Admission records. Medication lists. Notes about manic episodes and delusions. And at the bottom of the stack, a death certificate that listed cause of death as complications from intentional overdose. "No." Kim shook her head. "No, I was there. I watched her deteriorate from chemo." I held her hand when her voice broke. I pulled her against me, feeling her shake. Over her head, I met Marcus's eyes. He was already on his phone, voice low and urgent. "These could be forgeries," I said. "Gregor has resources. Look at the letterhead." Kim pulled back, pointing with a trembling finger. "Cascade Regional. That's where she was treated. Where I visited every day for 3 months. For cancer treatment." That's what she told me. What everyone told me. She flipped through more papers, each revelation worse than the last. But these admission forms, the dates match. The room numbers match. Everything matches except. "We'll verify everything," I promised. "Marcus is all ready. They're real." Her voice was flat. "I can feel it. The way certain nurses would look at me. The locked ward we had to pass through. The way Uncle Ted always changed the subject when I asked about her specific type of cancer." She sank onto a storage crate, the folder spilling from her lap. I gathered the papers, rage building with each page. This wasn't just an attack, it was surgical. Designed to shatter Kim's foundation, to make her question everything she thought she knew. Why? She asked. Why would everyone lie to me? To protect you, I said gently. You were 22. Already dealing with loss. So they decided I couldn't handle the truth. That I was too fragile to know my own mother's real diagnosis? She laughed bitterly. Gosh, I'm tired of being protected. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Now you know her genetic legacy. Mental illness runs in families. Still want to play savior to damaged goods. I deleted it before Kim could see, but the damage was already spreading. This was Gregor's real game, not just destroying Kim's reputation but her sense of self. We should go upstairs, David suggested quietly. This area isn't fully secure. Kim stood mechanically, clutching the folder. In the elevator, she was silent, staring at nothing. I'd seen that look before, in my own mirror during the worst of my addiction. The look of someone whose world had fundamentally shifted. Back in her apartment, she moved to the window, still holding those damned papers. Everyone knew except me, she said. My whole family. They all knew she was bipolar. That she killed herself. And they let me believe a lie for 4 years. They were trying to spare you pain. By denying me the truth about my own mother. She turned to face me. By letting me grieve the wrong disease. Do you know how many cancer charities I've donated to? How many awareness walks I've done? And it was all based on a lie. Your grief was real. Your love for her was real. But my understanding was false. She set the folder on her coffee table like it might explode. What else did they lie about? What other fundamental truths about my life are fiction? I wanted to fix this. To somehow undo the damage Gregor had inflicted with surgical precision. But there was no corporate solution to shattered trust. I need a drink, Kim said. You don't drink. Maybe that was a lie too. But she moved to the kitchen for water instead, hands shaking as she filled a glass. I should call Uncle Ted. Demand answers. Find out why. The glass slipped, shattering on the floor. Kim stared at the fragments, then started laughing. Not healthy laughter, the broken kind that bordered on hysteria. Perfect, she said. Everything's in pieces, anyway. I moved toward her, but she held up a hand. Don't. I'll cut you. I don't care. Well, I do. She grabbed paper towels, kneeling to clean the mess. I care about protecting people, apparently. Just like everyone protected me. Maybe it's genetic. Maybe lying runs in families too. Kim. Did you know? She looked up suddenly. When you had Marcus investigate me, did you find out about my mother? The question hit like a physical blow. No. I never had you investigated. Never. Not even a basic background check? I hesitated, a moment too long. You did. She stood slowly. When? After Venice. Before asking you to come to Seattle. I forced myself to maintain eye contact. Basic financial and criminal background only. Nothing invasive. And it didn't mention my mother's real cause of death. No. Just that she'd passed 4 years ago. I didn't dig deeper. That felt like a violation. But you still investigated me. Without telling me. I was protecting myself. My company. I'd just come out of recovery. So you needed to make sure I wasn't some con artist. I get it. She laughed again, that broken sound. Everyone protects themselves. Everyone lies for good reasons. Maybe Gregor's doing me a favor, showing me how the world really works. That's not. My phone rang. Dr. Martinez's number. I should take this, I said reluctantly. Of course you should. Wouldn't want to miss therapy, because your girlfriend's having a breakdown. She waved me away. I'll be here. Cleaning up broken glass and shattered illusions. I stepped into her bedroom for privacy, keeping the door cracked so I could watch her. Jakob, Dr. Martinez said. I heard about the Seattle Times article. How are you managing? Not well. I gave her the abbreviated version. Napa, Kim's insistence on returning, the basement discovery. And how are you handling the stress? Any cravings? I paused, taking inventory. The familiar itch was there, worse than it had been in weeks. The voice whispering that one pill would smooth the sharp edges, help me think clearly, give me the energy to fix everything. Yes, I admitted. But I'm not using. What tools are you employing? Breathing exercises. Calling you. Focusing on Kim's needs instead of my own desire to escape. Good. But Jakob, you can't save her from this pain. Just like she couldn't save you from withdrawal. I know. Do you? Because from what you're describing, you're trying to manage her emotions the same way you used to manage them with substances, by controlling the situation. I'm trying to support her. Support and control can look very similar. The difference is often in whose needs are being prioritized. Through the door, I watched Kim methodically cleaning glass shards, her movements robotic. She's shutting down, I said. I've seen it before. In myself. Then be present. Don't try to fix. Don't try to control. Just be there. That's not enough. Sometimes it's everything. She paused. Do you need an emergency session? I can clear time. No. I'll make it to Monday's regular appointment. I hoped that was true. Thank you for calling. Jakob? Remember, her pain isn't your failure. You can't protect everyone from everything. Not even the people you love most. After we hung up, I found Kim sitting on her couch, staring at the folder of revelations. That was your therapist, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Are you okay? This must be triggering all kinds of. Don't. I sat beside her, careful not to crowd. Don't worry about my recovery right now. I'm solid. Are you? Because I know what stress does to you. What protecting me costs. She met my eyes. I can't be the reason you relapse. You won't be. You can't promise that. I can promise to use every tool I have to prevent it. To call Marcus or Dr. Martinez. To be honest about the cravings. I took her hand carefully. To not make my recovery your responsibility. She squeezed my fingers. I'm sorry. For shutting you out. For the broken glass. For all of this. Don't apologize for being human. Is that what this is? Being human. She gestured at the folder. Because it feels like being destroyed. Like everything I thought I knew about myself was wrong. Your mother loved you. Mental illness doesn't change that. Doesn't it? How many of her expressions of love were real versus manic episodes? How many of our good memories were just symptoms? All of it was real. Mental illness doesn't erase the person. Spoken like someone in therapy. But she leaned against me slightly. What do I do with this? How do I process finding out my entire family lied to me? Start with one conversation. One family member. Work from there. Ted, she decided. My uncle. He was her brother, he'd know everything. Do you want me there when you call? No. Yes. I don't know. She rubbed her face. I don't know anything anymore. My phone buzzed. Another unknown number. This time I showed her, the daughter of a suicide. The girlfriend of an addict. What beautiful broken children you'll make together. Kim took my phone and typed a response, still stronger than cowards who hide behind anonymous numbers. She hit send before I could stop her. Probably shouldn't engage, I said. Probably not. She handed back the phone. But I'm done being passive. Done being protected. If they want to destroy me, they'll have to do it while I'm fighting back. There she was, the woman who'd stopped me on that bridge. Hurt but not broken. Bent but not defeated. I love you, I said. Even knowing I might have inherited my mother's condition. That our children could, she stopped. Sorry. That's probably the last thing you want to think about. Our children, I repeated carefully, would be loved and supported no matter what challenges they faced. Just like you. Just like your mother should have been able to be honest about. Kim's eyes filled. I should call Ted. I'll give you privacy. No. Stay. She pulled out her phone. I want a witness this time. No more secrets. She dialed, putting it on speaker. Her uncle answered on the third ring. Kimmy. How's Seattle? I saw those terrible articles. Is it true? Kim interrupted. About Mom? Silence. Then what about her? Someone sent me her medical records. Her real medical records. Kim's voice stayed steady. Bipolar disorder. Psychiatric treatment. Suicide. The silence stretched longer this time. When Ted finally spoke, his voice was heavy. How did you? Who would? So it's true. Kim, sweetheart, we were trying to protect you. From my own mother's reality. You were so young. Already grieving. The stigma of mental illness, of suicide, we thought it would be easier. For who? Kim's composure cracked. For me or for you? Because living a lie for 4 years hasn't been easy, Uncle Ted. Finding out from strangers hasn't been easy. Nothing about this has been easy. I'm sorry. We're all sorry. We thought. Kim hung up. Sat staring at the phone like it might bite her. Well, she said finally. That's that. Truth confirmed. Family trust shattered. Gregor wins this round. He doesn't win anything. This is painful, but it's also freeing. No more secrets. No more lies. Right. Because finding out your dead mother was bipolar and suicidal is so liberating. She stood abruptly. I need to paint. Kim. I need to paint, she repeated. It's the only thing that makes sense right now. The only thing that's still true. I watched her gather supplies with manic energy. Set up a canvas in her living room, instead of going to the studio. Choose colors like weapons, deep purples, violet reds, black. Then I sat on her couch and watched her attack the canvas. Watched her pour 4 years of complicated grief into brushstrokes. Watched her paint her mother, not the cancer patient she'd thought she knew, but the complex, troubled, loving woman who'd hidden her demons even from her daughter. My phone rang repeatedly. Marcus with security updates. Board members with crisis questions. Lawyers with strategy proposals. I ignored them all. Dr. Martinez was right. I couldn't fix this. Couldn't protect Kim from a truth that had already happened. Couldn't manage her pain away. But I could be present. Could witness her grief and rage and confusion without trying to solve it. Could love her through the broken glass and shattered illusions. Could stay steady while her world tilted. It wasn't enough. But maybe, right now, it was exactly what she needed.
Chapter 16. Kim.
Aunt Rebecca's house smelled exactly the same: patchouli, turpentine, and the lavender she grew wild in her garden. You look like hell, she said by way of greeting, pulling me into a fierce hug. How long since you slept? What day is it? That bad? She held me at arm's length, studying me with eyes that matched my mother's. Her sister's eyes. Come on. Tea first, then you can tell me why you showed up on my doorstep looking like a ghost. I followed her through the familiar chaos of her home in Asheville's art district. Canvases lined every wall, sculptures crowded tables, and wind chimes made from recycled metal sang in the windows. It was the opposite of Jacob's pristine penthouse, messy, vibrant, alive. Sit, Rebecca commanded, pushing me toward her kitchen table. The same one where I'd done homework as a kid when Mom had her difficult days. I sat, suddenly exhausted. The drive from Seattle had taken 3 days, staying in anonymous motels, paying cash. David had wanted to follow, but I'd refused. Jakob had wanted to come, but I'd refused that too. I needed to be alone. To think. To figure out who I was when no one was protecting me from the truth. Green tea or the hard stuff? Rebecca asked. Whiskey. Rebecca's eyebrows rose. Since when do you drink? Since finding out everyone I trust has been lying to me for 4 years. The words came out harsh. Fair enough. She poured 2 generous glasses of bourbon, then settled across from me. I pulled out the folder. Set it between us like a confession. Did you know? She didn't pretend to misunderstand. One look at the medical records and her face crumpled. Oh honey, she said. So everyone knew. Everyone but me. It wasn't like that. Wasn't it? I took a burning sip. My mother was bipolar. Killed herself. And everyone let me believe it was cancer. She was sick, Kim. Just not the way we told you. Why? The question I'd driven 3,000 miles to ask. Why lie? Rebecca traced the rim of her glass, choosing words carefully. You were barely holding it together. Working 3 jobs to pay for art school. Visiting her every day. Ted and I thought, that adding mental illness stigma to your grief would break you. So you decided for me. We decided to protect you. Right or wrong, we did what we thought best. She was my mother. I had a right to know. You were her child, Rebecca corrected gently. Watching your mother die is hard enough without knowing she chose it. The words hit like a slap. Chose it. My mother had chosen to leave me. How? I asked. The records just said overdose. Rebecca refilled our glasses. She saved her meds for weeks. Planned it carefully. Left notes for everyone except me. She left you paintings. Dozens of them. I have them in storage. We weren't sure when to tell you. More secrets. I laughed bitterly. Any other major revelations about my life you've been sitting on? Don't be cruel. Don't I get to be? Just a little? Finding out my entire understanding of my past is fiction? Rebecca reached across the table, catching my hand. Your mother loved you fiercely. Mental illness doesn't change that. That's what Jakob said. The billionaire boyfriend. Her tone was carefully neutral. The one you're hiding from? I'm not hiding. I'm processing. In Asheville. 3,000 miles from him. Paying cash for motel rooms like a fugitive. How did you? I may be a hippie artist, but I watched the news. Saw those awful articles. That footage of you facing down photographers. She squeezed my hand. Looked like your mother when she was manic. That same defiant fire. Is that what I am? Manic? Are you sleeping? No. Eating. Sometimes. Painting. Obsessively. Honey. Her voice went gentle. When did you last take a real breath? I can't. The words tumbled out. Every time I stop moving, I think about her. About what signs I missed. What I could have done differently, if I'd known the truth. Nothing. You could have done nothing differently. How do you know? Because I knew the truth and couldn't save her either. Rebecca's eyes filled. I knew she was bipolar. Knew she was hoarding pills. Tried to get her help. But you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. Then why didn't she want to be saved? Oh, Kim. Rebecca came around the table, pulling me against her. That's the question that'll eat you alive if you let it. I broke then. 3 days of holding it together, of driving through the night, of pretending I was fine, it all crashed down. I sobbed into my aunt's shoulder while she held me, rocking slightly like she had when I was young. I'm scared, I admitted when the tears slowed. What if I inherited it? What if one day I'm saving pills and leaving everyone but my daughter a note? Then you'll get help. Take medication. Go to therapy. Do all the things we couldn't convince your mother to do. She pulled back, framing my face. You're not her, Kim. You're allowed to make different choices. Am I? Because I ran across the country rather than deal with my feelings. That seems pretty familiar. You came home to find answers. That's not running, that's searching. She returned to her seat. Though you might have told that boy where you were going. He's called 6 times.
You didn't answer?
Wasn't my place. But Kim, he sounded wrecked. Guilt twisted in my stomach. I'd left a note. Told him I needed space, that I'd be safe, that this wasn't about us. But I'd turned off my phone, ignored the pull to call him, to let him know I was okay. I can't be what he needs right now, I said. What does he need? Someone stable. Someone who doesn't have suicide in her genetic code. Someone who won't send him into relapse every time she has a bad day. Did he say that? He didn't have to. I saw his face when I was painting. The worry. The fear. I finished my bourbon. He's worked so hard on his recovery. I won't be the reason he falls apart. So you left to protect him? I left to protect both of us. From what? From me. From whatever I'm becoming. From the possibility that love isn't enough when you're both too damaged to function. Rebecca poured more bourbon. Want to know what I think? Do I have a choice? I think you're doing exactly what your mother did. Deciding for everyone else what they can handle. Making choices based on fear instead of trust. That's not? Isn't it? She hid her illness because she thought we couldn't handle it. You're hiding your pain because you think he can't handle it. Same song, different verse. It's not the same. No? Then call him. I stared at my phone, turned off for 3 days. I can't. Why? Because if I hear his voice, I'll go back. And I'm not ready. I need to figure out who I am first. Baloney. Rebecca's hippie peace persona cracked. You know exactly who you are. You're just scared of being seen. Of course I'm scared. Everyone who's supposed to love me has lied to me. Hidden things. Protected me from truths I had every right to know. I stood, pacing to the window. How do I trust anyone after this? You choose to. It's not that simple. Sure it is. Trust isn't about guarantees, Kim. It's about deciding someone's worth the risk. She joined me at the window. Is he? I thought about Jakob. About how he'd sat with me while I painted my rage. How he'd used every recovery tool to stay stable when I was falling apart. How he'd let me go, even though it must have killed him.
Yes, I admitted.
Then stop hiding and start healing. Here, where people love you. But with him knowing you're safe. I don't know how. Start small. Turn on your phone. Send a text. Let him know you're alive. She nudged my shoulder. Unless you want to end up like me, 60 years old with cats and conspiracy theories about Big Pharma. You love your life. I do. But it gets lonely, pushing everyone away to protect them from my mess. She smiled sadly. Don't be me, Kim. Be better. I turned on my phone. Messages flooded in, Jakob, Marcus, David, Marley. Even my brothers had called. But I focused on Jacob's texts, each one more careful than the last. Please let me know you're safe. I understand needing space. Take all you need. I love you. That hasn't changed. David wants to check on you. I told him no. Your choice. Day 3. I'm okay. Working the program. Don't worry about me. I miss you. The last one was from an hour ago. No pressure. No demands. Just truth. I typed, I'm in Asheville with Rebecca. I'm safe. I'm sorry. His response was immediate, thank God. Don't apologize. Are you okay? Me, no. But I will be. Jakob, what do you need? Me, time. Space. To know you're okay, too. Jakob, I'm working with Dr. Martinez. Using all the tools. You don't need to protect me from this. Me, I'm not sure I know how to stop. Jakob, we'll figure it out together. When you're ready. I'll be here. Me, even if I'm like her? Bipolar. Broken. Jakob, you're not broken. You're human. And I love every piece of you. I set the phone down, tears streaming again. Rebecca handed me a tissue. Better? She asked. Yeah. Good. Now, you want to see your mother's paintings? The ones she left for you? I nodded, following her to the storage room. Canvases wrapped in brown paper, each one labeled with my name. 4 years of secrets waiting to be unwrapped. The first one took my breath away. It was me, painted during one of her manic episodes, all swirling colors and explosive energy. But underneath the chaos was love. So much love it hurt to look at. She painted you constantly those last months, Rebecca said. Even when she couldn't remember what day it was, she remembered you. I unwrapped another. Another. Each one a different version of me through my mother's eyes. Some dark and fractured, painted during depression. Others brilliant and alive, products of mania. All of them honest in a way she'd never been able to be in words. This is who she really was, I said. Yes. And this is how she saw me. Beautiful and strong. Worth living for, even when living hurt too much to bear. I traced the brushstrokes, seeing my mother's hand in every line. Why didn't she show me these? Shame. Fear. The same reasons we all hide our hardest truths. Rebecca wrapped an arm around me. But she left them for you. That has to count for something. Can I swallowed hard. Can I work here for a while? Paint through this? Figure out what comes next? Of course. Your room's always ready. She kissed my temple. But Kim? Don't make him wait too long. Good men who understand broken women are rare. He deserves better than broken. Maybe. But he chose you. That means something too. That night, I set up my easel in Rebecca's studio and began to paint. Not the angry slashes of the past week, but something softer. My mother as I remembered her, complicated and secretive and loving. The truth she'd hidden, and the love that remained real despite it. Somewhere in Seattle, Jakob was probably in therapy, talking about healthy boundaries and trusting the process. In a few days, I'd have to face what came next. Whether we could build something lasting on foundations that kept shifting. But tonight, I painted. My mother's daughter, working through pain with pigment and possibility. My phone buzzed. A photo from Jakob, him at a recovery meeting, subtle proof he was okay. No words needed. I sent one back, my paint-covered hands, proof I was surviving too. Maybe that was enough for now. Maybe broken people could choose each other and make something beautiful from the pieces. Maybe love wasn't about being whole. Maybe it was about being willing to heal in the presence of another's patience. I painted until dawn, my mother's canvases watching like benevolent ghosts, reminding me that even in the darkest moments there was still beauty to be found. And somewhere across the country, a dangerous billionaire was learning the same thing. We were going to be okay. Different, scarred, careful with each other's tender places. But okay.
Chapter 17. Jakob.
My name is Jakob, and I'm an addict. The words came easier now, 11 weeks into recovery. The circle of faces in the community center basement had become familiar, not friends exactly, but fellow travelers on a road I'd never wanted to walk. Hi, Jakob, they responded in unison. I'd chosen Na over Awe. Narcotics Anonymous felt more anonymous for someone whose face occasionally graced business magazines. These people didn't care that I ran a billion-dollar empire. Here, I was just another person trying to stay clean one day at a time. I'm struggling, I admitted. My girlfriend is going through something heavy, and she left to handle it alone. My instinct is to fix it, to fly to where she is, to solve her problems, to make everything okay. But that's not what she needs. What does she need? Asked Tom, a construction worker with 15 years clean. Space. Time. To know I'm okay without her having to prop me up. I rubbed my face. It's been 5 days. We text, but it's not the same. I want to use. Not because I'm weak, but because the pills made me feel in control. And right now, I feel anything but. Control's an illusion, said Maria, a nurse who'd stolen meds for years. Using just makes you a servant to a different master. I know. Intellectually, I know. But my body remembers how good it felt to not feel. I looked around the circle. How do you love someone without trying to control their pain? You don't, said James, the group's unofficial elder statesman with 23 years clean. You love them with their pain. Through it. But not over it or around it. That's terrifying. Welcome to recovery. He smiled grimly. Where we learn that feeling terrified is better than feeling nothing. After the meeting, I stood in the parking lot, breathing October air that smelled like rain and possibility. My phone buzzed, a photo from Kim. Her latest painting, all purples and grays with threads of gold breaking through. Her mother's face emerging from abstract chaos. I sent back a photo of my meeting chip. 11 weeks. Almost 3 months of choosing to feel everything instead of numbing it away. Her response was immediate, proud of you. Me, proud of you too. That painting is powerful. Kim, it's angry. But less angry than yesterday. Me, progress. Kim, in all things. I wanted to ask when she was coming home. Wanted to beg her to let me fly to Asheville. Instead I typed, take all the time you need. Kim, what if I need forever? Me, then I'll learn to love you from a distance. Kim, you shouldn't have to. Me, love isn't about should. It's about choosing. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, I'm in therapy here. Found someone who specializes in grief and family trauma. Relief flooded through me. Good. That's good. Kim, she says I have a pattern of protecting people by leaving. Me, what do you think? Kim, I think she might be right. Working on it. Me, we all are. A car pulled up beside me, Marcus in the Range Rover. Sir, he said through the lowered window. Your brothers are at the penthouse. All of them? All of them. They seemed concerned. Of course they were. I'd been dodging their calls for days, focused on my own recovery and giving Kim space. But Mallory brothers didn't believe in space when one of their own was struggling. The drive home was quiet. Marcus had learned to read my moods, knowing when to offer advice and when to simply be present. Today was a silence day. The penthouse elevator opened to controlled chaos. Kit was raiding my bar for the expensive scotch not to drink. Joel had spreadsheets covering my dining table. Grady was on my couch, feet up, looking deceptively relaxed. He lives, Grady announced. We were about to send a search party. I've been busy. Busy ignoring your family. Kit abandoned the bar to study me. You look like hell. Thanks. Really needed that boost. Where's Kim? Joel asked, not looking up from his papers. Her building manager says she hasn't been home in 5 days. She's safe. That's not what I asked. That's all you need to know. Joel finally looked up, calculator in hand like a weapon. Jakob, the board is asking questions. The media won't let the story die. And your girlfriend has vanished in the middle of a PR nightmare. She didn't vanish. She's taking time to process some personal things. What kind of personal things? Kit's voice went gentle, his therapist voice, the one he used when he thought someone was about to break. The kind that aren't my story to tell. So she left, Grady said. In the middle of attacks on both of you, she just left. She needed space. And you let her go. Joel's confusion was genuine. The Jakob I know would have. Would have what? Locked her in a tower? Hired guards to drag her back? Controlled her choices because I know better? I moved to the window, needing distance from their concern. That Jakob was killing both of us. So you're just, what? Accepting this? Kit joined me at the window. Letting the woman you love handle everything alone. I'm respecting her boundaries. There's a difference. Is there? Because from here, it looks like you're both running from each other. We're not running. I turn to face them. We're healing. Sometimes that requires distance. Nonsense, Grady said. Healing happens in connection, not isolation. Says the man who hasn't had a relationship last longer than a weekend. Exactly. I'm an expert on what doesn't work. He sat up, suddenly serious. Jakob, I get it. The control thing. Watching someone you love struggle, and not being able to fix it. But Kim's not Mom. The words hit like a physical blow. We never talked about Mom directly. Never acknowledged how her death had shaped us all. Kit becoming everyone's emotional caretaker, Joel burying himself in numbers, Grady hiding behind humor, and me trying to control everything. I know that, I said quietly. Do you? Joel abandoned his spreadsheets. Because it looks like you're repeating patterns. Mom hid her illness, you hid your addiction. Mom pushed Dad away when she was struggling. You're letting Kim push you away. She's not pushing. She's processing. For how long? As long as she needs. And if she doesn't come back? Kit asked gently. The question I'd been avoiding for 5 days. The possibility that space might become permanent. That Kim might decide I was too dangerous, too complicated, too much work. Then I'll survive, I said. I'll go to meetings. Work the program. Build a life that doesn't depend on someone else to save me. But you love her, Grady said. Which is why I'm letting her go. Love isn't possession. It's not control. I search for words. It's wanting someone's happiness more than your own comfort. When did you become so enlightened? Joel asked. Therapy. Lots of therapy. I managed a smile. Dr. Martinez would be proud. We're proud, Kit said. For what it's worth. This is growth. Feels like dying. Growth usually does. He squeezed my shoulder. But Jakob, you don't have to do this alone. We're here. All of us. I know. Do you? Because you've been shutting us out too. Going to meetings alone, handling the media storm alone, processing Kim's absence alone. Joel returned to his papers. We're your brothers. Let us help. How? Well, for starters, Grady said, I've been doing some digging on Victoria Sterling. Turns out her gallery has some interesting financial irregularities. And I've found connections between Gregor's shell companies and several media outlets, Joel added. The ones pushing the hardest on the Kim story. Plus, Kit said, I may have mentioned to some European collectors that Kim West's work is about to explode in value. Amazing how a few strategic purchases can shift the art world's perception. I stared at them. You've been investigating? All of you. Did you think we'd just let them destroy our brother? Grady's humor vanished. Or the woman who makes him human. I didn't ask. You never ask, Joel interrupted. That's your problem. You give help but won't accept it. Control but won't collaborate. Well, too bad. We're helping anyway. The question is, Kit said, do you want to know what we found? Or are you too enlightened to plot revenge? Revenge. The word tasted bitter. Old Jakob would have jumped at the chance to destroy everyone who'd hurt Kim. But that was the same impulse that made me want to control her pain, fix her problems, manage her life. Not revenge, I said finally. Justice. There's a difference. Good enough. Joel spread out a new set of papers. Here's what we know, For the next hour, my brothers laid out their findings. Victoria's gallery was laundering money for several unsavory clients. Gregor had been shorting Mallory Corp stock before each attack, making millions on our instability. There were connections to judge bribes, EPA violations, tax evasion, a web of corruption that would have impressed me if it wasn't aimed at destroying everything I loved. We could bury them, Kit said. One call to the FBI, and they're done. But I heard the hesitation. But it might splash back on Kim. Some of these gallery connections, they could make her look complicit. She's not. We know that. But the media loves a scandal. Artist girlfriend involved in money laundering writes itself. My phone buzzed. Another painting from Kim, this one lighter, featuring her and her aunt in the garden. Signs of healing. Signs of hope. We wait, I decided. Gather more evidence. Build an airtight case. When Kim comes back, if she comes back, we'll decide together how to proceed. Together, Joel repeated. I like the sound of that. Speaking of together, Grady said, when's the last time you ate? You look gaunt. I've been eating. Coffee isn't food, Jakob. Fine. Order something. But not sushi. Kim hates sushi and I stopped, realizing what I'd said. And you won't eat it without her, Kit finished gently. You've got it bad, brother. I know. Good bad or bad bad? Both. Neither. I slumped onto the couch. I don't know how to do this. Love someone without controlling them. Want them without needing them. Be a partner instead of a protector. No one does, Joel said, surprising me. We all just pretend and hope we're getting it right. Since when are you an expert on relationships? Since I've been seeing someone for 6 months and haven't told any of you because I didn't want your advice. We all stared at him. Joel, married to his spreadsheets, had a secret relationship? 6 months. Kit demanded. Who? When? How? Later, Joel said. The point is, we're all struggling with connection. With being vulnerable. With letting people see our mess. Kim's not wrong to need space to figure things out. But she's not right to shut Jakob out either, Grady added. Balance. It's all about balance. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Mr. Mallory. A woman's voice, professional but warm. This is Dr. Sarah Chen. I'm Kim's therapist here in Asheville. My heart stopped. Is she okay? She's fine. But she asked me to call. To set up a joint session. Video call, given the distance. Would you be willing? Yes. No hesitation. When? Tomorrow at 2 your time. She wanted me to tell you this isn't about ending things. It's about building better patterns. I'll be there. Good. I'll send the link. And Mr. Mallory? She's doing the work. Really doing it. That's not easy. I know. After we hung up, I found my brothers watching me. Joint therapy? Kit guessed. Tomorrow. That's good, Joel said. That's progress. That's terrifying. Most good things are, Grady said. But you'll show up anyway. Because that's who you are now. Someone who shows up even when it's hard. When did you all get so wise? When our big brother stopped trying to protect us from everything and started letting us see him struggle, Kit said. Turns out vulnerability is contagious. We ordered Thai food, not from the place Kim loved, but close enough. Talked about Joel's mystery relationship, Kit's latest romantic disaster, Grady's surprising emotional intelligence. Normal brother things that we'd never made time for when I was busy controlling an empire and an addiction. I might ask her to marry me, I said suddenly. When she comes back. If she comes back. After all this? Joel asked. The media attacks, the family drama, the space and therapy and growth. Because of all this. We've seen each other's worst. Chosen each other anyway. What's more real than that? Nothing, Kit said. Absolutely nothing. Later, alone in my penthouse, I sat with my recovery journal. Wrote about the meeting, the brothers, the upcoming therapy session. Wrote about learning to love without grasping, to support without controlling. My phone lit up with a text from Kim. Thank you for agreeing to the session. I know it's hard. Me, hard is okay. We're worth hard. Kim, yes. We are. 3 words that held everything. Acknowledgement. Agreement. Hope. Tomorrow, we'd sit in separate states but shared space, working on building something neither of us knew how to build. A love based on choice, not need. On strength, not salvation. Tonight I'd go to bed sober, supported by brothers who wouldn't let me fall, preparing for a conversation that might change everything. Growth, as Grady said, usually felt like dying. But maybe that's how you knew it was real.
Chapter 18. Kim. Day 71 week in Asheville.
The laptop screen showed Jacob's face, and my heart did that stupid skip it always did when I saw him. He looked tired. Thinner. But his eyes were clear, focused, the eyes of someone doing the work, not just surviving. Dr. Chen sat beside me in her Asheville office, while Jakob appeared to be in his home office, Seattle's skyline gray behind him. Thank you both for being here, Dr. Chen began. Kim's told me a lot about your relationship. The intensity of your connection, but also the patterns that concern her. What patterns? Jacob's voice was carefully neutral. I forced myself to speak. The leaving pattern. When things get too intense, too real, I run. Venice to Seattle was running toward something. But Napa to here. That was running away. You needed space to process. I needed to not watch you worry about me. To not see your face every time I had a dark thought, wondering if this would be the thing that sent you back to pills. I met his eyes through the screen. I've been protecting you by leaving. Just like my mom protected me by lying. I don't need protection from your pain, Kim. Don't you? Your recovery is so new. So fragile. And I gestured helplessly. I'm a mess. Finding out about my mom, the genetic possibilities, the media attacks. How is that good for someone trying to stay clean? That's my choice to make, Jakob said quietly. Not yours. Dr. Chen intervened gently. Kim, what do you fear would happen if you stayed during difficult times? That I'd drag him down. That my chaos would trigger his need for control. That we'd spiral together instead of healing. And Jakob, what do you fear when Kim leaves? He was quiet for a moment. That she won't come back. That she'll decide I'm too complicated, too dangerous. That love isn't enough when you're both carrying damage. So you both act from fear, Dr. Chen observed. Kim leaves to protect. Jakob controls to keep. Neither strategy works long term. What does work? I asked. Choosing to stay present even when it's uncomfortable. Setting boundaries without walls. Being vulnerable without being consumed. That sounds impossible, I said. Most worthwhile things do. She turned to Jakob. What would you need from Kim to feel secure when she needs space? Communication, he said immediately. Not disappearing. Not 3 days of silence while I wonder if you're alive. And Kim, what would you need from Jakob to feel safe staying present during hard times? To trust that his recovery isn't my responsibility. That he has tools and support beyond me. That I can have bad days without being the reason he relapses. I've been going to NA meetings, Jakob said. Individual therapy, twice a week. My brothers have been aggressively supportive. I'm building a recovery that doesn't depend on you being okay. But you were scared when I was painting. I could see it. Of course I was scared. You were in pain. But scared doesn't mean fragile. I can feel fear without using. Dr. Chen made notes. What I'm hearing is 2 people who love each other trying to protect each other in ways that actually create distance. Kim, Jacob's recovery is his responsibility. Jakob, Kim's processing is hers. Your job is to support, not save. How? We both asked simultaneously. By creating agreements. Clear boundaries. Expectations you both can meet. She pulled out a fresh pad. Let's start practical. Kim, you mentioned wanting to return to Seattle. What would that look like? My hands twisted in my lap. I've been thinking about it. A lot. I want to come back, but not to the same patterns. I need my own space to keep my apartment. Regular therapy. Time to paint without feeling watched. The ability to have bad days without triggering Jacob's protector mode. I can do that, Jakob said quickly. All of that. Can you? I challenged. Can you really watch me struggle without trying to fix it? See me cry without calling Marcus? Let me face the media without an army of lawyers? He paused, and I saw him really consider it. I want to say yes. But honestly, it'll be hard. My instincts are what they are. But I'm learning the difference between instincts and actions. That's honest, Dr. Chen noted. Jakob, what would you need if Kim returns? Partnership in dealing with threats. Not shutting me out when things get hard. Letting me support without controlling. I'm still learning what that looks like. He rubbed his face. And maybe scheduled check-ins? So I know silence is choice, not crisis. I could do that, I said. Daily texts. Weekly dinners. Transparency about where I am emotionally. What about the external pressures? Dr. Chen asked. The media, the threats, the people actively trying to harm you both? We handle them together, I said. But on my terms too. I face what I choose to face. Ignore what I choose to ignore. No hiding in safe houses unless I agree it's necessary. The bodyguard stays, Jakob said. That's non-negotiable. David's fine. He respects boundaries. I took a breath. But I want to handle Victoria directly. Whatever evidence you've found, and I know you've found something, I want to be part of taking her down. Kim. My fight too, Jakob. My reputation she's destroying. My career she's attacking. I get a say in how we respond. He nodded slowly. Agreed. Not revenge, I corrected. Justice. Revenge is about anger. Justice is about balance. When did you become so wise? Painting my mother for a week straight apparently leads to clarity. I showed him my hands still stained with oils. I've been working through it all. The lies, the love, the complicated truth that both existed. Can I see them? The paintings? When I get back. They're intense. I can handle intense. I know. And I did. Somehow, in the past week, I'd stopped seeing him as fragile and started seeing him as human. Flawed, recovering, but ultimately resilient. So, Dr. Chen said, we have some agreements forming. Kim maintains her apartment but returns to Seattle. Regular therapy for both. Daily communication. Equal partnership in dealing with threats. What else? The family thing, I said. My family. I need to confront them, all of them, about the lies. But I need to do it my way. Without me? Jakob asked. With you if you want. But following my lead. Letting me set the pace and tone. I can do that. And your family, I continued. They've been nothing but welcoming. But I need to build those relationships as myself, not just as your girlfriend. Especially if this is permanent. Us. If we're really building something that lasts. Is that what you want? His voice went soft. Permanent? I want to try. But permanent can't mean perfect. It has to mean choosing each other through the mess. I choose you, he said simply. Mess and all. I choose you too. Addiction and control issues and all. Dr. Chen smiled slightly. That's beautiful. But choosing is daily work, not a one-time declaration. What happens the next time Kim needs space? The next time Jakob feels compelled to protect? We use our tools, I said. Therapy. Communication. The agreements we're making. And when we fail? Jakob asked. Because we will. Old patterns don't die easily. Then we acknowledge it, adjust, and try again, Dr. Chen said. Recovery from addiction, from trauma, from dysfunctional patterns, isn't about perfection. It's about progress. I want to come home, I said suddenly. Not today. I need a few more days to finish some paintings, have some hard conversations with Rebecca. But this Saturday. If that's okay. More than okay. Jacob's relief was visible. Do you want me to come get you? Old Kim would have said no, needing to prove independence. But that was just another form of protection. Yes, I said. But fly commercial. Rent a regular car. No Marcus, no David, no grand gestures. Just come get me. Like a normal boyfriend picking up his girlfriend. I can do normal. Can you though? I teased. When's the last time you flew commercial? Paris. Middle seat and everything. That barely counts. You upgraded us with charm and corporate cards. Fine. I'll fly coach. Eat peanuts. Maybe even use the bathroom on the plane. Now you're just showing off. We were bantering. After everything, the revelations, the separation, the pain, we could still make each other laugh. That had to mean something. Before we end, Dr. Chen said, I want to give you both homework. Jakob, I want you to practice sitting with discomfort when Kim expresses difficult emotions. Just listening without fixing. Kim, I want you to practice sharing those emotions without running. Small steps. Homework. Very attractive, I muttered. The most attractive, Jakob agreed. Nothing says romance like emotional regulation exercises. You joke, but this is the work that makes lasting love possible, Dr. Chen said. Are you both willing to do it?
Yes, we said together.
Good. Kim, I'll see you Thursday for your regular session. Jakob, I'm sending you some resources about supporting partners with trauma. Not to fix, just to understand. Thank you. The session was ending. I felt raw, exposed, but also hopeful. Like maybe we could build something better from the broken pieces. Kim. Jakob said before we disconnected. I love you. Not the idea of you, not the potential of you. You exactly as you are right now. Complicated and possibly genetically predisposed to mental illness. Human and brave and willing to do the work. That's who I fell in love with on that bridge. That's who I choose every day. Tears pricked my eyes. I love you too. Even when I'm running. Especially when I'm running. Then run to me this time. Not away. Saturday, I promised. I'll text you the flight details. I'll be there. After we disconnected, Dr. Chen and I sat in silence for a moment. That went well, she said finally. Did it? I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Emotional honesty often feels that way. But you both showed up. That's huge. What if we can't do it? What if the patterns are too strong? Then you'll learn and adjust. But Kim, what I saw was two people committed to growth. That's rarer than you think. I left her office and walked through Asheville's art district, letting the October air clear my head. Street musicians played on corners, galleries displayed local work. Life continued its messy, beautiful course. My phone buzzed. A photo from Jakob, him at a NA meeting, subtle proof he was following through. I sent one back, me in front of a gallery showcasing emerging artists, proof I was still fighting for my career. Saturday. 3 more days to finish processing, to have hard conversations with Rebecca, to prepare for whatever came next in Seattle. But for the first time since finding those documents in the basement, I felt like I could breathe. Not because everything was fixed, it wasn't. but because we were choosing to face it together, broken pieces and all. I spent the next 2 days painting with newfound energy. Not the angry slashes or desperate strokes of the past week, but something more intentional. I painted us, not literally but in abstract. The darkness of addiction meeting the chaos of family secrets. The place where two damaged people chose to build something beautiful anyway. Rebecca watched me work, occasionally offering tea or silence as needed. "You're different," she observed Thursday evening. "Am I?" "Settled. Like you've made a decision." "I have." I stepped back from the canvas. "I'm choosing to stop running. To face things even when they're scary. To trust someone else with my mess." "That's brave." "That's terrifying." "Same thing, honey." Friday night, I carefully packed my paintings. My mother's work and my own, side by side. The story of 2 generations of women, fighting darkness with color and light. "You'll visit?" Rebecca asked. "Often." "And you'll come to Seattle?" "For your gallery opening, absolutely. Wouldn't miss watching you show those snobs what real art looks like." "I love you," I said, hugging her tight. "Love you too, kid. Now go build that life you deserve." Saturday morning came gray and drizzly, perfect Asheville weather. I stood at the airport security line, watching for Jacob's face among the crowd at baggage claim. When I finally spotted him, baseball cap, worn jeans, looking like any normal boyfriend, my heart did that stupid, wonderful skip. 3 more days had felt like 3 years. But we'd both used the time well. Growing separately so we could grow together. I was ready to go home. To Seattle. To him. To us. To whatever came next, as long as we faced it as equals.
Chapter 19. Jakob. Saturday, day 77, week 11.
The rain had stopped by the time I reached the airport. Saturday morning in Seattle, and for the first time in a week, the knot in my chest had loosened. Kim was coming home. Not because I demanded it. Not because I'd manipulated the situation. Because she'd chosen to. I stood at baggage claim in a baseball cap and jeans, trying to look like any other boyfriend waiting for his girl. The commercial flight from Asheville had landed 10 minutes ago. Every second stretched like an hour. Then I saw her. She came through the security doors pulling a small suitcase, her hair in a messy bun, wearing paint-stained jeans and an oversized sweater. She looked tired but whole. Stronger somehow. Our eyes met across the crowded terminal. Everything else disappeared. We moved at the same time, meeting halfway in a collision of desperate need. Her suitcase abandoned, my hands in her hair, her arms around my neck. The kiss was fierce, hungry. A week of separation poured into one moment. "Never again," I growled against her lips. "Never leave me for that long again." "Never push me away by trying to protect me," she countered, then kissed me harder. We were making a scene. I didn't care. Let them photograph this. Jakob Mallory completely undone by a woman half his age. "Take me home," she breathed when we finally broke apart. "Your place or mine?" "Mine first. I need to check on things." "Then yours." The drive to her apartment was torture. "I missed you," she said softly. "I missed you too. Worked the program every day. Meetings, therapy, the works." "I know. I saw the photos you sent." She squeezed my leg. "I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you too. For facing your family's truth. For doing the work. We both did the work. So we could do this." I pulled into her building's garage. Be together, as equals. The moment her apartment door closed, all pretense fell away. We collided, bodies pressed together, hands gripping, desperate to close the gap between us. "I need you," she whispered, voice trembling. "Now." "Kim?" I tried to slow down to be careful, but she wasn't having it. "No careful. No holding back. Show me how much you missed me." She tugged at my shirt, eyes blazing. "Show me we're equals now." I pulled her close, wrapping my arms around her. She pressed against me, her warmth grounding everything that had been chaotic over the past week. "Bedroom," she murmured, and I followed, carrying her down the short hallway. Our lips never parted, the space between us collapsing with every step. Once inside, we sank onto the bed, tangled together, breathless and laughing. I brushed a strand of hair from her face, tracing her cheek with my thumb. "I've missed you," I admitted, voice low. "Every day," she said, resting her head against my chest. "I kept thinking about you. About us." We held each other close, hands entwined, feeling every heartbeat, every shared pulse. It wasn't about rushing, or fear, or control. It was about being together, and knowing that being together was enough. "I love you," she whispered, looking up at me. Her eyes were soft, open and trusting. "I love you too," I replied, pressing my forehead to hers. "Even when we're apart. Even when the world feels like it's falling apart around us." She smiled, curling into me, and for a moment the chaos of our lives faded. In our small sanctuary, we were safe. We were home. "Ready to face the storm tomorrow?" I asked. "After a little more time here," she murmured, resting her hand over mine. "Together, we can face anything." And for the first time in a week, I believed it. We went through the motions, her threats, my promises, the evidence of change. But when she saw the gallery lease documents, her expression shifted to genuine surprise. "You really did it. Set her up independently. She's my partner, not my possession." "Pretty words," she started, then stopped. "No. Not just pretty words. You mean it." "I'm trying to." The door opened. Kim walked in, fresh from her shower, glowing with satisfaction I'd put there. "Playing nice?" she asked, looking between us. "Establishing ground rules," Marley said. "Your boyfriend just agreed to let you handle your own battles." "Our battles," Kim corrected, linking her fingers with mine. "But my way." We spent an hour with Marley, strategizing about the media response. Then I drove us to the studio building in Belltown. "David's meeting us here later," I said, entering the security code. "He's been instructed to maintain professional distance, unless you request otherwise." "You're really trying," Kim said, squeezing my hand. "I'm really changing. There's a difference." The elevator opened onto the top floor studio, and Kim gasped. Northern light flooded through the skylight, illuminating a perfect creative space. "Jakob." She turned in a slow circle. "It's perfect. It's yours. Your name on the lease, your codes. I'm not even on the approved visitor list, unless you add me." She stopped spinning to stare at me. "You did all this while I was gone." Joel helped with the paperwork. Grady picked out the sinks. I stayed by the elevator. There's a small apartment through that door, if you need to crash between painting sessions. And you can't access any of it without my permission. Correct. She crossed to me, rising on her toes to kiss me softly. Added to the list. Full access anytime. Thank you. She spent the next hour exploring while I explained what my brothers had discovered. By the time Kit called with updates about Victoria's dinner, we had the beginning of a battle plan. 3 weeks, Kim said, looking out at the Seattle skyline. Think we can destroy them by then? Together. We can do anything. Together, she agreed, then pulled me toward the apartment space. Want to christen the new studio? Didn't we just? That was the apartment. This is different. New space, new celebration. You're going to kill me. No, she said, already pulling off her sweater. I'm going to love you. In every room of every space that's ours. Starting here. We lay on the pull-out bed in the apartment nook, wrapped in each other and possibility. Tomorrow we go to war, Kim said. Tonight we have each other. That's all we need. And it was. Whatever came next, family meetings, media attacks, gallery battles, we'd face it as partners. Equals. The greatest loves of each other's lives. Victoria Sterling and Gregor Fisk had no idea what they'd awakened. But they were about to find out.
Chapter 20. Kim.
The Mallory estate looked different in daylight. Less intimidating, more like what it was, a house full of people who loved Jakob.
Ready?
Jakob asked as we pulled into the circular drive.
Ready.
I squeezed his hand. Remember, we're partners. I remember. David parked behind us, maintaining his professional distance. I'd added him to my approved list for the studio that morning, surprising both men. The front door flew open before we reached it. Kim. Grady bounded down the steps, pulling me into a hug that lifted me off my feet. You're back. Did you see the performance art proposal I sent? I have diagrams. Diagrams? I laughed as he set me down. Color-coded diagrams. Also, I may have already contacted some friends at Seattle U's theater department. They're dying to participate. Let her breathe, Grady. Kit appeared in the doorway, his usual polished perfection slightly rumpled. Though I have to admit, his idea is brilliant. I followed them inside, Jacob's hand warm on my lower back. The formal dining room had been transformed into a command center. Laptops, papers, and what looked like surveillance photos covered the massive table. Joel stood at the far end, 3 monitors displaying financial data. Kim. Good to have you back. Good to be back. I studied the screens. Is that Victoria's gallery accounts? 5 years of transactions. His smile was sharp. She wasn't as careful as she thought. Where's your father? Jakob asked. Study. He's been in there all morning with Marcus. Kit poured coffee from a silver service. Fair warning, he has opinions. Doesn't he always? Jakob guided me to a chair. Show us what you've found. For the next hour, the brothers laid out their intelligence. It was staggering. Victoria had been using her gallery to launder money for 3 different criminal organizations, with Gregor as her primary contact. The recent attacks on my career were just the tip of the iceberg. She's been doing this for years, Joel explained, pulling up another spreadsheet. Every emerging artist who threatened her position mysteriously lost gallery support. You're just the first one connected to someone with resources to fight back. How many careers has she destroyed? My stomach turned. At least a dozen that we can trace. Kit's expression darkened. Helena Cross was one of her first victims, actually. Victoria built her up, then tore her down when she got too independent. Now Helena does her dirty work to stay relevant. That's sick. That's Victoria. Jacob's hand found mine under the table. But we're going to stop her. How? I pulled up the photos from Napa. Someone had been on the mountain with a telephoto lens, capturing moments I'd thought were private. Jakob holding me. Us kissing on the deck. Nothing explicit, thank God, but intimate enough to hurt. These will be everywhere opening night. Actually, Grady spread out his diagrams, that's where my plan comes in. He'd thought of everything. Theater students would arrive as planned protesters, but instead of attacking me, they'd perform a piece about privacy, art, and authenticity. Live documentation of the documentation. We'll have our own photographers, he explained. Capturing them, capturing you. Making the invasion of privacy part of the art itself. That's... I stared at the color-coded charts. Actually genius. I have my moments. He beamed. Plus, the theater kids are bringing their own twist. Something about masks and mirrors. Very avant-garde. The media will eat it up, Kit added. I've already got 3 major critics confirmed, plus someone from the Times. The real critics, not Victoria's pets. The study door opened. Randall Mallory stood there in his weekend casual, which still looked like he was ready for a board meeting. Kimberly. He nodded. May I speak with you privately? The room tensed. Jacob's hand tightened on mine. It's okay, I told him, then looked at Randall. Whatever you need to say, you can say in front of everyone. His mouth twitched. Approval? Annoyance. With Randall, it was hard to tell. Very well. He moved to the head of the table, every inch the patriarch. I owe you an apology. The room went silent. I attempted to buy you off. It was insulting and small-minded. He met my eyes directly. I've spent the last 2 weeks reviewing your work, your history, your character. Marcus was thorough. Dad, Jakob started. Randall held up a hand. I was wrong. You're not some gold digger or passing phase. You're an accomplished artist who's fought for everything she has. More importantly, you've done something I couldn't. You've saved my son. My throat tightened. He saved himself. With your help. And now his brothers tell me you're facing a coordinated attack on your career because of your association with our family. I can handle it. I'm sure you can. But you shouldn't have to handle it alone. He pulled out a folder. I've taken the liberty of having our legal team prepare a few options. Dad. Jacob's voice carried warning. I'm not taking over, Randall said. I'm offering resources, which Kimberly is free to refuse. I took the folder, scanning the contents. Cease and desist orders. Defamation suits. A particularly clever RICO angle that could take down Victoria's entire operation. This is comprehensive. We protect our own. Randall's expression softened fractionally. And like it or not, you're one of us now. Thank you. I closed the folder. I'll review these with my team. Your team? My gallery curator, my mentor Sophia, who's flying in from Venice, and yes, your legal department. I met his gaze steadily. Partnership, remember? This time his mouth definitely twitched toward a smile. You'll do. The meeting shifted after that. Randall stayed, contributing strategic insights that showed where Jakob had inherited his tactical mind. We refined Grady's performance art concept, scheduled Joel's financial revelations for maximum impact, and coordinated Kit's media blitz. We need to control the narrative, Kit said. Kim, how do you feel about doing a pre-opening interview? Get your story out there before they can twist it? Which story? Poor girl makes good? Billionaire's girlfriend stands on her own? Young artist fights the establishment? How about the truth? Jakob suggested. Artist faces her family's demons and creates beauty from pain. I looked at him. Really looked at him. 2 weeks ago, he'd have planned the entire interview without asking. Now he waited for my decision. I like that angle. I turned to Kit. Set it up. But I want to review the questions first. Done. My phone buzzed. Sophia's name on the screen. Sorry, I should take this. Speaker, Jakob said. New rules go both ways. I smiled and hit speaker. Sophia. Bella. I am at the airport. This Seattle rain, it is not like Venice, no? Sophia, you're on speaker with Jakob and his family. Ah. The infamous Mallory clan. You are all as handsome as Kim described? Grady preened. I like her already. Sophia, what did you find? I asked. What you suspected. Victoria Sterling has been blacklisting artists across Europe for years. But here is interesting part, I have friends too. Gallery owners who are tired of her monopoly. They want to help. How? Simultaneous showings. Night of your opening, we broadcast live to galleries in Venice, Paris, London. Make it global event. Show that real art cannot be contained by one bitter woman's grudges. My breath caught. That's ambitious, Kit murmured. I love it. Can we handle the technical requirements? I asked Joel. He was already typing. Give me 6 hours and a decent budget. Money's not an issue, Jakob said. It is to me. I looked at him. I want to pay for this myself. From my grant money and savings. But no. This is my fight. I fund it, I control it. I softened my tone. You can help in other ways. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. What do you need? Your buildings have excellent security systems. Can we use one of your properties for the tech hub? Somewhere Victoria can't infiltrate? Done. Joel, use the Belltown satellite office. Highest encryption we have. Perfect. Joel gathered his laptops. I'll start setting up. The meeting broke up into smaller groups. Kit and Grady huddled over media strategy, while Joel disappeared to build our technical infrastructure. Randall pulled Jakob aside for a quiet conversation that ended with something I'd never seen: a genuine hug between father and son. I stepped onto the terrace for air, finding Marcus already there. Ms. West. He nodded. Good to see you back. Good to be back. I joined him at the railing. Thank you for keeping him safe while I was gone. He kept himself safe. First time in 12 years he didn't need me to. Marcus studied me with those sharp eyes. You're good for each other. We're trying to be. Try harder. His voice was gruff. I've seen what happens when Mallory men let fear win. Don't let it happen to him. I won't. Or yourself. Your mother's illness isn't your future, Kim. I blinked. How did you? I investigate everyone who gets close to the family. Part of the job. He paused. My sister was bipolar. Brilliant artist like your mother. Like you. But she got help, stayed on her medication, lived to see her grandchildren. The genes don't dictate the outcome. Thank you, I whispered. He nodded and moved away, leaving me with tears in my eyes and hope in my chest. Jakob found me there. You okay? Your security chief just gave me therapy. Marcus has hidden depths. He wrapped his arms around me from behind. How are you really? Overwhelmed. Excited. Terrified. I leaned into his warmth. 3 weeks feels like forever and no time at all. We can postpone. No. I turned in his arms. No more running. No more hiding. We face this now while we have momentum. Then that's what we do. He kissed my forehead. Grady wants to show you his latest diagram. Apparently, there are costume sketches. Of course there are. We spent the rest of the afternoon in controlled chaos. Sophia arrived like a Renaissance whirlwind, kissing everyone's cheeks and immediately taking over a corner of the dining room. She'd brought portfolios from European artists who'd been Victoria's victims, all wanting to participate in the global showing. We turn her weapon against her, Sophia declared. She tried to isolate artists? We unite them. By evening, we had a battle plan. The gallery opening would be more than an art show. It would be a statement. A revolution. A reckoning. I need to paint, I said suddenly. All this planning, but I haven't touched a brush in 2 weeks. Your studio's ready, Jakob said. Want company? Always. We left the estate as the sun was setting. David followed at a discreet distance while Jakob drove us to Belltown. The studio looked magical in the golden hour light. I'll be in the apartment, Jakob said. Take all the time you need. Stay. I caught his hand. I want you to see how I work. He settled on the couch I'd dragged in that morning, long legs stretched out, watching as I prepared my materials. I'd missed this. The ritual of creation, the smell of oil paint, the potential in a blank canvas. What are you painting? Us. I squeezed paint onto my palette. The real us. Not the billionaire and the artist, not the broken and the healer. Just us. For the next 3 hours, I lost myself in the work. Jakob didn't speak, didn't move, just watched with those intense blue eyes. The painting emerged in layers. Darkness and light intertwined, 2 figures supporting each other against a storm. It's powerful, he said when I finally stepped back. It's honest. I set down my brushes. That's what they're really afraid of, you know. Not that I'm young or poor or unconnected. They're afraid I'll tell the truth about how their world works. Then tell it. Oh, I plan to. I moved to where he sat, straddling his lap. But first, I need to not think for a while. His hands settled on my hips. What did you have in mind? Take me home. Make me forget everything except how much I love you. I can do that. He stood, lifting me with him. Fair warning, I might not let you leave bed tomorrow. Promises, promises. We barely made it to the car before the heat between us became unbearable. 2 weeks of separation, 2 weeks of growth, 2 weeks of choosing each other over and over. It all crashed together in desperate kisses and wandering hands. Home, I gasped. Now. He drove faster than was probably legal, one hand on the wheel, the other tangled with mine. By the time we reached the penthouse, we were both trembling with need. The private elevator had never moved so slowly. I love you, he said against my mouth as the doors finally opened. I love your strength and your art, and your refusal to be anyone but yourself. I love you too. I pulled him toward the bedroom. Now show me. And he did. For hours, until the city lights blurred and nothing existed but us. No threats, no galleries, no bitter exes or vengeful partners. Just love, fierce and tender and absolutely unbreakable. Later, wrapped in sheets and each other, I traced patterns on his chest. 3 weeks. We'll be ready. Together. Together. He kissed my hair. They have no idea what they're up against. A Mallory West alliance? The first of many, I hope. I smiled in the darkness. Me too. Tomorrow would bring more planning, more threats, more challenges. But tonight, we were exactly where we belonged, facing the future as partners, equals, and the greatest loves of each other's lives. Victoria Sterling didn't stand a chance.
Chapter 21. Jakob.
The emergency board meeting had been called for 7 a.m. I'd been awake since 4, watching Kim sleep, memorizing the way morning light caught in her hair. Stop staring, she murmured without opening her eyes. Never. She smiled, stretching like a cat. What time is it? Early. Go back to sleep. Can't. She opened those hazel eyes. Not when you're about to walk into a firing squad. They can't fire me. I own 51%. They can make your life hell. She sat up, sheet pooling at her waist. Want backup? You have that interview with Kit's contact at 10. I could reschedule. I pulled her against me. No. We stick to the plan. I handle the board, you handle the media. Partners, she reminded me. Partners. I kissed her forehead. Which means trusting each other to fight our assigned battles. An hour later, I walked into Mallory Corp's boardroom to find 12 angry faces waiting. Someone had leaked the Napa photos to them. Not publicly, not yet, but enough to stoke panic. Gentlemen. I took my seat at the head of the table. Ladies. I assume you've called this meeting to discuss Monday's stock price. Screw the stock price. Harrison Banks slammed his folder down. You've put this entire company at risk for a piece of ass. The words hung in the air like a challenge. I stood slowly. Mr. Banks, you've been on this board since my father founded it. Out of respect for that history, I'm going to give you one chance to rephrase. His face reddened. You know what I mean. This girl. This woman. Her name is Kimberly West, and you will speak of her with respect or not at all. She's a liability. Margaret Chen interrupted. Gregor Fisk has been circling like a shark since you took up with her. The hack attempts have tripled. The hack attempts started long before I met Kim. I pulled up Joel's data on my tablet, casting it to the main screen. 18 months ago. Right when I refused Gregor's proposal to take the company public through his investment firm. Silence. This isn't about Kim. It's about Gregor wanting what he can't have. My relationship just gave him a new angle of attack. Then why give him ammunition? Banks persisted. These photos show 2 consenting adults in a private moment that was illegally surveilled. I clicked to the next slide. Our legal team has identified 14 privacy laws violated. We're not the ones who should be worried about publicity. The media won't care about privacy laws, Chen argued. They'll care about the scandal. The age difference alone is nobody's business but ours. My phone buzzed. Marcus's code for urgent. Excuse me one moment. I stepped away from the table, answering quietly. Talk to me. Sir, there's been a development. Gregor just went live on CNBC, claiming you embezzled funds to buy Kim's gallery space. My blood chilled. That's impossible. The gallery was leased under her name with her money. He's showing doctored documents. Very good forgeries. How good? Good enough to trend on social media in the last 5 minutes. I turned back to the board. Half were already on their phones, faces paling as they saw the breaking news. I see you've heard. I kept my voice steady. Gregor Fisk has just committed fraud on national television. Joel. My brother's face appeared on the conference screen. Already on it. I have the real lease documents, bank records showing Kim's grant money as the source, and this is the beautiful part, metadata proving when Gregor's forgeries were created. Spoiler alert, it was yesterday. Send it to legal and PR. Full court press. I looked at each board member. This is what Gregor does. He creates lies so elaborate that the truth looks boring by comparison. But we have something he doesn't. What's that? Banks asked, subdued now. Proof. And a partner who's about to destroy him on live television. I checked my watch. Kim's interview starts in 90 minutes. I suggest you all watch. You're letting her speak for the company? Chen's voice pitched high. I'm letting her speak for herself. The company's response will come from legal. I gathered my things. This meeting is adjourned. Any board member who can't support this company through a coordinated attack should submit their resignation by end of business today. I left them sputtering, taking the stairs to the executive floor. My hands shook slightly, not from fear but from rage. How dare Gregor bring Kim into this? No. I stopped myself. Old thinking. Kim wasn't a victim to protect. She was a partner to support. My office door opened before I reached it. Kim stood there in the green dress that made her eyes impossible to look away from. I saw the news, she said simply. How? Joel called. He's already sent me everything I need. She held up a folder. Bank statements, lease agreements, even security footage of me signing the papers alone. You don't have to. Yes, I do. She stepped closer. This is my fight too, remember? They're calling me a kept woman, who can't even lease my own studio. That's about to change. Kim. She pressed her fingers to my lips. I've got this. Trust me. The hardest thing I'd ever done was stepping back. I trust you. Good. Now kiss me for luck, and let me go to war. I pulled her close, pouring everything I couldn't say into the kiss. When we broke apart, her eyes were bright with determination. Go ruin him, I whispered. Planning on it. I watched her leave, David falling into step behind her. The familiar itch for control rose, but I pushed it down. She didn't need me hovering. She needed me handling my part while she handled hers. Joel appeared in my doorway. Bad news. Worse than fake embezzlement charges? The hack hit our European servers. They got employee data, including home addresses. He paused. Kim's listed as an art consultant. Her Belltown address is in there. Pull her out. Safe house immediately. Already tried. She refused. Says she has a showing to prepare for. Of course she did. Security. Marcus has a team on her building. She can't sneeze without coverage. And she agreed to that. She negotiated down from the SWAT team Marcus wanted. Joel almost smiled. She's tougher than she looks. I know. I moved to the window, watching the city below. What else? Victoria's getting desperate. Kit intercepted communications. She's planning something for tonight. A private collector's dinner where she'll poison the waters before Kim's interview airs. Guest list? Every major art patron in the Pacific Northwest, including 3 museum boards. I smiled for the first time all morning. Perfect. Perfect. Victoria just gave us the ideal audience. I turned back to him. How fast can you compile a presentation on her money laundering? Already done. Kit's been working on it all week. Have him crash that dinner. Full presentation, FBI contact on speed dial. Joel's eyes widened. You want to take her down tonight? Before Kim's showing? I want her neutralized before she can do more damage. Kim's interview will destroy Gregor's credibility. Kit's presentation will end Victoria's career. By the time the gallery opens in 3 weeks, our enemies will be too busy with federal investigators to cause problems. Shock and awe. Partnership. Kim handles the media, Kit handles the art world, you handle the technical warfare. Everyone fights. And you. I handle the board and keep our stock from tanking. I checked the time. Kim's interview in 30 minutes. Conference room. Already set up. We gathered in the executive conference room. Joel, Kit, Grady, my father, and Marcus. The screen showed the morning show set, elegant and bright. My chest tightened as Kim walked out, but it was pride now, not fear. She looked magnificent. Confident, artistic, herself. The host started soft. Kim West, you've had quite a journey. From struggling artist to dating one of Seattle's most eligible billionaires. Tell us about that. Kim smiled. Actually, I'd love to tell you about my art first. The relationship came after. Beautiful pivot. She guided the conversation to her work, her grants, her artistic philosophy. By the time the host circled back to me, Kim had established herself as a serious artist. But surely Jacob Mallory's influence has helped. Has it? Kim tilted her head. I won the Venice grant before we met. I've been showing in galleries since college. If anything, dating Jacob has made my career harder. As this morning's false allegations prove. About those allegations. Kim pulled out her folder. I have here the lease agreement for my studio, paid for with grant money I earned. I have bank statements showing the transaction. I have security footage of me signing a loan. What I don't have is patience for men who think they can destroy my reputation because I refuse to play by their rules. Strong words. Honest words. Gregor Fisk propositioned me 3 weeks ago. Suggested I'd have an easier time in the art world if I was friendlier. I declined. This is his response. The host's eyes sharpened. Every journalist loves a scoop. Are you saying this is personal? I'm saying powerful men have always tried to control women's stories. But this is my story, and I'm telling it myself. Kim looked directly into the camera. My name is Kimberly West. I'm an artist. I'm 26 years old. I'm in love with a man who sees me as an equal. And in 3 weeks, I'm opening a showing that will change how Seattle views art, success, and authenticity. Everyone's welcome. Even Mr. Fisk, though I doubt he'll show. Because by then, he'll be too busy explaining those forged documents to the FBI. Silence. Then the host leaned forward. You're pressing charges? My legal team filed this morning. Fraud, defamation, cyber-stalking, and a few other charges I'll let the lawyers explain. Kim smiled sweetly. I may be young, Mr. Fisk, but I'm not stupid. And I'm definitely not alone. The interview continued for another 10 minutes, but Kim had already won. Every question the host threw, she deflected with grace and steel. When they showed the Napa photos, she laughed. Imagine being so threatened by a woman's success that you hire someone to climb a mountain with a telephoto lens. That's not a scandal. That's just sad. When it ended, The conference room erupted in applause. "That's our girl," Grady shouted. "She destroyed him," Kit breathed. "Destroyed him." My phone rang. Harrison Banks. "Jakob? I owe you an apology." "And her. That young woman just saved our stock price." I checked the market. He was right. Instead of tanking, Mallory Corp shares were rising. The comments online were overwhelmingly supportive. Kim had turned corporate sabotage into a David and Goliath story. "Apology accepted. Your resignation?" "Withdrawn. If you'll have me." "That depends. Can you treat Kim with the respect she deserves?" "After that performance? I'll treat her like royalty." "She doesn't want royalty. She wants recognition as an equal." "She'll have it." I ended the call to find my family watching me. "What?" I asked. "You let her fight," my father said quietly. "Your mother would be proud." The words hit unexpectedly hard. "Mom would have liked her." "Loved her," he corrected. "Eleanor always said you'd need someone who could match you. Kim doesn't just match you, she challenges you. Every day." Kit's phone buzzed. That's my cue. The collector's dinner starts in 2 hours. Time to end Victoria Sterling. "Be careful," I warned. "Careful?" He grinned. "I'm about to destroy a woman who's hurt dozens of artists. I'm going to enjoy every second." He left with a bounce in his step. Joel returned to his screens, coordinating our cyber defense. Grady went to meet with the theater students. My father pulled me aside. "You've built something good here," he said. "This family, working together. Your mother always wanted that. It's Kim. She makes us better." "No." He gripped my shoulder. "She shows you what was always there. Don't forget that." Kim arrived an hour later, glowing with adrenaline and victory. "How'd I do?" she asked, though her grin said she knew. "You were perfect." I pulled her into my arms. "Gregor's lawyers are already calling. He wants to settle." "Too late. I want him prosecuted." She pulled back. "Is that vindictive?" "That's justice." Marcus appeared. "Sir, Ms. West. We have a problem." My blood chilled. "What kind of problem?" "Someone broke into Kim's studio. Nothing taken, but..." He showed us his phone. Photos of Kim's paintings slashed to ribbons, including the one she'd painted yesterday of us. Kim's face went white. "My work." "We have backups," I said quickly. "Photos of everything." "That's not the point." She pulled away. "They destroyed my art. My expression. She stopped, eyes hardening. No. No, this is what they want. Me crying over ruined canvas." "Kim. How long until the collector's dinner?" Marcus checked. 90 minutes. "Then I have time." She looked at me. "I need supplies. Canvas paint brushes. The biggest canvas you can find." "For what?" "I'm going to paint live at the gallery opening. Show them that art isn't about the object, it's about the act of creation. They can destroy 1,000 paintings. I'll just make more." My brilliant, fierce partner. "What do you need?" "You. The family. Everyone who's fighting for us." She smiled, sharp and beautiful. "Let's show them what happens when they come for a Mallory." "You're not a Mallory yet," I pointed out. "Aren't I?" She kissed me quick and hard. "Now stop talking and help me turn this violation into victory." 3 weeks suddenly felt like a lifetime. But watching Kim transform pain into power, I knew one thing for certain. We were going to win.
Chapter 22. Kim.
The press conference room at the Four Seasons was packed. Every major news outlet in Seattle had sent someone, plus a few national crews Kit had sweet-talked into attending.
"Ready?"
Jakob asked, his hand warm on my lower back. Born ready. I smoothed my dress, the same green one from this morning's interview, now a symbol of defiance. You? I'm not the one about to face a firing squad of reporters. No, you already did that with your board. I turned to face him. How many resigned? None. Your interview convinced them to stay. Our interview. This is a team effort. David appeared at my elbow. Ms. West, they're ready for you. I took a deep breath. 3 hours ago, someone had destroyed my paintings. 2 hours ago, I decided to turn that destruction into art. 1 hour ago, Kit had texted that Victoria's collector dinner was imploding beautifully. Now it was my turn. The room fell silent as I walked to the podium. Cameras clicked like hungry insects. I waited, letting the anticipation build. Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly West, and I'm here to talk about art, authenticity, and what happens when powerful people try to silence voices they don't like. I clicked the remote. Behind me, images of my destroyed paintings filled the screen. Gasps rippled through the room. 3 hours ago, someone broke into my studio and destroyed months of work. 23 paintings, including pieces meant for my upcoming show. I clicked again. But here's what they didn't understand. Art isn't about the object. It's about the act of creation. The next slide showed my studio, ready with fresh canvases. So I'm going to paint. Live. During my gallery opening. Every piece they destroyed, I'll recreate from memory while you watch. Because that's what artists do. We take pain and transform it into beauty. A reporter's hand shot up. Ms. West, do you know who vandalized your studio? I have my suspicions, but that's for the police to determine. I clicked to the next slide, screenshots of the threatening messages I'd received. What I do know is that someone has been systematically trying to destroy my career for weeks. Cancelled shows, pulled grants, and now physical destruction of my work. Why? Another reporter called out. Because I said no. I let that sink in. Because I chose love over manipulation. Because I refuse to play by rules designed to keep people like me in our place. People like you. Young women. Artists without trust funds. Anyone who succeeds without permission from the gatekeepers. I clicked again, showing Victoria's gallery. The art world likes to pretend it's about talent and vision. But too often, it's about who you know and what you're willing to do to get ahead. Are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm stating facts. Gregor Fisk propositioned me 3 weeks ago. When I refused, he began a campaign to destroy both my career and my relationship. Victoria Sterling has been blacklisting artists who threaten her position for years. The evidence is overwhelming. What evidence? I smiled. I'm glad you asked. The door opened. Kit walked in with a laptop and a smile sharp enough to cut glass. Ladies and gentlemen, I said, Kit Mallory has just come from a very interesting dinner party. Kit. He connected his laptop to the projection system. 2 hours ago, I attended Victoria Sterling's private collector dinner. I brought a presentation about emerging artists in Seattle. What the guests saw instead was 5 years of financial records proving their beloved gallery owner is a money launderer. The room erupted. Kit raised his voice over the chaos. The FBI has been notified. Several collectors are already pulling their pieces from her gallery. By tomorrow, Victoria Sterling won't just be finished in Seattle, she'll be finished everywhere. Ms. West, a reporter shouted, what does this have to do with your vandalized studio? Everything. I took back the mic. Victoria and Gregor thought they could intimidate me into silence. They thought if they destroyed my work, I'd run. They thought wrong. I clicked to the final slide. A photo of me and Jakob at the Venice Bridge where we'd met. I fell in love with a complicated man in a complicated world. That made me a target. But it also gave me something worth fighting for. Not just Jakob, but the right to exist in spaces that weren't designed for me. So what happens now? Someone called. Now? I paint. I love. I refuse to let fear win. I looked directly into the cameras. To whoever destroyed my work, thank you. You've given me the greatest gift an artist can receive. A story worth telling. I stepped back from the podium. Questions? The room exploded again. I fielded them with growing confidence, each answer sharpening my narrative. Yes, I was pressing charges. No, I wasn't leaving Seattle. Yes, the gallery opening was still happening. No, I wasn't afraid. One last question, a young reporter in the back called out. What would you say to other artists facing similar pressure? I thought of my mother, painting through her darkness. Of Sophia, fighting for beauty in Venice. Of every artist who'd ever been told they weren't enough. Document everything. Find your tribe. And remember, they only try to silence voices that matter. If they're coming for you, it means you're dangerous. Be dangerous. The press conference ended in a flurry of cameras and shouted questions. David escorted me through the crowd to where Jakob waited. How'd I do? I asked once we were in the car. You just declared war on the entire Seattle art establishment. He pulled me close. I've never been more proud. My phone buzzed. Marley. No way, Kim. You're trending. Hashtag Be Dangerous is already a hashtag. Artists from everywhere are sharing their stories. I put her on speaker. Really? Check your Instagram. You just became the face of a movement. I opened the app. Hundreds of tags, thousands of shares. Artists posting their own experiences with gatekeepers and power brokers. My destruction had become their rallying cry. This is bigger than us now, I breathed. Good, Jakob said. Let it burn. Let it all burn. We drove to the penthouse in silence, processing the magnitude of what we'd unleashed. In 3 hours, I'd gone from victim to revolutionary. Part of me wanted to hide. The larger part wanted to paint until my fingers bled. I need to work, I said as we entered the apartment. Your studio is a crime scene. But you have that spare room with a good light. Can I use it? It's yours. I spent the next 6 hours painting. Not recreating what was destroyed, but creating something new. Darker. Angrier. More honest than anything I'd done before. Jakob brought me food I didn't eat, water I barely drank. He sat in the corner, working on his laptop, present but not intrusive. The perfect partner. My phone rang constantly. Reporters, galleries, artists wanting to join the movement. I ignored them all. The art was what mattered now. Kim. Jacob's voice broke through my focus. You need to see this. I set down my brush. On his laptop, a news alert. Victoria Sterling arrested on money laundering charges. Kit did it, I whispered. You all did it. The interview, the press conference, Kit's presentation. It was coordinated destruction. Just like they tried with me. I wiped paint-stained hands on my jeans. Is it wrong that I feel satisfied? It's justice. That's supposed to feel good. Another alert popped up. Gregor Fisk under federal investigation for fraud. 2 down, Jakob murmured. How many more to go? As many as it takes. He closed the laptop. But tonight we rest. You've been painting for 6 hours. I looked at the canvas. A phoenix rising from destroyed art, fragments of my ruined paintings forming its wings. It was raw, angry, triumphant. It's good, I said, surprised. It's brilliant. Just like you. He stood, holding out his hand. Come on. Shower, food, bed. In that order. Bossy. Caring. There's a difference. I let him lead me to our bedroom, stripping off paint-covered clothes as I went. The shower was heaven, hot water washing away the day's battles. Jakob joined me, and for a few minutes we just held each other under the spray. Thank you, I said against his chest. For what? For letting me fight. For trusting me to handle it. That's what partners do. He tilted my chin up. I'm so damn proud of you, Kim. You turned an attack into a revolution. We turned it. I couldn't have done this alone. You could have. But I'm glad you didn't have to. We dried off and fell into bed, exhausted but wired. I curled into Jacob's side, tracing patterns on his chest. 3 weeks, I said. Getting nervous? Getting excited. Grady sent me the final performance art plan. It's incredible. Instead of protesters outside, we'll have theater students performing a piece about surveillance and privacy. Every photographer trying to catch a scandal will become part of the art. Brilliant. Your brother's idea. Though the students have added their own touches. Something about mirrors and masks. Very symbolic. And your paintings? I'll have some. Not as many as planned, but enough. Plus, the live painting element will make it interactive. People can watch art being born from destruction. From victim to victor. He kissed my hair. You've changed the entire narrative. Good. I was tired of their story anyway. I yawned. What's tomorrow? You have 3 interview requests from national outlets. I have damage control with international investors. Kit's handling the criminal investigations. Joel's upgrading security on everything we own. And Grady? Rehearsing with the theater students. He's taking his role as artistic director very seriously. Your family is amazing. They're your family too. His arms tightened around me. Kim. I love you. Not just for today, for how you fought. But for tomorrow, and all the days after. Whatever comes next. I lifted my head to look at him. In the darkness, his eyes still burned bright. I love you too. For seeing me when I couldn't see myself. For changing when it would have been easier to stay the same. For being my partner in all of this. Partners, he agreed and kissed me. We made love slowly, a counterpoint to the day's fury. Every touch was a promise, every kiss a vow. When we finally fell asleep tangled together, I felt something I hadn't expected after such a brutal day. Peace. My phone buzzed at 3 a.m. I ignored it. It buzzed again. Kim. Jacob's voice was alert. That's your emergency tone. I grabbed the phone. Sophia. Bella, I am sorry to wake you. But you must know. The galleries in Europe, they are pulling out of the global showing. I sat up. What? Why? Threats. Financial pressure. Victoria has connections even from jail. Or someone else does. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. Be angry. I was already getting up, reaching for clothes. How many galleries are still with us? 3 in Venice. 1 in London. The others? She sighed. Fear is powerful. So is art. We'll make it work with what we have. You're not giving up? Giving up would mean they win. That's not happening. I looked at Jakob, who was already pulling on jeans. Send me the list of who pulled out. I want to know who chose fear over freedom. Kim. I'm not going to attack them. But when this is over, when we've won, I want them to remember they had a chance to stand for something and chose not to. You've grown fierce, Bella. I've grown tired of being pushed around. Thank you for calling. Get some sleep. I hung up and turned to Jakob. I need. Already on it. He was typing on his phone. Kit's awake. So is Joel. Emergency meeting in 20 minutes. At 3 in the morning? That's when the real work gets done. He paused. Unless you want to handle this differently? No. Wake them all. If they want a war, they'll get one. 20 minutes later, we sat in Jacob's study with his brothers on video call. Everyone looked rumpled but determined. Situation? Kit asked. I explained about the European galleries. We're down to 4 international venues. Unacceptable, Joel said. Give me 6 hours and decent coffee. I'll trace the threats, find out who's behind them. I might have a faster solution, Grady offered. What if we don't need traditional galleries? Explain. Universities. Theater spaces. Public venues. Places that value free expression over profit. I can have 10 venues locked by noon. I stared at him. Perfect. We bypass the establishment entirely. Plus it fits your narrative, Kit added. Art for the people, not the gatekeepers. Do it, Jakob said. All of it. Joel traces the threats, Grady books alternative venues. Kim and I will handle media. At 3 in the morning? I asked. At 3 in the morning, we plan. At 9, we execute. By noon, we've changed the game entirely. This was the Mallory machine at full power. I watched them work, coordinating across time zones, calling in favors, building something new from the ashes of the old plan. You're all insane, I said. Beautifully, wonderfully insane. Welcome to the family, Grady grinned. We don't do anything halfway. By dawn, we had a new plan. Better than the original. More ambitious. More dangerous. More likely to change everything. You should sleep, Jakob said as his brothers signed off. Big day ahead. Can't. Too wired. I moved to the window, watching the city wake up. Do you think we're doing the right thing? I think you're doing the necessary thing. The art world needs disruption. You're providing it. With a sledgehammer. Sometimes that's what it takes. He joined me at the window. No regrets? None. You? Only one. He pulled me against him. I wish I'd met you sooner. Imagine what we could have built with more time. We have time now. The rest of our lives. Is that a proposal, Ms. West? It's a promise, Mr. Mallory. We watched the sunrise paint the city in shades of gold and pink. Somewhere out there, our enemies were waking to find their carefully laid plans in ruins. Somewhere else, artists were waking to hope. In 3 weeks, everything would change. I could hardly wait.
Chapter 23. Jakob.
The call came at noon on Tuesday. I was in a board meeting discussing quarterly projections when Marcus's ringtone cut through the discussion. Excuse me. I stepped out, already knowing this would be bad. Marcus never interrupted board meetings. Talk to me. Sir. The photos from Napa are live. Every major tabloid, gossip site, and social media platform. Someone coordinated a simultaneous release. My blood turned to ice. How explicit. Nothing explicit, but intimate enough. You and Ms. West on the deck, in the hot tub, several through the bedroom window. Whoever took these was thorough. Where's Kim? Her studio with David. She's been painting since dawn. Should I? No. I'll tell her myself. I ended the call and walked back into the boardroom. Gentlemen, ladies. We have a situation. I pulled up my phone, casting the screen to the main display. The headlines were everything I'd feared. Billionaire's bedroom secrets exposed. Mallory's young romantic partner in compromising photos. Age gap romance caught in private moments. Damn, Banks muttered. Indeed. I studied their faces. This is what we prepared for. Margaret, initiate the legal response. Harrison, contact our media team. Everyone else, stay calm and stay on message. This is a malicious attack, using illegally obtained images. We don't apologize for legal, consensual adult relationships. The stock, someone started. We'll take a hit. We've weathered worse. I gathered my things. Joel will handle market stabilization. I need to be with Kim. I found her at the studio, lost in her work. The canvas showed two figures dancing in a storm, defiant and beautiful. She didn't notice me until I touched her shoulder. "Hey." She turned, smile fading as she saw my expression. "What happened?" "The photos. They're out." She set down her brush with careful precision. "Show me." I handed her my phone. She scrolled through, face impassive. The images weren't graphic, but they were undeniably intimate. Moments we'd thought were private. Her head on my chest, my arms around her in the hot tub, a kiss on the deck at sunset. "Well," she handed back the phone. "They're good quality at least. Professional photographer." "Kim." "I'm not ashamed." She met my eyes. "Are you?" "Of course not." "Then why do you look like someone died?" She wiped her hands on a rag. "We knew this was coming. We prepared for it." Knowing and experiencing are different things. "True." She moved to the window, looking out at the city. "How bad is the coverage?" "Invasive. Sensationalized. Focused on the age gap and power dynamic." "Predictable." She turned back to me. "What's our response?" "Legal is filing injunctions. PR is crafting statements. But Kim, you don't have to." "Yes, I do." She pulled out her own phone. "This is my fight too. My privacy violated, my relationship exposed. I'm not hiding." Before I could stop her, she was typing. "What are you doing?" "Instagram post." She showed me the screen. A photo of us from the press conference, looking united and strong. Her caption read, "To those sharing illegally obtained private photos, you've shown the world that two adults in love spent intimate time together. Shocking. Meanwhile, I'll be painting at my studio, preparing for a gallery opening that will change how Seattle sees art. You're welcome to photograph that. #ArtOverVoyeurism, #LoveIsNotAScandal. Kim, maybe we should run this by PR." She hit post. Too late. My phone immediately started buzzing. "Joel." "Put him on speaker," Kim said. "You saw her post." Joel's voice was amused. "I'm right here, Joel," Kim said. "Problem?" "Problem? You just flipped the entire narrative in under 50 words. The internet is exploding. Good job." "Really?" "Check the comments." Kim refreshed her page. Thousands of responses already, overwhelmingly supportive. Artists sharing their own stories of privacy invasion. Couples posting about age gaps that worked. The hashtags were trending. "Unbelievable," she breathed. "You turned their weapon against them. Again." I pulled her close. "You're incredible." "I'm angry." She leaned into me. "Those photos, that was our safe space. Our private moments. And they stole that." "I know. But I won't let them make me ashamed. We made love in a beautiful place because we're in love. If that's scandalous, the problem is with them, not us." David knocked and entered. "Ms. West, there's a crowd of reporters outside. Also, someone delivered this." He handed her an envelope. No postmark, hand-delivered. She opened it carefully. Inside was a single photo we hadn't seen online. Kim sleeping in my arms, the sheet barely covering her. The angle suggested the photographer had been on the roof, shooting through the skylight. On the back, someone had written, "This one stays private if you cancel the opening." Kim's hands shook. Not with fear. With rage. They were on the roof. They watched us sleep. Her voice was deadly quiet. "This isn't about scandal. It's about control. We increase security." "No." She crumpled the photo. "We use this." "Kim. Think about it. They just admitted to criminal stalking in writing. They think this photo gives them power." She smiled, sharp and dangerous. "Let me show them what power looks like." She grabbed her phone again, going live on Instagram. I watched her transform, from wounded to warrior in seconds. "Hi everyone. Kim West here. Just received an interesting delivery. She held up the crumpled photo, careful not to show the image itself. Someone thinks they can blackmail me with illegally obtained images. They want me to cancel my gallery opening, or they'll release more intimate photos. She paused, letting that sink in for her growing audience. So let me be crystal clear. I will not be blackmailed. I will not be shamed. I will not cancel anything. You want to release photos of me sleeping safely in the arms of the man I love. Go ahead. You'll only prove what everyone already knows, that some people are so threatened by female autonomy that they'll commit crimes to stop it. The viewer count climbed rapidly. 50,000. 100,000. To whoever sent this, you just gave evidence to the FBI. Congratulations on documenting your own crime. She looked directly into the camera. And to everyone else, see you at the gallery opening. It's going to be revolutionary. She ended the live stream and turned to me. Too much? Perfect. I kissed her fiercely. Absolutely perfect. Marcus arrived within minutes, taking the photo for evidence processing. We'll have forensics analyze this. Paper, ink, handwriting. Whoever delivered it was caught on building security. Good. Kim was already back at her canvas. I have work to do. You're painting? Now. Especially now. She picked up her brush. They want me cowering in shame. They'll get me creating in defiance. I stayed with her while she painted, fielding calls and coordinating responses. The leaked photos had indeed hit the stock price, but Joel's prepared stabilization plan was working. More interesting were the calls of support. Museum directors, art collectors, even competitors expressing disgust at the invasion of privacy. The Seattle Art Museum wants to acquire your Phoenix painting, I told her after one call. The one I painted yesterday? It's not even dry. They don't care. The director called it a defining piece of resistance art. She laughed. From vandalism to museum acquisition in 48 hours. That has to be a record. Kit arrived around 3, looking unusually serious. We need to talk. If this is about the photos, Kim started. It's about who took them. He pulled out a tablet. Joel traced the metadata. The original files were uploaded from an IP address registered to Helena Cross. Kim's brush stilled. The art critic. The same. But here's where it gets interesting. Helena was in New York when these were taken. Someone else shot them and sent them to her. Who? Working on it. But I have a theory. Kit pulled up financial records. Helena received a large payment 2 days before the Napa photos were taken. Want to guess the source? Victoria, Kim said flatly. Through a shell company, but yes. Victoria paid Helena to coordinate the photography and release. So even from jail, she's attacking. Was attacking? Kit smiled. Past tense. Because thanks to your livestream confession, we now have conspiracy charges to add. Helena just implicated herself and Victoria in criminal stalking. She'll deny sending the blackmail note, I pointed out. Doesn't matter. We have the money trail, the metadata, and now her confession that she has more photos. She's finished. Kim set down her brush. I want to talk to her. What? Helena. I want to face her. Absolutely not, I said. Why? She turned to me. She's been Victoria's weapon against emerging artists for years. I want to know why. What makes someone choose to be a gatekeeper instead of a gate opener? It's too dangerous. No. It's necessary. She moved closer. Jakob, I need this. Not for revenge, but for understanding. How do we change a system if we don't understand why people perpetuate it? I wanted to refuse. Every protective instinct screamed against it. But I saw the determination in her eyes and remembered our agreements. What did you have in mind? I asked. A conversation. Recorded with lawyers present. Let her explain herself. Then let the world see who she really is. Kit nodded slowly. I can arrange it. Tomorrow morning, neutral location, full security. Do it. Kim turned back to her painting. But first, I need to finish this. I watched her work, adding details to the storm scene. Two figures dancing in chaos, unafraid and unashamed. Us, I realized. How she saw us. It's powerful, I said. It's honest. That's what they're really afraid of, honest women who won't perform shame on command. She added a final touch. They're ready for the museum. My phone rang. Randall. Father. I saw the photos. His voice was controlled. And Kim's response. Tell her she handled it perfectly. I will. Your mother faced similar invasions of privacy when we were first together. The business world wasn't kind to women who didn't apologize for their power. What did she do? Bought the magazine that published the photos and turned it into a foundation supporting female entrepreneurs. He paused. Kim's response was more elegant. Your mother would have approved. Thank you. Family dinner Sunday. Both of you. The boys want to strategize for the opening. We'll be there. I ended the call to find Kim smiling. Your father approved of my response. My whole family approves of you. Even with scandalous hot tub photos. Especially with scandalous hot tub photos. Mallory, men appreciate women who fight back. She laughed, tension finally breaking. Good. Because I'm just getting started. We spent the rest of the afternoon dealing with fallout. Kim gave 3 phone interviews, each time turning the conversation from scandal to art. I handled the business implications with my board, most of whom were now fully Team Kim after her live stream. By evening, the narrative had shifted. #art over voyeurism was trending globally. Artists everywhere were sharing stories of privacy invasion and intimidation. The photos meant to shame us had become a rallying cry for creative freedom. Hungry? I asked as the sun set. Starving. But I can't face a restaurant tonight. Take out in bed. Perfect. We went home, ordered Thai food, and ate cross-legged on our bed while scrolling through the response to the photos. Some outlets were still trying to make it salacious, but the overwhelming sentiment was support. Look at this one. Kim showed me her phone. A 60-year-old artist in Maine, sharing about how gallery owners tried to use nude photos from her youth to control her. She's holding her first solo show next month. You started something. We started something. I couldn't do this without you. You could. But I'm glad you don't have to. She set aside her phone and crawled into my lap. Know what the best part is? What? Those photos show exactly what they think is scandalous. 2 people in love enjoying each other. If that threatens them so much they'll commit crimes to stop it, we've already won. Have we? Yes. She kissed me slowly. Because tomorrow, I'll still paint. You'll still run your empire. We'll still love each other. And there'll still be criminals facing federal charges. When you put it that way. Shut up and kiss me. Let's give them something real to be scandalized about. I pulled her down onto the bed, laughing. What did you have in mind? Something that would make those photos look tame. She straddled me, eyes wicked. Think you can handle it? Try me. And for the rest of the night, we forgot about photos and scandals and enemies. There was only us, loving each other with defiant joy. Let them watch. Let them judge. We had already won.
Chapter 24. Kim.
The meeting with Helena Cross was set for 10 a.m. at Kit's law firm. Neutral ground, he'd called it. I called it enemy territory with better coffee. You don't have to do this, Jakob said for the 5th time as we rode the elevator up. Yes, I do. I straightened my shoulders. I need to look her in the eye and understand. Understand what? How someone with talent becomes someone who destroys it in others. The conference room was all glass and intimidation. Helena sat at the far end, her lawyer beside her. She looked smaller than I'd expected. Older. Tired. Ms. West. She didn't stand. I suppose you're here to gloat. I'm here to listen. I took the seat across from her, Jakob and Kit flanking me. Tell me why. Why what? Why you chose to be Victoria's weapon. You were a respected critic once. What happened? Helena's laugh was bitter. What happened? I turned 40. Suddenly my reviews carried less weight. Gallery owners stopped returning calls. Young critics with trust funds and connections pushed me aside. So you joined them. I survived. Her hands clenched on the table. Victoria offered me relevance in exchange for loyalty. Do you know what it's like to watch your career evaporate because you aged out of being decorative? I thought of my mother, painting brilliance that no one would show because she didn't play the game. Actually, yes. I watched it happen to someone I loved. Helena's eyes sharpened. Then you understand. I understand you had a choice. I leaned forward. You could have used your platform to lift others. Instead, you became the boot on their necks. Easy to judge from your penthouse. I didn't have a penthouse when Victoria tried to destroy me. I had talent and determination. You tried to take both. On orders. No. I cut her off. Own it. You made choices. Every scathing review of emerging artists, every career you helped destroy, those were choices. Silence stretched between us. The photos, I said finally. Who took them? Helena glanced at her lawyer, who nodded. Professional surveillance team. Ex-military. Victoria had used them before. Names? Already provided to the FBI. Her voice dropped. I didn't know about the bedroom shots. The roof access. That wasn't part of the plan. What was the plan? Humiliation. Make you too toxic for galleries to touch. She met my eyes. It worked before. Young women who got too close to powerful men, who threatened the established order. A few leaked photos and they'd disappear. How many? 17 over the years. The number fell like a stone. Most left the art world entirely. My stomach turned. Their names. I want their names. Why? Because someone needs to apologize. Might as well start with me. Helena stared. You want to apologize for my actions? I want to invite them to my opening. Give them the platform you stole. I stood. You're finished, Helena? But maybe some good can come from the damage you caused. That's it? No revenge? The FBI has my revenge. I want restoration. I turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. That review you wrote about my Venice work, was any of it real? Or was it all Victoria's words? For the first time, Helena looked genuinely pained. The part about your use of light? That was real. You have exceptional talent, Ms. West. That's why Victoria feared you. I nodded and left without another word. In the elevator, Jakob pulled me close. That was generous. That was strategic. I leaned into him. 17 artists wronged. 17 potential allies. We're building a new gallery system, remember? I just found my first recruits. Kit's phone buzzed. He checked it and grinned. Speaking of recruits, Grady's theater students just sent their final performance plan. You're going to love this. We spent the next hour reviewing the elaborate production. What had started as a simple protest response had evolved into a 3-act commentary on surveillance, art, and authenticity. The students had recruited dancers, musicians, even a few tech artists to create interactive installations. This is incredible, I breathed. It's not just a response anymore. It's a whole show. A show that will run simultaneously at 12 venues, Kit added. Joel locked in the international connections this morning. Universities in Paris, London, Berlin, Tokyo. Even a small gallery in Morocco wanted in. Morocco. Apparently, you have a fan there. Former victim of Victoria's, who's now running her own space. My phone rang. Unknown number. Kim West. Ms. West? This is Patricia Chen, from the Seattle Times. I'm calling about the list of artists Helena Cross provided. We'd like to do a feature story, The Silenced 17. I looked at Jakob, who nodded. I'm listening. We want to profile each artist, tell their stories. Show what the art world lost when they were pushed out. Would you help us connect with them? On one condition. They all get invitations to my opening, full access, media coverage if they want it. This is their story to tell, not mine. Agreed. Can we quote you? Quote this: the old guard thought they could silence 17 voices. Instead, they created 17 reasons for revolution. I hung up to find both Mallory men smiling. What? You just turned Helena's confession into a movement, Kit said. Again. Good. Movements change things. I checked the time. I need to get to the studio. Marley's flying in tonight, and I want at least 3 more pieces finished. I'll drive you, Jakob offered. Actually, I want to walk. Clear my head. His jaw tightened. Kim. With David. I'm not stupid. I kissed him quickly. But I need to feel the city. Remember why I'm fighting for space in it. He let me go. Growth. The walk helped. Seattle in October was crisp and bright, the kind of day that made you grateful to be alive. David stayed close but not intrusive, letting me set the pace. My phone buzzed constantly. Artists reaching out, media requesting statements, galleries suddenly interested in showing my work. I ignored them all. The art came first. At the studio, I found unexpected visitors. Aunt Rebecca sat on my paint-stained couch, talking with Sophia, who'd apparently arrived early. Surprise. Rebecca jumped up, pulling me into a lavender-scented hug. Couldn't miss your big show. It's still 2 weeks away. Exactly. Plenty of time to help you prepare. She pulled back, studying me. You look different. Stronger. I am stronger. Good. You'll need to be. She gestured to a portfolio beside her. I brought something. Inside were my mother's paintings. The ones I'd seen in Asheville, plus others I didn't recognize. Dark, beautiful, honest about her struggles. Mom painted these? During her manic episodes. She'd work for days without sleeping, creating things that scared her when she came down. Rebecca touched one gently. She made me promise to destroy them. But I couldn't. They're brilliant. They're painful. Yes. But they're also true. Sophia joined us, studying the work with an expert eye. Your mother, she painted her demons. Made them visible. That takes incredible courage. I traced the chaotic brushstrokes. In them I saw my mother's fear, her brilliance, her battle with a mind that betrayed her. I want to show them, I said suddenly. At the opening. Mom's work beside mine. Show where I come from. Rebecca's eyes filled. She would have been terrified by that. But proud? So proud. She squeezed my hand. Your mother loved you more than her fear. Showing these, it honors that love. We spent the afternoon planning the integration. Mom's dark pieces would contrast with my search for light, creating a dialogue across generations. Sophia suggested mounting them in a separate room, a quiet space for contemplation amid the opening's chaos. Like a heart within the heart, she said. The secret truth inside the public face. My phone rang. Marley. I'm at your penthouse with wine and rage, she announced. Jakob let me in. We need to talk about these photos. I'll be home in an hour. Good. I have opinions. I worked for another hour, losing myself in color and motion. The new pieces were different from my earlier work. Bolder. More confrontational. If they wanted to see me exposed, I'd show them everything. When I finally made it home, I found my apartment full. Marley had indeed brought wine. But also Kit, Joel, Grady, and Marcus. They sat around my dining table like a war council. Intervention? I asked. Strategy session, Marley corrected. Sit. We need to discuss security for the opening. I have David. Not enough. Marcus slid a folder across the table. We've identified credible threats beyond Victoria and Gregor. The publicity has attracted other unstable individuals. My stomach clenched. What kind of threats? The kind we take seriously. His expression was grave. I want a full team. Visible and hidden. Metal detectors. Bag checks. The works. That'll ruin the atmosphere. That'll keep you alive, Jakob interrupted from the doorway. Non-negotiable, Kim. Old me would have fought. New me recognized the fear in his voice. Fine. But they dress like guests, not stormtroopers. And the metal detectors get worked into Grady's performance somehow. Already on it, Grady said. The theater kids love the idea. Something about turning security into statement art. Of course they do. I accepted wine from Marley. What else? For the next 2 hours, we planned. Security protocols, media management, crowd control. What had started as a gallery opening had become an event requiring military precision. I just wanted to show my art, I said at one point. You are, Joel assured me. Just with bodyguards. And international media coverage, Kit added. And performance artists, Grady chimed in. And FBI surveillance, Marcus finished. I looked around the table at these people, who'd become family. You're all insane. Welcome to the Mallory world, Marley said. Where even art shows require tactical planning. Rebecca and Sophia arrived as the others were leaving, arms full of takeout. You need to eat, Rebecca announced. Rage requires fuel. We sat on the living room floor, sharing Chinese food and stories. Sophia regaled us with tales of Venetian gallery politics. Rebecca embarrassed me with childhood anecdotes. Marley provided running commentary on everything. You've built something beautiful here, Rebecca said eventually. This family you've chosen. They chose me too. No. She looked at me seriously. You chose each other. That's what makes it powerful. Jakob joined us after his last call, folding his long legs to sit beside me on the floor. He fit naturally into our chaos, passing spring rolls and laughing at Sophia's impersonation of a pompous collector. 2 weeks, he said during a lull. Ready? No. Yes. Maybe. I leaned against him. Is anyone ever ready for their life to change? Your life has already changed, Marley pointed out. This is just the public acknowledgement. She was right. Everything had already shifted. How I saw myself, how others saw me, how I moved through the world. The opening was just punctuation on a sentence already written. To change, Sophia raised her wine glass. May it always move us toward truth. We toasted, glasses clinking in the lamplight. Outside, Seattle glittered with possibility and threat. But inside, surrounded by chosen family and salvaged art, I felt ready for whatever came next. 2 weeks. 17 silenced artists to resurrect. One mother's legacy to honor. A revolution to lead. No pressure. Jacob's hand found mine, steady and sure. Together, he murmured. Together, I confirmed. And somehow, that made everything possible.
Chapter 25. Jakob.
The FBI raid happened at dawn on Thursday. I watched from my office as agents swarmed Gregor's Belltown compound, the news helicopters circling like mechanical vultures. "It's done," Marcus said from the doorway. "They got him. Evidence. Everything. Servers, documents, even a few things we didn't know about." He moved closer, lowering his voice. "They found surveillance equipment. Professional grade. He's been watching more than just you and Kim." "Who else?" "Half of Seattle's business community. Blackmail material on judges, politicians, competitors." Marcus smiled grimly. "He just became everyone's problem, not just yours." My phone buzzed. "Kim. Did you see?" Her voice was breathless. "They arrested Gregor." "I saw." "Where are you?" "Studio, with Sophia and Rebecca. We're hanging Mom's paintings." A pause. "I need you to see something." "On my way." I found them in the gallery's quiet room, a space set apart from the main floor. Kim stood before a painting I hadn't seen before, a woman drowning in color, reaching toward light she couldn't quite grasp. "Mom painted this 3 days before she died," Kim said softly. "Rebecca just told me." The pain in the brushstrokes was palpable. But so was the desperate hope, the refusal to stop reaching even as the darkness pulled her down. "It's powerful," I said. "It's her suicide note. In paint instead of words." Kim touched the frame gently. "I've been terrified of ending up like her. But looking at this, she fought until the very end. The darkness didn't win easily." "And you've got something she didn't," Rebecca said. "A partner who sees your light and your shadows. Support systems. Treatment that actually works." "And stubbornness," Sophia added. "You are too stubborn to let anything win." Kim laughed, watery but real. "That too." We spent the morning arranging the space. Kim had created a journey, her mother's darkest pieces leading gradually toward Kim's work, showing how pain could transform into beauty across generations. The final painting was one Kim had created that week. 2 women, one drowning, one flying, their hands barely touching across time. "Intergenerational trauma and healing," Kim explained. Mom reached for the light. I caught it. My phone rang. "Joel." "They're arresting Helena Cross," he said without preamble. "The surveillance team gave her up to save themselves. She's looking at conspiracy charges." "Good. There's more. The FBI wants to expand the investigation. Turns out Victoria and Gregor's network extends beyond Seattle. We're talking national art market manipulation. How can we help?" "Keep Kim safe until the opening. After that." He paused. "After that, everything changes." I ended the call to find Kim watching me. "More good news?" "Helena's been arrested. The investigation's going national." "Good." She turned back to her mother's painting. Mom would have loved this. Seeing her pain help expose corruption. She always wanted her art to matter. It does matter. Through you. Through us. I couldn't have done any of this alone. Grady arrived with lunch and updates on the performance pieces. The theater students had outdone themselves, creating an immersive experience that would transform security measures into commentary on surveillance culture. "They're using mirrors," he explained, spreading sketches across a table. "Everyone watching becomes part of being watched. The metal detectors will be decorated like portal art installations. Even the bag checks become performance." "This is incredible," Kim breathed. "It's not disrupting the event, it's elevating it. Wait until you see the finale." Grady pulled up a video on his phone. "When you do the live painting, they'll project it onto the building exterior. The whole city will watch you create." "No pressure," Kim muttered. "You thrive under pressure," I reminded her. "I survive under pressure. There's a difference." But she was smiling. "Show me the projection plans." The afternoon flew by in a blur of logistics. 17 artists had confirmed attendance, the Silent 17 as media had dubbed them. International venues were testing their streaming connections. The guest list had swelled to include museum directors, legitimate critics, and enough security to protect a small nation. "Ma'am." David appeared in the doorway. "There's a situation outside." We moved to the windows. Below, a crowd had gathered. Not protesters, supporters. Artists with signs reading "Be Dangerous" and "Art over Voyeurism." Someone had set up speakers playing music. It looked like a celebration. "They're camping out," David explained. "Say they want to guard the gallery until opening night." Kim's eyes filled. "They're protecting us?" "You started a movement," I said. "This is what movements do." She grabbed her phone, going live on Instagram. "Hey everyone. I see you outside the gallery. I see you choosing to stand guard. I see you being dangerous with your hope. Thank you. Security will bring out water and food. Take care of each other. 9 days, until we change everything." The crowd cheered loud enough to hear through the windows. "Come on," Kim said suddenly. "Let's go thank them." "Kim, that's not safe." "Jakob." She took my hands. "I spent weeks hiding. Running. Letting fear dictate my choices. Not anymore. These people are here for us. The least we can do is say thank you." She was right. Of course she was right. We went down, with security flanking us. The crowd parted respectfully, creating space while maintaining their protective circle. Kim moved among them, shaking hands, taking photos, listening to stories. "Victoria blacklisted me 5 years ago," one young artist said. "Haven't shown anywhere since. Until now." "Then you'll have the best spot on opening night," Kim promised. "Front row. Bring your newest work." For an hour, we stayed with them. Kim signed autographs on protest signs. I watched her work the crowd, natural and warm despite the circumstances. This was her element, among artists, creating community from chaos. "Mr. Mallory." A woman approached me, older, wearing paint-stained clothes. "I wanted to thank you." "For what?" "For seeing her. Really seeing her. My daughter was one of the 17. After the photos leaked, her boyfriend left. Said she was too much trouble." She smiled sadly. "You faced down your entire world for Kim. That matters. She's worth it." "Yes. She is. They all were." She pressed something into my hand, a small canvas. "Tell her Sarah's mom says thank you." The painting was beautiful. Abstract but emotional, pain transformed into color. I understood why Victoria had feared these artists. They told truths that couldn't be bought or sold. We finally returned inside, as evening fell. Kim was glowing, energized by the crowd's support. "Did you see their faces?" she asked. "They're not afraid anymore." "Neither are you." "No. I'm not." She pulled me into the empty main gallery. "Dance with me." "There's no music." "So." She wrapped her arms around my neck. "We'll make our own." We swayed in the empty space where chaos would soon reign. Just us, the art, and the promise of revolution. 9 days, she murmured. Getting nervous. Getting ready. She looked up at me. "Whatever happens, we've already won. They tried to break us, and created a movement instead." "You created a movement." "We. Always we." She stood on her toes to kiss me. "I love you, Jakob Mallory." "I love you too, Kimberly West." My phone buzzed. "Kit." "Let it go to voicemail," Kim said against my mouth. "It might be important." "So is this." She was right. But the phone kept buzzing. Then hers started. "Okay, something's happening." She pulled back, checking her messages. "Unbelievable." "What?" "Check the news." "Any news?" I pulled up CNN on my phone. The breaking news banner made my blood run cold, then hot with triumph. Federal arrests in nationwide art market manipulation scheme. Dozens detained in multi-state raid. "They got them all," Kim breathed. "Not just Gregor and Victoria. The whole network." The details were still emerging, but the scope was staggering. Gallery owners, critics, collectors, an entire shadow system exposed and dismantled. At the center of it all, Victoria Sterling, now facing life in prison. Years of investigating, I realized. The FBI must have been building this case for years. We just gave them the final pieces. We lit the fuse, Kim corrected. Look, they're crediting the Silent 17 for coming forward. Their testimony broke it open. Her phone rang. Patricia Chen from the Times. Kim, are you seeing this? Can I get a statement? Kim looked at me, then out at the crowd still gathered below. Yes. Ready. The statement is this: today, 17 silenced voices brought down an empire of corruption. In 9 days, we're going to build something better in its place. The old guard is finished. Art belongs to artists again. She hung up and turned to me. Take me home. I need to process this somewhere quiet. But home wasn't quiet. The penthouse was full of Mallorys, champagne already flowing. Even Randall was there, looking genuinely pleased. The conquering heroes. Grady shouted, pulling Kim into a hug. We didn't conquer anything, Kim protested. We just started a revolution that brought down a criminal empire, Kit interrupted. Take the win, Kim. The FBI did the work. Because you gave them what they needed, Joel said. Your press conference, your live stream, your refusal to be silenced, that gave other victims courage to come forward. 17 voices became hundreds, Marcus added. The FBI says they've received over 300 complaints since your story broke. Kim sank onto the couch, overwhelmed. 300? And counting. Randall sat beside her, awkward but sincere. You've done what decades of investigations couldn't. You've given victims a rallying point. I just wanted to show my art, Kim said faintly. You are, I said, joining her. Just on a larger canvas than expected. We spent the evening celebrating, but Kim grew quieter as the night wore on. I finally pulled her aside. You okay? I don't know. She looked out at the city lights. Everything's happening so fast. 3 weeks ago, I was just a struggling artist with a grant. Now, I'm apparently leading a revolution. Having second thoughts? No. Just processing. She turned to me. Is it wrong that part of me misses the simplicity? When it was just about making beautiful things. It's still about that. The rest is just noise. Loud noise. Very loud, I agreed. But temporary. After the opening, things will settle. Will they? She gestured at the apartment full of family, the news still playing footage of arrests. I don't think we get to go back to simple. Do you want to? She considered this. No. Simple was also scared. Struggling. Alone. This is complicated, but... She smiled. It's also powerful. We're actually changing things. You're changing things. There you go again. We, Jakob. You keep forgetting the we. I pulled her close. Never. I never forget the we. Marcus appeared in the doorway. Sorry to interrupt. Kim, there's something you should see. He led us to the home office, where Joel had set up monitoring stations. On the screens, social media feeds scrolled past at dizzying speed. What are we looking at? Kim asked. The world responding, Joel said. Museums offering residencies to the 17. Galleries pledging transparency. Artists organizing chapters of Be Dangerous in cities everywhere. It's not just about Seattle anymore, Marcus said. You've sparked something global. Kim stared at the screens, watching her movement grow beyond anything we'd imagined. I need air. We went to the terrace, leaving the celebration behind. The October night was crisp, stars barely visible through the city's glow. Scared? I asked. Terrified. She laughed shakily. But also, exhilarated. Is that wrong? That's human. I keep thinking about Mom. What she'd say about all this. What do you think she'd say? Kim smiled. Probably, don't let it go to your head, baby. And wear comfortable shoes to the opening. Sound advice. She was always practical about impractical things. Kim leaned against the railing. 9 days. Then what? Then we see what you've built. What we've all built together. And after? After, you keep painting. I keep building. We keep choosing each other. I turned her to face me. The revolution is just the beginning, Kim. The real work is what comes next. Building something better. Exactly. She kissed me, deep and certain. Then we better rest up. World changing is exhausting. We rejoined the party, but my mind was already 9 days ahead. The opening would be chaos, controlled, beautiful chaos. But Kim was right. We'd already won. The old guard was fallen. The 17 were free. And we were just getting started. The apartment finally emptied near midnight, leaving a battlefield of champagne glasses and revolution plans. Kim leaned against the closed door, eyes bright with triumph and exhaustion, looking like a warrior goddess who just won her war. We did it, she breathed, voice full of wonder. We actually did it. They're all going to prison. Every last one of them. You did it. I moved toward her, drawn by the fierce joy radiating from every inch of her. You brought down an empire with nothing but truth and courage. We. She grabbed my shirt with both hands, pulling me hard against her. Say it with me, Jakob. We. You held me up when I wanted to run. You fought beside me. You chose us over everything safe. We, I agreed, pressing her back against the door, feeling her whole body vibrate with victory. We destroyed them. We survived them. We won. Hell yes, we did. Her hands were already attacking my buttons, shaking with adrenaline and need. And now I need you. Need to feel this victory in every cell of my body. Need to celebrate being alive and free and winning. I lifted her into my arms, and she wrapped her legs around me without hesitation. 6 months ago, she had saved me on a bridge. Now, together, we had overcome something far more insidious than death. Bedroom, I said, voice low and full of triumph. No. Here, she countered, leaning against the door where the crowd had just celebrated. I want to mark this victory properly. Right here, where we proved we could survive it all. I held her tighter, feeling her excitement and relief radiate through her. Still dressed, Kim, I teased. Then fix it, she shot back, laughter in her voice. We earned this. We can celebrate without waiting. We tumbled onto the bed, breathless and laughing. I brushed a strand of hair from her face, feeling the warmth of her hands against mine. I've missed you, I admitted. Every day, she said, resting her head against my shoulder. I kept thinking about this moment. About us. We held each other close, feeling the weight of every victory, every fear, every challenge that had brought us here. It wasn't about rushing. It was about savoring the triumph. I love you, she whispered, looking up at me. Her eyes shone with pride and relief. I love you too, I replied, pressing my forehead to hers. Even when the world feels impossible. Even when we think we can't win. She smiled, curling into me, and for a moment the chaos of the past weeks faded. In our small sanctuary, we were safe. We were home. Ready for the next battle? I asked. After a little more time here, she murmured, squeezing my hand. Together, we can face anything. We stayed wrapped in each other, savoring the victory, knowing that whatever came next, we had proven we could survive and thrive. Together.
Chapter 26. Kim.
Venice in October was different from Venice in July. Cooler, quieter, more itself without the summer tourists. Jakob and I walked the same path we'd taken that first night, when I'd found him on the bridge contemplating the unthinkable. Nervous? He asked as we approached the spot. About being here? Or about the opening in 5 days? Both. Yes to both. I stopped at the exact place where our lives had collided. But good nervous. The kind that means something important is happening. The bridge looked different in afternoon light. Less dramatic, more real. 4 months ago, I'd seen a beautiful broken man and couldn't walk away. Now I saw my partner, my equal, my future. Thank you, Jakob said suddenly. For what? For stopping that night. For seeing me. For being stubborn enough to save us both. We saved each other. I leaned against the railing, watching boats pass below. That's what we do. My phone buzzed. Sophia. Bella. You are here? Good. Come to the gallery. I have surprise. We found her at the small gallery where I'd first shown my work, back when I was just another struggling artist with a grant. The space was transformed. My paintings from throughout our journey lined the walls, including pieces I thought were lost. How? I breathed. Jacob's brothers. They tracked down every piece sold, borrowed, or stolen. For your retrospective. I moved through the gallery in a daze. Here was the painting of Jakob from that first morning. There, the Venice scenes I'd painted during his recovery. The pieces from Seattle, each marking a moment in our evolution. It's our whole story, I said. Your story, Jakob corrected. Told through your eyes. Our story, I insisted. Look, you're in every piece, even when you're not visible. The light, the shadows, the movement. It's all us. Sophia smiled. This is why I wanted you to see. Before the Seattle opening madness, remember where you started. A girl with paint and passion, who saw beauty in broken places. I'm still her. No. Sophia shook her head. You are more. But the core, it remains. That's what matters. We spent the afternoon arranging pieces, telling Sophia stories behind each painting. She'd arranged for several Venice collectors to attend the Seattle opening, expanding our international presence even more. The world is watching, she said. No pressure. That phrase had become a running joke. Everything was pressure now, the media attention, the movement we'd sparked, the weight of representing silenced voices. But somehow, sharing it with Jakob made it bearable. Show me where you painted me, he said as we left the gallery. I led him through Venice's twisted streets to my old apartment. The landlord had already rented it to another artist, but she let us in to look around. So small, Jakob murmured. It was perfect for what I needed then. I stood where my easel had been. Right here. You were on the bed, still sleeping off that first night. The light caught your face, and I could not paint you. Love at first sight? Recognition at first sight. Love came during the withdrawal, when you let me see past your walls. All 200 of them. I counted at least 300. I moved to the window, remembering. I was terrified, you know. This broken billionaire in my space, detoxing from pills, possibly dangerous. But also exactly where you needed to be. Where we both needed to be. He pulled me close. I love you. I love you too. My phone rang. Kit. Bad news or good news? I answered. Spectacular news. The Seattle Art Museum wants to host an after-party following your opening. Black tie, major donors, the works. That sounds overwhelming? It should. But here's the brilliant part. They want to announce a new fund for emerging artists. Named after your mother. The phone nearly slipped from my hand. What? The Eleanor West Foundation for Artistic Courage. Supporting artists dealing with mental health challenges. Fully funded by an anonymous donor. I looked at Jakob, who was studying the ceiling with suspicious intensity. How anonymous? Extremely. But the donor insists you approve the foundation's mission before they commit. Kit, can I call you back? Of course. But Kim? This could change everything for artists like your mom. I hung up and faced Jakob. You did this. The family did this. I just contributed. How much? Enough to ensure no artist has to choose between treatment and art supplies ever again. My eyes burned. Jakob. She gave you the gift of seeing beauty in broken things. That gift saved my life. This is the least we can do to honor her. I kissed him fiercely, pouring all my gratitude and love into the contact. When we broke apart, both of us were breathless. Yes, I said. Yes. To the foundation. The party. All of it. Mom would want her pain to prevent others suffering. We walked back through Venice as evening painted the canals gold. Tomorrow we'd fly back to Seattle for the final preparations. But tonight was ours, in the city where it all began. Hungry? Jakob asked. Starving. That little place near the Rialto? Perfect. Over pasta and wine, we talked about everything except the opening. About future travels, potential collaborations, the life we were building together. Normal couple things that felt extraordinary given where we'd started. I want to ask you something, Jakob said as we lingered over dessert. But I need you to promise to think about it. Really think, not just react. Okay. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. My heart stopped. I know it's fast, he said quickly. I know we've only known each other 4 months. But Kim, I've lived more in these 3 months than in the previous 47 years. Jakob. Let me finish. He opened the box, revealing a ring that took my breath away. Not huge or ostentatious but perfect, an emerald surrounded by diamonds, set in platinum. This was my grandmother's. She married my grandfather after knowing him 6 weeks. Everyone said they were crazy. They were married 62 years. It's beautiful. You haven't let me ask the question yet. Then ask. He took a breath. Kimberly West, brilliant artist, brave revolutionary, stubborn savior, will you marry me? Not today, not tomorrow, but someday when you're ready? Will you wear this ring as a promise that we're building something permanent? I studied the ring, then his face. The vulnerability there, the hope despite everything he'd been through. You promise not to try to control the wedding planning? I asked. I promise. And I get to paint you in your tux? Absolutely. And we're partners in everything, always? Always. Then yes. I held out my hand. Yes to someday. Yes to promises. Yes to permanent. His hands shook slightly as he slipped the ring onto my finger. It fit perfectly. How did you know the size? Marley helped. Also Kit, Joel, Grady, Marcus, your Aunt Rebecca, and Sophia. It was a group effort. Our entire family knew before me. They all wanted to help. Grady designed 7 different proposal scenarios. This wasn't any of them. I laughed, imagining Grady's elaborate plans. What made you choose tonight? Being here where we started. Seeing your old apartment. Realizing how far we've come. He brought my hand to his lips. I didn't want to wait any longer to make my intentions clear. Your intentions have been clear since you refused to leave my apartment during withdrawal. That was need. This is choice. The distinction mattered. We'd begun in desperation, 2 broken people clinging to each other. Now we were whole, choosing each other freely. I love you, I said. And I love your grandmother's ring. And I love that our whole insane family was involved. Our family. I like how that sounds. Get used to it. Although, I grinned. Rebecca's going to be insufferable. She's been predicting this since she met you. Kit's already planning the bachelor party. I had to make him promise no strippers, no illicit substances, and no international incidents. What did he say? That I was taking all the fun out of it. Jakob signaled for the check. Ready to go home. Which home? Your penthouse or my studio? Wherever you are, is home. Smooth talker. I stood, the ring catching the light. Let's go back to the hotel. I want to celebrate properly. The walk back was different now. We weren't just romantic partner, we were engaged. Promised. The weight of it felt right, like the ring on my finger. 5 days, I said as we entered the hotel. Think we can make it through the opening, without anyone noticing? The ring? Not a chance. But we don't have to announce anything. Let them wonder. I like that. One secret that's just ours. For now. Although, knowing our family. Kit's probably already planning the engagement party, I finished. We made love slowly that night, savoring each touch with new significance. Afterwards, I studied the ring in the darkness. Tell me about your grandmother. Eleanor. Like your mother. Jacob's voice was warm with memory. Fierce, artistic, ahead of her time. She painted too, actually. Watercolors. Said art was how she made sense of the world. I would have liked her. She would have loved you. Someone who made her grandson human again? You'd have been her favorite person. You were always human. Just hidden under a lot of armor. Armor you dissolved with paint thinner and stubbornness. Best tools for the job. I traced patterns on his chest. We should sleep. Early flight tomorrow. In a minute. He caught my hand. Kim. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for asking. For seeing a future even when everything was chaos. The chaos is part of the future. But so is this. Us. The quiet moments between storms. I can live with that balance. Good. Because I plan to love you through all of it. Chaos and quiet. Success and struggle. Whatever comes next. Whatever comes next, I agreed. We fell asleep intertwined, Venice singing its ancient song outside our window. In 5 days, Seattle would celebrate our victory over corruption. But tonight, we celebrated something simpler and more profound. We'd found each other. Saved each other. Chosen each other. And now, with a grandmother's ring and a grandfather's blessing, we'd promised each other forever. The opening could bring whatever it wanted. We were ready. Together.
Chapter 27. Jakob.
The flight back from Venice should have been peaceful. Instead, Kim spent most of it fielding calls about the opening, now just 4 days away. I watched her work, the ring catching light every time she moved her hand. That was the Times, she said, ending another call. They want to do a feature on the Silenced 17. Full spread, day of the opening. Good publicity. It's more than that. These artists are getting their stories told. Finally. She twisted the ring absently. How long before someone notices? Kit already texted me 3 times asking why you're wearing grandmother's ring. How does he even? She pulled up Instagram. Never mind. Sophia posted photos from yesterday. You can see it in one shot. Regrets. About the ring. Never. About our family's detective skills. Slightly. The plane began its descent into Seattle. Below, the city sparkled in morning sun, waiting for us. Ready? I asked. For the opening? The foundation announcement? The inevitable family interrogation about this ring. She grinned. Bring it on. Marcus met us at the airport with news. The gallery's been under 24-hour guard by supporters. No incidents. Also, your brother is vibrating. Which one? All of them. But Grady's actually bouncing. We found him at the gallery, surrounded by theater students and construction crews. The space had been transformed into an immersive experience. Mirrors and projections creating infinite reflections, security equipment turned into art installations. Kim. Jakob. Perfect timing. Grady bounded over. Check this out. We've integrated the metal detectors into a piece about thresholds. Everyone entering has to pass through Judgment's Gate, while their image is projected and fragmented. It's brilliant social commentary and functional security. It's incredible, Kim said, turning in a slow circle. The whole space feels alive. Wait until you see the main hall. He led us through, explaining each installation. The 17 artists each have dedicated spaces. Your mom's paintings are in the quiet room like you wanted. And the live painting station is here, with projection mapping ready for the exterior show. Grady. Kim stopped, eyes wide. This is beyond anything I imagined. You started a revolution. Revolutions deserve proper staging. He finally focused on her hand. Is that grandmother's ring? Yes. On your ring finger? Yes. The ring finger that typically indicates. Grady, I warned. His face split into a massive grin. You're engaged. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. We can announce it at the opening. Make it part of the celebration. No, Kim and I said simultaneously. But this is private. For now. Kim's voice was firm. The opening is about the art, the movement, the 17. Not us. But you're wearing the ring publicly. I'm wearing a beautiful piece of jewelry. People can draw their own conclusions. Grady looked like he might explode from keeping the secret. Can I at least tell Kit and Joel? They already know, I said. The ring appearance on Instagram tipped them off. I'm always the last to know everything. But he was smiling. Fine. Secret engagement. But I'm planning the hell out of your wedding when you're ready. Deal? Kim laughed. We spent the morning reviewing final preparations. The Seattle Art Museum had sent over details for the after-party, black tie, major donors, media carefully curated. The Eleanor West Foundation would be announced there, with Kim speaking about her mother's legacy. No pressure, I murmured as we reviewed the speaking notes. Stop saying that. But she was smiling. Actually, this feels right. Mom's pain helping other artists. She would love the irony. David appeared with lunch and updates. Ma'am, 17 artists have all confirmed arrival. Accommodations are set. Also, there's been an interesting development. Good interesting or bad interesting? Kim asked. Depends on perspective. Helena Cross wants to attend the opening. Kim set down her sandwich. She's out on bail. House arrest. But her lawyer is requesting permission for her to attend, offer a public apology to the 17. Absolutely not, I said. Wait. Kim held up a hand. What exactly does she want to do? David checked his notes. Quote, stand before those I wronged and acknowledge my role in their silencing. Donate my entire collection to the Eleanor West Foundation. Retire from criticism publicly. It could be powerful, Kim said slowly. Showing that even gatekeepers can change. Or it could be a disaster. What if the 17 don't want to hear from her? Then we ask them. Kim pulled out her phone. They get to choose. This is their moment too. She spent the next hour calling each artist. The responses varied: anger, curiosity, cautious hope. In the end, they voted. 11 said yes, let her speak. 6 said they'd leave if she showed up. So she doesn't come, I said. No. She comes, but speaks at the after-party instead. Those who don't want to see her can skip it. Kim rubbed her temples. Thank God, when did I become a diplomat? When you started a revolution, Marcus said. They require more politics than people expect. The afternoon brought more decisions. Media requests to approve, security protocols to review, last-minute artist needs to accommodate. Kim handled it all with grace I couldn't have managed. You're remarkable, I told her as we took a break. I'm exhausted. And we still have 3 days. She leaned against me. Promise you'll catch me if I fall. Always. Kit arrived with legal documents for the foundation. Everything's ready. Just needs your signature to make it official. Kim read through carefully. The funding level. Jakob, this is enough to support dozens of artists annually. That's the idea. We could include residencies, therapy support, medication assistance. Her eyes brightened. Partner with clinics that understand creative minds. Whatever you think is best. It's your mother's legacy. Our mother's legacies. She signed with a flourish. Eleanor West and Eleanor Mallory. Two artistic women who raised children who found each other. Think that was fate? I think that was Venice. She kissed me quickly. And really good timing. The rest of the day blurred together. More preparations, more decisions, more people needing Kim's attention. She gave it freely, but I saw the exhaustion building. Home, I announced at 6. No arguments. But everything will still be here tomorrow. You need rest. She let me guide her out, David following discreetly. The supporter camp had grown, now including food trucks and musicians. Kim waved, too tired for more. At the penthouse, I drew her a bath while she checked final messages. Turn off the phone, I called. 2 more minutes. Now Kim. She appeared in the doorway, already stripping off her clothes. Bossy. Caring. There's a difference. I tested the water temperature. In. Soak. Relax. Join me. Twist my arm. We settled into the massive tub, Kim between my legs, head on my chest. The ring glinted under the water. Having second thoughts, I asked. About the ring. Never. About this opening, becoming a circus? Hourly. We could cancel. Run away to Venice, permanently. Tempting. But no. She played with bubbles absently. Those 17 artists deserve their moment. The supporters deserve celebration. Mom deserves her foundation launch. What do you deserve? You, she said simply. Everything else is bonus. We stayed in the bath until the water cooled, then moved to bed. Kim fell asleep immediately, exhausted from the day. I stayed awake longer watching her breathe, the ring catching moonlight. 4 months ago, I'd stood on a bridge ready to end everything. Now I lay beside my fiancée, planning a future I couldn't have imagined. The opening would be chaos, but after, we'd build something lasting. My phone buzzed. Kit. At this hour, I answered quietly. Bad news. Gregor's lawyer is trying to get bail. Claims the suicide attempt makes him unstable for jail. He's playing victim? Worse. He's claiming you drove him to it. Says the business pressure, losing Victoria, your persecution, it all led to mental break. That's ridiculous. Yes. But judges eat up mental health defenses. He could be out by the opening. I looked at Kim, sleeping peacefully. Double security. Triple if needed. He doesn't get near her. Already on it. Just wanted you aware. Thanks. Keep me posted. I hung up and pulled Kim closer. She murmured something, burrowing into my chest. The ring pressed against my skin, warm with promise. Let Gregor try. We'd survived everything he'd thrown at us. We could survive one more attempt. Love you, Kim whispered, still mostly asleep. Love you too. 3 days. Then the opening, the foundation launch, the culmination of everything we'd built. And after that, a life together, whatever shape it took. I kissed her hair and closed my eyes. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Tonight we had each other. It was enough. It was everything.
Chapter 28. Kim. Day of opening, Seattle.
The gallery thrummed with electric anticipation. 500 people pressed closer as I stood before a blank canvas. My hand stayed steady. My heart raced. Outside, Grady's theater students had transformed our building into living art. Projections danced across brick and glass. Surveillance cameras became disco balls. Metal detectors turned into rainbow portals. 2 minutes. Marcus checked his watch from his position by my easel. His eyes scanned the crowd with professional paranoia. I dipped my brush in cerulean blue, the exact shade of the Venice Canal where Jakob and I had begun. Behind me, the silenced 17 stood in formation. Each clutched artwork that Victoria and Helena had tried to bury. Their faces showed determination mixed with barely contained emotion.
Ready.
Jakob appeared at my elbow. His presence calmed me instantly. The grandmother's ring on my finger caught the gallery lights, sending small rainbows across the canvas. Born ready. I turned to face the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Beauty in Broken Places, a celebration of art that refuses to be silenced. The room erupted. Through the applause, I spotted Patricia Chen from the Times. Her photographer was already working. The Venice Arts Council representatives stood near my mother's paintings in the quiet room. Their approval showed on their faces. Randall Mallory had claimed a front row spot. His presence declared family support. 4 days ago, someone tried to destroy these paintings. I projected my voice. 4 months ago, someone tried to destroy me. Tonight, we transform that destruction into creation. I turned to the canvas and began. Not the Venice Bridge everyone expected. Something new. 17 figures rising from shadow into light. Each carried their truth like torches. The crowd fell silent. They watched something emerge from nothing. As I painted, Grady's voice came through the sound system. He narrated the story of each silenced artist. Their names. Their dreams. What they'd lost when the establishment pushed them out. The crowd listened with rapt attention. Many wiped away tears. 30 minutes in, I set down my brush for the planned intermission. The 17 stepped forward. Something magical happened. They didn't just display their work. They performed it. Maria, a sculptor from Seattle, shaped clay in real time. She told her story of being blacklisted for refusing a collector's advances. James from Portland painted his depression onto the gallery wall. He turned mental illness into visceral beauty. Each artist transformed trauma into triumph while the audience watched transfixed. This is unprecedented. Patricia Chen whispered to her photographer. It's not just an opening. It's a reckoning. The projection mapping caught my painting. It threw the image onto the building's exterior. Outside, the crowd of supporters cheered. Over 1,000 strong now. The metal detectors had become part of the show. Each person entering through Grady's Judgment's Gate became part of the installation about watching and being watched. Ms. West? Helena Cross approached during a break. Her hands shook. It's time for my part. I studied the woman who'd tried to destroy me. She looked smaller now. Diminished by her own choices. Are you sure you want to do this? I need to. Her voice cracked. They deserve to hear my apology. The world needs to know what Victoria and I did. Then let's give you the stage. I clinked a glass. We have an unexpected addition to tonight's program. Helena Cross has something to say. The room went ice cold. Several of the 17 tensed. Ready to leave. But Helena's first words stopped them. I am here to confess. She stood at the microphone. No notes. Just raw honesty. For 15 years, I took money to destroy careers. I silenced 17 brilliant artists because Victoria Sterling paid me to eliminate competition. I am the rot in the system we're here tonight to change. You could have heard a pin drop. I don't expect forgiveness. Helena continued. Tears streamed down her face. But I'm donating my entire collection, worth approximately $3 million, to the Eleanor West Foundation. And I'm retiring from criticism immediately. The old guard is dead. Let it stay buried. She walked to each of the 17. She apologized personally. She handed them documents that proved her financial restitution. Some accepted with grace. Others turned away. But the symbolic power of the moment was undeniable. The gatekeeper surrendered her keys. Jakob appeared at my side as Helena finished. That was brave of you. Letting her speak. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. I glanced at him meaningfully. We're proof of that. Kit materialized with champagne and a grin. Time for the fun part. Dad, you're up. Randall Mallory took the stage with surprising confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to announce something extraordinary. The Eleanor West Foundation for Artistic Courage will launch next month. With an initial endowment of $50 million. Gasps echoed through the gallery. This foundation will support artists dealing with mental health challenges, addiction, or any form of systematic silencing. Randall continued. It's named for two remarkable women. Eleanor West, Kim's mother, and my late wife, Elizabeth Mallory. Both were artists. Both struggled. Both deserved better support than they received. I felt Jacob's hand tighten in mine. His father spoke about his mother publicly for the first time in years. The foundation will be run by my daughter-in-law? Randall paused. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. People had noticed the ring throughout the night. They hadn't been sure. Now. Future daughter-in-law. He corrected with a smile that said the slip was intentional. Kimberly West. Who has shown us all that beauty exists especially in broken places. The room exploded. Cameras flashed. Questions flew. But I was already moving back to my canvas. I picked up my brush to finish what I'd started. Let her paint. Someone shouted. The crowd parted. They gave me space while maintaining their eager watch. I painted with everything in me. The pain of the last 4 months. The joy of finding Jakob. The terror of almost losing everything. The triumph of standing here surrounded by art that refused to die. The 17 joined me. Each added their own touch to the canvas. We made it truly collaborative. It's a masterpiece. Sophia's voice carried from the crowd. She'd flown in from Venice just for this. The girl who arrived with nothing but talent. Creating a revolution with paint and courage. As I added the final touches, the theater students outside launched their finale. Small sparks of gold caught the light like hope. Every screen in Seattle that they'd hacked showed the same message: art belongs to artists. Beauty exists in broken places. The revolution is now. Probably illegal. Marcus muttered. Even he was smiling. The night continued in a blur. Congratulations. Interviews. Sales. Every piece by the 17 sold within an hour. Most went to museums that suddenly remembered these artists existed. My own work sold too. But I barely noticed. I was too busy watching Jakob work the room. He protected me from the overwhelming attention. He made sure I got credit for everything. You did it, he said during a quiet moment. He pulled me into a corner. You gave them their voices back. We did it. I touched his face. I couldn't have survived this without you. You would have found a way. You always do. He kissed me softly. He didn't care about the cameras. Ready for the after party? The museum awaits. 5 more minutes. I looked around the gallery. I tried to memorize every detail. I want to remember this. The exact moment everything changed. Everything changed 4 months ago on a bridge. He reminded me. This is just the world catching up. Outside, someone started singing. A protest song became a celebration anthem. Others joined in. Voices rose in harmony. The silenced 17 stood together. No longer silenced. Their art spoke louder than any criticism ever could. Ms. West? Maria approached with tears in her eyes. Thank you. For fighting when we couldn't. For refusing to let them win. We fought together. I pulled her into a hug. And we'll keep fighting. This is just the beginning. The museum after-party was elegant, where the gallery had been raw. Different crowd. Same energy. Change was in the air. Everyone wanted to be part of it. The foundation announcement had already generated pledges of another 20 million. Artists exchanged information. They planned collaborations. They discussed a future where gatekeepers no longer held all the power. Your mother would be so proud. Rebecca had arrived from Asheville. She wore her one fancy dress. You've given meaning to her struggle. She's here. I touched my mother's ring beside Jacob's grandmother's. I feel her in every brushstroke. As midnight approached, Jakob and I slipped away from our own party. We needed air and quiet. We stood on the museum's balcony. We looked out at Seattle's lights. The gallery still glowed in the distance. No regrets? He asked. He echoed our constant refrain. None. You? Only that your mother isn't here to see this. She deserved to witness her daughter changing the world. She knows. I leaned into his warmth. Somehow she knows. My phone buzzed. A text from Grady. Final count. 14 cities participated in tonight's performance. Sydney. Tokyo. Paris. London. Berlin. Even little galleries in Morocco and Estonia. You started a global revolution. No pressure for the wedding. I showed Jakob. He laughed. At least the wedding will be smaller. 200 people is not small. Compared to tonight, it's intimate. 6 months. I calculated. Think we can plan a wedding while running a foundation and maintaining a revolution? We can do anything. He pulled me closer. We've already proven that. Below us, Seattle hummed with possibility. The old guard had fallen. The new world was being born. Tomorrow, we'd wake up and continue building it. One brushstroke at a time. But tonight, we stood together on a balcony. Engaged. Exhausted. Utterly content. The girl who'd left for Venice with nothing but hope. The man who'd stood on a bridge, ready to end everything. We'd saved each other. Somehow saved so much more in the process. I love you. The words felt insufficient but necessary. I love you too. He kissed my temple. Ready to go home. Ready. We left our own revolution behind. We knew it would continue without us. The 17 had found their voices. The foundation would launch. The world would keep changing. But tonight, we just wanted to go home. Fall into bed. Hold each other in the quiet after the storm. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Tonight we'd earned our peace. Together. Always together.
Chapter 29. Kim.
The champagne glass shook in my hand as Marley adjusted my flower crown for the 10th time. Stop fidgeting. She batted my hands away from the delicate baby's breath. You're getting married in Venice tomorrow, not walking to your execution. My stomach flipped. Tomorrow. After 6 months of planning, keeping our engagement secret from the public, building the Eleanor West Foundation while dodging press questions about wedding bells, tomorrow I'd marry Jakob Mallory. I'm not fidgeting. I set the glass down before my trembling gave me away. I'm just terrified. Rebecca appeared in the doorway of the Asheville art studio we'd rented for my bachelorette weekend. My aunt wore paint-splattered overalls and carried a tray of what looked like her infamous pot brownies. That's normal, honey. I threw up twice before marrying your uncle. Not helping Becca. Marley shot her a look. I'm not terrified. I was. Not of Jakob, never of him. But of everything else. The media. The expectations. The weight of being Kim Mallory instead of just Kim West. Sure you're not. Rebecca set the brownies down and pulled me into a hug that smelled like patchouli and acrylic paint. That's why you've reorganized the studio 3 times since we got here yesterday. She had a point. The canvases leaned against the walls in perfect color gradients. The brushes stood at attention like soldiers awaiting orders. Even the paint tubes lined up by hue and brand. I organize when I'm thinking. You organize when you're panicking. Sophia entered carrying a bottle of real Italian wine. My Venice mentor looked exactly the same as the day she'd warned me about getting involved with broken billionaires. But tonight we drink. Tomorrow you marry. Monday you worry. I can't get drunk the night before my wedding. 1 glass won't hurt. She poured with practiced ease. Besides, I brought this from Venice. The same vineyard where you painted that sunset after Jakob first asked you to Seattle. The memory hit like a physical touch. 6 months ago, everything had been different. We'd been different. Raw and desperate, and clinging to each other like life rafts in a storm. Now the storm had passed, but sometimes I missed its intensity. My phone buzzed. Jacob's name lit up the screen with a photo from our engagement night, him spinning me on that Venice bridge, my face turned up to the rain. Missing you. Kit's trying to convince me strip clubs are a tradition. Save me? I smiled despite my nerves. Tell him you'll tell his future wife about Amsterdam. Brutal. Effective. He's backing down. How are you? I stared at the screen. How was I? Overwhelmed. Grateful. Terrified. Madly in love. Ready to run. Ready to stay forever. Organizing things. That bad? Rebecca brought pot brownies. Thank God I have Marcus. Earth to bride. Marley waved a hand in front of my face. No texting the groom during your bachelorette party. That's rule number 1. We don't have rules. We do now. She confiscated my phone. Sophia came all the way from Venice. Rebecca drove down from the mountains. The least you can do is be present. She was right. These women had shaped me, supported me, caught me when I stumbled. I owed them more than distracted smiles and half-hearted participation in my own celebration. Sorry. I accepted the wine Sophia offered. I'm here. Present. Ready to be bacheloretted. Is that a word? Rebecca squinted. It is now. I raised my glass. To made-up words and real friendships. To the girl who saved a billionaire and started an art revolution. Sophia clinked her glass against mine. To my best friend who somehow stayed herself despite private jets and diamond rings. Marley's eyes misted. To my niece who proved love doesn't mean losing yourself. Rebecca's voice cracked. We drank, and the wine tasted like Venice sunsets and new beginnings. Now. Sophia set down her glass with authority. Tell us about this gallery explosion. I couldn't help but grin. The Eleanor West Foundation's first exhibition had opened last week to lines around the block. Artists from 7 countries displaying work about transformation, healing, finding beauty in broken places. The critics who'd savaged me 6 months ago now called it the most important artistic movement of the decade. It was incredible. The words tumbled out. 2,000 people opening night. The Times called it revolutionary. 3 museums want to acquire pieces. And the foundation, I paused, still amazed. We've funded 43 artists already. 43 people who can create without worrying about rent. Your mother would be so proud. Rebecca's eyes shimmered. She is proud. I touched the ring hanging next to my engagement diamond. My mother's wedding band Jakob had somehow tracked down and restored. I feel her sometimes when I'm painting. Like she's guiding my hand. Speaking of painting. Sophia gestured to the blank canvases. You didn't rent this studio just to organize it. She knew me too well. I thought we could paint. Together. Like a blessing for tomorrow. Paint what? Marley looked wary. She claimed she couldn't draw stick figures. Whatever feels right. Whatever you want to send with me into married life. Feelings on canvas? Rebecca grinned. Now you're speaking my language. We spent the next 3 hours painting, drinking, laughing. Marley's canvas exploded with abstract shapes that somehow captured joy. Rebecca painted wildflowers that looked like fireworks. Sophia created a Venice scene so real I could smell the canal water. I painted Jakob. Not his face, I'd painted that 100 times. But his essence. The silver threading through darkness. The storm becoming calm. The way broken things could choose to heal. He really loves you. Marley studied my canvas. And you really love him. Sometimes it scares me how much. Why? Sophia's voice held gentle curiosity. I set down my brush. Because I've never had this much to lose. The foundation, the movement, Jakob, if something happens. You'll survive. Rebecca's voice held years of experience. Just like you survived losing your mama. Just like you survived those vultures attacking your art. You're not the same girl who left for Venice with nothing but hope and talent. That's what scares me. The admission slipped out. What if I've changed too much? What if I wake up one day and don't recognize myself? You mean what if you wake up in silk sheets instead of jersey cotton? Marley's tone stayed light, but her eyes showed understanding. What if you order champagne instead of beer? What if you fly private instead of coach? Those are just things. Sophia waved her hand. The question is, do you still paint what moves you? Do you still see beauty in broken places? Do you still choose authenticity over performance? I thought about the gallery opening. How I'd worn my paint-stained boots with a designer dress. How I'd told the Times reporter that my inspiration came from gas station coffee and all-night painting sessions. How Jakob had stood beside me, proud of my rough edges instead of trying to polish them away. Yes. Then you're still you. She squeezed my shoulder. Just with better health insurance. We laughed and the tightness in my chest eased. My phone buzzed from across the room. Marley had abandoned her guard duties to wrestle with a particularly stubborn cork. Another text from Jakob. Joel just informed me that marriage has a 50% failure rate. I told him we've already beaten worse odds. He's calculating our statistical probability of success. What did he conclude? That love isn't measurable. Kit nearly choked on his whiskey. How's the sobriety chip ceremony planning? Good. 2 weeks from today. You'll be there? Wouldn't miss it, husband. Not yet. 18 more hours. Counting. Every second. Okay, that's adorable. Marley read over my shoulder. Also nauseating. You'll understand when you find your person. My person better not be a billionaire. Too much drama. She paused. Maybe a nice millionaire. Less press, still good benefits. I can ask Kit. Don't you dare. She looked horrified. I've seen how he goes through women. He's not that bad. I defended my future brother-in-law. He's just selective. He dated twins. At the same time. Without telling them about each other. Okay, that was bad. And the ambassador's daughter, who turned out to be? Moving on. I grabbed the wine. This is my party. No discussing Kit's dating disasters. We painted and drank and told stories until the canvases filled with color and the sky outside went dark. Rebecca passed around her brownies, just a corner, you need to sleep tonight, and Sophia regaled us with tales of Venice artists who'd changed the world. You're one of them now. She raised her glass to me. Kimberly West. The woman who painted vulnerability back into contemporary art. And fell in love with her muse. Marley added. Saved him more like. Rebecca's eyes softened. That man was drowning when you found him. We saved each other. Geez, you even sound married already. Marley pretended to gag. My phone rang. The display showed an unknown international number. Don't answer. Sophia warned. Press loves to ambush before weddings. But something made me pick up. Hello. Kim. A familiar voice, wobbly with tears. It's Helena. Helena Cross. The art critic who'd tried to destroy me. Who'd taken Victoria's money to savage my work. Who'd written that I was nothing but a gold digger playing with paint. What do you want? To apologize. Her voice broke. Properly. In person. I know you're getting married tomorrow. Yes, I have sources, and I needed to say this before you start your new life. Helena. I was wrong. About everything. Your art, your intentions, your love for him. I let jealousy and Victoria's money turn me into someone I didn't recognize. A shaky breath. I'm in rehab. For alcohol. And I'm working on a piece about how the art world's gatekeeping destroys both critics and artists. That's good. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I wanted you to know that your response to my attacks, choosing creation over destruction, it saved my life. When I saw you refuse to let hatred poison your art, I realized I'd been drinking poison hoping you'd die. My throat tightened. 6 months ago, her words had nearly broken me. Now they felt like echoes from another lifetime. I forgive you. Silence. Then a sob. You can't mean that. I painted a whole series about you. The admission surprised us both. About how criticism can become creation. How the worst reviews taught me to trust my own vision. You helped make me stronger, Helena. I can't hate you for that. I thank you. She was crying openly now. Be happy, Kim. You deserve every beautiful thing coming your way. The line went dead. That was very Oprah of you. Marley handed me a tissue I didn't realize I needed. She sounded really broken. Good. Rebecca's mountain pragmatism surfaced. She tried to break you first. But she didn't. I wiped my eyes. That's what matters. Speaking of not breaking. Sophia checked her phone. Venice weather looks perfect for tomorrow. Clear skies, light breeze. The canal will be like glass for your photos. My stomach swooped again. Tomorrow. In 20 hours, I'd walk down an aisle in the city where I'd found myself and Jakob. Where I'd discovered that love meant choosing each other daily, not just once. I should sleep. But I didn't move. Nervous? Rebecca studied me with knowing eyes. It's just so permanent. Marriage. Forever. Till death. Honey, you've been married to that man since the day you chose to see past his broken to his beautiful. She cupped my face like she did when I was young. Tomorrow's just paperwork. Expensive paperwork. Marley added. With a really nice party attached. And Venice. Sophia smiled. The city that knows how to celebrate love. They were right. Tomorrow changed nothing except tax forms and health insurance. The real marriage, the daily choice to love and trust and grow together, that started the night I stopped a stranger on a bridge. My phone lit up one more time. A photo from Jakob. Him holding up a glass of sparkling water, his brothers around him, Marcus standing guard. The caption read, 12 hours till forever. Can't wait. I typed back, forever's already started. Tomorrow, we just make it official. I love you, future Mrs. Mallory. I love you too. All of you. Even the broken parts. Especially those. They match yours. If you cry on your bachelorette, you'll have puffy eyes tomorrow. Marley threatened. Worth it. I set the phone aside and raised my glass. To friends who become family. To love that lets you stay yourself. To Venice and vows and forever. To the bride who refused to shrink. Rebecca clinked loudest. We drank, we laughed, we painted until our hands were as colorful as our canvases. And when I finally crawled into bed at 2 a.m., my heart felt full instead of afraid. Tomorrow, I'd marry Jacob Mallory. But tonight I was still Kim West, surrounded by the women who'd shaped me. The girl with paint-stained fingers and thrift store dreams. The girl who'd learned that becoming someone's wife didn't mean stop being herself. Thunder rumbled in the distance. I smiled into my pillow. Even if it rained, even if the world watched, even if everything went wrong, we'd handle it together. That's what partners did. My phone buzzed once more. A text from the Venice wedding coordinator that made my blood freeze. Miss West, I'm sorry to report the weather forecast has changed dramatically. They're predicting the worst flooding Venice has seen in decades. The venue is already taking on water. We need to discuss alternatives immediately. I sat up, heart pounding. Not tomorrow. Not our wedding. Not Venice. But even as panic clawed at my throat, a strange calm settled over me. We'd survived withdrawal, family drama, corporate attacks, public humiliation, and psychotic exes. What was a little flooding compared to that? I opened a new text to Jacob. So, how do you feel about Hawaii?
Chapter 30. Jacob.
The Hawaiian sun painted gold across the private beach as I adjusted my tie for the 100th time. Stop fidgeting. Marcus straightened my boutonniere with military precision. You face down corporate takeovers. One wedding shouldn't break you. Those were just money. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. This is Kim. Exactly. The woman who saved your life, nursed you through withdrawal, and chose you despite everything. He stepped back to assess his work. She's not running. I checked my phone again. The last text from Kim still made me smile. Hawaii's perfect. Better than Venice. No flooding, no crowds, just us. Just us and 200 guests who'd pivoted from Venice to Maui in 48 hours. She's remarkable. The words escaped without thought. Yes. Marcus checked his watch. She is. Now stop touching the flowers before you destroy them. The boutonniere, a simple orchid Kim had chosen, already looked worse for wear. 10 months ago, I'd stood on a Venice bridge ready to end everything. 6 months since Kim said yes to forever. Now I stood on a Hawaiian beach ready to begin everything. The irony wasn't lost on me. Jacob. Kit bounded over, sand already dusting his Italian leather shoes. The minister's asking about vows. Tell me you didn't write a novel. They're appropriate. That's what you said about your last board presentation. 45 minutes on quarterly projections. He grinned. Though I suppose declaring eternal love might hold attention better than EBITDA analysis. Where are Joel and Grady? Joel's recalculating the catering costs, now that we're feeding people on beach instead of in Venice. Grady's charming Kim's friends. Kit's expression softened. You ready for this? Ready. I'd been ready since the moment she stopped me on that bridge. Since she saw past the suit and the breakdown to something worth saving. More than ready. Good. Because Dad's been pacing since dawn. I think he's more nervous than you. That tracked. Randall Mallory had gone from trying to pay Kim off to treating her like the daughter he'd never had. The transformation still shocked everyone, including him. 5 minutes. Marcus tapped his watch. Time to take positions. I walked to the altar, a simple bamboo arch draped with white orchids, and tried to calm my racing heart. The beach stretched pristine and private, waves lapping gently at the shore. Not the Venice ceremony we'd planned, but perfect in its own way. The guests settled into white chairs arranged in a semicircle. Kim's art world mixed with Seattle society, creating an eclectic tapestry of humanity. Sophia chatted with board members. Rebecca wore a tie-dyed dress that somehow looked appropriate. Marley kept checking her phone and grinning. Even Helena Cross sat in the back row, tissue already in hand. The string quartet began the processional. My brothers took their positions beside me, Kit managing to look both elegant and mischievous, Joel clutching his phone like a lifeline, Grady bouncing on his heels with barely contained energy. "Breathe," Marcus murmured from his position at my left. Best man and security chief, he'd insisted on both roles. Marley appeared first, her purple dress bright against the white sand. She winked at me before taking her position. Rebecca followed, pausing to blow me a kiss that made several society matrons clutch their pearls. The music shifted. Wagner's traditional march replaced by something softer, sweeter. Kim's choice. Then I saw her. The world stopped. Kim floated toward me in a dress that was pure her, elegant but unfussy, expensive but worn like she'd found it in a Venice market. Her feet were bare, toes sinking into sand with each step. Her hair fell loose around her shoulders, crowned with baby's breath that caught the light. But it was her smile that destroyed me. Radiant. Certain. Mine. Randall walked beside her, having insisted on the honor when her own father couldn't be there. He looked suspiciously misty-eyed as they approached. "Breathe," Marcus repeated. I couldn't. Not when she looked at me like that. Not when 10 months of impossibilities had led to this moment. They reached the altar. Randall placed Kim's hand in mine with surprising gentleness. "Take care of her," his voice roughed with emotion. "Always." He kissed Kim's cheek and took his seat beside my mother's empty chair, a white orchid marking her presence in absence. "Hi," Kim squeezed my hand. "Hi." My voice cracked like a teenager's. "You okay?" "Perfect." The minister, a local woman Kim had insisted on after meeting her at a gallery, smiled at us both. "Shall we begin?" Kim nodded. I forgot to respond, too lost in the way sunlight turned her eyes to honey. "Jakob." She laughed softly. The nice lady asked a question. "Yes." "Begin. Please." Chuckles rippled through the crowd. Even Joel cracked a smile. "Dearly beloved," the minister began, "we gather on this beautiful beach to witness something extraordinary. Not just a wedding, but a celebration of resilience. Of two people who found each other in darkness and chose to walk toward light." Kim's hand tightened in mine. She knew I still struggled with public emotion, but her touch said, "I'm here. We're safe." The couple has written their own vows. The minister gestured to me. "Jakob." I pulled the paper from my pocket. The words I'd written and rewritten 100 times. But looking at Kim, I folded it away. I had a speech prepared. Probably too long, Kit was right about that. My brother's snort confirmed it. But standing here, I realize I can say it simpler. I took both her hands. 10 months ago, you found me on a bridge. Broken. Lost. Ready to give up. You didn't know me. You had no reason to care. But you saw something worth saving, even when I couldn't see it myself. Her eyes shimmered. I pressed on. You taught me that strength isn't control. That love isn't possession. That partnership means choosing each other daily, especially when it's hard. You refused to let me make you smaller, and somehow made me bigger in the process. My voice roughened. I've spent months in recovery learning to be honest, so here's my truth: I don't deserve you. But I promise to spend every day trying to see you the way you saw me, whole and worthy and endlessly valuable. To support your dreams even when they scare me. To be your partner, not your protector. Your equal, not your savior. I had to pause, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what I was promising. You saved my life, Kim. Now let me spend the rest of it loving you the way you deserve. Fiercely. Faithfully. Without trying to cage the very wildness that makes you extraordinary. I love you. Past the broken, to the beautiful. Forever. Tears streamed down her face. Happy tears, I'd learned the difference. Kim. The minister prompted gently. She released my hands only to wipe her cheeks, laughing at herself. I had vows too. But now they feel too small. Say them anyway. I needed to hear them. She took a breath. I grew up believing love meant changing yourself to fit someone else's world. Shrinking to make them comfortable. My mom did it. Her mom did it. I thought it was just the price of admission. Her voice strengthened. Then I met you. Broken and beautiful and absolutely unwilling to let me disappear into your life. You fought for my independence harder than I did sometimes. You celebrated my rough edges instead of trying to polish them. You made space for all of me, the artist, the fighter, the woman who'll never quite fit in your world. She reached up to touch my face. You want to talk about saving? You saved me from a life of being less than myself. You showed me that real love makes you more, not less. That partnership means both people get to be whole. Her thumb brushed my cheek, and I realized I was crying too. I love your broken pieces because they match mine. I love your controlling tendencies because you're learning to channel them into protection without possession. I love your recovery because you choose it every single day. I love you. All of you. Forever. The rings. The minister looked to Marcus, who produced them with military efficiency. My hands shook as I slid the band onto Kim's finger. With this ring, I choose you. Daily. Eternally. Completely. Her hands steadied mine as she returned the gesture. With this ring, I choose us. The mess and the beauty and everything in between. By the power vested in me by the state of Hawaii and the grace of love itself, the minister's voice carried across the beach, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Jakob, you may kiss your bride. I cupped Kim's face, aware of 200 people watching, and kissed her like we were alone on that Venice bridge. Like she was oxygen, and I'd been drowning. Like 10 months and forever weren't nearly enough. She kissed me back with equal fervor, not caring that society matrons were fanning themselves or that Kit was whistling inappropriately. When we finally broke apart, the minister laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Mr. and Miss Mallory. The crowd erupted. Kit and Grady tackled us in a group hug. Joel actually put his phone away to embrace Kim properly. Randall was openly weeping, dignity abandoned. We did it. Kim laughed against my chest. We did it. I held her tighter, still not quite believing she was mine. That's going to take some getting used to. We have time. I kissed her again, shorter but no less intense. All the time in the world. Marcus cleared his throat. The photographer wants beach shots before we lose the light. The next hour blurred. Photos on the beach, Kim's dress flowing in the wind. Family shots with my brothers making bunny ears behind my head. Rebecca insisting on one with her arms around both of us, declaring herself our fairy pot mother. The reception stretched along the beach, under white tents that billowed in the breeze. Kit's best man speech had everyone laughing and crying. He told stories about how I'd gone from threatening to fire him every week to smiling at board meetings. She didn't just save Jakob, he concluded, raising his champagne. She saved all of us from his moods. For that alone, we owe her eternal gratitude. Marley's maid of honor speech was shorter, but no less emotional. 6 months ago, Kim called me from Venice babbling about a broken billionaire with sad eyes. I told her to run. Thank God she never listens to me. She turned to me. Thank you for seeing her the way she deserves to be seen. And Kim, thank you for showing us all that love doesn't require losing yourself. To the Mallorys. The toast continued. Joel presented a statistical analysis of our compatibility that somehow made everyone cry. Grady sang a song he'd written about bridges and paint and second chances. Even Randall spoke, his voice thick with emotion. I tried to pay her to leave. He admitted to shocked gasps. She tore up the check and told me my son was worth more than money. She was right. About everything. Welcome to the family, Kim. Officially. Dance with me. I pulled Kim onto the sand as the band played our song. Not a traditional wedding march, but the Italian street music from that first Venice morning. People are watching. But she came into my arms without hesitation. Let them. We swayed as the sun set, painting the sky in shades that belonged in her paintings. Other couples joined us, but I only saw her. "No regrets?" she asked. "About Venice?" "None. This is perfect. You're perfect." "I'm really not." "Perfect for me, then." She laid her head on my chest. "How's the sobriety? All this wedding champagne?" "Manageable. Marcus has been guarding me from well-meaning toasts. Plus, I spun her out and back. I'm drunk on you. That's enough." "Cheesy." "Accurate." The music shifted to something slower. I recognized it. The song playing in her apartment when she'd painted me that first morning. "You remembered." "I remember everything about you. Even the parts that don't fit in your world. Especially those." I dipped her, earning applause from our guests. "They're my favorite parts." The reception continued as stars emerged. Kim danced with each of my brothers, their acceptance of her complete and unconditional. I danced with Rebecca, who threatened me with bodily harm if I ever dimmed Kim's light. Sophia kissed both my cheeks and declared that Venice's loss was Hawaii's gain. Time for the final tradition. Marcus appeared at my elbow as midnight approached. "We're not doing a garter toss." "Not that." He handed me an envelope. This came for Kim. From Venice. Kim opened it, her face cycling through confusion to wonder to tears. "What is it?" She showed me the card. The Venice Arts Council had voted unanimously to host a retrospective of her work next year. The girl who'd arrived with nothing but talent would return as a featured artist. Full circle. She whispered. "Beginning of the circle." I corrected. "We have the whole rest to complete." "Ready to start." I looked at my wife, still barefoot in the sand, wedding dress stained with happy tears and champagne, hair wild from ocean wind. The most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "I've been ready since you stopped me on that bridge." "Then let's go." She tugged me toward the path and our honeymoon suite. Time to start forever. Forever's not long enough. Good thing we're overachievers. We left our own reception, hands linked, hearts full. Behind us, the party continued. Our families finally won, our friends celebrating love's victory over cynicism. Ahead lay honeymoons and hurricanes, triumphs and troubles, babies and board meetings. Real life in all its messy glory. But tonight, we were just Jakob and Kim Mallory. Two broken pieces who'd chosen to heal together. It was more than enough. It was everything.
Chapter 31. Kim.
The private jet hit turbulence somewhere over the Pacific, and my stomach lurched in protest. "You okay?" Jakob looked up from his tablet, concern replacing concentration. "Fine." I pressed my hand against my abdomen. Just not used to flying this much. We'd been married exactly 72 hours, and I'd already logged more air miles than in my entire previous life. Hawaii to Tokyo. Tokyo to Paris. Paris to wherever Jacob's surprise itinerary led next. "We can rest in Paris." He set the tablet aside. "Cancel the Louvre tour if you're tired." "Don't you dare." The nausea passed as quickly as it came. "You promised me a private viewing of the Impressionist collection." "I promised you the world." His hand found mine across the cream leather seats. "The Louvre is just the beginning." "Cheesy, Mr. Mallory." "Accurate, Miss Mallory." Miss Mallory. 3 days later, it still sent shivers through me. Not because I'd changed, I'd kept my name professionally, would still sign my paintings K. West, but because of what it represented. Partnership. Choice. Forever. "What are you thinking about?" Jacob's thumb traced circles on my palm. "How different this is from our first plane ride." "You mean when you were terrified of losing yourself in my world?" "Wasn't I right to be?" I gestured at the private jet, the champagne neither of us was drinking, the flight attendant who disappeared discreetly into the crew area. This isn't exactly struggling artist territory. Yet you're still you. He lifted my hand to his lips. Still organizing things when you're nervous. Still barefoot whenever possible. Still more excited about seeing art than wearing diamonds. He was right. The wedding ring might be worth more than my old apartment, but I'd spent our first honeymoon morning painting the Hawaiian sunrise while he slept. Speaking of diamonds, I touched the necklace he'd given me as a wedding gift, my mother's pendant reset in platinum. Thank you again for this. She should be with you. His voice gentled. However she can. The plane banked left and my stomach rolled again. Definitely too much travel, too much rich food, too much everything. My body was used to ramen and gas station coffee, not five-star cuisine and champagne breakfasts. Paris in 2 hours. Jakob checked his watch. Sure you don't want to sleep? Too excited. And I was, nausea notwithstanding. How did you even arrange a private Louvre tour? Kit knows someone who knows someone. He shrugged like securing exclusive access to the world's most famous museum was nothing. Plus, they're interested in acquiring one of your pieces for their contemporary collection. I sat up straighter. What? The Venice series. Specifically, the bridge painting. His eyes sparkled with pride. Apparently, painting the exact spot where love saved 2 lives has significant cultural resonance. You're making that up. He pulled out his phone, showed me the email from the Louvre's head curator. The words blurred together, exceptional talent, voice of a generation, proud to display, but the meaning was clear. The girl who'd left for Venice with nothing but hope was being courted by the Louvre. I can't. My hands shook. It's too much, too fast. Hey. Jakob moved across the aisle to sit beside me, pulling me against his chest. Breathe. The Louvre wants my work. Because you're brilliant. I'm nobody from North Carolina who got lucky. You're the artist who started a movement. His lips pressed against my hair. When you put it like that, the Louvre should be grateful you're considering them. I laughed to spite myself. Now you sound like my agent. You have an agent? Since last week. Sophia insisted. I tucked deeper into his warmth. Apparently, I need someone to handle all the gallery requests while I'm honeymooning. Smart woman. His hand stroked down my back. You focus on art. Let others handle business. Says the man who can't stop checking market reports on our honeymoon. I'm not checking markets. He sounded offended. I'm reviewing the foundation's latest grant applications. I pulled back to look at him. You're working on Eleanor West Foundation business? That's my job. Our job. He showed me the screen. You married a control freak, remember? I need something to manage or I'll start reorganizing the plane. You already reorganized the plane. Twice. It was inefficient. It was fine. The magazines were sorted by size, not date. Normal people don't notice that. I'm not normal people. He kissed my forehead. I'm your husband. Your slightly obsessive, recovering control freak husband, who's learning to channel his need for order into productive venues. Like my foundation? Like our foundation. He corrected. What's yours is mine, remember? Including the overwhelming grant applications from talented artists who remind me of you. I scanned the applications he'd been reviewing. All women. All from small towns or disadvantaged backgrounds. All painting truth instead of prettiness. You have a type. I teased. I have a mission. His voice went serious. No one else should have to choose between art and rent. Not when we have the means to help. We. The word still felt foreign. I'm never going to get used to that. We have time. He set the tablet aside, giving me his full attention. All the time in the world. Jakob. I needed to tell him about the nausea, the exhaustion, the way certain smells suddenly made me sick. But looking at his peaceful expression, the first time in 10 months I'd seen him truly relaxed, I couldn't. Not yet. I love you. I love you too. He studied my face. You sure you're okay? You look pale. Just travel fatigue. We can slow down. Stay longer in each city. And miss our month-long art tour? I forced brightness into my voice. Not a chance. The captain announced our descent into Paris. I excused myself to the bathroom, grateful for privacy as another wave of nausea hit. In the mirror, I did look pale. Travel fatigue. Rich food. Definitely nothing else. My period was only a week late. Stress from the wedding, that's all. The plane touched down at Charles de Gaulle as the sun set over Paris. By the time we reached our hotel, a boutique property in the Marais that Jakob had chosen for its proximity to galleries, exhaustion weighed on me like a blanket. Bath. Jakob suggested as we entered our suite. Then dinner. Bath. I agreed. But maybe room service instead of going out. His brow furrowed. You never choose room service over exploring a new city. It's been a long few days. I kicked off my shoes, sighing as my feet touched cool marble. Can't I want a quiet night with my husband? You can want anything. He pulled me close. I'll order dinner. You soak. The bathroom was paradise, a deep clawfoot tub overlooking Parisian rooftops. I sank into lavender-scented water and tried to quiet my racing thoughts. 3 days married. Possibly pregnant. Definitely overwhelmed. My phone buzzed. Marley, checking in from Seattle. How's the honeymoon? Have you told him yet? My stomach dropped. Told him what? Don't play dumb. You were green at your own wedding. Travel fatigue. Sure. And I'm secretly dating Kit. Are you? Focus. When are you taking a test? I sank lower in the water. When I'm ready to know. Kim. It's been 3 days. Let me have this. Please. Fine. But secrets aren't a great way to start a marriage. She was right. But telling Jakob meant watching him shift into protection mode. Meant doctors and prenatal vitamins and careful monitoring. Meant the end of this perfect bubble where we were just two people in love exploring the world. Dinner's here. Jacob's voice carried through the door. Take your time. I emerged to find the suite transformed. Candles on every surface. Rose petals scattered across white sheets. Dinner laid out on the private terrace, with a view of the Eiffel Tower sparkling in the distance. You did all this while I was in the bath? Being efficient has its perks. He pulled out my chair. It's perfect. You're perfect. We established I'm not. Perfect for me then. He poured sparkling water. To Paris. To art. To you teaching me the difference between Monet and Manet. Easy. Manet came first, influenced Monet. Different styles though, Manet was more classical, Monet true impressionist. I trailed off, caught by his expression. Pure adoration mixed with amusement. What? I love when you talk about art. He leaned across the table. Your whole face lights up. Like you're sharing sacred secrets. Aren't I? Yes. His hand found mine. Keep going. Tell me everything. So I did. Through dinner, I explained Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, the revolution of painting light instead of form. He listened with the same intensity he brought to board meetings, asking questions that showed genuine engagement. You'd make a good collector. I said as we finished dessert, creme brulee I could only manage 2 bites of. I already am one. At my confused look, he smiled. I collect your pieces. Every sketch, every canvas. Marcus thinks I'm obsessed. How many do you have? 47. Not counting the ones at the office. He said it like it was normal to hoard your wife's art. I bought 3 from Sophia before we left Venice. Your early work before you knew me. Why? Because they show who you were before us. I never want to forget that girl. His thumb stroked my knuckles. Never want you to forget her either. I won't. The promise felt heavy with meaning. She's still here. Just expanded. Good. He stood, pulling me up. Dance with me. There's no music. Don't need any. We swayed on the terrace, Paris glittering below. His arms anchored me as the world spun. From exhaustion or emotion, I couldn't tell. Thank you. I whispered against his chest. For what? This. Everything. Seeing me instead of trying to change me. Thank you for letting yourself be seen. His voice roughened. For choosing to expand instead of shrink. For teaching me that love means freedom, not control. Still learning that last one?
Every day.
He spun me gently. But getting better. Haven't checked your phone once for security updates. Liar. I saw you texting Marcus from the bathroom. That was different. Gregor's lawyer is pushing for bail again. I stiffened. Even from prison, Jacob's former partner cast shadows. He won't get it. Jacob's arms tightened. And even if he did, we have protection. You're safe. I'm not worried about me. I know. He kissed my temple. But I'm not that man on the bridge anymore. I have too much to live for now. Promise? Promise. He pulled back to study my face. You look exhausted. Bed? I nodded, grateful to avoid the conversation about why I was so tired. Tomorrow I'd buy a test. Tomorrow I'd face reality. Tonight I just wanted to be his wife. We made love with slow tenderness, mapped familiar territory with reverent hands. Afterward, Jakob traced lazy patterns on my bare shoulder as Paris hummed outside our window. Where to tomorrow? I asked, already half asleep. Wherever you want. His voice drowsed with sleep too. The Louvre first. Then maybe that little gallery in Montmartre, Sophia mentioned? Anything. Then Amsterdam. I want to see the Rembrandts. Done. Then Florence for the Renaissance masters. Of course. Then home. The word slipped out without thought. I miss my studio. Already? It's been 3 days. I have paintings to finish. I yawned. A movement to nurture. A foundation to run. A life to build. He agreed. But first sleep. I tucked against him, letting his steady breathing lull me toward dreams. Tomorrow brought museums and galleries and decisions about tests. Tomorrow brought real life edging back in. But tonight, we were just two people who'd saved each other. Honeymooning in Paris. Building something beautiful from broken pieces. Jakob? I whispered into darkness. What do you want? From our future? You. No hesitation. Everything else is negotiable. What about more? More what? Just more. I couldn't say the words. Not yet. He was quiet so long I thought he'd fallen asleep. Then, whatever more looks like, we'll handle it together. That's what partners do. Even if it's scary? Especially then. His lips found my forehead in the dark. I closed my eyes, one hand drifting to my still flat stomach. He was right. We'd survived addiction, family drama, corporate attacks, public humiliation. Surely we could handle this. Tomorrow, I promised myself. Tomorrow I'd take the test. Tomorrow I'd tell him our more was already beginning. Tonight I'd just be held.
Chapter 32. Jakob.
The reservation at Il Venetian had taken 3 months to secure, but watching Kim's face as we entered the private dining room made every pulled string worth it. You recreated Venice. Her voice caught with wonder. Not just Venice. Our Venice. The same table from that tiny canal-side restaurant where we'd shared our first real meal after I'd gotten through withdrawal. The same candles. Even the same wine we hadn't been able to afford then, but had toasted with anyway. Water for me, cheap house red for her. Happy anniversary. I pulled out her chair, noting how she gripped the back for balance. 1 year since you saved my life. 1 year since we saved each other. She settled into the seat with careful movements. Though technically, shouldn't we celebrate in 3 weeks? That's when we got married. We have multiple anniversaries. I took my place across from her. The day we met. The day we married. The day you agreed to come to Seattle. Every one worth celebrating. At this rate, we'll run out of regular days. Good. I reached for her hand. Every day with you deserves celebration. Cheesy. But her eyes misted. I love it. The waiter appeared, bribed well to recreate that Venice night down to the last detail. Same antipasti platter. Same pasta course. Same ridiculous dessert we'd been too full to eat, but ordered anyway. How did you even remember all this? Kim touched the breadbasket. I barely remember what we ordered. I remember everything about those 3 weeks. The words came out rougher than intended. Every moment that brought me back to life. Jakob. I was scheduled for a therapy session that afternoon. I hadn't told her this part. My Venice session. Marcus had it all arranged. Rehab facility, medical team, the works. I was supposed to go after. I squeezed her hand. Instead, I met you. And here we are, 1 year later. Here we are. She shifted in her seat, then smiled. The therapy worked out anyway. Just differently than planned. Dr. Morrison would say you're not therapy. We discussed it extensively in our sessions. You're the reason I wanted to get better. There's a difference. I know. Her thumb traced my knuckles. Just like you're not my savior. You're the person who made space for me to save myself. Look at us. Being emotionally healthy. It's disgusting. She grinned. Kit would be appalled. Kit's too busy with his new gallery curator to notice. The one from London or the one from Tokyo? Yes. We laughed, and for a moment, it felt like those early days. Just us, figuring each other out over candlelight and hope. How was today's session? Kim asked, as the antipasti arrived. The anniversary must have brought up feelings. She knew me too well. We talked about maintenance. How recovery isn't a destination, but a daily choice. And I'm grateful. I selected an olive for her plate, remembering how she'd nervously eaten an entire bowl that first night. For the worst thing that ever happened to me, because it led to the best. That's very zen of you. That's very therapy of me. I corrected. Zen would be accepting the journey without judgment. I'm just grateful for the destination. Speaking of destinations. She pushed food around her plate more than eating. Your father called. Wants us at Sunday dinner. Since when do you screen my father's calls? Since he started calling me directly with guilt trips about grandchildren. My hand froze halfway to my glass. He's pressuring you? Not pressure. Just pointed questions. About our plans. Our timeline. Whether the house is too big for just 2 people. I'll talk to him. Don't. She met my eyes. Not yet. Something in her voice made me study her closer. The careful way she held herself. The untouched wine. The glow that had nothing to do with candlelight. Kim. I have something for you. She reached into her purse. An anniversary gift. We agreed no gifts. The trip to Venice next month is enough. This couldn't wait. She pulled out a small wrapped box. Open it. My hands trembled as I unwrapped it. Inside lay a simple silver frame. But the image it held stopped my heart. An ultrasound. Grainy and unclear to anyone else, but I knew exactly what I was looking at. Kim. Her name came out strangled. Surprise. Her voice wavered between joy and uncertainty. Paris was months ago. I know. She bit her lip. I wanted to be sure. Wanted to tell you the right way. Wanted. I was around the table before she could finish, pulling her up and into my arms. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Tears streamed down her face. Due in about 7 months. Spring arrival. A baby. I repeated, mind spinning. Our baby. You're happy. Uncertainty crept into her voice. I know we didn't plan. Happy. I cupped her face, thumbs wiping away tears. Kim, words failed. How did you express the terror and joy and overwhelming rightness of creating life with the person who'd saved yours? Scared. She supplied. Overwhelmed. Wondering how we'll manage. Ecstatic. I kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her lips. Terrified. Grateful. Everything. All of it. Even though it's soon. We've only been married 10 months. We've been partners since the day you stopped me on that bridge. I pressed my forehead to hers. This just makes it official in a new way. What if I'm terrible at it? What if I can't paint anymore? What if... Hey. I pulled back to meet her eyes. What do we do when the what-ifs attack? She took a shaky breath. Focus on what is. And what is? We're having a baby. Wonder crept back into her voice. A little person who's half you and half me. Poor kid. I tried for levity. Getting my control issues and your stubbornness. Or your intelligence and my creativity. Your compassion and my determination. Your eyes. She traced my face. Definitely want your eyes. Your smile. I kissed her again, deeper this time. Your ability to see beauty everywhere. Our resilience. Her hand drifted to her still flat stomach. That's what will give them most. The knowledge that broken doesn't mean worthless. That love is a choice you make daily. That partnership means equality, not possession. That you can build something beautiful from pieces that don't match. We stood there, holding each other and our secret future, as the waiter retreated in silence. The perfect Venice recreation, forgotten in the face of something infinitely more precious. We should eat. Kim finally pulled back. Baby needs nutrients. Baby needs whatever you need. I helped her back to her chair, mind already calculating. Doctors. Vitamins. Nursery planning. Safety modifications to the house. I can see your brain spinning. She pointed her fork at me. No going overboard. No bubble wrapping me. No hiring a team of specialists. One specialist? Our regular OBGYN is fine. But, Jakob. Her voice carried gentle warning. Remember what we learned about control? I forced myself to breathe. It's anxiety expressing as action. And what do we do instead? Talk about the actual fear. The words came out forced. I'm terrified something will happen to you. Both of you. I know. She reached across the table. I hate the process. I know that too. Her smile held understanding. But you trust me? Always. Then trust me to tell you what I need. Trust me to take care of myself and our baby. Trust us to be okay. I can try. That's all I ask. She finally took a bite of food. Well, that and no announcement until after the first trimester. I want to be sure everything's okay. Whatever you need. I watched her eat, cataloging changes I'd missed. Fuller breasts. Softer face. That indefinable glow pregnant women carried. How did I not notice? You've been busy. She gestured with her fork. She was right. The last month had been chaos. But still, I should have noticed. You noticed tonight. She smiled. That's what matters. Marcus is going to have a field day. I realized. All his security plans will need updating. After 12 weeks. She reminded. No one knows but us until then. What about Marley? Her guilty expression answered that. Your doctor? And Rebecca. She admitted. I needed woman advice. So really, half of Seattle knows. Just the female half. She grinned. And they're all sworn to secrecy. My brothers will be insufferable. I could already imagine Kit's jokes, Joel's statistics about child-rearing costs, Grady's emotional overwhelm. Dad will probably cry. Happy tears, though. The happiest. I touched the ultrasound photo. A baby. We're really doing this. We're really doing this. She covered my hand with hers. Ready or not. Together. Always together. The food arrived, perfect recreations of that Venice night, but neither of us paid attention. We were too busy planning, dreaming, fears mixing with hopes as we imagined our future +1. Studio or nursery? I asked as dessert appeared. Both. No hesitation. I need to paint. Baby will just have to learn to sleep through it. Soundproofing. Compromise. She allowed. Light soundproofing. But I want them to know their mother is an artist from day one. And their father is a recovering control freak who loves them both beyond measure. She licked tiramisu from her spoon. We'll probably research every baby product in existence and create spreadsheets for optimal feeding schedules. You know me well. I should. Been studying you for a year. Her expression softened. Best year of my life, you know. Even with all the drama. Because of the drama. I corrected. It made us stronger. Strong enough for this. Strong enough for anything. I believed it too. We'd survived withdrawal, family drama, corporate attacks, public humiliation. A baby felt like a gift after all that struggle. I want to paint this. She gestured between us. This moment. This feeling. Before it changes into whatever comes next. What do you see? She tilted her head, artist's eye engaged. Gold. Not the shiny kind, the warm kind. Late afternoon sun through windows. Safety. Hope. The exact color of possibility. Paint it tomorrow. I suggested. Tonight just feel it. I am. Her hand returned to her stomach. All of it. We finished dinner in comfortable silence, hands linked across the table. 1 year since she'd saved me. Since I'd learned that love meant choosing someone else's happiness as essential to your own. Since we'd started building something neither of us had dared hope for. I love you. The words felt inadequate, but necessary. Both of you. We love you too. She smiled, and I saw our future in it. Sleepless nights and first steps. Painted nursery walls and board meetings with spit up on my suit. Terror and joy, and the overwhelming privilege of creating life with someone who taught me how to live. Ready to go home? I asked. Ready. She stood, wobbling. Though fair warning, I might need to stop for ginger ale. Morning sickness is a lying liar who lies. It's all-day sickness. Whatever you need. I wrapped my arm around her. Always. Even when I'm huge and hormonal and crying over paint colors. Especially then. Even when the baby keeps us up all night and we're too tired to function. We'll be too tired together. Even when. Kim. I stopped her spiral with a kiss. Every day. Every challenge. Every joy. Together. Together. She agreed. The three of us. The three of us. The words settled into my chest like a promise. Like a future. Like everything I'd never dared dream of when I stood on that bridge contemplating endings. Life, I was learning, had better plans than anything we could imagine. Sometimes you just had to be brave enough to say yes. Take me home. Kim tucked against my side. I want to show you something. What? The pregnancy test. I saved it. Thought you might want to see the first proof of our next adventure. You saved a test you peed on. It's romantic. She defended. Our baby's first appearance. You're ridiculous. I kissed her temple. I love it. I love you. I love all of this. Good. She yawned. Because there's no returns on this particular adventure. Wouldn't want one. I helped her into the car, mind already spinning with plans. Doctors. Vitamins. Safety. Classes. So much to learn, to prepare, to protect against. But first, home. First, holding my wife while she showed me proof of our miracle. First, the quiet celebration of 2 becoming 3. The rest could wait until tomorrow. Tonight, we had everything.
Chapter 33. Kim.
The second pink line appeared like a small miracle, even though I already knew what it would say. 3 tests. 3 positives. 1 ultrasound that Jakob had already framed. Still checking? Jacob's voice came from the bathroom doorway. Just making sure. I set the test on the counter next to the others. It still doesn't feel real. Which part? He wrapped his arms around me from behind, hands settling on my still flat stomach. The baby, or the fact that we're telling my family in an hour? Both. I leaned into his warmth. Your father's going to cry. Guaranteed. Kit will make inappropriate jokes. Joel will calculate college costs. Grady will probably compose a song on the spot. And you? I'll be trying not to wrap you in bubble wrap. His lips found my neck. Failing probably. No bubble wrap. I turned in his arms. We agreed. Normal pregnancy, normal precautions, no going overboard. Define overboard. The 17 pregnancy books on your nightstand? Overboard. The spreadsheet tracking my symptoms? Overboard. The team of specialists you tried to hire? Way overboard. I kept it to 3 books. He protested. And the spreadsheet helps identify patterns. Jakob. Fine. But I'm keeping the prenatal vitamin organizer. Deal. I kissed him, tasting coffee and determination. Ready for this? Are you? I thought about it. 2 weeks since I'd told him. 2 weeks of morning sickness, secret planning, and watching Jakob transform into the most adorably overprotective father-to-be. We'd waited until today, exactly 12 weeks, to share with family. Ready. I decided. Though maybe we should practice one more time. Practice what? Your reaction. You can't cry more than your father. It'll steal his thunder. I don't cry. He said it with such offended dignity that I laughed. You cried at the ultrasound. That was different. That was private. You cried when I showed you the test. Overwhelming moment. You cried yesterday when I couldn't button my jeans. Those were your painting jeans. They have history. Jakob. I cupped his face. It's okay to be emotional about becoming a father. I'm not emotional. I'm invested. Emotionally invested? Shut up. But he was smiling. Come on. Dad's already texted twice wondering why we're late. The drive to the Mallory estate felt different this time. Not the nervous energy of that first family dinner when Randall had tried to pay me off. Now I was carrying the next generation of Mallory. The thought made me queasy. Or maybe that was just the baby. Pull over. I managed. Jakob had the car stopped before I finished speaking. I made it to the bushes just in time, emptying my stomach while he held my hair back. Better. He produced water and mints from nowhere. Your father's gardener is going to hate me. I accepted both gratefully. His roses could use the fertilizer. Jakob helped me back to the car. We can go home. Tell them another day. No. I settled into the leather seat. I want to do this. Just drive smooth. Always. He pulled back onto the road at grandmother speed. You know, morning sickness is actually a good sign. Indicates healthy hormone levels. Did page 247 of What to Expect tell you that? Page 186, actually. He glanced over. Strangely, yes. I sipped water. Keep spouting facts. It's distracting. The baby is currently the size of a lime. About 2.5 inches. Already has fingerprints. Really? Really? And their ears are moving into position. Soon they'll hear us. What should we tell them? I watched Seattle suburbs blur past. About their family? Their history? The truth? No hesitation. That they come from fighters. From people who chose love over fear. Even the ugly parts? Your addiction? My mother's death. Especially those parts. His hand found mine. How else will they learn that breaking doesn't mean broken forever? You've thought about this. Every day since you told me. He squeezed my fingers. I want them to know they're allowed to be human. To fail. To need help. To ask for help. I corrected. There's a difference. See? You're already a better parent than me. We're going to make so many mistakes. The thought hit suddenly. What if we mess them up? Then they'll have excellent material for their memoirs. He turned into the estate drive. Besides, between your stubbornness and my control issues, they'll definitely need therapy. We're just giving them a head start. That's terrible. But I was laughing. And probably true. The house loomed ahead, all marble and expectations. But now it felt less intimidating. I'd painted in that sunroom. Helped Randall plant roses in the garden. Made love to Jakob in the pool house when we thought no one was looking. This place held memories now, not just money. Ready. Jakob parked beside Kit's Porsche. Wait. I grabbed his arm. Promise me something? Anything. When they get overwhelming, and they will, we leave. No explanations, no apologies. Just out. Deal. He kissed my forehead. Your safety comes first. Always. We made it to the front door before it flew open. Finally. Kit bounded out. Dad's wearing a hole in the Turkish rug. What's the big announcement? Are you buying another company? Moving to Europe. Oh. His eyes went wide. You're pregnant. Kit. Jakob growled. What? Look at her. She's glowing. And you're doing that protective, hovering thing. He grinned. Plus, Kim's drinking water at Sunday dinner. Dead giveaway. We wanted to tell everyone together. I tried for stern but couldn't stop smiling. I won't say anything. Kit mimed zipping his lips. But Dad's going to lose his mind. Fair warning. The family had gathered in the formal living room. There you are. Randall crossed to us at once. Sorry. I accepted his kiss on my cheek. Traffic. It wasn't traffic, but he didn't need to know about my roadside morning sickness. Sit. He ushered me to the couch. You look pale. Are you feeling all right? Jakob caught my eye. Already starting. I'm fine. I settled onto the cushions, Jakob beside me. Just a little tired. You work too hard. Randall turned his concern on Jakob. You should make sure she rests. I'm trying. Jacob's hand found my knee. She's stubborn. Wonder where I learned that. I looked pointedly at my husband. Kit sprawled in the armchair, practically vibrating with suppressed knowledge. Joel finally looked up from his phone. Grady's playing shifted to something that sounded suspiciously like a lullaby. You said you had news? Randall prompted. Jakob looked at me. I nodded. We're having a baby. The words hung in silent air. Randall sank into the nearest chair, hand over his heart. Joel's phone clattered to the floor. Grady hit a discordant note. Kit erupted from his seat with a whoop that probably reached the next estate. A baby? Randall's voice cracked. My first grandchild? Due in spring. I confirmed. Late March, early April. I'm going to be a grandfather. He said it like he was testing the words. Then his face crumpled. Elizabeth would have been so happy. Jakob tensed beside me. His mother remained a complicated ghost in family gatherings. She would have. I said gently. She'd have spoiled them rotten. Them? Joel had retrieved his phone, probably already calculating. Twins? No, just one. I laughed. I meant them as in, never mind. How far along? Grady abandoned the piano to perch on the coffee table. How are you feeling? Do you need anything? 12 weeks. Nauseated. And probably some crackers. On it. He disappeared toward the kitchen. Have you seen a doctor? Joel pulled up what looked like a medical spreadsheet. The statistics on prenatal care are very clear. We've seen our OB/GYN. Jakob cut him off. But have you considered? Joel. Randall's voice carried gentle warning. Let them breathe. I'm just saying, genetic testing is important. And the best pediatricians have waiting lists. And we have 7 months to figure it out. I interrupted. Right now, we just wanted to share the news with family. Family. Randall repeated. Yes. We're family. He crossed to me, taking my hands. Thank you. For what? For bringing life back to this house. For giving my son a reason to smile at board meetings. For? His voice broke. For giving me a chance to be a better grandfather than I was a father. Randall. I know I wasn't welcoming at first. He squeezed my fingers. But you've become the daughter I never had. And now you're giving me a grandchild. I'm grateful. We're all grateful. Kit sprawled back in his chair. Finally, someone else for Dad to fuss over. I don't fuss. Randall protested. 4 skeptical faces looked back at him. I show concern. He amended. Appropriately. Remember the time you hired a private nurse for my paper cut? Grady returned with a tray of crackers and ginger tea. You were 6. It was bleeding. It needed a Band-Aid, not a medical team. Better safe than sorry. Randall turned back to me. Which reminds me, have you discussed birth plans? I know, excellent. Dad. Jacob's voice held fond exasperation. We literally just told you. Maybe save the expert recommendations for month 2? I'm trying to help. I know. I accepted tea from Grady gratefully. And will probably take you up on some of those recommendations. Just not all at once. Of course. He sat beside me, energy thrumming. Whatever you need. Both of you. All 3 of you. 4. Kit corrected. Don't forget my future sister-in-law. You're dating someone? Jakob looked surprised. No, but when Kim has the baby, she'll need help. Enter the attractive nanny who falls for the charming uncle. He waggled his eyebrows. We're not hiring a nanny for you to hit on. I threw a pillow at him. Worth a shot. He dodged with ease. We haven't discussed names. Jakob admitted. Elizabeth, for a girl. Randall said at once. The room went quiet. Jacob's hand tightened on my knee. That's something to consider. I spoke with care. Eleanor Elizabeth. Grady suggested. For both grandmothers. Or Elizabeth Eleanor. Joel added. Alphabetically superior. Or we could let them decide when they're ready. Kit shot his brothers a look. Novel concept, I know. Thank you. Jacob's voice carried relief. But if it's a boy, Randall started. Dad. I'm just saying James is a strong name. Traditional. Respected. Your middle name is James. I realized. He flushed. Merely a suggestion.
Noted.
Jakob stood, pulling me with him. We should go. Kim needs rest. But you just got here. Randall protested. We should celebrate. I'll get champagne. Well, sparkling cider for Kim. We've been here an hour. Jakob pointed out. Had we? Time moved strangely these days. Pregnancy brain, according to chapter 12 of Jacob's favorite book. Stay for dinner at least? Grady pleaded. I want to hear about plans. Nursery themes. Whether you're finding out the gender. We haven't decided anything yet. I leaned into Jacob's support. Except that we're happy. And scared. And taking it one day at a time. That's enough. Randall stood too. More than enough. But if you need anything, research, referrals, someone to assemble cribs. We'll call. Jakob promised. Right now Kim needs? I didn't hear what I needed. The room tilted sideways, edges going fuzzy. Strong arms caught me before I hit the ground. Kim. Voices overlapped. Someone pressed a cool cloth to my forehead. I blinked up at 5 worried Mallory faces. I'm okay. I struggled to sit up. Just stood too fast. You fainted. Jacob's face was pale.
We're going to the hospital.
I didn't faint. I got dizzy. It's normal. I accepted the water Joel pressed into my hand. Page 205 of your book, remember? Blood pressure changes? That's different. You actually...
Jakob.
I used my firm voice. I'm fine. The baby's fine. We don't need a hospital. But... No hospitals. I looked at Randall for support. She's right. Randall surprised me by taking my side. Elizabeth fainted twice when pregnant with Jakob. Scared me senseless both times, but the doctor said it was normal. See? I squeezed Jacob's hand.
Normal.
Nothing about you is normal. But his death grip loosened slightly. We're still leaving. Agreed. I let him help me stand, moving carefully this time. But we'll come back next week. With ultrasound pictures if you want them. Want them? Randall looked offended. I'm framing them. Having wallet copies made. Possibly billboards. Please no billboards. I laughed despite everything. Fine. Just wallet copies. He kissed my cheek. Take care of yourself. Both of you. All 3 of you. The goodbye took another 10 minutes. Everyone needed hugs, promises of updates, assurances that we'd call with any news. By the time we reached the car, exhaustion pulled at every muscle. That went well. I said as Jakob helped me in. You fainted. I got dizzy. I corrected. And your family was perfect. Overwhelming but perfect. They love you. He started the engine. Almost as much as I do. Impossible. I yawned. No one could love me that much. Want to bet? He glanced over. Because I have spreadsheets that prove otherwise. You have spreadsheets about loving me? I have spreadsheets about everything. He took the turn toward home. It's soothing. You're ridiculous. But I was smiling. Our kid's going to be so weird. The best kind of weird. He agreed. Creative and analytical. Artistic and organized. Stubborn and controlling. Determined and protective. He corrected. Same thing. Semantics. We drove in comfortable silence, my hand over his on the gear shift. 8 months. I said suddenly. 7. He corrected. 28 weeks, technically. You really have been studying. Knowledge helps with anxiety. He turned into our driveway. The more I know, the less I worry. Liar. The more you know, the more you find to worry about. True. He helped me out. But at least it's informed worry. Inside, I kicked off my shoes and headed straight for the couch. Jakob appeared moments later with ginger tea, crackers, and my pregnancy pillow. You're getting good at this. I accepted the offerings gratefully. I have motivation. He settled beside me, hand finding my stomach. Still hard to believe there's actually someone in there. Wait till they start kicking. Then it'll be too real. I can't wait. His voice went soft. To teach them spreadsheets? And art. He kissed my temple. Definitely art. I want them to see the world like you do. Beautiful and broken? Full of possibility. He pulled me closer. Worth saving. We're going to be okay, aren't we? The question slipped out. All three of us? We're going to be amazing. No hesitation. It won't be easy. We'll make mistakes. But we'll figure it out together.
Together.
I repeated. I like the sound of that. Get used to it. His hand splayed protective over where our child grew. We're in this for life now. No returns, no exchanges? Absolutely not. He grinned. You're stuck with us, Miss Mallory. Good. I tucked against him, safe and loved and carrying the future. Wouldn't have it any other way. Outside, Seattle settled into evening. Inside, we sat wrapped in possibility, planning for a person we'd never met, but already loved beyond measure. 7 months. 28 weeks. 196 days, if Jacob's calculations were right. It felt like forever and no time at all. But we'd waited this long to find each other. We could wait a little longer to meet the best parts of us combined. After all, the best things in life were worth waiting for. Even if the waiting came with morning sickness.
Chapter 34. Jakob.
Breathe through it. I coached as another contraction gripped Kim. Just like we practiced. We didn't practice anything. She squeezed my hand hard enough to crack bones. You're doing amazing. The nurse checked the monitors. 8 centimeters. Almost there. Almost there. We'd been almost there for 6 hours. I want to go home. Kim panted as the contraction eased. Changed my mind. Let's do this tomorrow. Tomorrow's not an option. I wiped sweat from her forehead. But you're the strongest person I know. You've got this. Liar. But she managed a weak smile. You're just saying that because I might break your hand. Completely true. I flexed my fingers, testing for damage. Also because it's actually true. Another contraction hit. Kim's face contorted, her whole body tensing against the pain. I counted with her, breathed with her, wished desperately I could take this from her. Good. The nurse nodded approval. That was a strong one. Baby's eager to meet you. Babies. Kim corrected through gritted teeth. 2 of them. Because the universe has a sense of humor. The universe did indeed. What we'd thought was 1 heartbeat at 12 weeks turned out to be 2 in perfect sync. Twin girls, according to the ultrasound that had made me sit down hard in the doctor's office. Speaking of which, the doctor entered, all calm efficiency. How are we doing? We are in labor. Kim's voice carried an edge. We would like to be done with labor. Let me check. The doctor's examination was quick. 9 centimeters. And baby A is in perfect position. Not long now. Not long. In medical terms, that could mean minutes or hours. I'd learned not to trust medical timeframes over the last 10 hours. Jacob's panicking. Kim told the doctor. His eye is twitching. I'm not panicking. My eye twitched harder. He made spreadsheets for the birth. Kim continued. Color-coded, by scenario. Preparation helps with anxiety. I defended. Did any of your scenarios include twins? The doctor smiled. Page 7. I admitted. Though I calculated the odds at less than 3% given no family history. The babies didn't read your spreadsheet. Kim gasped as another contraction started. Oh, this one's different. Different how? I was on my feet in an instant. Pressure. So much pressure. She gripped the bed rails. I think I need to push. The room transformed. Extra nurses appeared. Equipment materialized. The NICU team stood ready. Standard protocol for twins, I'd learned, not a sign of trouble. Perfect. The doctor took position. With the next contraction, bear down. I'm scared. Kim's admission came out small, vulnerable. I know. I kissed her forehead. I'm terrified. But we're doing this together. Together. She nodded. Always together. The contraction built. Kim pushed with everything she had, her face red with effort. I counted, encouraged, tried not to think about all the things that could go wrong. Beautiful. The doctor's voice lifted. Hair. Kim panted. She has hair. Lots of it. The doctor grinned. One more big push should do it. One more. Kim gathered herself, determination replacing fear. The next contraction came like a wave, and she rode it with fierce grace. Heads out. The doctor worked quickly. And she's here. A cry split the air. Thin, angry, perfect. Sophia. Kim breathed the name we'd chosen. Is she? Perfect. The doctor lifted our daughter, our first daughter, onto Kim's chest. 6 pounds, 2 ounces of perfect. I couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. Could only stare at the tiny person we'd created. Dark hair plastered to her head. Scrunched face still purple from crying. The most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Hi, baby girl. Kim's tears dripped onto Sophia's head. I'm your mama. And I'm your dad. The words came out choked. The one who made all the spreadsheets. She's not impressed by spreadsheets. Kim traced Sophia's cheek. Are you, sweet girl? I hate to interrupt. The doctor's voice brought reality crashing back. But baby B is making her move. Right. Twins. We were only halfway done. A nurse swept Sophia away for initial checks, her cries echoing across the room. Kim whimpered at the separation. She's fine. I squeezed her hand. Listen to her yelling. Definitely your daughter. Our daughter. Kim corrected, then gasped. Oh. Oh no. Here we go again. The second labor moved faster. 10 minutes of pushing that felt like hours. Kim worked with determination that humbled me, bringing our second daughter into the world with the same fierce love as the first. And here's baby B. The doctor announced. Grace. Kim reached for her right away. 6 pounds even. Lighter hair but the same powerful lungs. The nurse placed her on Kim's other side, creating a perfect tableau, my wife holding our daughters, all three crying. They're here. Kim looked up at me, wonder replacing exhaustion. Jakob, they're really here. They're perfect. I touched Grace's impossibly small hand. Like their mother. Like their father. She shifted, making room. Stop hovering, and come meet your daughters properly. I perched on the bed's edge, overwhelmed by the sight. 2 tiny humans. Ours to protect, to love, to probably screw up despite our best efforts. What if I drop them? The fear slipped out. Then I'll catch them. Kim leaned against me. That's what partners do. What if I'm too controlling? What if I turn into my father? Then I'll call you on it. She kissed my jaw. Just like always. What if? Jakob. Her voice held gentle command. Look at them. I did. Sophia had stopped crying, her dark eyes trying to focus. Grace still fussed but calmed when I touched her cheek. They were impossibly small. Impossibly perfect. Impossibly ours. We're parents. The reality hit like a physical blow. We're parents. Kim agreed. Ready or not. Together. Always together. The nurse returned to steal the babies for proper evaluation. I followed, unable to let them out of sight. Weight, length, APGAR scores all perfect. They'd fooled us for 12 weeks, hiding one behind the other, but they were healthy. Want to hold them, Dad? The nurse offered Sophia. My hands shook. What if I? You won't. She placed my daughter in my arms with practiced ease. Support her head. There you go. Sophia weighed nothing. Everything. Her eyes found mine, unfocused but searching. I saw Kim in the shape of her nose. My mother in the curve of her chin. Pieces of our past creating our future. Hi, Sophia. My voice cracked. I'm your dad. The broken one your mom saved. But I promise to be better for you. To be whole. To be whatever you need. Now, Grace. The nurse added my second daughter to the mix. You've got this. 2 babies. My arms full of miracles I didn't deserve, but would fight the world to protect. How do they look? Kim called from the bed. Like their mother. I turned so she could see. Beautiful and stubborn and perfect. Bring them here. She held out her arms. All 3 of my loves. I carefully transferred our daughters, then helped Kim position them for their first feeding. I should call the family. I realized. They're all in the waiting room. All of them? Kit flew back from London. Joel left a board meeting. Grady's been playing piano in the lobby for 3 hours. And my father. I smiled. My father's been pacing since we arrived. Rebecca. Holding down the fort with Marley. They've reorganized the waiting room twice. Let them wait a few more minutes. Kim adjusted Grace's position. I want to remember this. Just us. So we sat in our bubble of new family, watching our daughters discover the world one breath at a time. The hospital noise faded. The fear retreated. There was only this, Kim and me and 2 tiny humans who'd already changed everything. Thank you. I whispered against Kim's hair. For what? For saving me. For choosing me. For building this with me. Thank you for letting me. She turned to kiss me properly. For becoming the man I always knew you were. I love you. Inadequate words for an infinite feeling. I love you too. She smiled. All 3 of you. A knock interrupted. Kit's head appeared around the door. Sorry to intrude, but Dad's about to storm the nurse's station. He caught sight of the babies and froze. Unbelievable. There's 2 of them. Language. Kim scolded. And yes. Surprise twins. Can I? He entered fully, wonder replacing his usual swagger. Can I meet them? Sophia and Grace. I introduced. Your nieces. They're so small. He approached like they might break. And perfect. And 2 of them? We were as surprised as you. Kim shifted Sophia. Want to hold one? I don't know how. Neither do we. I admitted. But we're learning. The door opened wider. Joel, Grady, and Randall crowded in, all talking at once. Twins. Joel's calculator brain was already working. The logistics. They're beautiful. Grady had tears streaming. Elizabeth would have been so happy. Randall stood frozen by the door. Granddaughters. 2 of them. Come meet them properly. Kim waved him over. Sophia Elizabeth and Grace Rebecca. You used her name. Randall's voice broke. She should be here. Kim touched his hand. This way she is. What followed was barely controlled chaos. Brothers taking turns holding babies. Randall crying openly while cradling Grace. photos and videos and promises of help. We'll baby-proof the office. Joel planned aloud. Create a nursery space so Kim can bring them to work. I'll teach them piano. Grady already looked smitten. Sophia has musician's fingers. I'll teach them to charm their way out of trouble. Kit grinned. Since they'll need it with Jacob's genes. Out. I finally decreed. Kim needs rest. You can worship your nieces tomorrow. They left with reluctance, each extracting promises of photos and updates. Thank you, he told Kim, for making me a grandfather, for making us a family again. Thank you for raising the man I love. She squeezed his hand. Even when it was hard. He left with tears still flowing. Marcus appeared moments later, having maintained security throughout the chaos. Congratulations. He studied the babies with professional assessment. They're well protected. I've already updated protocols. Of course you have. But I was grateful. Thank you. They look like fighters. He almost smiled. Like their parents. Want to hold one? Kim offered. I don't hold babies. But he was already reaching for Grace. Watching my stone-faced security chief melt over my daughter added another layer to an already surreal day. She likes you, Kim noted as Grace settled peacefully. She has good taste. Marcus handed her back with obvious reluctance. He left us alone again. The nurses had moved us to a recovery room, larger, quieter, with space for both bassinets beside the bed. How are you feeling? I asked as Kim settled against the pillows. Like I got hit by a truck. She smiled despite exhaustion. Sleep. I kissed her forehead. I'll watch them. You need sleep too. Later. I positioned myself between her and the bassinets. Right now, I need to memorize every breath. She was asleep in minutes, exhaustion finally winning. I sat in the darkness watching my daughter's sleep. Counting fingers and toes. Cataloging every sound. Sophia stirred first, fussing with quiet sounds. I lifted her with careful movements, remembering the nurse's instructions. She settled against my chest, impossibly small and warm. Your mom saved my life. I told her in whispers. Grace joined her sister in wakefulness, demanding attention. I managed to hold both, though my heart raced at the responsibility. You're going to love her. I continued. She'll teach you to paint. To see beauty everywhere. To stand up for yourselves and others. And you'll teach them spreadsheets. Kim's sleepy voice made me jump. Did we wake you? Perfect sounds to wake up to. She held out her arms. Bring them here. All of you. I carefully transferred babies and joined them on the narrow bed. 4 hearts beating in close proximity. Our family, complete and complicated and absolutely perfect. No regrets? Kim asked, echoing our wedding conversation. None. I kissed her temple. You. Only that we didn't meet sooner. She yawned. Could have had more. More. I choked. We have 2 newborns. Isn't that enough chaos? For now. She smiled against my shoulder. But maybe someday. Let's survive the first year. I suggested. Then discuss expansion plans. Deal. She was already drifting off again. Love you. All 3 of you. Love you too. I held my world in my arms. All 3 of you. Outside, Seattle slept. Inside, our daughters made tiny sounds of new life. Between them, Kim breathed deeply, trusting me to stand guard. I'd stood on a bridge, ready to end everything. Now I sat in a hospital bed, with everything I'd never dared dream of. Life, I was learning, had a strange sense of humor. The best kind of strange. 5 years later. I whispered to the darkness, imagining. Then stopped. The future could wait. Right now, this moment was everything. My family. My salvation. My reason for choosing life every single day. Perfect.
Chapter 35. Kim.
Mommy, Grace put paint in her hair again. Sophia's outraged voice carried across my studio, followed by Grace's delighted giggle. I set down my brush and turned to find my daughters covered in more acrylic than canvas. It's art, Grace declared, green streaks decorating her blonde curls. Like you. Art goes on paper, baby girl. I grabbed the wet wipes I kept stocked by the dozen. But she's my canvas. Grace's logic was 5-year-old flawless. Daddy says you can make art from anything. Daddy's in trouble then. I worked on the worst of the damage. Speaking of which, where is he? Conference call. Sophia reported with authority. I glanced at the clock. 7:30 in the morning. Jacob's early meetings had become routine since the Tokyo expansion, but he always made time for breakfast chaos. Did you two eat? Daddy made pancakes. Grace wiggled away from my cleanup attempts. Mickey Mouse ones. With blueberry eyes. Sophia added. He said we were fueling for creativity. Then why destroy my studio? I surveyed the damage. Paint on the floor, on the walls, on 2 small humans who looked far too pleased with themselves. Because it's boring when you're working. Grace's honesty stung a little. You've been painting that same picture forever. I looked at my current piece, a massive canvas for the Guggenheim exhibition. She was right. I'd been fighting with it for weeks, something just out of reach. Want to help? The words escaped before logic could intervene. Really? Both girls perked up. Really? I handed them smaller brushes. But on the canvas, not each other. What followed was controlled chaos. The twins attacked my careful composition with enthusiasm, adding colors I'd never choose, shapes that made no sense. My artist's heart cringed. My mother's heart soared. It needs purple. Sophia decided, reaching for her favorite color. Everything needs purple with you. Grace countered. Yellow's better. Why don't we use both? I guided their hands. See how they dance together? Like us. Grace exclaimed. Different but matching. Exactly like you. I kissed both paint-smeared heads. What's exactly like who? Jakob appeared in the doorway, phone in one hand, coffee in the other. Daddy. The twins abandoned art for hugs, leaving paint handprints on his $1,000 suit. I see we're expressing ourselves this morning. He accepted the damage with practiced ease. On me and the canvas. Mommy let us help, Sophia reported. With her important painting. Did she? His eyes found mine over their heads. That's brave. Or insane. I stood, stretching muscles cramped from hunching. The Guggenheim might have opinions about collaborating with kindergartners. The Guggenheim, he set down his coffee to properly examine our work, would be lucky to display anything you create. With or without tiny assistance. You have to say that. You're married to me. I have to say it because it's true. He studied the canvas with genuine interest. Actually, what they've added, it works. Brings life to that corner you've been struggling with. He was right. The twins' chaotic additions had broken through whatever block I'd been facing. Their purple and yellow swirls added movement I'd been missing. Daddy understands art now. Grace informed me proudly. He takes us to museums and everything. Every Sunday. Sophia confirmed. He's learning about Impresh on ISDS. Impressionists. Jakob corrected gently. And yes, I'm learning. Slowly. You've come a long way from the man who organized paintings by size. I teased. I still think size organization has merit. He defended. But I'm learning to appreciate thematic groupings too. Such growth. I moved to kiss him, but Grace interrupted. Mommy, can we paint every morning? We'll see. The universal parent non-answer. Right now you need baths before school. But we're already colorful. Grace protested. Too colorful for kindergarten. I herded them toward the door. March. Can we paint after school? Sophia negotiated while walking. If you're good for Ms. Martinez. We're always good. Grace's innocent expression fooled no one. That's not what yesterday's note said. Jakob reminded them. Something about conducting science experiments with lunch food? We wanted to see if Jell-O could bounce. Sophia explained. Especially from the cafeteria ceiling. I tried not to laugh. But we apologized. Grace's big blue eyes, Jacob's eyes pleaded. In writing. Daddy helped with spelling. Apologies don't erase Jell-O stains. Jakob stayed firm. Actions have consequences. Like when you forgot Mommy's birthday? Sophia asked innocently. And had to sleep in the guest room? I choked on suppressed laughter. Jacob's ears went red. That was different. Why? Grace showed genuine curiosity. Out of the mouths of babes. I murmured. Bath time. Jakob redirected with CEO efficiency. Now. Moving. Let's go. The twins scampered off, leaving paint footprints across my studio floor. I'd clean it later. Or not. Some messes were worth keeping. I didn't forget your birthday. Jakob said once they were gone. I was planning a surprise. In Vegas. Without me. I reminded him. For a business trip. It was a business trip. That happened to coincide with flying you to Paris for your birthday. He pulled me against him despite the paint. The twins ruined the surprise. By reading your texts out loud at dinner. I still laughed, remembering Kit's face when Grace asked what that thing with the trapeze meant. We agreed never to speak of that again. You agreed. I have blackmail material, forever. I traced the paint handprints on his jacket. You need to change before your 9 o'clock. I have suits in my office. He kissed my forehead. They always do. I leaned into his warmth. Even when they're destroying everything. Especially then. His hand found the small of my back. Date night tonight? Marcus already agreed to babysit. Marcus babysits now? He says it's security training. Jakob grinned. Though I caught him teaching them Serbian lullabies last week. Our girls have the strangest childhood. The best childhood. He corrected. Mommy. Grace's voice echoed from upstairs. Sophie's using all the hot water. I'm not. Sophia's reply was muffled but indignant. Duty calls. I reluctantly pulled away. Try not to terrorize any board members today. Can't promise anything. He straightened his paint-stained tie. The Singapore team keeps changing projections. Remember what Dr. Morrison says about control. It's just enthusiasm expressing as spreadsheets. He quoted with perfection. Good. I headed for the stairs. The Disney plan was helpful. It was 30 pages long. With appendices. He called after me. Don't forget the appendices were separate. I found the twins in their bathroom, engaged in a soap bubble war. Water covered every surface. My beautiful, chaotic daughters had turned morning routines into performance art. Truce. I declared, grabbing towels. Sophie, rinse. Grace, teeth. We have 20 minutes before school. I don't want to go to school. Grace announced through toothpaste foam. I want to paint with you all day. Me too, baby. I worked shampoo through Sophia's hair. But school's important. Why? The eternal question. You didn't finish college and you're famous. I'm not famous. I corrected. And I wish I'd finished college. Would have made things easier. But then you wouldn't have met Daddy. Sophia's logic was sound. And we wouldn't exist. That's true. The thought of life without them made my chest tight. Some detours are worth it. Like when Daddy took a detour to Venice? Grace had inherited Jacob's memory for details. And you saved him? Something like that. I kept my voice light. They knew age-appropriate versions of our story. How Daddy had been sick. How Mommy helped him get better. How we fell in love and made a family. The darker truths, addiction, suicide, all of it, would come when they were older. When they could understand that broken didn't mean worthless. That love could save you, but you had to save yourself too. Will you tell us the real story someday? Sophia asked, too perceptive for 5. What makes you think there's more? Daddy's eyes get sad when he talks about Venice. She tilted her head for rinsing. And Uncle Marcus mentioned something about bridges. When you're older. I promised. The whole truth. With the sad parts? Especially those. I wrapped her in a towel. The sad parts make the happy parts better. Like shadows in paintings. Grace had been listening, after all. You need dark to see light. Exactly like that. My artistic philosophers. Now get dressed. Real clothes, not costumes. But it's dress-up day. They said in unison. It's Tuesday. Every day should be dress-up day. Grace countered but headed for their room. I supervised clothing selection, a battle I'd learned to choose with care. Sophia picked purple everything. Grace went for rainbow stripes. Close enough to matching, far enough to express individuality. Backpacks. I checked off the morning list. Check. Homework? Check. Permission slips? Guilty silence. Girls. We may have turned them into paper airplanes. Sophia admitted. Unbelievable. But I was already printing new ones from the school portal. What am I going to do with you? Love us forever? Grace suggested with hope. Already doing that. I signed the forms. Despite the paper airplane incidents. Jakob reappeared, fresh in a new suit, holding 3 travel mugs. Coffee for us, hot chocolate for the twins, our morning tradition. Ready for launch? He handed out drinks. T-5 minutes. I grabbed my purse, their backpacks, 17 random art projects they insisted on bringing. Daddy, will you pick us up today? Sophia asked while climbing into her car seat. Mommy's turn today. He reminded her. I have the Singapore call. But you picked us up more when we were babies. Grace chimed in. Now you're always working. Jacob's face did something complicated. The working parent's guilt written in every line. You're right. He leaned between their seats. How about I move the Singapore call? We can get ice cream after school. Really? Twin faces lit up. Really? Board can wait. He kissed both heads. You can't. Love you, Daddy. They chorused. Love you too, monsters. He closed their door, turned to me. You're balancing. I straightened his tie. Some weeks they get more. Some weeks the company does. It's okay. Is it? Real worry in his eyes. I don't want to be my father. Present but not really there. You're not. I cupped his face. You make Mickey Mouse pancakes. You teach them about art. You're moving international calls for ice cream. That's not absent, that's involved. I'm trying. You're succeeding. I kissed him properly. Now go. Terror awaits in Singapore. I'd rather face board members than kindergarten drop-off. He shuddered dramatically. Those mothers are vicious. They just have opinions about your stock tips. Strong opinions. He helped me into the driver's seat. Miss Patterson cornered me about diversification strategies. At 7 in the morning. The price of being Seattle's most eligible financial genius. Formerly eligible. He leaned through my window. Good answer. I stole another kiss. Where are we going? The twins had inherited his supernatural hearing. Grown-up dinner. I started the engine. With vegetables and everything. Gross. They giggled in unison. School drop-off was its usual chaos. Sophia forgot her library book. Grace remembered she was supposed to bring show and tell. I performed parenting miracles with wet wipes and promises of afternoon art time. Miss Mallory? Their teacher approached as I herded them toward class. Could I speak with you a moment? My stomach dropped. Those words never preceded good news. Of course. I plastered on my public smile. Girls, go put your backpacks away. They scampered off, leaving me with Ms. Martinez and impending doom. Is everything okay? Oh yes. She laughed at my expression. I should have led with that. Actually, I wanted to discuss the girls' artistic talents. They're what? They're both showing exceptional creative abilities. She pulled out a folder. These are from yesterday's art time. I flipped through the papers. My daughter's work, but more sophisticated than typical 5-year-old scribbles. Real understanding of color, composition, emotion. They get it from you, obviously. Ms. Martinez smiled. But I wanted to suggest the Saturday enrichment program. For gifted artists. Gifted. The word felt foreign. They're 5. 5 with remarkable potential. She touched one drawing, Grace's interpretation of our house, all warm colors and safety. This shows emotional intelligence beyond her years. I thank you. I clutched the folder. I'll discuss it with their father. No pressure. She assured me. Just options. Talent like theirs should be nurtured. I walked back to my car in a daze. Gifted. My babies were gifted. My phone buzzed. Marley, texting from her new gallery in Portland. Coffee tomorrow? I'll be in town. Have gossip about Kit. Always yes to Kit gossip. 10 a.m. Perfect. Also, saw the Times review of your Foundation Kids show. You're changing the world, babe. I smiled, thinking of the 43 artists we'd started with. Now over 300 worldwide. The Eleanor West Foundation had become everything my mother never got, support for artists who painted truth instead of prettiness. My phone rang. Jakob, between meetings. How was drop-off? Eventful. I filled him in on the gifted program suggestion. Of course they're gifted. Pride colored his voice. They're yours. And yours. I reminded him. They got your memory. Your attention to detail. But your eye. Your heart. He paused. Should we do it? The program? I don't know. I admitted. What if it puts too much pressure on them? Or what if it helps them fly? He countered with gentleness. I know. I pulled into traffic. I want them to choose art because they love it. Not because they're supposed to be good at it. Like you did. Like I did. I'd found art as salvation, not obligation. I want that freedom for them. Then we give it to them. Simple as that. Program or no program, they paint because it brings them joy. The minute it doesn't, we stop. I love you. The words weren't enough. Have I mentioned that today? Only 12 times. I heard his smile. Falling behind your usual average. I'll make it up tonight. I promised. Wear the blue tie. It brings out your eyes. Planning to seduce me, Miss Mallory? Always, Mr. Mallory. I grinned. It's worked for 6 years. Why stop now? 7 years. He corrected. If we count from Venice. We always count from Venice. That night on the bridge where everything began. Everything starts from Venice. Best detour I ever took. Best save I ever made. I countered. We saved each other. His assistant's voice murmured in the background. I have to go. Singapore's calling back. Go terrorize some spreadsheets. I pulled into my studio parking. I'll see you tonight. Can't wait. He lowered his voice. I love you. All three of you. 4. I corrected. Don't forget yourself. Still learning that one. That's okay. I smiled at our familiar exchange. We have time. All the time in the world. He agreed. Starting tonight. 7 o'clock. Don't be late. Says the man who missed dinner twice last week. Extenuating circumstances. The Tokyo deal. I know. I cut off his guilt spiral. Always. One more pause. Kim. Thank you. For what? Choosing us. Every day. Easiest choice I ever make. I meant it. Even when you leave spreadsheets in the bathroom. That was one time. I hung up laughing, heart full of the life we'd built. 2 kids who painted their feelings. A husband who'd learned to balance control with trust. A career that let me create, while helping others do the same. Not bad for a girl who'd left for Venice with nothing but hope. My studio waited, that Guggenheim piece calling. I gathered my brushes, studied what the twins had added. Their joy, their chaos, their uninhibited expression of being. Maybe that's what I'd been missing. Not technique or composition, but the simple joy of creation. The thing that had saved me in Venice. The thing I'd taught Jakob to see. The thing our daughters reminded me of every paint-covered morning. I picked up my brush, loaded it with purple, Sophia's purple and yellow, Grace's sunshine. Made a mark that wasn't planned, wasn't perfect, wasn't anything but feeling translated to canvas. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything.
Chapter 36. Jakob.
The Venice Bridge looked different in morning light. 7 years ago, I'd stood here in darkness, ready to end everything. Now I watched my daughters feed breadcrumbs to pigeons, while Kim painted the scene from memory. "Daddy, why is this bridge special?" Sophia asked, her purple sundress already sporting suspicious stains. "This is where Mommy saved Daddy." I kept my voice light, age-appropriate. "Where our family started." "But you weren't sick here." Grace scrunched her nose. "You got better at home." "Sometimes people are sick in ways you can't see." Kim looked up from her easel. Daddy's heart was hurt. "Like when Grandpa Randall cries about Grandma Elizabeth?" Sophia's perception never ceased to amaze me. "Similar." I pulled both girls close. "But Mommy helped me heal." "With medicine?" "With love." Kim set down her brush. "Love can't be medicine." Grace protested with 5-year-old logic. "Medicine tastes bad. Love tastes like cookies." "Love tastes like cookies?" I laughed. "When you make cookies for Mommy when she's sad," she explained. "That's love medicine." Out of the mouths of babes. "Signore Mallory." A familiar voice called from the cafe. Sophia emerged, older but still vibrant. "You came back." Every promise kept. Kim embraced her mentor. "Sophia, meet our daughters. Sophia and Grace." Named after wisdom and beauty. Sophia clasped her hands together. "How perfect." "I'm Grace." My daughter corrected. "She's Sophia." "Everyone mixes us up." "But you're not identical." Sophia studied them with an artist's eye. "I'm not wild." Grace protested, then ran after a pigeon toward the canal spray. Point proven. I rescued her before she could fall in. What do we say about water safety? Look before leaping. She recited. But the pigeon was getting away. Pigeons always get away. Sophia informed her sister. "Maybe I'll grow wings." Grace wiggled in my arms. "Please don't grow wings." Kim pleaded. "You're hard enough to keep track of on the ground." Sophia laughed. "Come. I've arranged something special for your visit." She led us through winding streets I remembered too well. Past the hotel where I'd considered ending things. The pharmacia where Kim bought supplies for my withdrawal. The tiny restaurant where we'd shared our first real meal as I learned to eat again. You're quiet. Kim slipped her hand into mine. Remembering. Good memories or bad? Both. I squeezed her fingers. But mostly grateful ones. Look. Grace pointed ahead. It's us. The small gallery Sophia had led us to displayed a banner, Beauty in Broken Places, the Kim West Retrospective. Sophia. Kim's voice caught. Venice remembers its own. Sophia smiled. The girl who arrived with nothing but talent. Who saved a broken man and started an art revolution. We wanted to honor that. Inside, Kim's work covered every wall. The early Venice pieces, raw, desperate, beautiful. The Seattle transition, power and vulnerability learning to dance. The recent works, joy and chaos and family exploding across canvas. But it was the centerpiece that stopped my heart. You displayed it. Kim whispered. The bridge painting. Her first portrait of me, painted that morning after Venice. When she'd captured my brokenness and somehow made it beautiful. The piece that started everything. It belongs here. Sophia touched Kim's shoulder. Where it began. Daddy, you look sad in that one. Grace observed. I was sad. No point lying. Very sad. But not anymore. Worry, in Sophia's voice. Not anymore. I lifted her up. How could I be sad when I have you? And me. Grace demanded equal lifting. And you. I managed both, though they were getting big. And Mommy. And Uncle Kit, and Uncle Joel, and Uncle Grady. And Grandpa. And... We get it. Kim laughed. You're grateful. Insufferably grateful. I agreed. Daddy, what's insufferably? Sophia asked. Too much. Kim translated. Like when Daddy makes spreadsheets for fun. Spreadsheets are fun. I defended. See. Kim gestured. Insufferable. But you love him anyway. Grace stated it like fact. I do. Kim's eyes found mine over their heads. Every insufferable inch. Can we paint too? Sophia pointed to a corner set up with child-sized easels. Of course. Sophia led them over. While the girls attacked fresh canvases with enthusiasm, Kim and I wandered her exhibition. 7 years of growth displayed in color and light. Do you miss it? I asked, stopping at a Venice canal scene. The simplicity of those early days. Sometimes. She leaned against me. But I wouldn't trade what we have now. She turned in my arms. Not for all the simplicity in the world. Even when Grace puts paint in the toilet. That was 1 time. 3 times. Even then. She kissed me softly. Though maybe check our insurance policy covers art-related plumbing disasters. Already did. I grinned at her expression. What? I'm thorough. You're impossible. But you love me anyway. I do. She echoed Grace's certainty. Mommy. Daddy. Sophia called. Come see. We joined our daughters at their easels. Sophia had painted the bridge in careful strokes, architectural precision mixed with purple enthusiasm. Grace had created an abstract explosion that somehow perfectly captured Venice's energy. Beautiful. Kim kissed both heads. Should we hang them in the gallery? Really? Their eyes went wide. See. Sophia produced labels. Every artist starts somewhere. Even your mama once painted her first Venice scene. While Sophia helped the girls sign their work with great ceremony, my phone buzzed. Perimeter secure. Stop worrying and enjoy your family. I typed back, how did you know I was worrying? 7 years of practice. Relax, boss. You're safe. Safe. The word still felt foreign sometimes. But watching Kim help Grace add glitter to her painting, because of course there was glitter, I believed it. Can we throw coins in the fountain? Sophia had discovered the small fountain in the gallery's courtyard. Make a wish. Grace already had her coin ready. What will you wish for? Kim asked, producing euros from her purse. Can't tell. Both girls chorused. Then it won't come true. They closed their eyes, small faces scrunched in concentration, and tossed their coins. The splash echoed in the courtyard. Your turn. Grace handed me a coin. I don't need to wish. I pulled my family close. I have everything. Everyone needs wishes. Sophia insisted. Even daddies. Especially daddies. Kim added, pressing a coin into my palm. I closed my eyes, felt the weight of the coin, the warmth of my family beside me. What did you wish for when you already had everything? Let me deserve this. Let me protect this. Let me never take this for granted. The coin arced through air and splashed down. Good wish? Kim asked. The best. I kissed her temple. What about you? Already made mine. She smiled. 7 years ago. On a bridge. It came true. Mama's getting sappy. Grace stage whispered to her sister. It's Venice. Sophia explained with authority. Everyone gets sappy in Venice. Even Daddy? Especially Daddy. I scooped them both up. Venice is where I learned how to feel again. Feel what? Grace patted my face. Everything. I met Kim's eyes. Absolutely everything. Sophia appeared with Prosecco for us, juice for the girls. To second chances. Kim added. To paint in toilets. Grace giggled. To purple everything. Sophia clinked her glass. To family. I finished. And to Venice for bringing us together. We drank, the girls spilling juice on their dresses right away. Kim laughed, dabbing at stains that would never come out. I watched them, my heart so full it hurt. 7 years ago, I'd stood on a bridge convinced I'd destroyed everything worth saving. That my broken pieces could never form anything beautiful again. I'd been wrong. Kim caught me staring. What? Just thinking. About. How you saved my life. Simple truth. Jakob. Her eyes misted. Daddy's being sappy again. Grace announced. It's Venice. I reminded her. I'm allowed. Can we be sappy too? Sophia asked. Always. Kim pulled them close. Sappy is just another word for loving big. Then I'm the sappiest. Grace declared. I love huge. Me too. Sophia competed. Bigger than huge. Bigger than the universe? Grace challenged. Bigger than infinity. Girls. Kim laughed. Love isn't a competition. Everything's a competition with twins. I muttered. I heard that. She poked my ribs. And you love it. She was right. I loved their competitive spirits, their paint-stained faces, their absolute certainty that love could be measured in infinities. I loved Kim's patience, her artistry, her ability to find beauty everywhere. I loved this life we'd built from broken pieces. We should go. Sophia checked her watch. The gallery opening is tonight. Kim needs to rest. I'm fine. Kim protested. You're speaking to 300 people about your artistic journey. Sophia reminded her. Rest. 300? I felt my protective instincts surge. That's too many. She needs. Jakob. Kim's voice held gentle warning. We talked about this. Right. Not controlling. Asking, not demanding. 7 years of practice and I still slipped sometimes. Sorry. I caught myself. What do you need? A nap. She admitted. And maybe room service. And definitely these 2 monkeys bathed before tonight. We're not monkeys. The girls protested in unison. You're right. I agreed. Monkeys are cleaner. Daddy. They attacked me with sticky hands and righteous indignation. Help! I fell dramatically to the cobblestones. I'm being attacked by paint monsters. We're not monsters. More giggling. We're artists. Artist monsters. I corrected, tickling until they shrieked. Jakob, you'll get filthy. Kim warned. Too late. I showed her my ruined shirt. The Venice art world isn't ready for that. She helped me up. Those sales would probably triple. Are you objectifying me, Miss Mallory? Always, Mr. Mallory. She grinned. It's worked for 7 years. Gross. The twins chorused. Just wait. I predicted. Never. They ran ahead, chasing pigeons toward our hotel. Were we ever that innocent? Kim wondered. You were. I took her hand. That night on the bridge. You still believed in saving broken things. I still do. She squeezed my fingers. Look how well it worked out. We walked without hurry, savoring Venice in afternoon light. The girls darted between tourists, their laughter echoing off ancient walls. 7 years since I'd walked these streets convinced I'd never see another dawn. Now I watched my daughters discover the city that had saved me. Watched my wife prepare to share her story with the world. Watched life unfold in ways I'd never dared imagine. Thank you. The word slipped out. For what? Kim asked. Yes. I pulled her close. Just yes. She understood. She always did. You're welcome. For all of it. Forever. Forever's not long enough. Good thing we're overachievers. She echoed our wedding conversation. We'll figure out how to extend it. Mommy. Daddy. Grace called from the hotel entrance. Hurry up. We need baths. Since when do they want baths? I wondered. Since Sophia promised them special dresses for tonight. Kim explained. Purple for Sophia, rainbow for Grace. Of course. We corralled our daughters into the elevator, then our suite. What followed was controlled chaos. Baths, snacks, negotiations about hairstyles, tears over a broken hair clip, joy over finding a better one. Normal family life in an extraordinary setting. Daddy, will you tell us the real story someday? Sophia asked as I braided her hair. About the bridge. I met Kim's eyes in the mirror. When you're older. How much older? Old enough to understand that sometimes people break. Kim answered. But not always. Too perceptive are Sophia. Not always. I admitted. That's what makes our story special. Because you both chose to get better. Grace had been listening. Because we chose each other. Kim corrected. Every day. Even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. I added. Is it still hard sometimes? Sophia worried. Sometimes. Honesty mattered. But never harder than losing each other would be. That's why you go to therapy. Grace announced. To keep choosing. That's right. I finished her braid. Good genes. She grinned. Plus, Uncle Marcus told us. Of course he did. I made a mental note to discuss boundaries with my security chief. Girls' dresses. Kim emerged from the bathroom, stunning in green silk. Time to transform into gallery princesses. We're already princesses. They protested, but went willingly. I watched Kim help them dress, my chest tight with emotion. 7 years ago, I'd owned everything and felt empty. Now I stood in a modest hotel room, watching my wife negotiate with twins about tights, and felt richer than I'd ever been. Stop looking at me like that. Kim caught my stare. We'll be late. Let them wait. I crossed to her. I need a minute to appreciate this. This. She gestured at the chaos. Grace is wearing her shoes on the wrong feet, and Sophia's already spilled juice on her dress. This. I pulled her close. You. Them. Us. All of it. Jakob. I know. I kissed her softly. Venice makes me sappy. I love your sappy. She straightened my tie. Even when it makes us late. Mama and Daddy are being gross again, Grace announced. Still gross. I confirmed. Planning to stay gross forever. Forever's a long time, Sophia observed. Not long enough, Kim and I said in unison. The girls groaned but submitted to final preparation. Hair clips secured. Faces cleaned. Shoes on correct feet. My family, ready to face Venice together. One more thing. I pulled out a small box. For tonight. Kim opened it, gasped. Jakob, it's too much. It's perfect. I fastened the necklace, a delicate gold bridge with tiny diamonds. Our story. She touched the pendant. Ready. I offered my arm. Ready. She took it, then called to the girls. Sophia. Grace. Time to go. They tumbled out, visions in purple and rainbow, clutching their own tiny purses Sophia had gifted them. To the gallery, Grace proclaimed. To see Mama be famous. I'm not famous, Kim protested as we headed out. You're famous to us. Sophia took her free hand. That's what matters. Out of the mouths of babes, again. We walked through Venice as the sun set, painting everything golden. Past the bridge where it all began. Past the cafe where Kim had bought me soup when I could barely eat. Past the farmacia, the church, the 1,000 small places that held our history. Look. Grace pointed ahead. So many people. The gallery overflowed with patrons, press, Venice society come to celebrate one of their own. Kim's hand tightened on mine. You've got this, I whispered. They're here for your art, your story. You've already done the hard part, living it. Together. She reminded me. We lived it together. And we'll tell it together. I promised. If you want. I want. No hesitation. Partners in everything, remember? I remember. We entered to applause. Sophia swept the girls away with promises of special treatment. Marcus materialized at my shoulder, ever-present guardian. And Kim. Kim glowed as she shared our story with the world. Not the dark details, those remained ours. But the truth of it. How art could save. How love could heal. How broken pieces could create something stronger than what came before. I watched from the side, holding our daughters as they squirmed through Mama's speech. Watched the crowd lean in, captivated. Watched Kim transform our pain into universal hope. Beauty in broken places isn't about perfection, she concluded. It's about choosing to see potential where others see disaster. It's about creating, despite the cracks. It's about love that says, I see your worst and choose your best. Every day. Forever. The applause thundered. The girls broke free to run to their mother. I followed, not caring about propriety or cameras or anything but reaching my family. That was perfect, I told Kim as she lifted Grace. We're perfect, she corrected, pulling me close with her free arm. Perfectly imperfect. Is the party over? Sophia asked, hopefully. I'm hungry. Almost. Kim laughed. Few more pictures, then dinner. Pizza? Grace negotiated. In Venice. I pretended shock. We have to have pasta. Pizza pasta. She compromised. That's not a thing, Sophia informed her. It could be. Right, Mama? Anything's possible. Kim agreed. That's what Venice taught us. As if on cue, Sophia appeared with a photographer. We posed by Kim's paintings, the girls making silly faces until even Marcus cracked a smile. One more. The photographer requested. By the bridge painting. Where it all started. We arranged ourselves before that first portrait. 7 years collapsed into nothing. I could see the broken man in those brushstrokes. Could remember the despair, the emptiness, the conviction that nothing would ever matter again. "Daddy." Sophia tugged my hand. "You're crying." I touched my face, surprised by tears. "Happy crying." "Because of the painting." "Because of everything after the painting." I lifted her up. "Because of you and Grace and Mama, and this whole beautiful life." "That's a lot to cry about," Grace observed. "The best things are worth crying over." Kim wiped my cheek. "Remember that?" "Like when Daddy cries at our dance recitals?" Sophia asked. "Exactly like that. I wasn't even embarrassed anymore. Proud tears are the best tears. Even better than onion tears." "Much better," Kim confirmed. "Though technically, different biological process." Nerd alert. The girls chorused, our family joke when either parent got too technical. "Guilty." She laughed. "Now smile. Real smiles. This is for history." We smiled. Real smiles, born of inside jokes and paint-stained mornings and all the small moments that built a life. The camera clicked, capturing us against the evidence of where we'd started. But I wasn't looking at the painting anymore. I was looking forward. To dinner with my family. To bedtime stories in the hotel. To flying home tomorrow, and the 1,000 ordinary days that would follow. 7 years ago, I'd thought ending was the answer. 7 years later, I knew better. The answer was in Kim's paint-stained fingers holding mine. In our daughters, debating the existence of pizza pasta. In choosing life, choosing love, choosing each other over and over until choosing became as natural as breathing. "Ready to go?" Kim asked. "The girls are about to eat Sophia's flowers." "Ready." I gathered my family close. "For anything. Everything. Forever." "Forever and a day," Grace added. "Forever and infinity," Sophia countered. "Forever and whatever comes after," Kim finished. I couldn't argue with that math. We headed into the Venice night, my arms full of daughters, my heart full of gratitude. Behind us, the bridge painting watched over the gallery, a reminder of where we'd been. Ahead lay gelato negotiations and bedtime battles and all the beautiful chaos of the life we'd chosen. It was more than enough. It was everything. "Love isn't just salvation," I whispered to Kim as we walked. "It's choosing to save each other every single day." Every single day. She agreed. Starting with Venice. Ending with forever. Not ending. I corrected. Continuing. She smiled, squeezed my hand, and we walked on together. 4 hearts beating in imperfect harmony. Proof that broken things could become beautiful. The best kind of proof. The only kind that mattered.
The end. Sneak peek for A Billionaire's Treasure. We hope you enjoyed listening to Dangerous Billionaire by M. Love and Jessica L. Fox. Now please listen to a sneak peek for A Billionaire's Treasure by Michelle Love. Lola.
I began to feel very drawn to Arson as he started his presentation. Despite being in college, I hadn't met any other guy who had that certain type of confidence he did. I examined how he walked, with his back straight and chin up, the way he spoke slowly, making sure every word was articulate, and how his eye contact burned holes straight through anyone's head. He was the perfect guy if I wanted one. I quickly shook away the lustful thoughts and started to take notes. He went into detail about how to market your novels for the age group you want to sell to, and that's where I struggled with my work, trying to make someone want my book in their home. Arson also owned a line of hotels nationwide named after himself, the Lockhart. I wasn't interested in any of that though. The fact that this man was a novelist was really attractive to me. He told us about his daily routine and how strict he was with time for his employees. It showed how ruthless he was when it came to his work. He was stern and didn't play with his work. He was a man who knew what he wanted and got it. What was this feeling? I fanned myself lightly and continued taking notes. A half hour went by, and the presentation was over. When Arson went around to hand out his business card whenever we needed to contact him, his smile melted the hearts of all female students. I fell victim to this feeling, but would never let that be known. When he handed me the card, we made eye contact, and I felt tingling throughout my body. He winked and I was taken aback, feeling attracted but confused. I guess he noticed because he chuckled, and moved on to the next row of students. What was that? Arabella asked, smiling. He was totally just flirting with you. I rolled my eyes and pulled my bag over my shoulder. You're over-analyzing things, Bella. You like him. Her eyes widened with excitement as she stared at me. I raised an eyebrow to mask my nervousness and stood up from my seat. I need coffee, I said and left the room quickly. I'm not sure how a simple gesture could get me to crack like that, but it was strange, and I had never felt that before. I rushed out of the class and straight to the coffee shop to clear my mind. I started to think about Arson again, as I waited in line. His suit was so nice, form-fitting without a single piece of lint. His hair was so dark and his gray eyes were piercing. Hello. What can I get for you? I heard faintly in my head. That confused me, but I ignored it. Excuse me? I snapped back into reality, and realized the barista was trying to get my attention. I laughed softly. Sorry about that. 1 large cup of vanilla hazelnut coffee, please. The barista put in my order and then told me my price. I heard a familiar voice as I looked through my bag for my wallet. I've got it, and add another large coffee. Black. I saw a man extend his arm, handing the barista a black card. Her eyes lit up at seeing him, and my body tensed up. All of my feelings from just 10 minutes ago came rushing back when I turned to see Arson standing next to me, with a smirk on his face. You didn't, I spoke lightly, then cleared my throat. You didn't have to. I wanted to, so I did. He chuckled and took his coffee from the barista, and I did the same. Let's talk. My eyes widened, and he chuckled again, and walked away to a table in the corner. Taking a deep breath, I followed him to the table and sat in front of him. You're not afraid? I asked. Of? He furrowed his eyebrows. Being out in public, without some sort of bodyguard or protection. You know, being a billionaire and all. I took a sip of my coffee, and almost moaned as the warm liquid rushed down through my chest. I have nothing to be scared of. He trailed off, not knowing my name. Lola, I stated simply and stuck my hand out to shake his. He grabbed my hand and placed a kiss on it. I heard a girl gasp from the table behind us, and I rolled my eyes. Too much? He asked, referring to the kiss. I shook my head in disagreement. Girls here are annoying sometimes, but why did you want to speak with me? He smiled and took a sip of his coffee. He licked his lips, and that made my stomach full of butterflies. I saw you taking notes, and I wanted to ask you what you thought about my seminar. Arson Lockhart cares what I think? I questioned and smiled lightly. I do. He smiled and drank more of his coffee. So tell me, Lola, what did you think? I really admire how hardworking and dedicated you are. I pushed my hair back behind my ear. Actually, can I interview you the next time you're available? Sure. What will this interview be about? He leaned back in his seat and crossed his hands. You, and what made you want to become a novelist? I stared into his eyes as he nodded. I should be free next Tuesday around 3. I'll tell my assistant. Don't be late, Lola. And with that he stood from his seat and left. I just sat there, not knowing what to do really. I was confused about why he decided to leave so abruptly, but after a few minutes, I shook away the thought and went on about my day. I grabbed my coffee and returned to my suite, which I shared with Annabella. When I arrived, she was sitting on the couch waiting for me with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I chuckled and took off my jacket, hanging it on the coat rack. I saw you and Mr. Lockhart at the coffee shop. You totally have a thing for him, Lola? I plopped down on the couch beside her and kicked off my shoes. Why do you think I have a thing for him? We only spoke for like 5 minutes. I pulled my feet up and looked over at her. That's the reason, Lola. You never give any guy. I cut her off. He's not a guy. He's a man. So what if I talk to him? That doesn't mean I like him. You never give any guy or man the attention to even have a 5-minute conversation. You're a high and by type of girl, Annabella smiled. It's good that you say you don't like him because he's too old for you anyway. Too old? I thought to myself. I'm a grown woman. I can date anyone I want, however old. I mentally rolled my eyes and flashed Annabella a fake small smile. Yeah. I guess you're right. 3 days of normal activities went by, and it was finally Tuesday. For some reason, I wanted to wear something that would catch his eye, so I decided on a black button-down, a black skirt that hugged my waist and hips, and a pair of red heels. I did my makeup neutral with bold dark brown lips. I straightened my hair and smiled at myself in the mirror. If this look didn't grab his attention, I didn't know what would. When I walked out of the bathroom, Annabelle's mouth dropped. Where are you going? You look so hot. My interview with Arson is today. I smiled and grabbed my bag from the couch. See you later, babes. I could feel her watching me in disbelief as I left, but I shrugged it off. As I walked toward my car, many guys looked my way or tried to talk to me, but I only wanted Arson's attention. I hadn't been interested in a guy since I'd been in college, so developing feelings for someone was new to me, like learning how to walk again. I pulled up to his office. It was a place I had always seen but had never thought to research since this wasn't where I was from. When I walked through the huge glass doors, my heels clicked against the marble floors. That sound made me feel bold for some reason and helped me stay focused. I was here for an interview, not to fall into the arms of Arson Lockhart. The walls had big, beautiful paintings on each wall. The Lockhart was written on the wall behind the front desk. Although it was a big building, I felt as if I belonged. Like this was the place I needed to be.
Arson.
He's straight through the doors, I heard my assistant say from afar. I turned from my view of the city to see Lola sitting there, looking as beautiful as ever. I was shocked. She looked completely different from the girl with the jeans, sneakers, and ponytail she'd been in when I first saw her. I smirked and sat down at my desk. Hi, Mr. Lockhart. How are you today? She sat in front of me with a smile and her notebook in hand. I watched as she opened it and wrote something down. She looked back up at me, confused as to why I was staring at her, but I just chuckled and leaned back in my chair. I'm doing great, Lola. How are you? I stood and walked to the front of my desk, leaning against it. I looked down at her in her chair and finished before she could speak. Let me guess. I'm doing well, Lockhart, and I'm looking very beautiful as well. I mimicked her voice and laughed. She cleared her throat uncomfortably and shifted in her seat. Good. Actually, Mr. Lockhart, I was going to say I'm doing fine. She looked me directly in the eyes with a straight face. I laughed. She couldn't possibly be serious right now. Who knew she couldn't take a joke? Scoffing, I grabbed a cigar from my desk and lit it. Well, what are your questions? For one, I wanted to know what inspired you to become a novelist. She looked down at her book, ready to write. Her nails were painted beige, and her hands looked soothing and slightly glossed from the lotion she had used. Since I was young, I've loved reading, so by the time I was 17, I had written my first book. It was never published, but I've been extremely passionate about writing since then. It's all I've ever wanted to do with my life, so I turned it into a career. Now look at me, a billionaire. I laughed and took a drag from my cigar. I loved talking about myself. It's not so much of a cocky thing to do. I'm just very confident, and talking about myself helps remind me of how I made it to the top on my own. Great, she spoke, writing down what I just said in her notes. And how long have you been writing, Mr. Lockhart? 20 years. I returned to my seat. Published my first book when I was 22 years old. I saw her eyes widen slightly, but she continued to write. Her bracelets clanked together softly, and her hair fell on her face. She was so beautiful. I wanted her in my life. There was a silence in the room, and the air grew thick. I decided to lighten the mood a bit. How old are you, Lola? I'm 21, Mr. Lockhart. She kept her eyes on her notes, but I could see her face turning red. Do you want to be a novelist? I asked, and she nodded. She finally looked up at me and spoke. I do, Mr. Lockhart. Call me Arson, I told her. How badly do you want to be a novelist? How hard are you willing to work for it? It's not as easy as you may think. You can't just write a book and get it published. It's much more than that. It's hard to catch the reader's eye these days, and this field is competitive since most people read on their electronics. To get to the top, you have to be the best and never stop working until you get what you want. She sat there in shock, not doing anything. She had completely stopped writing and just stared at me. She was startled, and I could see it all over her face. Let me mentor you, Lola. I smiled and leaned forward on my desk. Okay, Mr. Arson. She shifted in her chair again and wrote something down in her book. I could see her begin to turn red in the face again. Every Tuesday, same time. I stood up and fixed my tie. I'll show you out. She looked at me, confused, and stood up, following me toward the door. Before she could fully exit, I grabbed her hand and kissed it. She furrowed her eyebrows and continued walking. I couldn't afford to be around her too long, or I might grab her and kiss her. She was gorgeous, standing at 5'6" with a perfect curvy figure and long black hair. Her freckles were like constellations, and her lips were pouty and desirable. There was no doubt in my mind that she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life, and I had to have her. I didn't mean to come on to her too strongly. I guessed that she just needed time to get comfortable around me. She seemed stubborn about who she gave her attention, which attracted me the most. I'd be a fool to let her slip through my fingertips.
Lola.
He did it again. Cutting our meetings off short, as if there wasn't work that needed to be done. I rolled my eyes at the thought of it, and got in my car. I didn't understand him. The interview went well, until he just went on a rampage about what it was like being a novelist. I appreciated the advice, I really did, but I didn't expect all of that at that very moment. I didn't expect the kiss he left on my hand before leaving. Although that was a very interesting experience, I am happy that he asked to be my mentor. I needed someone like him to help me get where I needed to be. The only problem with that plan will be trying to focus on my work, with him breathing down the side of my neck. I felt like I would melt right in his office, but showing extreme affection too early with a guy can turn him off, or give him the leverage to use you. When I returned to my suite, I thought of ways to avoid Annabella, but luckily she wasn't there. All I could do was lie in bed and think of Arson. I hadn't felt the weight of a crush in years, and it made me feel like an irresponsible schoolgirl again. There was just something about the way he talked. His voice almost struck fear into my heart. Those bold eyes and pink lips. That slender body in that dark suit. I felt myself getting hot and breathing heavily, so I had to take my mind off the thought of him quickly. I rolled over on my side and pulled my laptop onto my bed. I opened it, and the last piece of writing I was working on appeared on the screen. It was titled Daisies and Apricot. It was a short story I had written about my past partner, who always brought me daisies and apricot-scented body scrubs. As I read over it, I thought that I would come across some similarities between my ex-boyfriend and Arson, to give me a little hint as to why I was so attracted to him, but that wasn't the case. Arson was the exact opposite. He was challenging. All of my past boyfriends were very sweet and possessive. Their personalities fit so well with my dominant behavior. They all fell to my knees when they saw me, but Arson Lockhart was different. He saw me and felt attracted, but he didn't fall to my knees like the rest of them. He remained strong and determined. That's what attracted me the most about him. I was so used to being around childish little boys that I thought being over 18 made them real men, but Arson was a real man. Strong, hardworking, dedicated, and stern, all while being confident. He had everything he wanted in the palm of his hand, and he could control people however he pleased. Except for me, of course. I liked him too, but I wasn't that easy. I was a tough cookie who took a while to be cracked, so if he thought he could have me falling to my knees in a couple of days, he had another thing coming. I smiled, closing my laptop and putting it on my bedside table. I had a man who had my dream job, and also had a thing for me. Why not use this to my advantage? I took one red rose and one white rose from the vase on my desk, and carried them to the bathroom with me. I needed some time to relax and to also care for my skin, so I ran a warm bath, and added the petals from the roses, pink salt, and a few drops of lavender oil. When I first put a foot in, I felt the warm water kiss my skin, which automatically put me at ease. I played my favorite album on my phone and just relaxed. This was everything that I needed. I was about 3 songs in when my phone began to ring. I dried off my hands on a small towel and picked up my phone to see who it was. My eyes widened at the name on the screen. Arson Lockhart. What was he doing calling me after our meeting? Hopefully, it was to tell me why he ended our session so quickly. I hesitated a little, then answered. For some reason, hearing his deep voice on the other line felt really good. Hello, Lola, he spoke, not saying anything else. Hello, Arson. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm trying out this new restaurant tonight, and I want you to come with me. Well, Mr. Lockhart, He cut me off. I'll pay for everything, and you can ask me any other questions you were going to ask earlier today. I guess dinner wouldn't hurt. I trailed off and sat up in the tub. It wouldn't, so I'll pick you up at 7:30. I'm wearing a navy blue suit, so work around that. And before I could even get a word out, he hung up. I guessed I was going on a date. I sat there genuinely confused and turned on, but I quickly shook off the thought and began to wash off. When I returned to my room, I looked in my closet and thought, what do you wear on a date with a billionaire? I had to look like arm candy. Arson Lockhart wouldn't just go out with any girl. It was 6:30, so I just laid out my clothes and started on something else to pass the time. I decided on a simple black dress that hugged my curves, with a pair of heels. I straightened my hair and put on light makeup, but I wore bold red lips. Where are you going tonight? I heard Annabella speak from the door. Out, I replied simply. Yeah, sure, Lola. Have fun with Mr. Billionaire. She chuckled and walked away. I didn't know what upset her about my going out with an older man, but I was a grown woman. If I wanted to date someone much older, I had every right to. I rolled my eyes at her remark, and walked to the bed to slip on my dress. I felt so beautiful with it on. I never wore it, because my mind was too focused on my studies to go on dates. All my life consisted of was writing. I remember that when I was around 18 or 19, I knew how to balance being a party girl, and still getting everything done that I needed to do. That sadly wasn't enough for me though. I wasn't reaching as much success as I wanted, so I completely cut out partying and having fun at the age of 20, and here I am today. I was 21 years old, and had butterflies before going on a date. There was nothing wrong with that. I just always thought life would turn out differently for me. That may be why I was so open with Arson. It might not seem like it on his end, but I didn't usually give guys the time of day, so he was lucky. I felt he could be that missing excitement I needed in my life. I was just so used to being by myself without any distractions. I wasn't sure if a relationship was what I needed right now, but I was willing to try it out. My phone lit up, showing a text from Arson. It said he was outside, and his driver was waiting for me. I laughed a little and slid on my shoes. I didn't even know why I expected a billionaire to drive himself to a restaurant. I made it outside and saw the driver open the back door. I kindly thanked him and got inside. Arson sat, watching me get in the car with a smile on his face. His teeth were the whitest I'd ever seen. All of his teeth were so perfectly straight that it was mesmerizing. "You look stunning," he spoke. "Thank you. You look good as well, Arson." I blushed slightly. The ride there was lovely. I saw the view of downtown at night, while music played softly in the background. The air was fresh while blowing through my hair. I felt like my 19-year-old self again. I heard a chuckle, and turned to see Arson watching me. "Having fun there?" He smiled. And for the first time I smiled back. "I am. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic." "I understand." He nodded. "Go out with me more often, and you could feel this all of the time." The smirk on his face made my stomach drop. As pleasing as that offer sounds, I'll have to see how the rest of the night goes before I make a decision. He shrugged with a smirk on his face, and turned to face the window as we pulled up to the front of the restaurant. I waited for the driver to open my door, and thanked him after. I looked up at the big white letters. "The Crystal Room," Arson spoke, reading my mind. He grabbed my hand, causing me to tense up and pull my hand away. "It's okay, Lola. I don't bite." I nodded and he grabbed my hand. "At least not too hard," I heard him mumble as we walked in.
Arson.
I watched as her body moved swiftly in that dress. She was the most gorgeous girl I'd ever laid eyes on. I liked a woman with curves, long hair, and an attitude. I was determined to make her mine. "Hello, Mr. Lockhart. Your table is this way." We followed the waitress to our secluded table upstairs on the balcony and took our seats. I ordered us some wine and watched as she looked over the menu. "See anything you like?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not really." She closed her menu and sat back in her seat. "Order for me." I smirked and looked at the waitress, who had begun pouring our wine into our glasses. "Are you ready to order, sir?" She smiled down at me. "We are," Lola stated loudly. The waitress jumped at Lola's stern voice, and I chuckled. She clearly wasn't expecting her to be that bold. Lola seemed a bit protective over me, but I liked it. I scanned my eyes over the menu and decided on what we were having. "We'll both have the steak and lobster dinner with mashed potatoes on the side." "See coming right up." The waitress spoke as she collected our menus and walked away. "Jealous?" I asked Lola as I took a sip of my wine. "I could never be jealous, sweetheart. Look at me." She smiled and took a sip of her wine as well. "I just don't like being disrespected. I deserve just as much respect as you do." That turned me on, the way she thought so highly of herself. I just wanted to tear that little piece of fabric right off, but I had respect for her. A strong, beautiful woman like herself took time and patience, but I was sure I'd get her to crack soon. "I want to know more about you, Lola. Have you always wanted to be a novelist?" I folded both hands together and leaned back in my seat. Since I was about 7, I knew I wanted to write. Every other day, I'd try to write a new story or start reading a new book to get inspired. My life revolved around it. She took another sip of her wine and licked a drop off her bottom lip. "There was never anything else you wanted to do?" I raised an eyebrow. She nodded. "There were, and I did them. I took ballet for a couple of years. I used to sketch, and I'm a pretty amazing cook. I also wanted to be a chef, but those just became hobbies over the years. I knew I wanted writing to be my career." "Ballet, huh?" I smiled. "Explains why you have such strong and beautiful legs. I'd love you to taste your cooking one day, since you've bragged about your talents. You'd be amazed." She smiled and ran her finger around the brim of her glass. "This wine is amazing. So smooth and opulent. You want a bottle to take home?" I asked. "I sure do." She smiled widely. "Thank you." Just then, the waitress came back with our plates. The food looked delicious, almost as delicious as Lola. Usually, the girls I dated would light up at the expensive meal before them, but it was like she was completely used to this. Has she dated rich, older men before? I shook the thought and asked the waitress for another bottle to take back home. She politely told me she'd wrap it and put it in a bag for us. I nodded and turned my attention back to Lola, who was cutting into her steak. Seeing the fork slide between her lips after a bite was sensual. "Is the night going well for you?" I asked, staring into her eyes. "Wonderful," she stated with a smile and continued to eat. "Maybe we could do this again, tomorrow night." "Sounds lovely, Arson, but I'd like the next time we see each other to be at our next meeting." She poured herself another glass of wine. "I have a lot of work to do, and I would love to be undistracted." "Oh." I cleared my throat. I'd never been turned down. I was starting to wonder if she even liked me. I began eating my food. "I would like to do this again, though." She smiled and continued eating. "Then we shall." I wiped my mouth clean and smirked. "Arson Lockhart, I am going to murder you," a woman screamed as she ran towards me. She began hitting me, yelling that I had killed her husband and ruined her family. Lola was shocked, but managed to pull the lady off while workers rushed over to see what all the commotion was. I dialed my driver's number and told him to be out front of the restaurant immediately. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lockhart," a random woman said to me, as she tried to clean off the food that the woman had spilled on my clothes while going crazy. "I'm the manager, and I'm not sure why this would happen." "You should work on your establishment if you're going to let crazy people like that inside a place like this." I looked at her, then over at Lola, who took the extra bottle of wine from the waitress. I quickly grabbed her free hand and dragged her out of there. We quickly got inside of the car, and the driver sped off. What was all of that about?" Lola asked. "I have no idea. I've never seen that woman a day in my life." I shrugged and turned to look out of the window. I knew exactly who that woman and her husband were, but that was none of her business. I heard her sigh deeply and adjust herself to face the window. She probably didn't want to go out with me again, but I would make sure that she did.
Lola.
That was one of the weirdest things I'd ever encountered, and the fact that Arson knew absolutely nothing about the situation seemed very fishy to me. I loved the feeling of being taken out and shown off, but not if things like that were going to be happening. I wondered if he was hiding something. Why do you think she'd do that? Throw an entire fit in front of everyone, claiming that she'd want to kill you in a public restaurant, and why would she accuse you of killing her husband? I unlocked my phone to text Annabella to tell her that I was coming home, and didn't have my key. Simply because I am a billionaire, Lola? People will do anything to get their hands on my money, even if that means accusing me of false crimes. I don't even have the time to hurt some random man. He scoffed. I guess you're right, I agreed and looked out the window the entire ride back. When we pulled up to my dorm, I called Annabella but there was no reply. Let me walk you to your door, Arson offered with a smile. No, it's okay. I've got it. I laughed slightly and proceeded to step out of the car, until I felt him pulling me back by my hand. What? Do you think I'm going to murder you, or something? He smirked, staring me directly in the eyes, and I felt my body go entirely numb. His voice sounded so chilling, more serious than playful. And no, you can walk me there, I said quickly, pulling my hand away and getting out of the car. I was in such a blank state of mind that I forgot to thank the driver. Here's your wine, Arson said, walking around the car and handing me the bag. I nodded slightly, then led him to the building and my door. I knocked a few times but there was no answer. I tried calling a few times but there was still no answer. You're always welcome to stay with me for the night, Arson offered. There was a solid 10 seconds of silence before I even replied. I had to think seriously. Do I really want to stay with this man after he has made several romantic advantages, or do I want to sleep outside in the hall until Annabella realizes I'm here? I turned to him slowly and laughed. You promise you won't hurt me? I'll try not to. He threw his head back and let out a loud chuckle that made me jump. His arm slid around my lower back, and he walked me back outside to his car. The car ride back to his place was long and silent. The only sounds were the wind and soft music playing in the background. I felt like something would happen tonight, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. We pulled into the driveway of his house, and it was luxurious. This was the first time I had seen something like it. Plants were everywhere, and I could see the pool view upon entering. The driver exited and opened our doors, wishing us a good night, and Arsène led me into his home. This place is so beautiful. I looked around at the fiery red furniture and black decor. Almost as beautiful as you, Lola. Follow me. He led me to the clear doors of his elevator. Let's get you into something more comfortable. What did you have in mind? I raised an eyebrow. Nothing too serious. My daughter is a little younger than you. She comes to visit time from time, so I always have new clothes here for her to sleep in, he laughed. She's a little smaller than you, but I don't think there's anything that you can't sleep in. When we made it upstairs, it was just as huge as the downstairs. A long marble-floored hallway led to what I suspected was his bedroom, because it was the biggest. Upon entering, I saw the biggest bed I'd ever seen in my life with black silk sheets. Wait here while I go get you something to put on. He winked and then left the room. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I was just happy to take these shoes off. I sat on the edge of his bed and kicked off my heels. I found a small hair tie in my clutch and pulled my hair into a high ponytail. I looked around the room. It was minimalistic but still very opulent. I found this for you, Arsène spoke, and my head snapped in his direction. He closed the door behind him and walked over to me. He handed me a champagne-colored silk nightgown. He unbuttoned his shirt and walked into the bathroom attached to his room. Where can I change? I asked him. Right there. He peeked his head out of the bathroom. Don't be afraid. I won't look. I heard him laugh as I tried to quickly get out of my dress and into the new one. When I took off my bra, I turned to see him walking out of the bathroom in only his boxers. Let me tell you, for an older man, he had a great body. I erased the dirty thoughts from my mind and just stared at him. He looked at my shocked expression, down at my body, and smirked. I looked down and noticed that I was only in my underwear. The air in the room became thick, and I quickly grabbed the gown to cover myself. I didn't have a bad body, but I felt embarrassed and uncomfortable for some reason. I mean, I'd only known the guy for a couple of days. It wasn't the right time to be naked around him, especially when I wanted to wait for this moment if things got that far with Arsène and me. Lola, you don't have to hide from me. We're both old enough to be naked and comfortable with each other. He walked by me and picked up my clothing from the floor. He placed them on a chair beside his desk and looked at me again. Where will I be sleeping? I tried changing the subject to take away from the awkwardness. With me, hopefully, he responded. I respect whatever boundaries you have. I haven't slept beside a beautiful woman in a long time. I nodded slowly, not wanting to put up a fight, and climbed into bed. He turned off the light and got into bed next to me. Directly across the room was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the curtains were pulled back completely. There was a beautiful view of not only the moon and stars, but of the city as well. I could see almost every building that was well lit, and that alone made me feel safe. The light from outside made it easier to see around the room, and to see that Arsène was staring at me, staring at the view. I looked over at him and smiled. The view is beautiful. Thanks for letting me experience this. Anytime you want to see it, let me know. He ran his hand over my thigh, and it drove me crazy. You know, Lola, I've wanted you ever since I've laid eyes on you. I'm well aware, Arsène, I replied bluntly, trying not to say too much. Well, do you feel the same way? I felt him move a little closer to me. Maybe, I smirked and rolled over on my side. I felt him pull me back so my body touched his and his hand grazed my leg. So why aren't we doing anything about that? His hand slipped between my thighs, and I began to melt, but I wasn't going to let him know that he had full control of my body. I pulled his hand away and laughed lightly. "Good night, Arson Lockhart." I felt like the connection was there. "I guess not." He spoke quietly. He moved back away from me and turned over. "Whenever you're ready, Lola, just let me know." Again, I smiled to myself. "Good night, Arson Lockhart."
Arson.
I woke up to a mist of water on my face. "Wake up, Angel." I sat up and rubbed my eyes to see a woman standing with a food tray over me. "What was that you sprayed on my face? It feels refreshing." "Rosewater, ma'am. Mr. Lockhart ordered that we wake you up beautifully with a nice breakfast." I smiled, closing my eyes and inhaling the smell of pancakes. The woman placed the food tray on my lap, and I automatically dug in. It was like nothing I'd ever tasted before, although it was a simple meal: pancakes, eggs, and bacon with a cup of tea and a bowl of fruit. "Mr. Lockhart had to leave early for work, but he says you are welcome to stay here until he gets home. He left you an outfit at the end of the bed, and if you are ready to leave before he gets home, just let me know and I'll phone the driver." The woman smiled and left the room without saying anything else. Who would have expected Arson to let me stay after things didn't go as planned last night? I guessed he really liked me. After eating, I set the tray of food aside and slid out of bed, grabbing the clothes left for me. I walked to the bathroom and saw the most beautiful shower I had ever seen. The shower head was the entire ceiling, and the doors to the shower were clear with a gold trim. I was in love. I took off my clothes and hopped inside. I turned on the shower, and the water fell on me like the mist of a rainforest. I looked at the shelf built into the shower and saw all the beautiful body wash and shampoo bottles. I helped myself to do whatever I needed and got myself cleaned up. I grabbed the 2 folded towels and dried my body and hair. After taking the best shower of my life, I put on the dark jeans and fitted shirt he had left me. These hugged my body, so he picked them out for a reason. I walked back to his room and texted him, asking if I could check my email on his computer. While waiting for his reply, I walked around the upstairs of the house and eventually found his daughter's bedroom. She looked just like him, gorgeous and model-like. I saw why her clothes were too tight on me. She looked around 17 or 18. I wondered if she knew her dad liked girls a couple of years older than her. I saw a picture of a woman who seemed to be her mom. I wondered what the relationship between her and Arson was like, and why they weren't still together. I shrugged away the thought and explored more of the house, and then Arson finally texted back and told me that I could use the computer. I continued my exploration down the hall and into another room, which was just full of plants and a different computer from the one in his room. For some reason, I felt the urge to use this one. I sat at the desk and turned it on. To my surprise, there was no password on it. I logged into my email as an extra account because I didn't know if I should sign out of Arson's. I clicked through a few messages and saw that classes were canceled today, which was good on my part. I was going to skip them anyway. I felt tempted to switch over to Arson's account and see what an actual novelist's inbox consisted of. So I did it. I scrolled through several spam messages and emails for upcoming book events until I saw something interesting. A red message was titled, "I am going to kill you, Arson Lockhart." It reminded me of the crazy woman from the night before, so I opened it to see what it was about. "Dear Arson Lockhart, I knew about this whole little business you and your rich friends were running, and I had nothing to say about it because it didn't affect me that much, but you have crossed the line. Michael was a kind, loving man and father of 3 who was just doing what he had to do to provide for his family, and you go off and kill him. He had a life. Whether he had your stupid drug money on time, he still had a life and a family, and you took that away. You took him away from us. Now, what are we going to do? He was the one who made a living for us. Either you give me $5 million, or I will kill you, Arson Lockhart. I will sabotage your entire drug cartel and make your life a living hell." I quickly exited the email. My heart was beating extremely fast. I knew Arson was hiding something by how he reacted last night, but I didn't know it was a drug cartel. I didn't know that he would kill someone. I shut off the computer and stood up. I turned to leave and saw Arson standing at the doorway. "Hello, Lola," he said sternly.
A billionaire's possession. Lola.
Have you ever felt as if time had stopped around you, but in that specific moment you could not move? Unable to think and speak clearly? That's exactly how I felt after learning that the man that I was developing feelings for was a murderer, then turning to see him watching me go through all of his private information. My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach as I hesitated to respond to Arson. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk on his face. "I see the clothes fit you well," he spoke, looking me up and down. "Hello, Arson." I finally managed to speak and looked straight past him into the hallway. "Yes, the clothes fit very well. Thank you." Before I could even reach the door, Arson stepped in and closed it behind him. "Did you find everything you were looking for on the computer?" I gulped and nodded. "I'll just be leaving now." When I tried to walk past him, he grabbed my wrist, and I felt myself being pushed against the wall. I gasped and looked up at Arson, who was now hovering over me. I could tell by the look on his face that I was caught, and this wouldn't be easy. "It's really not polite to go through people's emails." "You don't have the right," he spat. "I don't know what you're talking about," I mumbled and was quickly cut off. "Don't play stupid with me, Lola. I was standing in the doorway the entire time," he scoffed. "Arson, I swear," I was cut off again. "I know what you saw on that computer, and you don't know how much trouble you're in now, Lola. But you don't seem like the type to be a loudmouth about these things, so I'm considering letting you go." After he said that, I felt so much relief. He smirked down at me and backed away slowly. "Just know that if you run your mouth about anything, you'll end up like that woman's husband. Unlike his situation, your family won't have the fortune of ever finding your body." That was oddly a turn-on. Not that he would kill me, but how he was so serious. Not once did he crack a hint of a smile. His face showed zero emotion, almost as if he was heartless. No man has ever talked to me in that tone of voice, and it gave me a bit of a rush. Feeling myself shake in fear and pleasure, I bit down on my lip and nodded in agreement. He flashed a look of confusion as his eyebrows knitted together. He needed clarification about my reaction. For once I felt owned, and I liked it too. "Come on. I'll give you a ride home. You can grab your things from the bottom of the stairs." He turned and left the room, and I followed him like a lost puppy shortly after. It seemed as if the hallway grew longer with every step I took. The tension was so heavy, and the air was so thick that I found myself almost out of breath. I fanned myself to try to calm down. Once we descended the stairs, I grabbed the bag with my things in it and slid on my heels. They surprisingly went well with the outfit I was wearing. I said my goodbyes to the houseworkers and went outside to Arson's car. He was already inside, staring forward toward the view of the city. I realized that this wasn't some bad boy, good girl fantasy. This was real life, and I was actually next to a murderer. I never understood how people could kill one another. It just didn't make sense. I guess it could come down to that sometimes, but from what I had read, Arson was completely wrong. If that's how things were in drug cartels, I was glad I had never become a part of one. I sat in the front seat, and he sped off as soon as I closed the door. I didn't even have time to put on my seatbelt. He must have still been upset about the situation. Why wouldn't he be? Some random girl had found out his biggest secret. I'd be pretty upset too. There was an awkward silence between us. His grip on the steering wheel made it painful for me to watch. I found myself constantly switching my thoughts. One moment I was thinking about how amazing it felt to be put in my place, and another moment I realized how my life was in danger. I wasn't sure if I was attracted to this side of him, or if I was romanticizing the situation to make myself more comfortable. I wondered what he was thinking about, maybe about how he would tell his gang that I had discovered their secret, or how I had betrayed him by going through his personal emails. I guessed I would never find out, because I was too afraid that asking him might make him snap. I decided to leave that situation alone and focus on the city lights ahead of me. They brought me some peace in this terrifying issue. Arson was so deep into his thoughts that he didn't realize he had passed my building on campus. "You missed my building," I spoke a little too loudly. He jumped a little and quickly reversed the car, moving back toward my building. I admired his tightened jaw and how straight it looked. His skin was very smooth, without any wrinkles. I guessed anything was possible when you were a billionaire. I grabbed my bag and opened the door. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Lockhart." He finally looked at me for the first time since we left his house and raised an eyebrow, questioning my statement. I smirked and stood from his car. "I'll be at your office to finish my interview with you. 3 o'clock sharp." I spoke with my back turned to him, and before he could respond, I walked away. When I reached my floor, my door was wide open, and Annabella was moving what looked like a few old things from the place. I greeted her with a simple hello and walked toward my room. I clearly couldn't talk to her about my new unexplained attraction for Arsen without her rude criticism. She didn't even respond when I spoke to her. I lay back on my bed, wondering how I could feel this way. This man had just threatened to take my life if I revealed his secret, and I could feel nothing but lust for him after that. Was I going insane? In that brief moment of being his, I felt so alive. It was just something about how he told me what to do, and that look he gave me, like I had better listen to him. I wasn't sure why, but I thought I was letting my guard down. I can open up to someone new. Arsen was different from the rest, and I thought it was time for me actually to deal with a real man. I was insane. I was risking my life, all for the sake of finding a partner who I could balance out with. After seeing how trustworthy I would be with his secret, I thought he could get over his hatred for me. I turned on some music and started to sing along softly, until I felt the presence of someone at my door. "So you were just going to stay out all night with no call or text, then come home and not tell me where have you been?" Annabella asked from my doorway. I looked at her and shook my head. "Anna, I called you like 20 times last night and you didn't answer the phone for me, which resulted in me staying the night at Arsen's house. I didn't think you would care to know where I've been since you ignored my phone calls, and didn't even bother to respond when I just said hello to you." I rolled my eyes and continued to stare up at the ceiling. "Did you call my new number?" "That would be the smart thing to do, Lola," she said. "And great. Just great. You're sleeping with this man now? Since when do you have a new number, and when were you going to tell me, Annabella?" I sat up quickly and looked directly at her. "I'm your best friend, for goodness sake. What if it was an emergency? And how dare you? Nothing happened between Arsen and me. I'm sure Arsen would be all the protection you needed, Lola. And I sent a text to all my contacts with my new number. You would have noticed if you had taken a break from your little novel and paid attention to the real world." She scoffed. "Pathetic. I don't even know who you are anymore. Get out of my room, Annabella." I couldn't believe my best friend would even say something like that to me. She had been the only one who supported my decision to become a writer, but the last few days were tense between us. I wasn't sure where all of this built-up hate had come from inside of her, but I needed to find out and know why she was directing it toward whatever Arsen and I have going on. "Fine," she mumbled, folding her arms over her chest and leaving my bedroom. I heard her say a few things under her breath, but I didn't care enough to extend the problem. Since we were children, Annabella has always been stubborn. She never cared if she was wrong or right as long as no one questioned her actions, and when her actions were questioned, she would catch an attitude. This problem never fazed me, because I was the most knowledgeable in the friendship, and she would always listen to me. Since Arsen and I had begun talking, Annabella had taken her stubbornness to an entirely different level. She had been very moody and disapproving of everything going on, although I was a grown woman who could make her own conscious decisions. I wasn't quite sure what she didn't get about that. Even if she didn't approve of who I was dating, she could at least support me being in a relationship, and that was the thing. Arson and I weren't even dating, so I didn't see the big deal. Whatever we had between us could either go really badly or well. All I knew was that I wished to have my best friend there for me through it all. I started to do a bit of studying to clear my mind, but also to gather some questions to ask Arson. I searched his name online and wrote down interesting facts that caught my eye. I started downloading some of his books onto my laptop to read later. I wanted to know the ins and outs of his mind. One of his books caught my eye, and I couldn't wait to read it. The very first page caught my eye, and I almost instantly fell in love with the story. Idyllic is what I would describe him as. I spoke into the phone, letting out a small laugh. I was in the community kitchen of my apartment, filling up a small bucket with ice. I heard my best friend mumble, slightly confused, on the other side of the phone. "You barely even know the guy, Sarah. Plus he's like 10 times your age." She sounded irritated. I could imagine how hard she rolled her eyes, but something drew me to this guy, my new neighbor directly across the hall. We bumped into each other once in the hallway, and the way he caught me was breathtaking. I don't know what it was. Guys never really caught my eye, old or young. I was always on a level that they weren't. I liked focusing on my craft more than a silly relationship, but this was different. His rich tan skin and glistening smile. There was a little spark when I fell into his arms. The innocence of the touch drove me up the wall, and I have yet to understand why. "You don't get it, Rachel." I felt something. I smiled slightly and ran a finger around the rim of the silver ice bucket. "You're irritating, you know that?" she exclaimed with a very nasty tone of voice. I rolled my eyes and took a deep breath. "Look, if you're going to continue with this lurid attitude, I don't think we should finish this phone call. Bye." And with that, I hung up the phone. When she returned to her room, she opened her journal to the entry she had written after meeting Arthur. He was just a guy, and I was just a girl. No, wait, he was more than that. How could I devalue a soul with rich intellect and a consciousness that glows immensely to just a gender? Something so distant, something so man-made. I want to know your thoughts. I want to feel your vibrations. I want our subconscious minds to linger around each other and engage in an experience our physical bodies can't. I want to talk to you. I want to hear about your childhood. I want to know your deepest conspiracies, and I want you to take up all the space in my mind. Feed me knowledge. Enlighten me. Sarah smiled down at the page before drawing hearts all over it. She felt that Arthur was the guy of her dreams. The story of my life. Midway through reading, I found myself still thinking about the argument I had with Annabella again. I decided to let the situation go and get some rest before class and my meeting with Arson tomorrow.
End of sneak peek for A Billionaire's Treasure, an alpha billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.